by T. He joins us now.
People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss. This something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps.
Said that it's, you know, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, you know, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Bryan Kohberger. But, you know, I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I've never got an email back yet.
Bing bang, bing bang, bing bang.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream here today. It's your boy T-REV back in action, feeling great, feeling like my old regular self. And today we are going to jump into the discussion of the Idaho 4, Bryan Kohberger, Madison Mogen, Ethan Chapin, Xander Kernodle, Kaylee Gonsalves. We are going to jump into that topic of conversation today. Again, it's been the 2-year anniversary. If you know, you've been here with me through the time of watching what happened with this whole entire case. We covered it before there was somebody arrested, put behind bars. We took phone calls. We talked to a lot of the community. I've listened to a lot of people and their thoughts on this case, and it's just been a long time. It's been overdue that we have, come through and do an Idaho 4 live stream. First of all, I'm gonna need you guys to smash that like button, show some love, share the live. It's free. We ain't asking for donations. We ain't asking for no shit like that. We're here to bring the topic of true crime in your face and talk about this case here with Bryan Kohberger. Now, with the Bryan Kohberger case, I'm just going to spit it straight before I start reading these comments, shouting everybody out. Personally, for me, in watching this case and keeping up with it and reading documentation when it comes to this case, for me, it does look like Bryan Kohberger is the guy right now as we sit. But am I willing to budge off of that? Absolutely. And we will be watching the trial here. So if you want to watch the trial, we will be watching it here. We won't miss a day. We won't miss a beat, a minute, a second, none of that. We probably will be on 30 minutes before court every single day, and we will be live streaming that. So get ready because Idaho 4 is coming. I've been watching Trial at Night with a few people in the Rep Game family. Shout out to the members that's been joining me on, members, subscribers, whoever's been joining me on watching the Melody Walker Ferris trial, which it's already over. She was found guilty. And I believe personally that she may be innocent. Now, can I get that same thought here with the Bryan Kohberger trial? We're going to find out. We are going to find out because, people say there's a lot of weird shit in this case. They broke a lot of law, or they didn't do, or they got things illegally. There's a lot to go over today here with this. I want to watch a few videos and kind of get our mind on par to what I want to discuss today with this case, because they're saying that, you know, evidence was obtained illegally. And I kind of want to look into that, discuss what that means for the trial when the trial comes, because that's obviously going to mean something, right? And when I watch this trial, I'm not sitting there like, yeah, fucking Kohberger's guilty, man. That's not how I'm looking at it. Excuse my language, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse the F-bomb that I just dropped. But I'm seriously not looking at it in that manner. I'm looking at it as if when I go to watch this trial, I'm going to have an open mind. Of course, for the victims, I got a soft spot in my heart for them. We covered this case. They were brutally, savagely stabbed to death inside of their home after all going out to have a drink or be with their friends or whatever. They never had expected someone would come into this house and put a K-bar knife into every single one of them in each one of these rooms. So today, if you're here for the Idaho 4 conversation, the topic, you want to join on a panel, or if you want to call in, because I will be open in the lines. I do want to hear from my people who have ate, slept, when breathing this case with me. We woke up, we were on at the ass crack of dawn every single day, taking phone calls from 6 a.m. all the way to 3 p.m. And then we would do it again at night. That's how dedicated we were here in the Rev Gang family. If you're one of them people, you know what time it is, you know what's going on. So get your notes out. If there's anything that you want to discuss, you think is very important, you need to bring that topic of conversation to the table, then let me know. I will bring you up on panel, or you can call in, either or. But shout out to everybody in the building here today. I missed you guys. We're back and still good, baby. Listen, let's make strong. Keep your head up. It is what it is. There's haters out there, but they will never stop. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Simple as that. You know, we do this shit. We do this shit every single day, hours and hours and hours and hours of time that we'll spend on the air having conversations. And Idaho 4 won't be the last topic. Won't be the last one that we have these type of conversations with. I'm just going to tell you that now. What's going on, Pirate Radio? Welcome to the stream. Little Miss Innocent in the building says, hello, strangers. Been wondering when this would be back. It's back. It's back. Idaho 4 coming up. We have the trial coming up. So you know that, again, we're super close with this trial, and we will not miss a minute of it. And I will be live streaming it here. And we will be taking phone calls after the trial. When the trial, and what I mean by that is day one calls after. What's your thoughts on, I kind of want to hear what you guys have in your mind after when it ends during the day, because I know it'll be about 8 hours, right? So we'll have a segment afterwards where we'll take about 2 hours of phone calls where I want to hear from you guys, the people. Obviously, I know I see a lot of familiar faces in here right now that have been here since Idaho 4, and I know how important it is to you guys that we cover this. But first and foremost, I want to start this stream off by just, saying a prayer and hoping, justice is served in this case. Are we pinning it and wanting it to be Bryan Kohberger? Absolutely not. But things have stuck out to me that makes it look like this is the guy. My mind can change, though, during trial. The Melody Walker Forrest trial that I've been watching, I completely think that she may be being conspired against and that she was innocent and they got a guilty verdict in that. That's a whole different discussion. But I say that to say this. Is that going to happen in the Kohberger trial? Is that what we're going to see? Are we going to see things that come up on the stand that may stand or change a lot of the standpoints that we have? I know Delana in chat, I know she believes Kohberger did it. I know other people in chat that think Kohberger did it. I know people who are probably here right now that don't think Kohberger did it. That's great. I want everybody to come sit at the table so we can discuss this. We can discuss this. This is Kohberger the sole perpetrator here. Did Kohberger kill Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan? I want to know. And is the evidence going to show me that he did this? Is it going to show me that he committed these murders in such a brutal fashion without leaving DNA behind? Or was there? There's a lot of stuff that's still hidden into this case. So I feel like when we get to watching a trial, there's going to be things that baffle us. And I kind of want to prepare the minds of those who may not have seen a trial before or just don't know what to expect. Just know that when this trial comes and it's on, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be absolutely crazy. I mean, we had what? Wasn't it Bethany that they said had exculpatory evidence that could release this man, right? Before we jump into that, though, I want to jump into shouting everybody out. I see you, Maria, in the building. What is going on? Thank you, Maria, for the 20 months of commitment and being a member here with the Rev Game family. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. God bless you. And thank you again. I'm going to say it again. Thank you for believing in me. I appreciate that. It means a lot to me. And as long as you do, that's all that matters. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the building today. Boy, I'm ready to talk about this. I'll tell you that much. I've been itching to talk about this. What are you talking about? Woo. Yeah, let's jump into this. You said, wow, this takes me back to 2022. I watched this case so closely. Even watched the travel route on his plane when they arrested him. We watched it here. We watched it here. You said, I missed the bang bong. That's what's up. Brianna, nice to see you, my friend. You've been around for a long time. And I do appreciate your conversation that you bring here in chat. So thank you for being one of those that, come by. You're respectful and you talk about the cases. And I know that you're a voice for the voiceless in cases. I see you on different pages like Long Crime, watching trials. So, salute. I do see you out there and I know you give a fuck. Excuse my language. I know you do though. Salute to you. Sarah Jarvis says, hey, T-REV, good to see you back. Glad to be back. Loving every single moment of it. Won't let no one stop it. I don't care what they say about me out in these YouTube streets. They can eat a fat Sam Saucy. We are here to make a difference, to be a voice, to try to make sure that, justice is seen properly. No, we do not want to pin murder on anybody because I know that's going to be a topic that's brought up today. People are going to be like, well, Bryan Kohberger is innocent. Well, I can promise and rest assure you this, that I don't want an innocent man to be guilty and put behind bars forever. We want the right person to obviously be arrested. And there's a big misconception and a big argument in this case about Bryan Kohberger possibly not being the sole perpetrator. Who am I looking for? Who brings a good conversation to this? I know that some people may feel a type of way about him because he was on Detective John's channel and saying different things about me. But you know what? I don't live in the past. I live in the future. He brings good conversations to the table when it comes to Idaho 4. Jeff. Shout out to Jeff. If he's in here, he brings good conversation to the floor when we talk Idaho 4. He's got very good standpoints on it. I don't know if he's still making content on the topic, but he does do a great job just with his thinking and thoughts out there. And that's one guy that I do commend on the Idaho 4 case when I cover it. Somebody who soaks in the information and looks at it from every angle. So I know it's going to be a crazy trial for a lot of us when we do watch it. Gold Dust, how are you doing? Nice to see you, my friend. I'm glad you're here today. Maria, hello, T-REV family. Glad to be back. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. How you been? Cassie says your channel was the best when you covered Idaho 4 so much. I love the deep dive and hard research and steady study and everything. Man, Cassie, you're taking me back a little bit with that comment because you know how many hours we put into Idaho 4. Over 300 hours just alone talking the case. That's not including the other paranormal side of it that I've done, which, I know some people don't like that, and that's fine. That's cool. You don't got to like it, but I love it and I do it. And I have a second channel that I do that on. And I do feel like in the years to come that one of the sessions that I did is going to be bigger to the picture of those that listen to it after the fact, especially for those 70 to 90 people that were in the live stream. And it was November 21st of 2022. I did this certain live stream and there were some things that were responding to me that I didn't hear at the time. And when I went back and reviewed it, there was a lot of stuff there. And I was like, wow, this is groundbreaking. What's going on, Sailor? Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Lollipop, miss you, my friend. I know that your heart and soul is into this case also. I know that for a fact. I've seen you talk about it. We've had conversations about it. We've talked about several different aspects of the case. So I do appreciate having your mind here, having you here in chat, and just being a part of this conversation. You know, you said we have more than enough, T-REV. Is that right? I will be opening the lines here in a minute. Don't worry. And I definitely want to talk to some of you guys on what your thoughts are at the standpoint of right now before it's going into the trial. Do you think that this man has a chance to beat these homicides? They're saying that he committed all 4 homicides. They're saying that he did it by himself. Did he have the time to do all this within 8 minutes? Let's narrow it down to 8 to 10 minutes. Could he have went in and brutally murdered 4 people with a K-bar knife in 8 minutes? Do you believe that? We're going to jump into that conversation today. Greedy Girl Issues. What is going on? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you coming by. I noticed your name. I noticed everybody's name so far. I don't think I've seen one that hasn't been here. Creole Lady, glad to have you here with us this morning. Been looking for your email. I know you want justice for your son, Caleb. And I told you I'm offer the platform that I have for people who want to help, or maybe there's something that we can do as the people to stand behind you and maybe get some justice in your son's case. So please, again, send me an up-to-date email where me and you can get together off stream and we can create a visual. And I want to interview you about, getting that justice that you want, because I read a little bit of what you told me and it was heartbreaking. But the people need to really hear this story. And I got questions for you, and maybe we can help you in some way. But thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here with us today. Make sure you hit that like button. Again, if you're new and you're just coming across, subscribe to the channel. I will be bringing some people up on the panel today. We will be taking them phone calls. And the topic of today is, again, Idaho 4, 2-year anniversary. It's been a while since I've covered anything Idaho 4 or even talked about it. And I'm just feeling that spark today. I'm feeling that it's time, like what am I doing? We need to be live. We need to be talking about this. We need to be preparing for this trial. We need to be doing a lot of things because it's coming right on up. What's this name? Hold up, child. I don't want to say your name wrong. How are we pronouncing this? I don't want to butcher your name. You deserve the respect of having your name said right. So write in chat how you say it. Is it Cholo? Am I tripping? What is it? Diane, what's going on? Welcome. Nice to see you, Diane. It's very, very nice to see you, my friend. Long time no see. Nah, I think I seen you the other night, but miss you for sure. Pin a rose on your nose. Glad to have you here, my friend. Steffi, some rando. What's going on, some rando? Long time no see. We've had some conversations, prayers for justice in the Idaho 4. Carol Jarrell, glad to have you. I appreciate you coming by. For everybody else in chat, let's just start here before we open the lines up. Do you believe that law enforcement got this correct? Do you believe that they have it correct? Well, before we go into this trial, and for those that I'm asking this to, I'm going to follow up the question with, would you be accepting if you sit and watch the trial and you see some things that aren't fair? Will you overlook that because you just want justice for the victims and you think he's it? But if there's evidence that point towards him not being it, are you open to hearing that? Could you swallow that? Because some people are dead set on it being him. And I do believe he did this. I do, allegedly. I believe that Bryan Kohberger is the sole perpetrator and the person who committed this crime. But if evidence goes in a different direction, it can sway my thoughts in this, period. When I had first which case was it? When I had first took a look at Melody Walker Ferris, right? 2018, they're saying she killed her husband. She shot her husband in the back of the head, or not the back of the head, I'm sorry, in the rib cage twice. And she's like 125 pounds, 5'3", 5'4". She threw him in the burn pile, is what they're saying. But as I'm seeing this case, I've seen the testimony of her son Scott, who horribly failed the lie detector test about something about with his father, the murder of his father, right? He failed it. And then on the stand, he's folding and saying things like, well, they called me and told me, when it was really him that he found the body. So you would be the one to call the police. I don't think they got telekinesis and can immediately be like, hold up, let's call Scott Ferris and talk to him about the dead body that we know he found in that burn pile, because we haven't heard about it yet. But so he used wording on the stand like, they called me and told me, when they were talking about what he called the police and told them. So am I really just construing words? But that trial is a trial that I've seen there should have been a mistrial, because a juror actually worked at the fire station and was talking to, people who had firsthand knowledge of the case. See, this is the type of shit that we don't need in America. This is the type of stuff that we need to fix in our justice system, because people are being failed and convicted. People gang together and manipulate and are able to push out confirmation bias and get convictions against people who are possibly innocent. So I've been looking at things a lot differently here since the last time you guys seen me and we talked Idaho 4. I probably was on a stale page of saying Kohberger. And I still do think Kohberger is that guy, right? But what I am saying is that when we watch this trial and we see this evidence be brought out, we see these witnesses, I am going to be paying attention like a friggin' hawk, because they were claiming that, Bethany had evidence again to exonerate Kohberger. And there was these other aspects. There's way more aspects than what I just mentioned. But in general, I'm going to be looking forward to hearing why. What I'm sure it's going to be talked about in the trial. I'm almost 100% sure it is. I can't wait to see. Tommy Ella says, Rev, I watched every single live you did on the Idaho 4 from the get-go. I was unemployed and my life was sleep, eat, watch your lives. Thank you for this. You're welcome. We'll get used to it, because we're going to be covering and talking about it a lot in the next upcoming weeks. And I'll still be doing the night streams where we're watching the trial, which I'm talking about a whole different trial we have been watching with some of y'all. But this we are hopping into, and I'm ready. Let's go. You said it was BK, I believe. Lolly says, I think he did it with someone. So you think someone else was involved? Are you thinking a roommate was involved? Because I know people think that, right? People think, hey, I think a roommate was involved here. I think Dylan may have known him, or, maybe they hung out. But also there's the aspect of them texting during the murders, Bethany and Dylan. What were they talking about? Were they talking about the noise they heard? What was it, right? That's another question that I have, and things that I want to know about. What's going on, Paul? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Glad to see you in here. Glad to see you. You said locked on, locked in. Big up, Trev. Digital Rebel, we're in. I had a break for a while, but that break is now over with. There's no more breaks. We're on this joint daily. I already did 11-hour stream earlier, and here we are again running it back, talking about Idaho 4 all day long. What? I got another 10 hours in me right now. What are we talking about? I don't know no one who can do this. This is what I do. This is what I love. This is what I do. I do it at a high level. If you don't like it and you're one of them haters, all I can say to you is,
shut up, bitch. I'm here to tell you right now. We don't care. Let me tell you something. We don't care. Jerry.
You know what I mean? We got a lot to talk about. I'm nice to, hey, Paul, beautiful to see you. Another person that brings great conversation to Idaho 4. I remember you, brother. What's going on, Bravos? Nice to have you, my friend. Steffi says, thank you, Trev and Rap Gang. Thank you, Steffi, for believing in me and supporting and being a member. Thank you. You said, I was so consumed for so many months. I cannot wait until the trial. I'm going to be up. I'll be up for like 2 days straight, literally just taking in the information from the trial. That's how worked up I am about it. And that's how boiled this case gets my blood. Because we all have been out to parties before or went out to a bar with our friend, and we've came home and we were home at 2, 3 in the morning. Maybe we got a Uber Eats and some food, and then we went to sleep. You're in the comfort of your own home. Any animal that is willing to walk past those doors while you and your friends are sleeping and walk in there and savagely put a knife into you and take your life, we got to see the resolution to that. There's no way I can't. There's no way I can't. I need to see the resolution to his action, or, you know, I say his because I think it's Kohberger. But again, in mysterious ways, other people do get involved in things, and the possible chance of someone else being involved is absolutely there, in my opinion. And my mind hasn't closed to that. What's going on, Brentwood? Brentwood's in the building. Shout out to you, my friend. Another familiar face. Sunflower Mom, thank you for the support. As always, appreciate you. Thank you. You know, not needed, but very well appreciated. I do appreciate the support and love you guys show me. Always have. You guys always do. You know that we don't sit around here with our hands out asking for fucking donations and shit like that. I like to stick to the topic of true crime. If people want to show love, then they'll choose to show love. And the fact that you believe in me and show love to me that warms my heart enough. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. For real. Yeah, Jeff H. You know, like we haven't seen eye to eye, but he always brings a great conversation to this case, and I don't mind having him up on the channel and talking with him. He's always kept it about cases and tried his best to. Besides, when people dragged him into stuff he shouldn't have ever been in the middle of. And again, I actually do got love for Jeff H. still at the end of the day, because he really is about justice for them, and he really does care. I mean, I've talked to this guy off the air for 3 to 4 hours, and we've just picked each other's brains about Idaho 4 and talking about content and things that we want to talk about within content, or what I should do, or who I should get a hold of and ask questions to. It's always been about that with him. So I do want to salute him on that. And definitely, you know, sometimes everybody doesn't see eye to eye, but I do got love and respect for him. So you said you were around the clock on Idaho 4. It's just really what I love. You know, that case hit me so hard. I went into that case doing I believe a spirit box, right? And I know some of y'all don't like that, and I respect it. I respect that you don't like it. It is what it is, but I love it so much that I don't care who likes it and who what, right? So I started out with that. And then I think 3-4 days after doing that, I went to the air. We started taking phone calls. People were sending in tips, pictures, and several different things to us, just letting us, you know, or picking our brains, especially on the air. We've had people like friggin' Detective Flawn, who betrayed me and stabbed me in my back, but that's a whole nother story, and that shit's gonna happen. But it is what it is. You know, you learn, you live, you learn, you come back smarter. You know, I felt like he did bring good conversation to the table, but the dude tried to get too much up into my personal business and tried to expose me across the internet as to be like some deadbeat piece of shit. That's just, you know what I mean? Like, dude made it something that it wasn't. Like, we're here fighting for justice and being a voice for others and trying to help the world that we live in be a better place. And here you got people trying to dig through your personal past life and trying to put that shit up on the clothesline for people to go and look at and make opinions about you, to dislike you. That's when you know people just can't stand themselves sometimes, right? And you just got to let them do what they got to do. And that's what I did to him. I let him go do what he was going to do, run his mouth. It is what it is. I wish the guy well. I don't wish no harm on him whatsoever. I wish him well. I pray for him. I hope that he found peace in his life, you know, because since then I found plenty of peace. I found out my kids were mine. I have custody of my son, who's sitting in another room working on his schoolwork right now. I am doing great, feeling like $1 million, you know, been better in my life. A lot of you, and I got to tell you this too, before we get off deep in the Kohberger conversation, that a lot of you have played a big part in the big changes that I've made over the last 2.5 years of my life. You know, talking to you guys, so many of you bust your ass. And what I mean is you bust your ass, you go to work, you wake up every day and you try to do for your family. And a lot of you have motivated me to want to be a better person and continue bettering myself. Nobody's perfect. I know that for a fact. None of us are perfect. If anybody tells you they're perfect, they're full of shit, right? But at the same time, like, I know that you guys motivated me so much to do better research, to be a better journalist all around, to pay attention to facts and what's false, to make sure that my information is vetted, to make sure that I'm on my P's and Q's. So shout out to the Rev Gang family and all the subscribers over these last 2.5 years of this journey that I've been on, which has been absolutely insane. Thank you guys so much for being role models to me, because some of you may not know that, but a lot of you are role models to me. I talk to a lot of you in Discord. I talk to a lot of you within the comments. You know, I hear from you on the phone. I hear about us people that they're at work listening and, oh, you made my day so much better. You know, it's hard to have people like that, you know, come by and show love and are genuine and are having genuine conversations and truly, you know, they don't have to agree. Nobody has to agree with everything that anyone says on the channel here, not even what I say. But at the end of the day, I can guarantee you we chase the same thing. We chase justice. We chase being a voice for those who can't be a voice for themselves. That's what we chase. There's nothing else. People could say, oh, it's for numbers, it's for this, it's for that. Well, if that was the case, why did I take 7 months off and didn't give a flying shit about a damn number? It's not about numbers. It's about passion, and people like to drag that away because some folks want things that you have and they want a connection with the people like you have, but really they struggle to connect with people. They struggle to show respect to anybody. And they just want to rip the next person down. And what you got to do is ignore those type of people and continue to move forward. And at a point, I let those people fuck with me a little bit, and it threw me off into left field for a minute. But I got my spine back. My spine came back, and it's intact. And we are back, baby. We're on the air. T-REV ain't going nowhere. There's no more time off. It's time to turn it up like old times. What they used to call me, the Beast Stream. If Keister Bunny's in here, she knows what time it is. We're back on the Beast Stream shit, where we're on here. I'm in your face daily, and we're covering different cases. If you have cases that you want me to cover, things that you think that we need to discuss here on the channel, shoot me an email. I don't mind collabing with the community. I don't mind working with people who give a shit about the objective, and that's trying to make change, trying to possibly get law changes for these predators out here that are, you know, preying on kids and getting smacks on the wrist. Those are the type of people I'm looking to work with. I don't know if any of you've known this. You may not have been here for a while, but I opened up, me and Michaela opened up Voice for the Voiceless. It's a LLC, but the LLC is nonprofit. It's a nonprofit organization, and the vision that I have for it is to be able to help families who have lost loved ones in a significant manner, where things changed overnight and those families need help. And I'm going to make it that. I am going to make it to where Voice for the Voiceless can help families across America, and maybe even families across the country that are now struggling to the loss of somebody, of losing someone to being murdered, violence. I've lived that. I've lost people in my life. I've been hurt myself in a whole different direction by a predator. You know, those things have pushed me forward to open this up, and I'm glad to share that with you guys and to build it over the years and to make Voice of the Voiceless a real household nonprofit organization. And I'm looking to work with people who want the same. If you don't have that vision, then save it. Don't even hit me up. If you have a vision for it and you want to help families who are, you know, down and out because somebody they love so dearly was brutally murdered, then hit me up. Let's work. Because it's official. I said it there. It's set in stone. You said T-REV. I think that is November 25th. Okay. November 25th. Hold up. What do you mean is November 25th? I thought, wasn't Kohberger discovered on the 29th, if I'm not mistaken? You said, I honestly don't think that he did it. And there's much more info in addition to people involved, and we are not privy to. I'm about to open these lines up in a minute, y'all. I did not forget. I just want to watch. What we're going to do is watch a quick video, this long crime video that just came out, and then I'll open the lines. We can jump into some discussion and really dig deep here, because that's what I want to get at. I want to pick your brains. Oh, where's this at? Let me fix it real quick. Put this up top for you guys, for the people who may not know. So the number is up top, is down below. Again, number is up top. I may change it soon. I don't know. 219-885-9693 is down at the bottom of the screen too. I will open them lines here, but I'm just setting that number there for the people who want to call, maybe not know the number. You can write it down, and I'll open it up after this video for sure. You said no chance. He's guilty as sin, Sunflower Mom says. Frog says if he did, he was quick. So we're talking 8 to 10 minutes, right? Straight from the horse's mouth. What's going on? Love that name. I don't know if I've seen you around before. Maybe you changed your name, but shout out to you. Appreciate you coming by the stream. Tracy says, hello, T-REV and everyone. Been out of the YouTube streets for a while, but listening today. Hey, so have I. There's the man of the hour right there, and I may pull him up on stream too. If you're down, you got my number, Jeff. If you're down, I would love to bring you up to have a conversation with you about Idaho 4. I was just speaking about you. I was just letting the people know, hey man, I really miss the conversations that we've had and the, different things that we dove into. And we dove into a lot on Idaho 4. I mean, I remember you sending me certain pictures that I would pull up during the stream. You're like, Rev, look, you got to look at this, bro. And you were making funny things, but then you were really serious about everything also. And I do enjoy your company and talking about these cases. So I appreciate you, for the past of you coming up on stream and we having 6, 7, 8-hour streams where we've just debated the whole entire time with the Rev Gang family and the whole entire true crime community that wanted to be involved in the conversation of Ethan, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, who were viciously murdered. So salute to you, brother, for always having and bringing great conversation to the table. I appreciate you. God is good. Diane said, hi, Jeff. Everybody welcome Jeff in chat. That's the Jeff I was talking about, by the way, when I was speaking. You said, Trev, there ain't no way they fought back, not to mention one was still awake. And you said a man fought back. I want the 3 boys in the field questioned. So you were talking about the camera where the police was out there and they were in that field. There was those 3 boys. I know exactly what you're talking about. And we could jump into that conversation too, Linda. I'm fine with that. We can talk about that also. You said, I think BK is a crisis actor. I've heard that a few times, Pure Blood Warrior. I've heard that a few times. What's going on, Bam? Welcome. Much love to you. You've been here for a while too. And I do want to say I appreciate you also. I appreciate you also for being here, being loyal, rocking with the Rev Gang all the way through the shitstorm of weirdos that wanted to start the most weirdest stuff. But salute to you, Bam Bam. You're a real one. That's a fact. You're a real one. What's going on, Jim? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you. You said Trev loves Nancy DDS. Nancy loves Nancy DDS. Loves Nancy DDS. Nancy Grace? What are we talking about? What you mean? You know I love Nancy Grace. Come on now. I don't agree with everything she says, though. Trev and Gray should go on Court TV at the same time, but you could never put me up there with that goofball. I don't mess with Gray Hughes. I don't like Gray Hughes personally. I think he's disrespectful to every person and the people. I don't know how he has what he has. It just is what it is. But I also don't pray over other people and watching them like, how do they do that? I just focus on me and continue moving and do what I love. But yeah, I've seen him. He's very disrespectful to people, so I don't understand that aspect of it. Being nasty to the people who watch your channel, and then it's like people have a fetish with that shit and stay there. Whatever. If you want to be stepped on and treated like shit, then be my guest. That's on you. I don't got to deal with that. It's my channel. We do what we want. You said Bryan Kohberger is involved, man. We have to talk. We need to get back in touch with Darren. I know y'all remember Darren, right? Jeep Girl, nice to see you, my friend. Long time no see. Glad to have you here I was gonna say this morning, but really it's this afternoon. Said I'm not sure. I don't think he could have done it alone. So are you one of those that think Brent maybe was involved? And him and Brent, there was a connection there, and that's why it was like suicide by the police. But that's a whole different story. That's a whole different story. And we could talk about that today too. Law enforcement spot on. They got the man. I feel like they do got the man, but something could change it. Steffi says, I'm waiting for the full trial. I don't think he did it alone. Let's start this off though. I'm going to hit play on this. Let me go through and make sure I've seen what everybody said. Lollipop, thank you for the 5 months, my friend. I appreciate the support. Sunflower, thank you. T-REV, I love you. Keeping it real always. Thank you for your support. Miss Dog Lover, wow. Haven't seen you in a long time. Appreciate you. Always appreciate your point of view in chat. She says, hey, T, I believe BK is the guy. I'm so glad the death penalty is still on the table. Those kids suffered so badly. Whoever committed this murder, death penalty's got to be on the table. Yeah, they shoved that K-bar in and out of them like it was nothing. Jeff H. did Kohberger drive an Elantra. Dude, Brianna, you already know Jeff H. made a lot of the models that are out there. He did decent work. Like this guy made the model, watched the video so many different times, and then made a model of the vehicle driving around and on what he thinks. He was going off the sounds, but I thought it was so creative, especially from somebody out there that's not working law enforcement. Jeff made very good models of the Elantra going around King Road, and it just hit different. I was like, damn, this is good work, Jeff. Like, this is really good work. So, you know, he said, you're all bullshit, Jeff H. Damn, Richard. We'll see. We'll bring him up. We'll bring him up here in a minute after I watch this video and open these lines. Linda says, I think they needed to close the case. Too much pressure. Wrong guy. Fraternities knew before 911 per interviews. Start there in the 3 boys in the field. So you think those 3 boys, you really think those 3 boys in the field are involved? Everyone have their Thanksgiving shopping completed? Nah, I didn't. Not me. Not me. I'm still going. Monarch, welcome. Welcome to everybody coming in. Again, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you share the stream. We will be opening them lines. We will be bringing live guests up on the panel. I do want to have a discussion, but I am going to ask the people who come up on panel, please have respect for each other, and please don't speak over each other. I want to have a healthy debate here today, and I don't care what side you're from. You could be believing, again, Kohberger's innocent. You could believe that he's not innocent. I want to give you guys a chance to come up and really debate with me here. You know, why you may think he's innocent, or why you may think he's even guilty, or stuff that people aren't talking about. That's what I want to get into. But here's a video from Law and Crime that just came out not long ago, and it says Bryan Kohberger demands judge to throw out evidence in Idaho murders. Maybe you've seen it, maybe you haven't. Let's jump into it.
Bryan Kohberger, the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students in their home off campus, wants most of the evidence in his case thrown out. I lay out the reasons why Kohberger's lawyers say police violated his rights.
Is that right?
And how one piece of evidence, if thrown out, could make the entire case against him collapse. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Bryan Kohberger's trial is scheduled to begin next August, and his attorneys are asking the new judge presiding over his criminal case to throw out most, if not all, of the evidence police have gathered against him. The 13 motions to suppress include his Amazon, Google, Apple, and AT&T accounts, along with the search of his parents' home and his apartment, his car, cell phone, and the genetic information.
What about the gun that he had in the vehicle? There was a gun in the vehicle, y'all. From what I've, correct me if I'm wrong, please, because I don't want misinformation out there. I kind of want us to stick to the facts here. Speculation's fine, but we need to let people know when we're speculating. I thought that there was a gun in the vehicle, right? This gun that was in the vehicle, if this man did it, right? Did he bring this gun in there to subdue the victims fast? What do you do if you have a gun pointed at you? Freeze. And you pretty much can do what you will with the victim from, with the K-bar knife, etc., if you get what I'm saying. But again, correct me if I'm wrong when it comes to that. Correct me if I'm wrong. I swear there was a gun in that vehicle. Enjoy your transparency all the time. Alicia, it's something that I've been working on the last few years. I have a soft spot for victims. I do. I have a soft spot for victims and people who can no longer speak, and they're not going to be here to speak. The only thing that they have is memories out there, pictures with their family. They're now dead and gone. So, I do have a weakness for victims, but at the same time, I also want justice to be fair. I want the right person to be arrested. And, I can guarantee you that all of us in here, nobody wants the wrong person to be convicted. We can all thank Kohberger. We can all thank not Kohberger. Regardless of the fact, we want justice and we want it to be proper justice, right? The timeline's definitely confusing, Luke. I agree, 100%. It's been confusing for me because I've heard several different things. And, you have a camera on the corner and a lot going on there. But you said when I think of Kopaka and Kohberger, I think one of them wanted to be dead themselves. The other wanted others to be dead. I don't think they're connected at all, only by proximity. And Jeff, we'll talk about it. I'll bring you up. I'll send you an invite here in a little bit, maybe send it to your phone or in a text message and bring you up, or you can even call in, either whatever you want to do. I'll bring you up, though. I'd love to have you up to debate. Glad to see you too, Harry. Appreciate you coming by, my friend. Smack that like button. Let's jump into it. You said that's just rude.
Information that was gathered on him. There are also new details about the night that Kohberger was arrested included in those motions. I'll get to that and more on the things Kohberger wants Judge Stephen Hippler to suppress shortly. But first, a quick look back at how we got here. Kohberger is charged with murdering Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. That's a little more than 2 years ago. He could face the death penalty if convicted, but his lawyers say he's innocent. I was in Moscow after the murders, and I can't overstate just how much this crime affected the community. There was fear. This was a brutal, brutal crime. 4 college kids stabbed to death, some as they slept. More than a month passed without an arrest, and then on December 30th, Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson announced that an arrest had been made.
It's sad to be here, but happy.
Yes, dog lover. I always do, right? And I read it. I've seen it already. I always read super chats, but I try not to. I look at everybody's comments, and you didn't have to send that. I do appreciate you from the bottom of my heart for even believing and supporting the channel. I do read them, but what I do also is I just read comments and go down from one by one. And I try not to prioritize that, and because it's not what it's about. It's not about, damn, let me see how many super chats I can get. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't think about that when I'm doing this. I'm thinking about the passion inside, the hunger for the justice that I'm on here to want to see play out. I want to see justice play out to the fullest for Xana, Ethan, Maddie, Kaylee, and their families. In any case that I cover, if I can't cover a case if my heart's not in it, some cases my heart's just not in. In cases that I cover, if I'm bringing it to the channel, then my heart's in it. Then I slept and looked and breathed the case for either months at a time or dove through the paperwork and really, divulged in the case. And that's something that I do on any case that I cover is I soak in that information. I like to debate with you guys about it. So I'm sorry I didn't see it in time, but I do appreciate the love. And yes, I did see. You said I believe BK is the guy. I'm so glad the death penalty's on the table. I'm pretty sure I read that earlier too. Those kids suffered so badly, and they really did suffer badly. They did. I mean, they were stabbed to death in their sleep after going out on a night that you would think would be, you know, a great weekend. You're having a good time. You stopped by this food truck. You got food. You went home. Your friends got home. You're all going to lay down, and all of a sudden, the only thing you may remember is you feeling a sharp knife going and penetrating your skin. And I hope it was fast. I hope they didn't have to endure pain. But something tells me they did endure pain. I hope they didn't have to. I hope it was fast. I hope they really didn't feel shit, because that is some agonizing pain, a K-bar going and penetrating into your body. I've heard details about Kaylee. Just think about that, man. It's nasty. It's disgusting.
To be here at the same time. As Chief Fry indicated, a criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder, in addition to felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder.
The cases I cover each day here on Crime Fix show you just how scary the world can be. And one of the scariest things that can happen is if you ever get hurt. And if you are hurt in an accident, your case could be worth millions. That's where Morgan & Morgan comes in. The firm has an army of lawyers, more than 1,000 of them, who will fight for what you deserve, and they have the track record to prove it. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan has won big verdicts like $12 million in Florida, $26 million in Philadelphia, and $6.8 million in New York. All were much higher than the highest insurance company offer. Seeing if you is the description of the white Hyundai seen at the crime scene, and DNA found on a knife sheath found on Maddie Mogen's bed matches Kohberger's. Now Kohberger's attorneys have filed 13 motions to suppress evidence. The first is likely the most important because it's the foundation of the state's case. Everything else seems to rest on it. Kohberger's lawyers filed a motion to suppress genetic information. The motion asks to suppress all evidence illegally gathered by law enforcement using his genetic information. Now, we know that the FBI used genetic genealogy to identify Bryan Kohberger as a suspect in the murders. How? Well, there was an unknown male DNA profile on the snap of the K-bar knife sheath left on Maddie Mogen's bed. That DNA profile didn't come up in the Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS. That's the FBI database of known felons. Moscow police had a big case on their hands. Idaho State Police were helping, and so was the FBI. Othram Labs helped the FBI develop information and turned it over to the FBI. The FBI then used that information to come up with a suspect, which led them to Bryan Kohberger. Without Bryan Kohberger's name matched to that profile, all police really had was an unknown male DNA profile, a description of a white Hyundai Elantra, and one of the victim's roommates saying the killer had bushy eyebrows. Having a name to put with the profile led police to request...
Yeah, there's a lot of weird angles there. Bushy eyebrows and then leaning on this. Are they really leaning on this DNA? And also, is there other DNA that they're not talking about, that the prosecution's not bringing to the forefront right now, that's not out there to the public? Is there other DNA? When you stab somebody, the chances of you stabbing yourself is pretty heavy if you're not prepared, if you don't know what you're doing, right? Like, did he cut himself in this house, and is his blood there on the ground in this house somewhere? There may be a possible chance for that. But they're trying to do all these things here, and it's just making me seem to think that maybe they're either one, grasping at straws, or two, they got something going on there. You know what I mean? It's got to be one or the other. There's no in between.
Warrants for Bryan Kohberger's cell phone records, and they pulled trash from his parents' home in Pennsylvania, which had his father's DNA in it. And police said that confirmed that Kohberger was their suspect. Kohberger is also asking that all of the evidence seized from his parents' home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, be suppressed. Pennsylvania State Police and the FBI descended upon the home in Monroe County in the early morning hours of December 30th, 2022. The operation to arrest Kohberger and then the search of his home effectively shut down the neighborhood for hours. We don't know what law enforcement seized from Kohberger's parents' home, but Kohberger's lawyers argue he has standing to challenge the search, despite the fact that he doesn't own the home.
Yeah, but he was at the house dumping shit, like separating trash like a fucking weirdo. Those are the things that get me like, what? Like, who in here right now at their house has a separate trash can from their parents if you live with your parents? Or when you go over to your parents, are you separating your trash and walking over and putting it in the neighbor's garbage? Come on. Like, that's just complete and utter bullshit. It just makes them look guilty when you hear things like that, right? It does. For me, it does. It's like, damn, like he had something to hide. This guy separating this shit, you know?
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
But what?
Brother, this guy stinks!
Hold on, we got some new ones.
You are fake news.
Fake news. We've been had that. What else we got?
Oh my God!
We got that.
Damn!
Like that one.
Gotcha, bitch.
Okay, we're good.
A number of reasons why Bryan Kohberger's lawyers believe the evidence seized from the home and anything he said should be thrown out. First, Kohberger's lawyers say that federal and Pennsylvania law enforcement violated Mr. Kohberger's Idaho and Pennsylvania constitutional rights by not knocking and announcing their presence and presenting Mr. Kohberger with the opportunity to surrender. Next, the lawyers say the affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant recklessly or intentionally omitted material information. Kohberger's lawyers also claim all information in the affidavit was gathered because of law enforcement's unconstitutional use of investigative genetic genealogy, and thus—
Hell no, don't get me started on Leilani. What she did to Quentin Simon, that chick should never walk the concrete free as a human ever again. You kill a kid, you kill anyone in general for no reason. In case you were defending yourself, okay. But killing people, yeah, she doesn't need to, especially she killed her son. So you're saying that Leilani got life with piece of shit parole is what I'm reading, right? So she has a chance to get out of prison? Why? Does Quentin Simon have a chance to raise up out of the grave and come out and make a new life and choose new parents? Absolutely not. So why should she be able to walk this earth? She should be locked behind a cage forever or death, to be honest with you. And that goes for the same who did it to Elijah Vu and to what case was it that I was just looking at? There was this one, oh no, Susan Smith. Same with Susan Smith. Do we think that Susan Smith has the right to come out of prison and walk these grounds? You killed both of your children and drowned them in a vehicle, bitch. You should never walk free. Excuse my language, but it pisses me off to even hear that she's meeting with the parole. You shouldn't even be meeting with the parole, one. But two, I'm thinking in my head logically, there's not a roll of a parole board that's going to say, yeah, I'm fine with a woman that just killed two of her kids and put them right in the pond and blamed a black guy. Yeah. No, I don't see that being a thing. I don't see a whole entire parole board getting on board, but yeah, she can be rehabilitated. She only killed two of her kids. Come on, let's have some coffee. She only killed two of her kids. We'll send her home. Like, what? Come on, in your right mind, who is gonna send that woman home who killed both of her children? Get the flying up out of here. You should never be free. And who else had a parole meeting? I was just hearing about the Mendez brothers. I'm gonna have to look at that case a little bit differently, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at that and give my opinion later. He said, yes, T, agree. Alicia, agree. It's true. Susan Smith should never walk this earth again. She's where she belongs. You said it's kind of interesting that all the trash from the Kohberger family house would be Bryan DNA free. All they could get was dad's DNA out of the trash. Bryan is good. I'll give him that. So you mean he was smart with separating and doing certain things with DNA to try to, hide evidence. I remember also talking to Jennifer Coffindaffer. I know some people don't like Jennifer Coffindaffer, but I was able to get some information that a family member or someone close to Bryan Kohberger called into Chris Cuomo and told them that Bryan Kohberger had, and again, this is information that I'm hearing from her. She spoke about it on the show before, but I'm bringing it up because it kind of hits different if, you know, if he did really have what was told to Chris Cuomo's team, which they said that he was in, he was, what did he had a ID that was connected to the King Road residence. So allegedly he had an ID that was connected to this residence. They didn't say victim or any of the victims. They just said that he was in possession of an ID that ties to 1122 King Road. If that is the case, I'm going to be looking for that. Or is that just a crock of shit, a rumor, somebody calling up BSing on behalf of Chris Cuomo? I don't give a if you're mainstream or who you are. I need to see proof of that. Anybody can get a phone call and say, yeah, did you know he had an ID? And it not be true whatsoever. So I'm taking it with a grain of salt. I'm not cashing it into the bank. But that's what I was told. I was told that, again, someone contacted Chris Cuomo's team and told them about an ID that allegedly he was found with or in possession of that tied back to King Road. We heard about it on News Nation. And, you know, I'm 50-50 with News Nation. It depends what they're talking about. I'm really 50-50 with anything that I listen to. Grain of salt all day long until we watch a trial and see that evidence come out. It's all hearsay and 50-50 to me. And or it's got to be in paper, right? You said could be a deep fake. There is a, or you said there is this as a possible motivation. He thought he was capable of pulling off a perfect crime, but he made a sloppy mistake. I think he is furious and angry that he has been outwitted by law enforcement. Like he thought he was going to be one step ahead of law enforcement, right? I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I see you, Arlene. Shout out to Arlene being here. She was here during this time too. You said exactly what makes her life more important than those two boys. Rot in prison forever. She's smashing guards. And I know you're talking about Susan Smith out of time. She's having sex with guards in prison. She's living out her life, right? This woman's living out her life in prison. And we, the people, are supposed to be just fine. You'd be perfectly fine with this killer who killed both of her children moving next door to you. If she killed both of her children, what do you think she'll do to you, me, or anybody else in her life that she feels like she needs to eliminate? She already was willing to put them in a van and drive them right into the water and then say a black guy did it, right? Key words. So we think that this woman's going to come out and not think about killing anybody around them that's a citizen of the United States? Yeah, right. Get that shit up out of here. I don't believe none of that ever. He said, I always thought that it was BK, Christine said. Interesting. We're going to get to that. Candy Rapper, what's going on? Welcome. Welcome. Nice to see you, my friend. As always. Seen you in the other live as I was ending it, but didn't have much time because I was on for like 11 hours and 59 minutes. So glad to be back here with you guys this afternoon. Again, if you're coming in, make sure you hit that like button because we are opening the panel. We are talking Idaho 4, all things surrounding Idaho 4 today. We are discussing those theories here. I want to hear theories. I want to hear thoughts. I want to hear where your mind's at. I want to hear if there's something that people aren't paying attention to, bring it to our attention. Let's talk about it today. Let's debate about it today. Also, make sure you vote on the poll. Do you believe that Bryan Kohberger is not guilty? Hit the poll. It's up top in chat. Make sure you hit up on that and let me know what you think. I want to see what that ends up being at the end of the stream. Do people think that he's not guilty? Do people think that he is guilty? Or are you 50-50? We want to know that also. But salute to everybody. I got a good 8 to 10 to 12. I don't know how many hours, but we're here for the long haul. And we're going to be on damn near every single day doing our marathon streams that you guys are used to. So, lock in for that. Candy Rapper said, I'm good. Glad to have you here, my friend. Glad to have you here. Miss your energy. That's for damn sure. Grand of 9. Hi. She said, hi, all. Watching from London, UK. Glad to have my people from across the pond. See, there's a lot of people from across the pond that care about this case, too. That care about the Idaho 4 and eat, sleep, and breathe this case. And they're from a whole different country. shout out to you guys for joining us on the fight for the voiceless, on the fight for justice. I just got to take this time to say I really do appreciate all the people from other countries from the bottom of my heart that have something to say about cases here in the United States, that follow them religiously, that, you know, want to throw their input in, because there's been tons of you that have contacted me, and you know, I get to talking to you guys and then I find out, damn, you're from across the pond and you care this much. Wow. Shout out to y'all, for real. Because that's, you know, the fact that you guys are on board and you were out here trying to help and make a difference and be a voice. I know Leisure's one of them. You're one of them, Grand. There's plenty. I can keep on going. I can keep on going. Salute to you guys. We appreciate you. Coming up on this fight, justice and being a voice. Kev, stick around. You're coming up. I want you to come up here and we're going to talk about this. All right. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this case today. I want to talk to you about theories, but I will be opening those lines first and taking those calls before I bring you up. So let me know if you're down. Just say yes or no. If you can't, I get it. If you can, we're bringing you up. Appreciate you, Charles. You said we love you, T-REV. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Jeff says, I've always thought that BK wanted to come from renowned Pennsylvania University and get a law enforcement job in a small town. Should have been easy for him, denied. So he gives them a crime they maybe can't solve. And he was very, you know, Sonny, we can get you up too, brother. What's up? You know, we have a whole family reunion in this bitch today. I'm going to be on here all day long talking Idaho 4. The trial's around the corner. We don't got time to BS around no more. The trial's around the corner and things are coming out. And we will be watching this trial daily when it comes. So we got to get this going. We got to get it fresh in our minds again. You know, I'll never forget this crime. I'll never forget the details. But making sure that it's all there in the front of my mind is something that I'm doing. I'm imprinting it. Cindy says, hello, Trev. Did you get any sleep? I just woke up. No, I have not gotten any sleep. I've been awake for almost 24 hours straight, and I do not plan on going to sleep. I'm running on pure passion and wanting to be here with y'all. So, you know, let's rock. So let's go. Been waiting for you to come back to this topic. Skinny, not so skinny. We're there. It's on like Donkey Kong. It's on like Donkey Kong. Allison said, I love when you cover Idaho 4. I love it too. Always have.
Nothing in the warrant should remain. And finally, Kohberger's lawyers say his statements after his arrest are fruit of the poisonous tree from his illegal arrest and should be suppressed as a Miranda violation. Now, I told you at the time that Kohberger was taken to the Pennsylvania police barracks and initially agreed to talk to detectives, but then he asked for a lawyer. His public defender at the time in Monroe County told me that following the arrest. There were reports at the time as well that when police entered Kohberger's parents' home, that he asked, have you arrested anyone else? I've not been able to confirm that information, but that was reported at the time. This is what Kohberger's lawyers write about the arrest. On December 30th, 2022 at 1:14 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Pennsylvania SWAT raided Mr. Kohberger's parents' home. During the raid, law enforcement broke the front door of the home, shattered the sliding glass door of the basement, held the entire family at gunpoint, and seized Mr. Kohberger. Mr. Kohberger made statements to his arresting officers.
Donna,
he was transported to a police station in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, and made statements during transport. At the station, Mr. Kohberger was processed, during which police collected information about his person. Finally, during interrogation.
Hold up, it says Pennsylvania SWAT raided Mr. Kohberger's parents' home. During the raid, law enforcement broke the front door of the home, shattering the sliding glass door of the basement, held the entire family at gunpoint, and seized Mr. Kohberger. Mr. Kohberger made statements to his arresting officers. He was transported to a police station in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, which I used to live right by there, by the way, and made statements during the transport. At the station, Mr. Kohberger was was processed, during which police collected information about his person. Finally, during interrogation, before requesting an attorney, Mr. Kohberger made statements to interrogators from the Idaho State Police in the Moscow Police Department. Okay.
And before requesting an attorney,
Gotcha.
Mr. Kohberger made statements to interrogators from the
Appreciate
Idaho
that,
State
Brenda.
Police and the Moscow
We want
Police
that, Brenda.
Department. Around the same time, police in Pullman, Washington searched Bryan Kohberger's apartment, and Kohberger's attorneys want all of the evidence seized from his home suppressed as well. We know that Kohberger's lawyers have said,
oh my God, I'm going to keep pausing because I keep thinking of things. Do we all remember when the police were at Bryan Kohberger's apartment and there's a body cam footage out there, right? Where the police officer's like, oh, fuck. He said he's going to be all over that. He goes, oh, fuck. They're going to be all over that. They're going to be all over that, pal. You know what I mean? He's going to be all over that like flies on shit. It's your boy Papa Style. Make sure you're coming in with the Rev Gang family. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the Rev Gang family channel. And by the way, fuck this prick, Bryan Christopher Kohberger. That sounds like Papa Sal. Shout out to Papa Sal, man. Miss that guy. His input on these cases too. Great guy, man. I really do miss that guy genuinely. Genuinely. Papa Sal, if you're out there, I love you, brother. No problems with you here. Always appreciated you around. Always appreciated your point of view. Always appreciated you as a person and who you are, man. He's a sweet dude. Papa Sal's a sweet guy. And, you know, I remember there was weird drama going on, and that kind of got in between things, which there should never be drama when we are covering things like true crime. There should just, you know, if people make that shit about drama and all different types of stuff, get me far the hell away from it, because we want no parts. It's about the mission. Let's stick to the mission. The mission is giving families a voice, giving the voiceless a voice, making sure that justice is served properly. Point blank, period. So shout out to my guy, Papa Sal. Always had great words to say. Had some iconic phone calls with us on the air here on the channel. I mean, beautiful phone calls. And, you know, I do appreciate that guy for, you know, following and really, you know, speaking his mind during this time. There was thousands of us on stream when Papa Sal called in. And I just will never forget those times. He's always going to be imprinted in my memory and in my heart as a person. Love that guy. Salute to him. Yes, it is. For sure. It's definitely good. It's going to be crazy. Long time no see, John Russ. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Nice to see you. Said this trial is going to be wild because the new judge is lit. I don't know much about the new judge, so I can't speak on him. You said Leilani Simon got life in prison and justice for Quentin, but yet she can allegedly get out on parole. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like the sounds of that. You know what I mean? So, like, whoever handed that sentence down,
You are fake news.
that's my purpose. That's just the thoughts, you know? Injustice to Simon, the fact that she could possibly get out again. You know? That's what I feel like. Am I being greedy with justice by saying that? She should never, ever see concrete again. Her boots, her feet, should never touch the outside world ever again. Quentin Simon don't get to. He was in a dumpster. He was dumped like he was dumped like a piece of trash. So why should she ever get a chance to go to a parole board and become a free woman? That's absolute bullshit, but that's another topic. It's another topic.
Oh my God.
No DNA from the victims was found there or in his car, but computers and other items were seized, and Kohberger's lawyers say the search of his apartment also violated his rights because of the original investigative genetic genealogy work conducted in the case by the FBI. All information in the affidavit was gathered because of law enforcement.
Bro, you didn't have to do that. I'm going to keep pausing. My bad, y'all. Rude, I appreciate the love for real. Thank you. Thank you for the love. You said, T-REV, did you even take a nap? Here's for some coffee. We appreciate you. I appreciate you for believing in me and donating and showing love, because we don't ask for that around here. But it's so appreciated when, you know, people like yourself who are kind and generous to take money out your own pocket and to push it in to anything that I do thank you so much. I cherish people like you who show love. And again, we don't ask for that around here, and you don't need to do that to be seen. I go through and read every comment that I possibly can. But Ruth, thank you so much. Again, you did earlier too. So I do want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for supporting me and, again, believing in me, just like lots of others do. Some people don't, some people do. It's just part of the game, but it is appreciated. Love you, my friend. There we go. No. Appreciate you, Will. Really do.
Enforcement's unconstitutional use of investigative genetic genealogy, and thus nothing in the warrant should remain. They also write, it is not that the results of the IGG sped up the investigation. Instead, they focused the investigation on Mr. Kohberger, a person whose only connection to the case was his mode of transportation and the shape of his eyebrows, two identifications of little to no value. Without IGG, there is no case, no request for his phone records, surveillance of his parents' home, no DNA taken from his driveway in a gated community subject to a refuse removal ordinance. Kohberger also wants the judge to throw out the information law enforcement gathered from a warrant for his Amazon account. The motion says the timeframe March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022, and November 1st, 2022 through December 6th, 2022 were selected. Kohberger is also asking that 3 searches of his Google account be suppressed. His lawyer says the warrant lacked probable cause. Kohberger also wants the search of his cell phone and a 2 terabyte USB drive suppressed. They're also asking to throw out the pen, trap, and trace warrant of Kohberger's cell phone, which allowed law enforcement to track his location.
I mean, they will.
Kohberger also wants all evidence found in the search of his Hyundai Elantra thrown out, along with the searches of his person in Pennsylvania and Idaho, along with a warrant for AT&T.
Yeah, you want all that thrown out? Damn. Like, I thought it was just going to be the DNA, but we're talking about other
Wait
shit.
a minute. Something ain't right. Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
That's a fact, though. But I do know I'm on this mission. You know? Where's it at? Oh, they took it out? No way.
You are fake news.
Oh, okay. Just making sure we did.
And finally, the defense wants a Franks hearing. That's a special hearing to determine whether police lied in an affidavit in an effort to get a search warrant. I want to bring in Philip Dubé. He works as court-appointed counsel in Los Angeles County in California, not affiliated with this case at all. Philip, your thoughts, first of all, on the request by the defense in this case to suppress Bryan Kohberger's genetic information. To me, that has always been one of the major things in this case was the use of genetic genealogy. And we knew, because this is being used in an active case and not a cold case, it was more of like a hot case, that the defense was always going to fight back against this genetic genealogy being used to identify him as a suspect.
Well, I got to tell you, it's a pretty novel approach, and I got to give kudos to defense counsel because it's actually brilliant. She's doing whatever she can to protect her client in a death case. Having said that, I'm not sure that her client...
She's been saying that, though. I mean, she's doing what she can. The spotlight's on her. It's her time to make a name for herself as an attorney. So I understand the aspect and the way that she's being in this case. One, she's being the lawyer that she is, but two, she's using this spotlight on this case to make a name for herself, in my opinion, and they're going hard on everything. So, and and some of that can make things look crazy and make people question things, especially when you hear stuff about exculpatory evidence, right? We've heard this thing. It was a big thing back then. We were talking about, like, what exculpatory evidence could they possibly be talking about? And a lot of us just really didn't know what they were talking about with the exculpatory evidence, but I'm going to be looking forward to hear what that was about. Hopefully they talk about it in the trial so we can hear that information, because I still want to know exactly what it was that you thought could exonerate Bryan Kohberger from these murders. This exculpatory evidence.
And has standing under the law. In order to challenge any type of search or seizure under the Fourth Amendment to our Constitution, a defendant has to have legal standing. And what does that mean? It means that he has to have a legitimate expectation of privacy in the item or the place that's being searched and seized. And if the data in this particular case is the type of data that was voluntarily submitted, to a virtual public database for millions of people to access and look at and download and analyze, then you don't really have an objective, reasonable expectation of privacy. The United States Supreme Court revolutionized this notion of privacy interest back in the 60s in a case called Katz versus United States. And what the court said is, look, the old standard that we used to use in deciding whether or not a search was valid is whether or not you had a possessory interest in the place or the thing that's being searched or seized. And what they did is they changed it to a privacy interest. And I think under these facts, he may have a subjective expectation of privacy in it. But objectively, I think the courts are going to rule against him.
Right.
That's very interesting. And we know that in other cases where this has been brought up, the use of genetic genealogy, there is some case law, although I'm not sure there's a lot of case law, but there is some law on the books that allows the use of this. But this is really the linchpin in this case. They had to go that route because the DNA profile left on the knife sheath was not in CODIS. And we don't know the exact arguments they're making, Philip, unfortunately, because the defense's motion, they filed the motion, but then...
What do you mean? The argument is that they illegally obtained the DNA from 23andMe or whatever freaking company it was. I'm pretty sure that's what they're getting at. They're getting at this DNA was obtained in a shitty way. They're saying that it was obtained illegally. That's what I think. You said, did we hear what happened to Papa Sal? What happened to Papa Sal? I talked to him. He called in during the Sebastian case when I cut ties from Seth and I was on stream, like, I'm not talking to Seth. I'm like, I'm done with that dude, that weirdo in the Sebastian Rogers case. Salute to that kid. And I hope he gets the justice that he deserves because he rightfully deserves that justice. But yeah, that's the last time I heard from him. He called in and he said, I remember he seen that I was down and not being myself. And he called in and said, don't let that fat fucking prick piss you off, Rev. I mean, he called it. I was like, damn, he immediately made me laugh and smile. And I was like, damn, that's the last time I heard from him, which was about 7 months ago. Salute to him. If he's watching, love you, pal. You're more than welcome to call. We always love hearing from you. I know this is a big case that Papa Sal followed. So if he's out there, he sees us talking about it, he's going to come by and he'll say something for sure. Because this case rubbed Papa Sal the wrong way. And, we've talked for a long time about this case. And I know what he feels and the things that he has on his mind about it. I've heard it so many different times because we discussed it over and over and over and over again. And Papa Sal really does care about these victims in this case. It bothers him that somebody went into their house and murdered them in their sleep with a K-bar knife. Papa Sal always touches on that and how much it really pisses him off. So would love to hear from him again. I wonder what his thoughts is now with some of the information coming out. Not fully, but I did see something on Kaylee and the way that she died upstairs, which was newer information to me. And I did talk about it on a live stream a while back, but I never really got to dive into it. We're going to do that this stream too. I'm going to go back on some of those things and bring them up. And maybe it refreshes your memory on something that you possibly either aren't thinking about right now or forgot about. You said, what happened to him? I don't think anything happened to him. Hopefully nothing happened to him. I hope not. I'd be heartbroken. Jeff H, you can't be 100% Jeff, just my opinion. What are we referring to on that? Agreed, Ruby. You said it would be hard to be a dirty cop in this when you've got Pennsylvania, Washington State, Idaho State, and the FBI involved. That's a lot of people. It's a lot of and you can have one team, and I get what you're saying, Jeff, right? You could have one of them where they got corruption going on all up in that bad boy. And then you can have one that plays by the book or two that play by the book and one corrupt and something, weird stuff be going on. But who really has control of the main evidence? I would feel like Idaho is going to be the people who are, handling that. Was it handled correctly? We'll see about it. Annette says he can get all that thrown out. But what the jury is going to listen to the most is the eyewitness. Who's the eyewitness, right? Like, who do you think the eyewitness is? Oh, you're good. It happens, Tammy. You ain't got to say sorry to me. I love you, my friend. I know what you meant. You said I absolutely love Papa Sal. I hope he's okay. Back on with T-REV, and we can talk. He will. He'll come back around when he sees that. Trust me. He'll come back around. He loves this case. His heart's in this case. This is something that he was eating, sleeping, and breathing. I mean, we're talking about when I took off a week, Papa Sal hunted me down and was like, "Where the fuck are you, Rev? I miss you, pal. We need to talk about this case." I was like, "Man, I love you, brother." And got him to come into Discord, and from there, it was history. But yeah, you said Dylan, she's seen him. Right. And that's when she stuck out. Is that when she allegedly, stuck that leg in, like, out the window, or I'm sorry, out the door, should I say? It'd be out of her door. Did she come face to face with him, or did he not see her? Because why didn't Dylan get, killed? Period. I'm just gonna say it. Why didn't Dylan get killed? If he came face to face with her, say she did shut the door, what's stopping him from kicking in that door and stabbing her to death? I'm just saying, in case she completely really didn't come face to face with him to where he seen her. You get what I'm saying?
Exhibits and things of that nature. A lot of this stuff is filed under seal, but we know that they've been contesting this from the get-go. So you think they're not going to be successful in this?
I absolutely think a judge is going to deny that motion. First of all, the state of Idaho doesn't even provide the right under their state law or under their state constitution. So sometimes if the United States Constitution, through our jurisprudence from the High Court, doesn't provide that right, we can look to our state case law. And I don't believe Idaho has ever so held that you have standing to challenge ancestry type DNA in these databases. It just doesn't exist yet in our jurisprudence. Now, having said that, it doesn't mean that the High Court cannot extend the bounds and the reach of the Fourth Amendment should the matter be taken up on appeal after conviction. And you never know what our High Court will do. But I think if you follow the trajectory and the course, if you will, of most of the cases coming out of this type of data, I do not see this being successful on appeal.
Very interesting. I want to go now to the next thing that they're asking to suppress, the next motion to suppress, and that is really the search, any evidence seized during the search of Bryan Kohberger's parents' home in Pennsylvania, and then any statements that he made. I mean, they make a number of arguments claiming that, the police violated his rights by not knocking on the door and allowing him to surrender. I find that to be an interesting argument. Hold up. Given the fact that this is kind of what cops do. Right. I mean, you're going in to arrest somebody for a quadruple homicide. They don't just knock on the door and say, "Yoo-hoo, can we knock, can we arrest you?" I mean, this is what cops do. They go in with a SWAT team. This is how it works. So they're making a number of arguments saying that his rights were violated and he has a right to challenge this warrant because, even though it's his parents' house. But this whole idea that they didn't knock on the door seems like an interesting argument to me.
Well, first of all, he does have constitutional standing to contest a search or a seizure done in his parents' home, even if he was just an overnight guest. So let's just assume he wasn't living there full time, but he'd come by occasionally or drive across the country to go visit. The courts have held that even overnight guests have standing to challenge a search or seizure. So if he had belongings in there or they wanted to interview him and they actually had a warrant and went in there, they can do it. The question now is, does knock and announce give them suppression, if you will? If they fail to knock, wait a few seconds, and then force entry. And unfortunately for Bryan Kohberger, back in, I think it was 2006, the High Court abrogated suppression as a remedy for a knock and announce violation. Yes, there are safety concerns. You want to knock, you want to announce your presence and let people know why you're there. Knock, knock, knock.
Unravel, nice to see you, my friend. Glad you're coming in and, joining us here today on this conversation of Idaho 4. Shout out to my people, open minds, the folks who have soaked the information. I appreciate you guys being here with me this afternoon so we can discuss Idaho 4 at a high level. I want to jump into theories. I know Jeff's got a lot of good ones. That's why I'm going to bring him up after phone calls. This video is almost finished. I will open those phone calls up. I definitely want to hear from y'all. Mary, nice to see you too. She said, wow, 53% believe he's innocent, 30% guilty, and 17%. So 50-50, it sounds like it could possibly be a hung jury. Now, it can change when we see this information. It can. A lot of stuff can change people's minds. But I get it. And I appreciate the people who are being honest about their thoughts and opinions on this case. Whether you believe he's not guilty, it doesn't matter. And people who get butthurt over somebody else that thinks he's not guilty, get over yourself. Because everybody has the right to have an open mind and to think freely. That's what this country is about. But when facts are presented, we can't ignore the facts. We have to go off the facts. We need to, soak in the facts, especially when the trial comes. And that's another reason. 2-year anniversary. I know the trial's coming up. That's another reason we'll be doing a lot more Idaho 4 lives here in the next couple of weeks to talk about this case, to really bring out different things and drop content on it too. Because I'm working on a docuseries right now behind the scenes on Idaho 4, just from my point of view of taking phone calls. And I'll be featuring a lot of the phone calls in this docuseries where, a lot of you have called in and had great, like super good discussions. People at work. I mean, we had 4,000 or 5,000 people in the live stream killing Google. I couldn't even pick up, I'd pick up the phone and then it would hang up on them. Pick up the phone, then it would hang up on them. Then you had people who I was able to talk to and really pick their brain, but they were picking my brain too. They were doing it right back and forth. So it was great because thousands of you wanted to know who did this. I remember when it was 90%, over 10,000 votes in chat for Jack to be the person. I remember actually both Jacks. I remember when people were swayed towards thinking one of them had something to do with it. I remember when people thought 100% Dylan had something to do with it. I know people who think Bethany has something to do with it. There's tons of great angles. I know people that think Enan Harsh had something to do with this allegedly. And everything that you hear here today is allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is absolutely not true whatsoever. We are discussing theories and speculations on what's going to happen in this trial, 1, and 2, just the full topic surrounding Bryan Kohberger, surrounding Xana Kernodle, surrounding Ethan Chapin, surrounding Madison Mogan, surrounding Kaylee Gonsalves. That's what we're here to discuss today.
FBI, we have a search warrant. You wait a few seconds in the middle of the night for people to get dressed. You never know. They might be walking around in their birthday suit or in their underwear. So you give them a chance to be decent. And then if you don't open the door, they can just raid the place with a battering ram, But let's just pretend hypothetically that they didn't do it. Let's just say they knocked and just bulldozed their way through. And of course, they go and they seize everything. The High Court said that the remedy is not suppression. As discourteous as it might be from a law enforcement standpoint, your remedy is purely civil in nature if you want to sue them for disturbing the peace or for any type of tort that may have occurred under color of law. But constitutionally, that evidence is coming in. The question is why? I'll tell you why. Because they got a warrant. Remember, they're there with a search warrant. It means that a magistrate has reviewed the factual basis for their need to go in, and a judge has approved it and found probable cause. So they showed up there with the document, and the courts are not going to suppress a boatload of evidence merely for a technical violation. They're just not going to do it. Instead, their remedy is purely civil.
Mm-hmm. They're also wanting to suppress the statements that Bryan Kohberger made during this search of the house as he was transported, when he was at the police barracks. So
can we stop with I'm sorry, I'm going to keep on pausing as I think of shit, and I'm thinking of it now. Can we stop with he just looks guilty. He looks guilty. Do you see him? Do you see the way he looks, Allison? That guy looks like an evil man. He looks like he committed these murders. There's no such thing as, yes, there's somewhat of a thing where people do look guilty, but at the same time, what does guilty look like? You know what I mean? What does guilty look like? There's no definition of what guilty looks like. We know what the word guilty means, but what does a person guilty look like? So I've always understood when people go, man, listen to these people. They're in here saying he did it and oh, he looks so guilty. What does guilty look like? Because really guilty don't have a look. People are just people. People have weird looks. Some people don't have weird looks. I've seen killers that you would never think looked guilty. Oh my God, you see his eyes? He's got the eyes of a devil. You know what I mean? Like I hear shit like that. I'm like, what? Like, what do you mean? People who look, what do you mean looks guilty? Like, we got to see the evidence. We can't just say somebody looks guilty and lock them up because we think they look guilty. We need to see the true evidence. We need to see what is connecting him to the scene here on 1122 King Road. We need to see that. Now, they should have never tore the fucking house down. And that's another topic that we're going to talk about today. Simple as that.
So, I mean, that might be pretty tough as well. I mean, he's a pretty intelligent guy. He's a PhD student. They talked about a possible Miranda violation. We don't know the nitty gritty of that because these items are filed under seal again. But they're looking to suppress, obviously, they're looking to suppress anything and everything. So they're talking about all of the statements that he made.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the first thing the court's going to look to is, A, was he in custody? If he wasn't even in custody, then Miranda's not even triggered, because the Miranda doctrine, if you will, only applies to people who are being taken to jail and then being questioned by the police. Mm-hmm. So if he's free to leave, or if he's just, voluntarily being escorted down to the station and he's just doing so of his own free will, then constitutionally, your rights under Miranda are not even triggered. Mm-hmm. But let's just pretend hypothetically he is in custody. They just haul him in, cuff him, and he's in the squad car on his way downtown. The next part of the inquiry is he being interrogated? Because again, Miranda only applies when you are being questioned by police. Not about ordinary booking procedures like what's your name, what's your height, your date of birth, where were you born, do you have any medical problems? Booking questions and things of that nature are not considered legal interrogation under Miranda law. Mm-hmm. So from that standpoint, there's really nothing to suppress. But let's say he really is in custody and they are questioning him along the way. You want to tell us about what happened. You want to explain to us why your DNA was on a sheet. You want to explain to us why your car was at the scene, this kind of stuff. Without Mirandizing him, then yes, they have a meritorious motion, and everything he said for not being properly Mirandized will be excluded from evidence. That is the sanction for the violation.
Let's move on now to the electronic evidence. They want to suppress, they're asking to suppress everything, his Amazon account, Google, Apple, AT&T accounts, cell phone records.
I've read that.
All of this electronic evidence. They're basically saying these affidavits for the search warrants lacked probable cause, and they only got.
We read all of those documents here. I've went through every single one of them live, sounding like friggin' the kid from Billy Madison. That's went to yeah. We've already went through all of that. I was hooked on phonics reading that shit. And that's kind of where it started for me, starting to dig through these court papers, these papers that have evidence and the story written down. And I've always paid attention to that and really looked at it like, what the hell is going on? Like, damn, the defense is claiming a lot of crazy shit. The prosecution is claiming some crazy stuff. They found a bunch of, it's like, damn, I need to see this trial, because at this point, this is just cluttering my mind with what I think is going to be there to what's not there, because there's so much redacted stuff in this Kohberger trial that's coming up. There's so much redacted stuff that we've had to look at, and we're like, well, why is this redacted? And why is this redacted? And why is this redacted? And we're getting sprinkles of information, but we're still not getting the full story. We're not hearing from witnesses, which I feel like there's going to be some damning witnesses on the stand during this trial. I don't know why I have that feeling, but I do.
These because of the genetic genealogy information. So just because you're asking to suppress the information, does it necessarily mean that it's damaging to your client or incriminating? Or do you do this because you see things in there and you think it was just a grave constitutional violation? Can it be both, or what do you think about that?
Well, first of all, anytime you're moving to suppress evidence, it means that the state has something that they want to use against you at a criminal trial.
I'll get into that.
I mean, very rarely are they on the hunt for exculpatory evidence to exonerate you and set you free. They're looking to make a bust and get a conviction, frankly. Okay, so defense counsel has an obligation, in fact, we're duty bound to sort of enforce the rights of our clients to make sure that they're not improperly interrogated in violation of due process or Miranda, and that they are free from unreasonable searches and seizures. And if they obtained anything, even by way of a search warrant, unlawfully, the remedy is a hearing before the court and suppression. So in a situation where you have a warrant for electronic data or social media data, etc., if you feel that the affidavit that was prepared by the law enforcement officer to get the warrant is full of untruths and falsities, or it omits certain facts that would negate the probable cause, then the remedy is what we call a motion to traverse the search warrant. And what that means is the court can go behind the warrant, look at the affidavit, and basically see if the cop lied. You know, if the cop lied, just fabricated things, or deliberately omitted facts that somehow contorted and twisted things into probable cause, then the remedy is suppression. Now, what the court can also do, the court can sever the falsities or the misstatements and the omissions and see if absent the falsities, there's still enough probable cause. So even though you bring what we call a Frank's motion or a motion to traverse, it doesn't mean that everything gets suppressed. It just means the court has to do an analysis to see if the factual basis can be severed and allow everything else in the affidavit to survive and support probable cause. And I've seen it happen over the years. So yes, it's a right in the end without a remedy.
And they are asking for that Frank's hearing.
All right, y'all. It's time to get to it. I'm about to open up these lines, 219-885-9693. I do want to hear from everybody with thoughts and opinions on this case. It's been a while since I've got to pick some of your brains, or you pick my brain, or you just put out there in general what your thoughts are about it. First one up, let me make this phone call real quick. Hold up. We got somebody I haven't heard from in a long time, a very good friend. Let's see what he's saying. Tell me if you can hear this too, by the way. Tell me if you can hear this. Let me know.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on there, man? How you doing, brother?
Hey, T-REV.
What's going on? Let me know. I just want to check with chat. Say a few things. Let me make sure they can hear you. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, I got a situation. I'll figure out why his car was there.
Okay.
The boy that killed him, they did it over drugs. They took some drug money from them. Bryan Kohberger gave him a ride there. And he gave him a fist bump when he let them people out. He was sitting there and he heard the screams and the holler.
Yes, sir.
He hauled out. And he hauled out.
Damn. So
that's what I believe done. And that's why his car left that quick, because he took them people there. And that's why his DNA there, but he fist bumped that guy.
So
when he let him out the car.
My question to you, Doug, is why the hell would you drive your own vehicle to the scene of this crime? And shout out everybody in chat. This is Doug from Tennessee. Doug from Tennessee, our guy. I love you, Doug, man. Missed you, brother. Always enjoy your input on the show and the things that you deliver when I do talk to you, because I can tell that you genuinely care about the cases. You genuinely care about being a voice. You genuinely care about spreading positivity, and I appreciate people like you. So, Doug, another question that I have for you. On top of that vehicle, what are you thinking about the 8 minutes that they're saying, 8 to 10 minutes that this crime happened? Was he able to go in and stab all 4 students, take their life within 8 minutes?
No. No. I believe they were 3 to 4 people.
3 to 4 people.
Yeah.
So you believe that? Okay. So Doug's saying that he believes that more than one person is involved here. So if you think that 3-4 people are involved, who are you thinking, or you just don't know, but you think more people are involved 100%?
I think it's stuff from that Sigma, that damn Sigma Chi.
Sigma Chi. Okay.
Yeah.
Sigma Chi is definitely that. That's the. Is that where Ethan went?
Yeah, because they're into them drugs. Bryan Kohberger was into them drugs. And think about it. That woman went and bought her a nice brand new car and had down payment to pay on it. So where did she took the drug money?
Oh my God.
So Kaylee, we're speaking about Kaylee, right? Right, Doug?
Yeah, the one that got the new car.
Okay, that's Kaylee, and she was moving to Texas, correct?
Right.
So,
drug money. If you take the drug money, dude, you're gone. And people that was in on the drug money was at that pool party. That Bryan Kohberger was doing.
That's tough.
That's where the drug came from. But you don't fool take people's drug money. And she might have flushed the drugs. She might have took the drugs too.
So let's just say that is the case. Will we hear about if there was drug money and things paid for, with drug money, and there was some drug money aspect to it? Do you think that we'll hear about it in the trial?
Yes, somebody's gonna come through and say something about the drugs. Because there's always people going to that house getting drugs. It was proven back.
That's crazy.
That's why they had to wait so long to get all the drugs out of that house. And they didn't find no DNA, dude. There's 50,000 people at their parties. There's all kinds of people at that party to that house. They should have been DNA all over that house.
Right. Absolutely. And I agree. And there was a glove found outside, if I'm not mistaken, by Chris McDonough at some point, and that some other things that were found. But what is the chance of potential blood from the said person who did the stabbings? Did they find any blood that he possibly, because when you stab somebody, it takes a lot to stab someone. Did he cut himself with this K-bar knife and leave blood behind, DNA in that way? They're saying that they obtained this DNA illegally.
But it was touch DNA. It wasn't blood DNA. It was touch.
We do have to talk about that.
If I give you a fist bump, if I give you a fist bump, I got your DNA on my hand. And if I touch the sheath of the knife, your DNA is on that sheath. But it's touch DNA. And that's what they got, was touch DNA.
I mean, do you think they're going to get that dismissed from even coming into the courtroom about this touch DNA?
No, I believe it'll go in, but the lawyer will bust it all to pieces.
Because I feel like there could be more important evidence than just touch DNA. Like I said, blood from him. Is there any other DNA from him in that house, or is that all that they got? And if that's all that they got, they better be damn sure, cross their I's and dot their T's, that they have sufficient evidence to prove that he completely committed these murders. Because you can drive past houses all day long. You can drive near a house all day long. You can go even hang out at somebody's house near there all day long. That doesn't mean that you committed the murder.
But he didn't hang on at the house. I believe he dropped some people off.
Right.
And they went in there, and that damn girl that seen them people know who the hell it was. He let them in. I believe she let them in. Because you're not gonna be in the house, and 4 people get killed like that.
Yes, sir.
Nobody screams.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, they're sleeping. They were drinking. If you get hit with a K-bar and it doesn't kill you instantly, you figure you would be screaming your ass off.
Well, they said she fought. She had defensive wounds. That one girl,
Kaylee.
So she screamed and hollered every damn thing else.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, you're right.
And if you didn't hear it, you're done.
It was pretty late, but damn, somebody definitely would have heard it. If the neighbors are hearing a friggin' dog barking on a rain cam, then why the hell would they not hear somebody screaming that's getting butchered?
Right, but if that girl knows the killer when she seen him moving out,
right,
and he didn't kill her because he knew her, he let him in.
Well, Doug, look,
and I believe it was over drugs.
You believe it was over drugs. What do you think? I'll ask you this too. What do you think about eating harsh across the street? Is your mind in that direction? Allegedly.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I don't have nothing. He didn't do nothing. And I wouldn't put it past Bryan Kohberger's dad being one of the drug kingpins.
Damn, you just caught me off guard with that one.
They could be oh my God. Damn! Heroin.
That's great.
And you get the Mexican cartel, and you steal their damn heroin and their drugs, you're dead.
I'm gonna, I'll remember this phone call, Doug. If we get into this trial and I start to hear shit about drugs being brought up, I'm gonna think, damn, Doug called in.
You got my number. You got me.
I'm gonna say Doug called in and said that we're all gonna remember this because we're here, we're listening. And some people think, man, this guy's far-fetched or this is that. You know what? I don't think that because anything is possible. We don't know what the hell is gonna come out in that courtroom, but we do know in courtrooms laundry gets thrown around.
I think when that guy was in that truck for so long was driving that car, didn't I?
Absolutely did.
I was right on that. Oh, man, I gotta talk to me. You tell me anytime, brother.
No doubt, brother. Hey, look, I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I appreciate you always being a part of just when I'm live, calling in, sharing your thoughts with us, sharing your thoughts with me, and being Rev Gang family. I appreciate you, Doug. I was wondering about you. Then I just seen you message. I was like, I gotta give my guy Doug a call. I haven't talked to him in a long time. Thank you for calling in, being a voice in the community, and just being a voice for the voiceless, brother. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful day. Lock your doors, stay vigilant, and fuck the haters. Shout out to Doug, man. I gotta, love Doug. He's always been a one of a kind guy. He has different thoughts than a lot of people. The 219-885-9692 are taking phone calls right now. What is your thoughts and opinion with Bryan Kohberger, surrounding Bryan Kohberger? Do you believe he's innocent? Do you believe he's not innocent? Is there something that people aren't paying attention to that they need to pay attention to when it comes to Kohberger? Right? Let me see if I can. Is it on? Let me make sure that it's not on Do Not Disturb. Okay. So it's not on Do Not Disturb. Again, 219-885-9693. And if nobody's ringing in on that, I'm going to start bringing up a few guests on the panel to talk with. Jeff being one of them. I definitely want to talk to you. I want you to be part of this demonstration where we talk about exactly what happened. And because I know you've been following this case for a while, and I know you still watch videos on it. So, and if you aren't getting through for some reason, just text me. Text me on 219-885-9693, just like Doug did, and I'll be able to call you back directly. Say, hey, Rev, call me. If you can't get through for some reason and it's being weird like it has been being lately, if you text me, I'll see it. That's a fact. You said, thank you, Doug. Diane says, thanks, Doug. Shout out to Doug. We miss Doug around here. I'm sure there was compensation for genetic testing center that miraculously found BK's DNA on there and was a match. Did they obtain that illegally is the real question. I got to hear more about that in court when they talk about it, because I've seen a lot of different statements written in the paper when it comes to this DNA. I really have. This here. Okay. You said, oh yeah, Patsy, that's true. I remember that now. Those kids were loud all the time. She said, Steffi, did you see any of those live cam videos that cops took when they went to the house for noise complaints? It was nonstop. They definitely, let's see. I remember seeing the one with Kaylee on the back porch. There was another one where they went next door. Yeah, I see multiple. You're right. You're right about that. I've seen multiple, 100%. You said, Doug, you made me think different. Thank you. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. You said, y'all watch way too much horror movies. People don't have to scream because they're being stabbed. Yeah, call in 219-885-9693. We want to hear your thoughts on this case. Do you have the guts to call up and say what you feel? I don't know. Usually people do. If you don't, I'll bring Jeff up and we can get to chopping it up and really get people up here to have a debate. You said, Doug, please keep calling. We love you. We always love Doug, man. Like I said, Doug's been somebody who's called in since he's found the channel. He hasn't stopped calling in general. I know he goes to true crime events too around the nation. He's really into this shit. He really loves it. He said, my option, if it was about drugs, was there evidence of a robbery? If it was about drugs, you can best believe that we're going to hear about it in the court records, in the text messages, whatever, right? It's going to be on trial to be displayed. Laundry's coming out. You best believe that. Anyone connected with the case, laundry's coming out. If you were investigated, they definitely download your phone. They definitely seen your text messages. So if anything is leaning towards drugs or anything to that magnitude, you could best believe the defense will be on it like flies on shit. You best believe that. Best believe it. Back, I watched every show of the Idaho 4 with you. You said, I'm the one you said sound like Nancy Grace. You know, I remember that. And you do sound like Nancy Grace. Nancy, give us a call. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you, Nancy Grace. You know, we want to hear what your thoughts are now. I do remember talking to you. That's all you had to say is that I thought you sounded like Nancy Grace. I definitely remember you 100%. He said lollipop. Miss Jess, Sonny says, I just want to know why the survivors didn't call the cops ASAP. Nah, I'm gonna pull you up. I got you, Jeff. I'm gonna pull you up. 1 second. Let's send this invite out to you. What's your email, Jeff? Drop your email to me. I'm gonna throw this to you right now. Drop your email to me in chat. I just want to make sure I have the right one. We can still take phone calls too at the same time. Appreciate that, Just Debbie. Love you back too, my friend. Glad to have you here. As I say 50 million times every stream. All of you. Sonny from the H. I remember when you came up on a stream, man. Sonny from the H just came up a few times. I feel like you were drunk a little bit, though. As long as you're not drunk, I'm okay with it. Sonny from the H is funny, too. Shout out to him, man. Good kid. Good kid. Hi, everyone. I'm late. I didn't get a notification. It happens. It happens. What's Jeff's? I texted you my email address. Okay, I got you. 1 second. Jeff, let me send this to you real quick. 1 second. We're going to get Jeff up here and really get to diving in on some things. 1 second. Jeff H. the Legend. That's your name on my phone still. Jeff H. the Legend. Yo, this is my number. I don't know if you text the right number. This is the right number that I just messaged you from, though. I said, yo, drop me your email address right there. I don't know if you changed your email address or not, but I see you just read it. Okay. You said I was a little lit. I know you were. The question and answers are confusing. Please redo the poll. True Seeker says, do you think Bryan Kohberger is not guilty? Yes, I do. Meaning, yes, I do think that he's not guilty, or no. And then you got the 50-50 question. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but I can see where it could be confusing. Shelly, nice to see you, my friend. All right, here we go. I got it. Let me send this to him real quick. Let me send this to him here. It is. See? Okay. At mac.com. Okay, got him. Here we go. Let's get the conversation rolling in. Just sent this, so he should be up here in a second. You said, I tried calling, can't get through. Text me your number. I don't know why it's been doing that. It's been acting like that for a while. Okay, I see, is it 580? If that's 580, I got you. Can we get Heather? Are we serious? You think we want to bring up WSU Mom Kim, who made up the most dumbest shit, like that tried to insert herself into the case and put her? Hell no. I wouldn't give her another mic if my life depended on it. It's not even worth it. it was blood on a dryer, and she was saying all types of crazy shit just to put things in people's minds. And you know what? It worked, because she did put misinformation into the minds of thousands of people. Let's not get that misconstrued. Allegedly, she put misinformation in the minds of thousands of people with her shenanigans. I will never put her on my live stream ever again. I don't care. Period. I wouldn't put her up to an audience of 3. Straight up. I would not put that woman up to an audience of 3 people, let alone 50, 100. She don't need a mic no more. She better make a channel and talk that bullshit somewhere else, because I ain't gonna be the one behind it. Screw that. I remember when old Detective Flawn had her up here and was literally breaking her down. I'm like, man, you're getting off on this shit. I'm annoyed. I'm sick of hearing it. I don't even want to hear it no more. Tim was the distraction. That's a fact. You said my option. He's not going to disclose who helped him, even if they weren't there. Because remember what he fitches, or you said what he fitches were who he studied. What was her name? Dr. something. I can't remember her name right now, but I do know who you're talking about. Are you talking about the killer that he studied? Which we heard from the daughter of, or the guy's daughter. I just can't remember his name right now. I got you. Okie, I see the number and I'm going to call you. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Here. Matter of fact, let's give you a call right now. We want to hear from you. Here we go. We got Nancy Grace coming on the line here. See, I would love to call him after my days in court watching Jet. Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. 11. Absolutely. Hey, Nancy Grace, how you doing tonight?
Hey,
oh, today.
Nancy Grace.
I do remember you. It's funny, and the way that you said that, it rung the bell right away. There was no, you know.
I figured if I said that, you would remember who
100%. 100%.
Yeah, I've called in a couple times. Actually, from watching you. When this case came up, I started watching true crime. I've been watching it ever since.
Mm-hmm. You just what like or true crime in general, or this Kohberger case all the way through?
No, I've watched the Kohberger case pretty much with you all the way through. So I guess all kinds of stuff. I don't even know what all went up. There's a couple times I couldn't get on, or I couldn't watch you live. So sometimes you were late at night, and I would watch it the next day because I work from home and I keep clean. So I would listen to your show all day long as I'm working. It always made my work day so much better.
Right.
And I love the fact. I love your call-ins. I just think the fact that you interact with other people, I think that's really great.
I think it's important. I think it's important. I'll have some streams where I don't interact phone call wise, but I do like a majority of my shows to have phone calls and to really hear from the people, because you guys are the sponges. You know, just as much as I soak in information, and some of us, we don't listen the same way. You may listen a whole different way and catch information that went past me like it was nothing, and now I'm thinking about a total different thing, but you might bring up that bit of information that I kind of skimmed over and didn't pay attention to, and how important it is. And that's why I like involving people and having people call in and really give their thoughts and opinions and theories on a case like this, because I don't think some people understand. You know, you hear all this information, but when the trial comes, things are different. More information comes out, and there's a lot of different angles and aspects to this case. Where is your mind at when, you know, looking at the Idaho 4 present day compared to when we talked about it a year ago?
Man, it's like taking way too long. First off, I feel for this family so much. All the delays. The fact that they haven't now moved to a different venue, I think, and a new prosecutor, I don't think that things aren't just being handed to the defense team like it was before.
Yes,
ma'am. I think it's going to be a whole different ball game. I'm pleased with the fact that this new DA or whatever you call them,
yes, ma'am,
judge or whatever, is not just giving them everything they asked for. I just listened to Peter Chagos this morning going over some of the documents and discussing it as well.
Shout out to him.
They're just reaching. Yeah, they're just reaching, trying to get that death sentence off the table so bad.
Right.
But, that's their job, but I don't think they have a leg to stand on. I mean, it was denied. Thank God it was denied, and it's still up there.
Right.
And so I'm still following the case. I've been watching some other cases. There was Murdoch, there was Karen Reed, there's all kinds of.
Sebastian Rogers. Did you see Sebastian Rogers?
Yeah.
And that's another case too. That there's a bunch of punks in that case, like a bunch of little chump ass creators that are more about the drama of other people rather than trying to be a voice for that young 15-year-old boy who is missing. Present day, you have grown ass people running around on the internet rather talk about somebody else to build hype in a 15-year-old kid's case for money that they want to grift off of. It's like, if you focused on being a voice or trying to find, you never know, you may find some information. You're over here looking up other creators and worried about how other creators live their lives. The people in that case remind me of the people, or some of the people in Summer Wells' case. Absolute weirdos and grifters that just are all about the dollar. They're not about the justice or trying to find answers for anything. It's like, when I do this shit, I'm thinking about how I can help the family or families, whether it be donate to them in some way or donate to something that they got going on. I think of just ways that I could possibly help. What can I do to help? Can I cover it? Can we push it out there to thousands of faces? Can we, open up like we did with Idaho 4? We sat around. I don't know if you were here during the start of Idaho 4 when I was taking phone calls and all day long. It was all day long, and the phones just did not stop ringing. I mean, I had over 110,000.
I loved it because I could sit here and I work a lot of overtime. So I could sit here. Sometimes I'm 8 hours, sometimes it's 10 hours or 12. Sometimes, I would sit here and listen to you all day long. I wouldn't have to flip flop to another channel because a lot of times these content creators, they'll be on there for an hour or 2 hours about a case. And that's a trial, then you might hear all day long. Then I catch myself trying to find something else to watch. But when you were on, you stayed on, right? You taking the phone calls and keeping the conversations going. That helped my day. And it helped with a lot of information getting out. And help people know about the case. It's important to keep these cases going. We have a case here in Oklahoma, not far from me, that it's sad. His name is Noah. I think there's one or two content creators. There's one girl, I can't think of what her name is, but she did do a segment on it. The kid was absolutely killed. He was not hit by no truck. He was at a party. It's just those kind of things that need to be, and it's all being hush-hush because there's money, parents have money, that kind of stuff. So when you see that kind of stuff on, and I'm telling the girl that's really running this page, look, you need to get a hold of some YouTubers. You need to get out there because they keep these kind of cases in the public eye. And
who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Noah. His name is Noah, and he was killed. He was at a party. Here's how it ended up. I mean, there's a lot of stories going on. A lot of TikTok videos that were thrown out there that night. There's a good person right there. That's been running this page down in. I don't know if I should spit out names. So that's kind of
go ahead, spit them out. Drop it like it's hot.
Well, her name is Donna Bond. She stays on Facebook. She runs this. She's been running this page. I mean, she stays on these people all the time. She looks out for all the kids in that area. It's a small town, right? But when this kid was found the next day, he was found butt naked. His clothes were folded nice and neatly, sitting on the side of the highway next to him, and his shoes, two different shoes, one of his and one of his friends, sitting next to him. And they're trying to say that he was hit by a truck, an 18-wheeler. And that's not the case. there's so much evidence that he was beaten at that party and done.
Right.
And I keep telling, get a hold of some people. Get a hold of
Well,
some people.
is that a family member you're talking about, you said?
She's a lady, I don't think she's a family member of them. She's a lady that pretty well looks out for all the younger teenage kids in the area that live in the area.
I mean,
she's really
this, I will say this, as you're talking about that story, and this goes for anybody out there. I don't care if you're in chat right now and you have a murdered loved one and there's barely any coverage on it. The best that I can offer for people in that position is sit down with me, do an interview. I will handcraft questions so we can deliver the story to the audience. And if people want to share it and people want to help and people want to dig into it, I know there's people that will, but I have to get these people to sit down with me and make, you know, like a documentary, or not even a documentary, but just questions that need to be answered, that we could deliver the story to the people who really are out here on the front lines, that care, that are willing to do research and look up certain things. So if you want, you can send them my way. I'm willing to give the platform to them, to do an interview with them, to talk about it. You know,
his name is Noah Pressgrove. You can look it up.
I've heard of that. I've heard of this case. Okay,
that's not far from me. And and the sad thing is all these parents, all these kids. There's a lot of kids that was out there that at this party. The adults bought a lot of liquor that night for the 7 kids. Anyway, nothing to eat. There's not even any charges on the adults that were providing the liquor. And so there's a lot of kids that know what's going on. The parents are telling them, hush, hush, don't say a word. You know, the cops are covering stuff. It's just crazy.
Do you think we're seeing something similar here? Do you think something similar to that is going on in here in this Idaho 4 case?
I don't think that they're trying to do a cover. I don't think the cops are trying to cover up anything in Idaho 4. I just think, I still think Bryan did it to stay. I think he did it alone. I just, with everything and all the evidence that I've seen and heard and all the discussions, I don't think anybody could ever change my mind on that. I mean, it would take an awful lot.
What do you think that this exculpatory evidence was about that they had mentioned on, you know, back when they were saying, hey, we want to meet with this said witness because they have exculpatory evidence that could exonerate my client? What do you think that possibly was that could have exonerated him? Because it is a weird statement to be said for somebody, especially who lived in the house and was there at the time of these murders. You know, I truly do sit back and I think about that heavily, a lot more than what I used to think about it. I used to be like, they're just reaching or grasping for straws. But for an attorney to say that, put it out into the public, there had to be something there for her to think she has exculpatory evidence that is going to release my client. It's going to exonerate him. So have you, I've talked to you about it before a while back, but in general, like it rings in my mind a little louder now, because is it something that really could exonerate him? Is it something that's going to stick out to a juror if they do proceed to talk about whatever it was? That's the type of stuff I'm looking for here. But what is your thoughts on that?
You know, I don't know. I when I heard that, I thought, is she just blowing smoke? Is she just, you know, or is there really some evidence there?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that a lot of times, you know, a defense attorney will just talk stuff off, to maybe throw them in different directions, or I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of truth behind that, and if there is, I can't imagine what kind of evidence they would have, other than maybe somebody else with him at the time. That's the only thing I can think of. But that wouldn't exonerate him. So that wouldn't be it either. I don't know. But I've wondered that too. But I keep thinking she's just blowing smoke up everything.
Do you think that Kohberger, somebody at Kohberger's stature and just who he is as a person, or whatever, we really don't know who he is as a person, but do we think that he could commit 4 murders in 8 to 10 minutes, as you know, they're saying he did this? Do you think that he has the wherewithal to go into a house, not alone. I mean, that's like just saying fuck it and walking right on in. Excuse my language, but walking right up on in the house right away and getting to business. Going into a house with 5, 6 cars parked out in front. You either one been in that house before, two or something. You know these vehicles, and you were just comfortable enough to walk up in here and just get to murdering. That's the part that doesn't make sense to me and leaves a thought for me that, damn, maybe someone was there. Or did he have a gun and subdue them that way and do what he wanted to do to them with the K-bar knife?
Well, a gun has crossed my mind. That has come into my mind. However, I do believe that I think he stalked these. I think he knew their patterns. I think he'd been watching them. I think he had plenty of time. I mean, people think 10 or 12 minutes isn't enough time. That's more time than what you think.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to thinking about if you had your mind set on I'm going to do this, especially if it's almost like he had a plan, like, and he could have been in that house before. There's no as many parties that went on. Mm-hmm. He could have just kind of slipped in with everybody, kind of walked through the house and got the outlay house. But then again, it's not hard to get the outlay of a house when you can pull them up on Zillow, you know. So I think he had a plan. I think that when he went in, do I think that he had planned on getting Zen and her boyfriend? I don't think so. I think that she just happened to meet him or when he came around the corner. I do think he was up to the 2 girls upstairs. Mm-hmm. I think the others were just collateral damage. I mean, that's my belief. I just think he had a thing for those 2 blonde girls.
So, okay, so you think it's more of like it was a fetish. The motive there was a fetish. He came across them wherever it was on social media or whatever. We kind of know a little bit from some of the information that was let out by some family members that they were followed by him on social media. So was it an obsession that he had allegedly? But what I'm looking for here is something to tie him to this murder weapon, and we really don't even have that. So I'm hoping that there is a sufficient amount of evidence to tie that this is really the guy, like they're insinuating that he's the guy, because we don't want them getting in there and having a crack at getting this guy and getting justice for the evidence to be shitty, because that would be horrible. But who knows?
You don't want to put an innocent. Nobody wants to put an innocent person. But when you think about everything besides just the sheep, just all the other evidence, his phone pings, I mean, just his behavior, the fact that he's wearing, just everything else that goes along with it, and even at his parents' house, and now they're trying to get all that sorted out. I just feel like with all the substantial evidence that they have, he fits the description. He was driving a car. I mean, for me, for him to act the way he did, right? And the things he'd done in the past, and I'm not so sure. I know there was talks of other murders. There was other murders up around his areas of women. There was one in Pennsylvania. I'm not so sure that he didn't get it. I'm not so sure that this was his first killing. Everybody seems to think it was his first. I don't.
He did go to, or his parents went to a court date regarding one of those women too. I do remember that. Nancy Grace, I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling up and sharing your thoughts with us and just speaking to me about this case, because this case it's been on the front of my mind, knowing, well, 1, 2 years just passed. 2, the trial's coming, and it's coming soon, sooner than a lot of us will think. It'll be here. And I want to kind of get everybody back on track and ready to watch this trial, because I won't miss a minute of it. And in fact, we'll watch it. Then after the stream, after watching the trial, I'll start another stream where we do like a final thoughts, an hour, 2 hours, and we talk about, what happened in the trial that day. That's how invested I've been into Idaho 4. And I could never not cover, especially the trial when it comes to Idaho 4. That would just be like doing a disservice to my channel. And literally, shit blew up for me when we covered Idaho 4. And I was already covering Idaho 4 because of how I connected with it when I first read the story. So,
yeah.
you know, the fact that we were able to have thousands of people here on the channel come and discuss such a case where it's brutal and we're seeing everything play out in front of our eyes. We're live. We were getting pictures live on the scene. We were getting video live on the scene of people being at these. It was crazy all over the place. This Hyundai Elantra, the search for justice, the whole road to justice, the calls and everything that was being sent in to me was absolutely insane. I'll never forget it. And
yeah,
it's just crazy.
I was listening to the stream the night the guy called in, and everybody thought it was Bryan. I remember that. I'm just like, I was sitting there listening, going, oh my gosh, it sounds just, this guy sounds like he knows too much information. I myself thought it was him as well.
So I will say this before I let you go. Do you think that they have the right person, or do you think that they have the right person and the other people are involved, or it was just him as the sole perpetrator to carry out this crime in Idaho? What do you think? Do you think they're missing something?
I think it was just him.
Okay.
I think it was him by himself, and I don't think it was his first time. But hey, T-REV, I do want to throw this in there. You got my number now.
Yes, ma'am.
Give me your email address.
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll text me your email address, I will get in touch with the people down there with Noah.
Yes, ma'am.
Give them your email address and have them email you some information, because I guarantee you this lady has a lot of information, a lot of video.
Well, can you contact her and let her know, hey, look, you know, I just want to do whatever I can to help. If there's somebody out there and they're struggling to get a story out there, I can't promise that I'll put it, you know, in front of a million eyes, but what I can promise is that I'll put it on my platform and look. And I know other people in the Rev gang and people who've been following for a while. There's diggers in here. There's people that just know they're good. They got a knack for digging information. And a lot of them are here now. And if I can put it out to their eyes and they're able to look at it and it touches them in a certain way, then now you have possibly 1 to 10 more people on board that weren't on board or never knew about it. So I would love to share it and do whatever I possibly can to bring light to that case. Like I said, I don't fully know everything in it, but I would love to interview said person and really get the information out there to the people. That's the best I can do, and that's what I'm willing to do.
Yeah, she'll probably talk. She definitely talked to you, but I didn't know if I needed her to email you or just give her your number. Or
you can give her my number, email, all of it, everything.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing that bit of information with me, and I also appreciate you, you know, coming up and again calling in, saying what your thoughts are and opinions are on Bryan Kohberger, because I know they're all over the place. I know there's people that are on both sides of, you know, thinking. I know that we got the people who think Bryan Kohberger did it. We got people like me. I definitely think he did it, but my mind can be changed. And if I see shitty evidence come up in trial, I'm going to call it as it is, just like I have with the Melody Walker Forrest case, where I truly believe she may be innocent right now from what I've watched up to.
Yeah. And I truly believe that once the evidence comes out, I believe he done it. I think he could have done it, and he could have done it on his own. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Now, I do keep an open mind when the evidence does start coming out, and defense does start showing what they have. You know, then my mind is open to other possibilities. I'm not just totally straight on, okay, this is how it went.
Right.
I don't know that. I don't know all the facts, and until you have all the facts on both sides, you know, you got to keep that open mind.
Absolutely.
In the back of my mind, just from what I know, that's how I feel. But that doesn't mean that there's not something that can change my mind.
Well, Nancy, I appreciate you. I look forward to always hearing from you. And I know I ain't been on consistently in a while, but I'm back to being on consistently now. I've been on, I think in the last 6-7 days, I've been on for almost 40 hours streaming. So some people don't know they do. You'll catch me.
I've been catching you a little bit here and there a little bit. And then, but when I saw you come on with this case, and then when I said, put that in the chat, and you said, call me, I'm like, right on.
Definitely call me. I look forward to hearing from all of you. And I got somebody who's about to come up on panel, and you're more than welcome. Anybody else is more than welcome to join us in a conversation about this, because I truly want to pick some people's brains on certain avenues and thoughts that I'm having. And I want to hear from you guys also. So thank you again for being a part of the show. And I look forward to hearing from you again. See you in chat. God bless you.
Yes, I will be in chat.
I will be looking for you. Shout out to her. Wonderful phone call. Great person. Lock your doors. Lock your doors, because evil is lurking. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, T-REV. I'm not too loud, am I?
No.
Let me know if I'm too loud.
Nah, you can never be too loud. What's going on, my brother? How you been? You know, it's been a long time. It's been a long time.
Man, I said, hey, T-REV. Let me see if it does it again. My computer thought I said, hey, Siri. Shut up, go away.
What's going on, man? First of all, let's start here. How you been? How's the wife been? How's things been going for you?
Oh, all's good, man.
Following.
All's good.
Talk to me.
Very blessed. Got the family's good. The dog is amazing. I was just spending time with him earlier today, but man, yeah, it was so awesome too to see you come up and hear your voice again talking about Idaho. Those are some good good times over an awful thing is what it was.
It's been a while since I felt this spark like this, man. It's been a while, and the fact that I'm back in my element, doing what I love and not worried about these stupid pricks out here on the YouTube streets trying to drag somebody's name through the mud. You know, I just embraced what I love to do and ignored that white noise. We're here to be voices. We're here to try to add input to cases. Yes, we may not be out in the field fully solving them, but we really do give a shit about justice. And we do care if, you know, somebody is arrested behind this crime. We covered this. Jeff, you were one of the main people sending me maps. See, a lot of people don't know this. Some people may not know this. Some people do know this. But you were creating things on Google Maps when I first met you. And I was like, man, this freaking guy is interesting. Like the thing that he built and sent to me, I've never seen that before. And I was kind of like blown away from what
most of the stuff on my channel right now is stuff that first premiered on your show. And then after we talked about it, it's like, well, it's got to go somewhere. So I might as well put it on my channel so it's available. And so that's a lot of people. I get a lot of comments of like, man, I like your videos because they just go right to the point. It's like, well, yeah, because they were just an element to be used on T-REV's show, basically.
You said,
and so
you know what? I really do. To this day, I appreciate you and the amount of work that you put into, because I know that you care about this case. I know you weren't just doing it.
I do very much.
You weren't just doing it for the F of it. You were doing it because your heart's super deep into stuff. I told people we talked off air about this case for hours, and I remember getting off live from being on an 8 to 9 hour stream, and then here I called Jeff, and here we are talking about Idaho 4 and what we think and who said this, and you know, it's always been that way, and it's good to have somebody like you to pick your brain when it comes to it, because you've made wonderful models when it comes to the vehicle, the white Elantra going around King Road. You've made very good. I mean, and I know you've said, hey, there's an error here and there, and you're always correcting your work too, which I like. Is your
perfectionist?
Yeah, exactly. I noticed that about you. But again, at least you don't not say nothing. You say what you. Oh damn, it could have been one more time. I think he went one more time in this, or I think he didn't. I remember your thought though. Remember he pulled up around back, and then he on that fourth time. It was like that's when he had parked, and then you could kind of hear the tires squeal out a little bit.
Well, there was that fourth time at 4:05. Yeah, he sits there for like 10 seconds.
Right.
And then and then he goes back around the opposite direction he came in. He kind of turns around there, and then it's on the fifth pass that he's going notably faster than the first four. So what does that say? Why is your gas pedal foot a little heavier on the fifth pass?
Right.
At 4:07:30? Because I'm telling you, I mean, I kind of think, and I do this stuff to debunk as well as prove. I mean, I don't care if it proves that he's innocent. I'll do it that way. A lot of the gas station image of that car.
Right.
I was analyzing that to try and debunk it and to say that's not his car, but I couldn't do it because there was time for him to get to that gas station and back to Linda Lane,
right,
and be caught on both cameras. But But yeah, I really think that 407:30 he's coming past Linda Lane.
Right.
About maybe 409 he's going in the house. 412 Xana does a TikTok post. 417 camera next door. Here's a thud. 420, 421, a car is seen speeding off and heard speeding off, I think. Maybe heard speeding off on the Linda Lane camera. So, I mean, it's like the start and end of his time there doing awful things, potentially, is documented somewhat. You know, at least in my opinion, it is. And the thing is, neither you or I have seen the light bulb camera at that little tiny house. When we see that and line it up with the Linda Lane camera,
right?
And believe me, I'm going to put that on a screen, sync it up so you can see both of them happening at the same time, and see, comes into one. Now, oh, there he is. He's showing up on the other camera. Oh, there he is on the first camera, leaving. You know, so you'll be able to see, yes, that is the same vehicle. So when they say it's suspect vehicle 1, and they're pretty much referring to it as the Elantra, even though we can't really tell on the Linda Lane camera because it's a little obscured except for that one moment where you can see the side window. But they're looking at the other camera, the light bulb camera, and I'm pretty sure they're like, oh, yeah, that's an Elantra. Now, it's kind of hard to tell what year it is because it's at night. And if you're looking at the front or the back, the only way you can tell what year it is specifically are the two little reflectors on the back bumper or the two little fog lights on the front. And I think both of those are difficult as hell to see on bad footage at night. They got the make and model. I don't know why they actually made a guess 2011 to 13. I guess they didn't know that YouTubers would be jumping all over them like, hey, go get a donut, cop. You don't know what you're talking about. You know, people love to like make law enforcement out to be idiots like Barney Fife, and I don't see the reason for that. I bet those same people still call them when they're in trouble.
And we know, but I mean, I don't know. I think that some people immediately think that people just don't think that there's corruption, and that's just the assumption that people have. We know there's corruption, but we can't just assume everything's corruption. There's got to be evidence of it. I can't just go out on the limb and be like, yeah, they're setting him up because of this, that, and the third. I got to see full-blown evidence that proves that there was corruption or something was done incorrectly. And that should show in the work. That should show in the trial. That's what you watch the trial for. That's what you follow up with evidence. You don't just make those assumptions, then not watch the trial and still come back and scream that shit. You got to look at the evidence. You got to be full circle when it comes to this. You got to follow everything, look at everything in the totality of what's being brought out to you as evidence or, you know, hearsay. Listen to that all, and then pay attention in the trial and see what you believe and what you don't believe, because that's where, you know, different sometimes suspects are made in courtrooms during trials. Because right now I've been watching the trial of Melody Walker Fars, right? Allegedly she killed her husband and threw him in a burn pile. Jeff, this guy is 6'4" to 6'6", 300 plus pounds. She's like 5'3" to 5'4", 125 pounds soaking wet. They're saying that she dragged him out 80 yards and threw him in a burn pile after shooting him twice in the rib cage. But yet the son had 38 bullets in his drawer. And I've just been watching this trial. And as I'm watching this trial, I say that to say this. It has me prepared for Idaho for everything that we're going to hear, because we know that we're going to hear from Bethany. We know that we're going to hear from Dylan, more than likely. We know that we're going to hear everything that we haven't heard. We've heard little inklings of things, but we have not heard the full story behind the exculpatory evidence. We haven't heard the full story behind, you know, exactly what they think happened. We haven't heard if they have evidence from Bryan Kohberger other than weak ass touch DNA. You know, we don't know. We assume a lot because there's such a gag order on this case, and a lot of us were affected by this case. Let's just put it.
We can't know. Yeah, we can't know for sure, but it's a damn shame that what we feel we can maybe know, we use it to hate each other. You know, and I hate to see that kind of thing. Yeah. I mean, I haven't my opinion. I don't know why it should generate hate. Yes. I'm not out here trying to convince anybody. You know what, I'm just saying this is how it looks to me.
It's hashtag fuck the haters. Screw what they think. Screw what they think. If we're paying attention to them and we're looking at the stuff that they're saying about what our thoughts are, then we're just giving them the space in our brain. It's about getting together with those good folks out there who can agree to disagree, have a kind conversation about justice, but also be able to hear each other out. And somebody not, if they're hating on you, then they're just upset. You obviously touched a nerve in them and they're biased. I just look at it that way. You got to be biased. If you're upset about what Jeff said or what I said or what CKI said or what Angelica said or Miss Potts said, then you obviously are biased in some way that you can't hear other people's thoughts and opinions, and you will run a one narrative ass channel that way. Nobody wants to run that. Well, I want everyone to think for themselves, bring their angle, bring out something, your thoughts of what you just believe. Like when I talked to Doug, did you hear what Doug said? He was like, man, the drugs were involved.
Right. Yeah. He's, I mean, you know, God love him. That's a different opinion than mine, but that's what he's, I don't see anybody as like stupid in this. You know, if you can make a statement to express your thoughts, you have the intelligence to do that. So I assume you have all kinds of intelligence. And so you come to a different conclusion. That's okay. You know, if we stood in two different places in a mall and said, I can see this. Well, no, but I see this. Well, yeah, because we're looking at it from two different perspectives and two different experiences. So I don't need to be mad at you because yours is different than mine. And, you know, yeah, but I mean, it's just where my mind goes.
I told people, I was like, man, you know, me and Jeff have had our fair shares of bumping heads behind the scenes over dumb shit, you know, and obviously God's brought us here today for a reason. And
that was all dumb shit too. That was all, you know. Yeah, exactly. I never had any issues with you. It was always like the influence
being put in the middle of stupid stuff that and a grown man should never have to be put in the middle of. And truly, from my position, I want to apologize to you as a man and say, you know, that you should have never been in the middle of that type of stuff. We were talking true crime. It should have never turned into something personal. I don't hold any vendetta against you. I appreciate you. I've understood what you've said. You've always said, hey, man, look, God does things for a reason. And you did always say that to me.
Did I always say a soft answer turns away wrath? Remember, absolutely. I was always pushing that because I always knew that like the if you use a soft answer in all situations, you can make it through with a person, even if somebody's really after you. And but if you don't, because if you do the opposite, if you do harsh words with another person, then they just pour it on. Now you adding gasoline. And I hated to see all that we went through because I remember I was on my way to vacation. And we were talking about the stuff that we could work on to produce, and then it just like all got messy.
And we're still gonna do that. We're gonna do it at a high level. And I'm serious about that. Like coming back and being back on for the last week, you know, because I was so hit or miss for the last couple months that or actually for the last 7 months, hit or miss just on here. I didn't want to, and when I came on here, you can see that I didn't want to be on here and that I was not myself. And, you know, I am glad to be fully feeling back again to T-REV, who doesn't give about what the outer people are talking about. Jeff, listen, you know, because I'm the person walking in my boots. I'm the person making the changes in my life. And I'm the person that knows what I want. Do I care if Ricky, Jenny, and Bobby and Johnny give a shit about what I'm doing? No, I don't, because I have people that love me, that stand behind me, that also, they're not yes men, they're not yes women. They speak their mind, they pitch into the conversation, and they also support the vision that I have. So those are the people that you really got to pay attention to, is the people who are there to engage, not be negative. Anybody with that type of mindset, get them far away from me, because we, again, at the end of the day, when we talk about these cases, to me, it's always about, you know, being a voice for the voiceless, and obviously being able to get down to the bottom of what happened when it comes to trials. I don't just get into cases just to cover them at the beginning and then turn it over to the next one and not follow up on the resolution. I want to see what happens from start to finish. And the fact that this is one of those cases I was able to cover, you know, from start to finish, from when we knew exactly when nobody we knew when nobody, we were just guessing Jack, this person. No, that person looks sus. And we were on that boat, and it was a lot of people looking in that direction. And we followed.
We were looking for Elantras everywhere on Google Maps, and
people pulling up on Elantras and getting out on live streams and calling up like, yo, Rev, I'm here at the Elantra right now. And I'm pulling them up on stream, and they're at the place. And Jeff's like, my friend was there last night. And I was like, damn, you remember that time? I remember it. It was just, there's a lot of times that we, went through and thought that there was going to be something coming up, and it was like a cliffhanger on all of them. I remember when we were looking at the school that what's his name's dad worked at. Jack's dad worked
right down, like down the street, like 5 blocks. There's an Elantra sitting there, and the face is blurred in the car, and it's like, wow, this is just blocks from Jack D's house. And we saw the ice cream truck of is that Jack D's dad's business? I guess
I'm sticking to, it was
ice cream truck.
I think it was something like that. I'm sticking to the.
Do you remember too when Do you remember too when that woman called in? She's like, I think I saw an Elantra. I'm up in the Poconos area in Pennsylvania. You guys think I should? Yeah, I can't. Do you remember her name?
Dude, I can't.
I know.
Kayla.
Kayla. I bet I wrote it down.
I thought it was Kayla. Yes. See, that's another thing, and we've never found it. But that's how long that I was on live streams. Dude, there was so many live streams that it would take months or at least a month to sift through all this information and really listen to it. We're talking about something where if you skip a minute, you might skip over, hi, it's Kayla from the Poconos, and I just want to tell you I seen a white Elantra and I'm freaking out right now. I remember that phone call, and I'm sure others do here too who were here, but I just never was able to find it. I know you were sifting through it for days.
Right. I'm looking right now. I know I still have the notes, because I was looking through every show, making notes, trying to find it. I never could find her. I think you got the name right. I'm scrolling as we're talking, but
right,
Kayla.
Yeah, Kayla, and it came out that she ended up being one to make a tip that found like a vehicle or whatever. I forget what it was, but I remember seeing it, and it was on Facebook, and it was out there wide. But I do remember that phone call very well, and I wonder where she's at. I wonder what's going on there. Is she a witness in this case? Is she going to be in Idaho on the stand?
It's funny that I thought I heard from somebody the name Kayla, Kaylah, I think was how it was spelled.
Right.
And I think they were guessing that was like an Asian friend in the area. I don't know. It could just be a coincidence that it's the same name as the person.
There's Low 12, man. We used to watch football on damn Discord every weekend. Shout out to Low. Miss you, Auntie Low. It's been a while. Jeff, when it comes, do you remember? I remember you sent me a picture, right? And it was like a bucket, and you were talking about it was you kind of you were kind of serious too at the same time.
BK's bucket.
Bring that back around for me real quick, full circle, because I remember there was people that actually was like, yo, what he said makes a lot of sense.
You want to see that? I think I got it right here.
I don't know if you could pull it up or send it, or I could pull it up.
Yeah, because we're on StreamYard. I can
absolutely share your screen.
Yeah, I finally now my organization is not perfect, but I did finally put everything Idaho 4 related on one hard drive, so it's one place to search. Still working on getting the names. I have a feeling if I just search the word bucket, it'll be right there.
Appreciate you, Low 12. Appreciate you. Long time no see, and glad to have you here. Thank you. Could be a deep fake. Says, I think BK had perfect crime, motive, and he seems a bit of an outsider, but there appears corruption and sus stuff. Banfield, dodgy, law enforcement, not all, convenient traffic stops, shocked frozen phase, and then 911 delay. Those are a lot of great points, which is going to be a lot of what people talk about. There it is right there. Speaking of it.
So this is like dated. This is from July of 2023. So this was early on, and we're trying to just figure out stuff. I remember, I know he's a great friend of yours, but the concrete in the bucket was, I think, his idea.
Who?
Everybody at the time was talking.
Detective John?
Yeah, everybody at the time was
talking
about that.
Man, we ain't scared of that guy around here. You can say his name.
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't wish bad on that guy either. He did some things that pissed me off as a person that I would never do to anyone else. But you know what? I don't wish bad on him. I hope he's doing well. I hope he's doing great. No problems whatsoever. You know, like it's what you got to let things go sometimes. If you don't let things go, then you can end up looking like a straight up idiot because of the anger that you harbor for whoever. So people need to also, and I say that for myself because I learned that about myself. You just got to learn to forgive people, move forward. And it's not about what I give a shit about him. It's about my mission and what I'm on here to do. I'm not on here to please him. You know what I mean? I'm really not. I'm not on here to please him. I'm not on here to please anyone. I'm on here
anger is a terrible thing.
It is.
That good book says a lot about anger too. I mean, anger can draw somebody to buy a K-bar knife and go do something awful.
Yeah,
anger there's all kinds of levels of anger. Stay away from it.
I remember you made this, you sent it to me, and I was like, damn, so you got the cinder block, the K-bar knife, the band shoes, a mask with those type of gloves and I'm pretty sure that was found in Pennsylvania, correct? Those type of gloves with Kohberger?
Yeah, nitrile, because I'd never heard of nitrile gloves until this case. And I think that was in one of the warrants, search warrants. They found nitrile gloves.
Right.
But I mean, again, this is early on. This is when everybody was giving me a hard time about the fascination with the idea of a shower curtain, because they found no shower curtain in his apartment. I thought that's kind of interesting. I mean, I've never not had a shower curtain in my apartment. Yeah. But then again, maybe I don't drive 2,500 miles away for the holidays or something. But you know, the bucket idea, the bucket idea. Just, you know, my stepson worked at Home Depot. I saw those buckets and I was like, maybe a bucket, you know. But the thing was,
are you still there? Do you still think about this shower curtain?
No. I tend to lean. You've heard of a guy named Roger Land, 99. He's got like a 14-page theory on the case. I'm pretty sure it's Roger Land. Okay. Yes, Roger. I'm gonna have to check Roger used to be a surfer, and he used to before they'd get in the car, they'd all step into a big old plastic bin to make sure that none of the sand from the beach got into the car.
Right.
And so that's where he derives his theory that maybe a big plastic bin at the back of the car is what he stepped into, stripped down into, put the bin in the trunk, and then got into the car, you know, kind of half naked, with maybe a little bit of blood on his face. And just don't touch your face. Everything should be okay, right?
Do you think that he stripped those clothes off and put them in a trash bag with gloves on and then disposed of the gloves and tied it up and took it out somewhere and got rid of it that way with the murder?
It's hard to say exactly how you do it because it doesn't seem like it's an easy thing to do. But I mean, I once had the opportunity to take a video camera into a surgery. This surgeon was operating on a carotid artery. This old guy who had a lot of fat built up on his artery, and they were just going in there scraping all the fat off. But I was in there, my camera, you know, shooting the thing. It's wild. They're playing Led Zeppelin while they're doing the operation. He's got I think he might have even had Vans tennis shoes on, this surgeon, but he had tennis shoes on.
You see what Heather said right there?
What's that? Clad in black.
That shower curtain better be clad in black, and that's kind of a good point. It better be an all black shower curtain.
But long story short is that I saw this surgeon do surgery. I saw him take off his stuff and then go down to the cafeteria in the hospital. I mean, I didn't see him shower. I didn't see him scrub down. I didn't see him, you know. So what I'm trying to say is, like, if you know what you're doing and you've planned it through, you can keep the blood off of you. And so that all you have to do is take off some clothing, put it in maybe a bin, throw it into the trunk, drive away. And you probably feel like you got away with it if you didn't, you know, as long as you didn't forget to clean your knife sheath really well before the crime. Just my opinions. That's how it's looking to me. No need to hate or anything, you know.
Right. I'm just curious about the information and the stuff that they are holding on to that's not out in the public. You know, there's got to be something more than this touch DNA that people, you know, they argue about it left and right. It's touch DNA, right?
Right. And do you think this is every word that Dylan said to the officer? I'm sure Absolutely. There's a whole lot more that they discussed.
Absolutely.
And I think there's a reason they're so confident to go for the death penalty, I think. And it is because of all the other stuff. I just want to know, what point will it be where a lot of people that think Ann Taylor is the Messiah, the new Messiah, that they start to realize, oh man, she knew he was guilty all this time. She's had access to all this stuff, and we believed her when she said my client is innocent. It's like, dang, Ann, how could you do that to us? I feel like that day's coming.
You know Annie Potts. I see Annie Potts in the building. Miss Potts. You know she always has. She comes defense. She comes in that defense on this case. She's always been defense on this case. I'm not saying on every case that she covers or follows, but Miss Potts is always contested on this case, right. And I do appreciate the angles that she comes with because she does go off of paperwork, and it can piss people off. I've seen it piss, what's her name off. I don't even want to mention her because she's a goofball, and they would have yelling matches on stream, and I'm like, come on, we can't just have a conversation. I get being passionate, but damn, treating each other like complete crap because one doesn't believe what the others thought, that's just not right.
Right. Yeah, I was in Miss Potts' show the other night, and I won't go into details because I think she's cool. It was her show. You're surrounded, when you're in a show, you're surrounded by those followers. Boy, Jeff H. got a earful. All I was asking, there was a little bit of confusion too, I think. I was asking about a quote from Jay Logsdon.
Right.
And they were talking about a quote from Ann. So there was a little bit of confusion. Heather Fitzgerald tried to straighten it up by sending me a link to the document that they were, with the quote they were actually referring to, which, to be honest, Heather, I'm searching for that through that document, trying to find the exact quote you guys were talking about, and never did. So I still have the link.
You caught an ear.
But if you could tell me, man, yeah.
They're abusing you in there. What?
And from my perspective, all I thought I was doing was asking a question. I even posted Jay Logsdon's, that's Brian's attorney, if anybody doesn't know who that is. But I posted his quote. I said, I just asking about his quote. I said, this seems like vague to me. It was about the DNA, because in his quote, I could understand the 3 DNA being just anywhere in the house. It wasn't specific enough in the wording to say that it's near any victims, because it didn't mention a floor. It didn't mention which floor it's on. It just said in the house. It's like, in the house, okay, bathroom, first floor, where? I guess apparently Ann's wording in the document that Heather sent me is a little more specific to the, but that's all I was asking about, because I thought they were talking about the Jay Logsdon quote. I sent it, thought we were talking about that.
You got beat down for your thoughts.
I got beat down, but that's not the first time. That I'm used to that.
I have seen you get ripped to shit over just your thoughts on the case on other channels and be blocked for it. It's kind of like, damn, like if you don't follow the creator's narrative, it's like you get banned from out of here. It's like, damn, whatever happened to sitting at a table? So you want a bunch of people who just agree with everything that you say? First of all, that's boring as shit, and then you're never going to get down to a resolution if we have 50 Jeffs up here.
I think it's better than it was, though. It used to be really bad. I mean, it was awful. I mean, people were afraid to, I feel, oh man, it was ugly. It's not that ugly anymore. Either that, or it's just that,
what? And even if
we've been talking about it so long.
If it may be that ugly in other places, but I can damn sure tell you that I'm going to keep it not that way here. I want to have full circle conversations, because this trial we are going to watch, and we are going to talk about, we're going to have at the end of the day a 2-hour recap where we take phone calls and we listen to people like you who have watched the trial or who are watching the trial, just to speak about what we've heard on that day, the testimony, etc. This trial is big to me, man. I followed this shit from day damn near 1 and been so invested into this case, I wouldn't miss the trial for the world. Some people think trials are boring. They don't watch them. I won't miss this one, and I'm preparing for it. I'm thinking about all the paperwork, because it's a lot of paperwork to go through, and I've seen a decent amount of it. And I just, at this point, I was like, damn, man, I need to really just see this trial, because this paperwork is doing zero justice for me.
This case is very compelling. Do you remember this one? This is
I love this one.
I hope y'all don't mind. There, I try to find a little humor in absolutely everything. It's just it's a problem I have. I'm seeking treatment, but yeah, this was something we did back.
He said, "I'm seeking
way back
treatment."
then.
Are you serious?
No, I'm just kidding.
I
My
mean,
wife would like me to. I was
gotta-
on a job recently, and the guy I was working with, I could tell when he said, "Hey, I'll do the comedy here." I could tell what he was really saying is like, watch yourself. You're just trying to be humorous too often, and it's like,
I mean, what would life be if you woke up every day and you were like,
yeah, your face will stay that way, right?
yeah, I swear, like, what would it be if you could not laugh with your loved ones?
Right.
Or just,
And laughter is supposed to be the best medicine. So
right. I mean, there's
Yeah.
times that you need to, and that's what I understand about this. There's times that you got to be super serious, and there's times where you can squeeze in a joke here and there. But when talking about a case like this to such magnitude, you got to hold respect for the victims, their families, and there's probably been times where I've been ignorant to that, and but it's something that we all work on ourselves. And when covering these cases, you got to have compassion for the victims, but you also got to look at who's being accused and the other side fairly. And it makes for a good debate, one. And two, we really want to know what the hell happened in this house. What really made, if it is Kohberger, go in here and torture these innocent people who we're not saying they're the best people on earth, but what would make someone go in there and put a K-bar in them with 6 cars out front of their house at this time of night? Obviously, somebody who knows these people or knows who's in the house would do something so comfortably without thinking about, damn, does anybody see me? Because it was just like, they just went up in there and literally annihilated Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, Maddie. They all got annihilated. They weren't just killed. They were tortured with that. A K-bar.
Yeah, if you can do something that's going to cause PTSD in officers and maybe EMS, that's pretty bad. That's yeah. Oh, Naomi said, "Is that actual evidence?" No, that's not. That's Photoshop.
No,
that was just a joke. I mean, I tried to make it look like, imagine if a clipboard, like the killer's checklist, was dropped at the scene. It's like, so
it's all
pet
good.
the dog, trim the eyebrows.
You know what? I'm not even going to say what I want to say, but yeah, screw her. It just is what it is. Screw her. That person is wild, for sure. Could be a deep fake. Says also another sticky point is the time to do this had to be super efficient and planned to the degree, but was it for all 4? And that's a great question too. Was it for all 4, or was Maddie and Kaylee the prime targets? And maybe he met Xana down at the bottom of the stairs when this had taken place and chased her into the room, and maybe that happened that way. I don't know. That's just me speculating, obviously, because we don't know that part. But it kind of feels like to me, Kaylee or Maddie or even both were the primary targets to whatever he planned, or she or he, whoever's involved with this, planned. They were obviously the prime targets, just from what I've read and I come to understand. And correct me if I'm wrong.
It seems pretty clear, I think, that Kaylee and Maddie were first, mainly because Dylan sees him leaving, and he's got to be coming from the direction of Xana's room. Can't be coming down the stairs.
I watched that,
but I think.
Go ahead, keep going. You're good. I was just telling this Suntos Flow. Nice to see you, by the way. I ain't seen you in a minute, my friend.
I think what you were saying, T-REV, about him encountering Xana at the bottom of the stairs.
Yes.
The first thing that makes me think of is it goes against like the one thing I think has to happen in this case. Every one of the 4, it has to be a quiet killing. If there's any time at all for anybody to scream, run,
right.
Because that's why personally, here's we're just on the last 2. If I think it's Xana and Ethan are the last 2,
right.
And I only think this way because my wife is this way. We get a DoorDash. She said, "You go wash your hands." She's like, all right, dear, go wash my hands," because I don't always wash my hands. I go to the bathroom. Oh, so Ethan goes to the bathroom. wash his hands. Xana told him to. We got the DoorDash.
Right.
She's on TikTok, right? We can prove that she's doing a TikTok at 4:12. She puts a comment on a friend's TikTok post. She says, "Never forget the foundation in the bathtub at 4:12 a.m." I think Ethan's in the bathroom at this time. The footsteps coming up behind Xana while she's on TikTok, he thinks, or she thinks, are Ethan's.
I forgot
And all he
about
does.
that. We've talked about this. I didn't mean to cut you, but the amount of rage he put into Ethan to cause blood to leak through the walls. Remember, you called up your plumber friend, I believe it was.
Oh, the plumber friend, yeah.
Dude, this was a heavy topic. And did he brutally do that so bad to Ethan that blood did seep through the walls? Is that what that was?
Right. It sure looked that way. He couldn't. I thought he might tell us like, "Oh yeah, man, that's rust from a number 13 copper pipe," and we would have been able to debunk it. But he said, "I don't know. It does look like it's probably blood." And news articles everywhere were calling it like blood leaking from the house.
Yeah,
that's the thing. I have a problem with people that say that they were killed outside the house, brought to the house. What do they bring extra blood to pour by that corner of the wall so it would leak through the house? I mean, I just
wouldn't
don't see
you
that.
hear? And if they were, say they were outside, it's like, wouldn't you hear them on that rain cam around the corner that hears Murphy barking? Oh, oh, oh. I mean, you figure you would hear or some type of screaming.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you're hearing the dog bark. But
it's funny because they'll say like 10 minutes is not enough time to do this, but then how much time you need to drag 4 dead bodies back into a house that you killed off-site? That's going to take a heck of a lot of time.
D Small says, but there is only touch DNA on snap of the sheath as one person against the Idaho 4, right? And you know what? That's another. I'm glad you brought that up, D Smalls, because that's always been a topic that I would, kind of debate with people. And talking about this sheath and the touch DNA on it, screw that.
What do you think about it? What do you think about the explanation of the DNA on the sheath?
I need more. I need more than just the touch DNA on the sheath. I need to see that maybe he cut himself and there's blood inside. I need to, show me some stuff that's connecting him directly to the scene other than this touch DNA. I mean, it's touch DNA. It's at the scene, so it needs to be explained. But at the same time, I need a little bit more. I need blood or something. I need.
Now, what about this scenario? What about this scenario? Because I visualize it in the way the killer getting ready to do this crime and getting all this stuff that he's going to bring with him. I think of it the way I go to before I do a video shoot. I got my camera. Let's say I got some, some spaghetti sauce, a little spaghetti sauce on my hands. I'm messing with my camera, practicing. My knobs are working. I got my lenses. I put it inside the camera case. Okay, then that night, now I'm going to get ready to go out and do my thing. I clean down the camera case, right? Camera case is all clean. So if they find anything, if they can't find anything, they won't. But I forget to clean the inside. And that's what I think happened. I think he was handling the knife sheath at his house without gloves, snapped that button, maybe got ready, wiped the sheath down, but he didn't open the button back up to get rid of what he'd left in the inside. And that's what they found. And I'm sure as a killer, you think you have gotten away with the perfect crime. You've thought it through. You're a criminologist. You're smarter than everybody. And you're like, damn, that's right. I didn't get inside the button snap. It's always the one thing.
My theory of he possibly went in there with a gun, because I just find it hard for a person, Jeff, to go inside of a house that has 5-6 cars. I don't give a shit how many times you studied these women that you were, or these women that you were so, hyped over, and you planned to do a murder or whatever he planned, or she, whoever the hell it was. I'm gonna keep saying that until he's convicted, because before I was stuck, and I still am stuck on thinking it's him. But what prompted him to walk through those doors with just a knife? Imagine if there was a group of kids up in there and they jumped his ass, and he might have stabbed 1 or 2 with that knife, but they got to whipping his ass and got the best of him. Right? Anything like that could have happened. I mean, any burglar or somebody who's going to go into a scene like this and do what happened in 1122 King Road that night would have to literally have balls of steel to blindly walk into a house that has this many cars out front. You have people inside. So that just hits me a little bit different and puts me at an aspect of like thinking, like, what was he really thinking?
Right, but you might be thinking too that the killer cares about getting caught. Maybe he doesn't give a damn. Maybe he wants to go out in a big thing and he managed to get away. And it's like, whoa, I got away with it. But I think it's a good thought that the gun is one way to keep people quiet so that the two surviving roommates don't hear anything.
Right.
The other thing that's good about the gun theory is that if you've got a gun and you've got a knife and a knife sheath, you've only got two hands, so you put the knife sheath down on the bed when you pull it out because you've got the gun in the other hand. So it could explain. And I've always assumed that Ann Taylor, when she said the knife sheath was placed, that she was just trying to make it look bad for police. You know, that seems.
Do you think she was sending a message out to us as the consumers who are constantly waiting for new documents to come out and read them and go through them and sift through them like Potts? She'll sift through all of them. I know that Delana, she'll sift through all the paperwork. I think the Rev gang that sift through paperwork, Jeff, and they will talk about it. They'll talk about the stuff in the paperwork. And the unique thing about it is, I could name 5 people and they'll all have something different to say about this piece of paperwork, which is another reason I love doing it. You know, somebody's catching something else that someone else didn't talk about or bring up, and no, you didn't read section, or you know what I mean? Like they always got something to bring to the table with this, and I hate being just sitting here by myself, thinking, looking at these crimes, and because I watch a lot, right? And you know, I do want to thank you also for, you know, you told me about scripts and stuff back when we were talking about doing content together, and shout out to you because you put me onto it. I've started studying scripts in and out and writing scripts.
Oh, like the 2-column audio and video scripts. Yeah.
Absolutely. I went and studied them like the back of my hand after you told me about that. Like I've been studying. I still study them now, but I pretty much got it fully because I can write a full-blown script to any topic I want to cover. And the one that I got that I'm working on for this case, obviously, you know, this case is close. It hits home for me because we, again, covered it so extensively. You've had a lot of great work and input into the show as I covered this for a great amount of time. In fact, you brought a lot of content to the show, and maybe some people know, maybe they don't, but you've made things on the fly, or, you know, one day prior and the next day you sent it in, and we've had hours of topics to talk about based off those things. So shout out to you for that. Shout out to you for telling me about those scripts, because some people don't know about that, but you had the time, you taught me, or you didn't get hands-on with me or anything, but telling me like you did and giving me that advice, I was able to start to create documentaries at a high level. And I'm sitting on so many, but working on one for this whole entire case. I think it'll probably be maybe 45 minutes long, a whole entire breakdown of the things that we have heard, things said into the court papers, speculation. And I am going to drop it before the trial because I want to hear everybody's input on this case. This case will never leave. I had people hit me up like, man, Rav, you're not going to cover it. It's been 2 years, Idaho 4. You haven't covered it in a long time. And I'm like, only reason, and I tell people this all the time, I'm like, the only reason I haven't is because I just got so sick and tired of hearing the BS of people arguing over their thoughts and opinions, to the point where I had to just, back up from covering it for a minute until the trial is near. And now the trial's near. And at this point, I've went off and covered a lot of other cases and sharpened my journalist mind. The way that I look at things, the way that I listen to people is even different than it was back 2 years ago. If you go back and you watch those streams that I've done, like I'm on a different level now. Like I take it a lot more serious. And I also, I feel like my mind's opened more, and that's important for people when looking at a case and really just you can't just, I see people who make opinions on cases when they see somebody like, oh, this dude looks guilty or this girl looks guilty. Look at her eyes and look at this. No, it's like, you need to listen to the evidence. We cannot put people behind bars because of their look. I mean, if that was the case, we'd be locking up tons of fucking people. Excuse my language. But it's the
judging
truth.
a book, judging
You know?
a book by its cover. You can't
Exactly.
do that. Yeah.
I mean, yes, do I admit when you see Bryan Kohberger, he looks similar to some prior killers in the past, but that does not mean that he's a murderer. I need to see the evidence that he's a murderer. Now, again, the touch DNA on the sheath, it does throw me in that direction. There's other things in there that is sprinkled in, like the things I've heard from Kaylee's dad, Steve, talk about him possibly being connected to the Wi-Fi, and that vehicle obviously that we seen driving around, which I believe is still real footage to this day. We hear a pill out. We see them drive around, 4 times? And then it's like they came to a complete park. And then you could hear them go and pull off. You remember that?
Yeah, I got this. Well, this video here from YouTube, if you want. This is now this just shows you all 5 passes.
I'm gonna pull it up in 1 second. I want to. Deep Fake says, and I appreciate you. Thank you for the support to the channel, my friend. Obviously, you didn't have to write that to get an answer to it, by the way. But they said, actually, controversially, I'm leaning towards possibly Xana and Ethan being the targets. It's not the popular opinion, but I've heard it. It's explained in different ways by multiple different people. What do you think about Xana and Ethan possibly being the targets in this crime?
Who, me?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't, I mean, I personally lean towards Maddie's big old bedroom window,
right,
facing the back, almost like it's a drive-in movie theater, is what the way I've called it. It's a perfect place for a creeper, stalker,
right,
surveiller to sit back there, get an idea of. I think if you see something, guys can be perverts sometimes. And if he's a type that he's ruminated on this one person that he's seen in that back window, and I'm telling you, if you sit in that back parking lot and watch for long enough, I imagine you don't need to know the layout of the house. You just need to know, I'm going in on the 2nd level. First place where I see steps going upward, that's where I go. And just kind of keep your bearings as to where your car is in the back parking lot, because you can get turned around. It's easy to get turned around in that when you go up the stairwell and it makes you do a U-turn. So you could go into the wrong bedroom, but I really think that's what his goal was. The first just Maddie. That's her bedroom window that he just, how often did he sit there in the back parking lot and watch a show?
Yeah.
But anyway, this video is the.
Remember when Nancy went there? Jeff, remember when Nancy went there and you could she was talking about how you could just see through the windows so clearly standing on that little hill.
Yeah.
It was like, dude, to any stalker that had a fetish with these ladies, to any stalker, there was a stalker's paradise.
Right. I think too, I used to think that Kaylee was in her room when the killer was in with Maddie, but I think it was Tom Van. I don't know if you know Tom Van. I think he goes way back to the beginning, and but Tom was saying, and I think I agree with him. I can imagine the two of them, Maddie and Kaylee, in the bed together, and with maybe a comforter over top of them. This is November; it's cold. I think the walls were thin there. Can you imagine trying to scooch yourself away from a killer who has just stabbed your friend laying next to you, and you're trying to scooch away while this K-bar is coming down upon you?
And you're buzzed. Before you fell asleep, you have a buzz. So now you're waking up buzzed, and you, oh man, dude, just think about.
You know what dogs. And I think, based on what Nanook, I got a big German Shepherd, when he jumps up on the bed and we're like, Nanook, what? He slips through the door, jumps on the bed, and you can see he's like, I got up on the bed. I know I'm not supposed to be here.
Right.
But the sound of Kaylee probably scooching back, this killer going at her with a knife on the bed, I could see that sounding to someone underneath the floor downstairs as sounding like someone playing with the dog. You can't make out any words, perhaps, of them playing with the dog, but you can say, like, oh, the dog's jumping around on the bed again, and I'm trying to sleep. Come on, people. Come on. Can't you be quiet? That's,
Jeff,
Dylan
did they
trying to
ever
get
come
some
out
sleep.
and confirm this footage 100%?
What's that? This?
Did they ever come out and confirm, hey, this is real footage from that night? Did they ever come out and say that?
Well, I mean, as far as I know, I mean, I've had emails back and forth with the owner of this camera.
Okay.
And he's never said anything like, that's not my footage. That's not the real footage.
Okay.
So I have no reason to suspect it's something wrong with it.
Well, I'm saying though, think about it though. If you're the owner of this footage and there is being said that, hey, this is on the night of that happened, you figured they would be like, well, Jeff, that didn't happen. That's fake footage, right? That's not the footage of that night. That's real footage, but it's not of that night. Or you figured they would say something like that to you, correct?
Well, he has made statements. Here,
What was his statement?
Read it to you. I can read from. I don't like to show his email because of his email address and everything. Because we still. I mean, it's been a while since we've talked, but I would like to still keep talking to him. Like he revealed to me.
He needs to be interviewed right now. What's going on?
Oh,
sir?
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he'd be interested.
Sir, I need to talk to you about the night of November. Okay, on November 13th of 2022. Was this your footage, sir? Yes or no?
But I should be able to find this quickly.
That's all I want to ask. That's all I want to ask. Can he just say yes or no? Because that's all I want to ask.
Yeah, here you go.
You know?
He said...
Put him on speaker. No, I'm just playing.
Kane, come over. No, here's an email back from him. He said, you are correct that there is no way that camera mic would be able to pick up any sound from King. Mm-hmm. I mean, there are large brick buildings, trees, concrete retaining walls, etc. in the path, not to mention all the other background noise present in a college town at night. So, I mean, he clearly, I mean, I went out and bought almost the same model camera just to mess with the camera myself. When you own the camera, clearly you've looked at footage on it before. You know what sounds you're used to picking up. So I tend to believe him that I agree that I don't think this camera is going to pick up the sounds from inside the house.
Yeah.
It's picking up sounds from the balcony right directly above. And a lot of the sounds, how do you know these people that the sounds that you're hearing are like, oh, they're watching a movie? A lot of times I was listening very closely, trying to see if it was a movie.
You know, I've had, I wouldn't say it was an argument, but I've had somebody hit me up about this footage. Like, I know you hear that. You can hear the whole entire murder inside of the house. And I'm like, are you serious? I've listened to it over and over. You cannot hear no damn murder inside no house from this way down on the corner ass camera. Now we can see the Elantra coming through and all that, but I didn't hear a damn thing that I thought was them being murdered on this video. We enhanced the sound, we've turned it up. You're gonna hear all these other sounds because we're enhancing it. One, you're gonna hear wind blowing against a friggin' brick. You know what I mean? Like right. You're gonna hear that stuff. I think that at the time of us listening to this, we all wanted to just gravitate onto things that sounded like things. But if you really go through it patiently and you listen, you'll see that there really isn't much on there. There's stuff here and there, but it's not much at all whatsoever. Now, it does show us this Elantra pulling in, backing out, driving around a few times that he allegedly drove around. I wonder, you know what the question or thought that I'm having, it's not even a question. The thought that I'm having with BK here is that his license plate is read by a camera that we are not told about. That's what's going on in my mind. I'm thinking, okay, well, damn, they must have him on camera at one of these residents that have a camera hooked up, and they have his license plate. Something, they got to have something other than that touch DNA, because they already know it's going to be a pissing match over the touch DNA. It always is. Because
they did because he was caught on a like in Colorado, right? License plate reader caught it there. So yeah, maybe there's more than that. This image here, I don't know if you want to show it, T-REV, because a lot of people don't know how far away the camera is.
Show it. Let's get to it.
The notes, you might need to move the comment that's on screen.
Yeah, I got you. So let me take it down. Take comment down for 1 second, y'all. Here we go. Jeff, you put this together, Jeff?
Yeah. So you can see here's this is where the sliding glass door. That's from above. That's Kaylee's balcony right there. Sliding glass door to the kitchen.
Have you? I know that you're really good with Google Maps. I'd like to see an actual measurement from.
Yeah, this is this camera location to that sliding glass door is 107 yards.
Right.
That's 7 yards more than a football field. So, but the thing that I think is good about this graphic is that you can see just if you draw a straight line, there's a damn building directly in between. Doesn't mean that sound can't travel around it and bounce between these two Twinkies, as Bubbly Waters likes to call them. I like that name. They're the Twinkie buildings. But I just, that camera is under $100. I work with $1,000 microphones, and I don't see them picking up much from 107 yards. We get our microphones in close for a purpose.
So we're talking about a football. What's a
football field? Yeah, 100 yards is a football field.
That's why I've argued with people, because I didn't know the exact distance, and I got to stop saying argue. It's debating with people who have sat there and said, you can hear things, you can hear the murder take place on this camera, and I'm like, I've sat there and listened to this shit multiple times, and it's like an hour, even a little longer than that, some change long. I've sat there and listened with my headphones on, patiently sitting there waiting to hear something. I never heard anything that I thought was someone getting murdered in that whatsoever. So I couldn't hear it. They're like, you hear that, right? You can hear it going, oh, and I'm like, no, I don't hear that. Because I didn't. And I'm good at picking out on sounds, right? I think people just heard or put something in their head that, hey, we finally got some video and now I'm hearing these screams. Like, these people really, why are they saying they're hearing these screams and I don't hear jack shit?
Hey, for the sake of, maybe I misread Miss Potts' comment. I thought she was saying you can't tell what kind of car it is. I don't think that's what she was saying. She's just saying the no video of his car. Do you want to show this overlay video? You remember this one?
Absolutely.
This was the one that proved to me that it's in it. Oh, where is it?
I like seeing them all. I've used a few of the models and things that you sent me too in a couple videos that I made.
Yeah, that's what they're for. They're for everybody. They're even for the people that I don't really like their content.
We have to, what we got to start doing too more is we got to start collaborating on these other cases too. Once Idaho 4 is done, resolution finished, we need to do the same thing, but this time with more experience, knowing that I covered the case before. I'm so ready for I jumped into Cavalcante, any case. I just feel like with people's help, like you and us working together, putting our brains together, and whether I'm running a podcast, taking calls, and have all these different things, that was a beautiful time because again, we were all working as a team to put stuff out, but you did a really good job and went into detail with a lot of the stuff. And I don't think you got enough credit for that. Even on my end, I could have gave you a lot more credit for that. And I think
people have been really kind. People have been really
but
kind.
I'm serious though. I'm being serious. Like I'm looking back, like damn, he could have definitely got more love for the input and what you brought to the show, because it brought a different element. It brought a visual for people to really look at and be like, damn, that's the car going around right there, and he's got it perfectly matched up with the shit on camera. Like you could tell you're articulate, patient about the work, and cared about the case. And as long as I cover cases like that, and I know that have somebody like you that's on board that can make visuals like that and put visuals out for people, nobody can stop that, man. That's heartfelt, on the spot, and that's what we're here for. We're here to get a visual. We're here to gather our thoughts. We're here to pick each other's brains, and we're here to keep trying to give the voiceless a voice in some type of way, no matter how it is.
And that's the whole reason I got into this, is to give, because I'd be listening to your show, listening to other shows, and you'd be talking verbally about things that are visual. I'd be like, oh man, we could pull the visual up. Or I would do that myself. I'd be listening to your show. You all are talking about it. I'm looking at the visual. And I'm like, well, I'm the only one looking at this visual. That doesn't make sense. Might as well put something out, share it.
Right.
And like I said, they're for everybody.
So I don't think people understand what I'm talking about when I'm talking about that map. But I do remember you. It was like test drive.
Well, I only did the same. That picture we just saw from above. I mean, right. I had the car, a little tiny Elantra from above, like driving around.
Google
yeah,
Maps.
I don't think. Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, I have a Google Map project.
You did some shit on a whole
Google Earth
I've never seen before. I've had people send me all types of stuff, addresses to look up, but nobody's ever sent me something like you had sent me that day. And that's the first time that we came across each other's paths. You had
That's right. It was Google Earth project.
Bro,
markers for everything. Grub truck for Corner Club.
You had
marked,
everything on point.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, is this dude the FBI? Like, is this dude? Like, I'm serious.
Don't say
like,
that. People keep thinking things like that.
Well, no, it's like literally, it was a thought that crossed my mind. Like, is this guy the FBI? Like, this is some fucking good work. He sent me a Google map. He said, open this link. I opened the link, and he has every single place distanced off from the house and how far it would be there. And here's the Corner Club, and here's that, and here's this, and here. You just had it so put together, and it was neat. I'm like, damn, I wish I could be that fucking neat. I suck at that, but at least I had.
I appreciate it, T-REV. I'm trying to stay humble. I'm trying to stay humble, though.
Bro, I was
but I appreciate it.
I was blown away at that because again, nobody's ever sent me nothing like that. You know, I get.
But I owe you big thanks too, because I think people only know my name because of you.
Oh,
I mean, when that's where it all started. You know, and when I start to see subscribers, like, whoa, they're going through the roof. And I don't really care about subscribers. I don't care about money. You know, we've been doing this since or at least I've been doing this kind of stuff since 2022. I've made from YouTube. I've made about $240. That's it. I don't do this for the money. I don't do it for subscribers.
I don't give a shit if you made.
I'm obsessed.
Because you know what? I don't care if you made 100,000 because it's none of my business. 1, 2. I know you have talked to offline. Of course, yes, some of us in here have never seen eye to eye. But we may have respect for each other and we may show love. I'm not saying that me and you have completely perfectly seen eye to eye. There was a point with somebody in the picture and things were weird and all that. But you know what? I'm one of those people that believe, I know for a fact that where your heart is because talking to you, you didn't, steer me wrong and you actually were honest with me about these things. So it wasn't like you were just lying and saying things. There was some shit going on. There was somebody in the middle of it.
I like how you put it.
No, it's the truth.
I was definitely in the middle.
You were 100%. You were in the middle, and there was nothing really you felt like you could do about it besides try to make it easier. You were the guy going, come on, you guys need to have a conversation and put this to the. You were the.
I tried to be the peacemaker. I tried real hard. Yeah.
You know what? You were the level-headed person. I respect you for it. At the end of the day, I held a grudge at some point, but you know what? That's not the time we're on. And I know that we're better working together than against each other. That's a fact.
Yeah.
We work better.
And I knew the reasons, why things were going the way they were. And I understood it because it can be hard to be, I try to be a person and get along with everybody, and it's hard to be that way when you got,
Jeff, what was it about? A lot of it was about T-REV owes child support and this, that, and the third. Yeah, I do owe fucking child support. I'm an American person that definitely had kids, didn't know if the kids were mine. They got the DNA test, things that I needed to get done, that I was taking care of behind the scenes. That's not for the world. Will I share it?
That was your dirty laundry. You didn't need to. Nobody needs to be airing your dirty laundry.
I've shared it with my audience because I don't hide nothing from my audience, the people who are here that build up the channel that I have. I have no problem sitting here and telling my viewers or members here because I look at a lot of these people as family that I've never had. And it's the truth. It is the truth. That's how I've always treated it. That's how I'm always going to treat it. I don't care what Regina, Bina, Kalina, and Dina are saying about me. It doesn't matter. I know that there's real folks out here that love me from the ground up and that support the movement, the vision. They don't yes man me. They tell me things. They're real with me though. They come to me and keep it real. And that's what I appreciate about the community. But I say that to say this little break. I wasn't on YouTube, Jeff. I was able to collect myself mentally and mature up a little bit even more Yeah, I was angry at a bunch of people for spreading rumors on my name, but you know what? God was with me during this time, and I woke up. Was it 2 weeks ago, Jeff? And I'm like, I'm gonna stop going on YouTube because people have something bad to say about me, and it got so bad to the point where I let it bother me emotionally on a level like that, to where I wasn't even coming on YouTube to be here, to give my energy, to give my thoughts. I let people pull me all the way out of my game plan, and I said, "Fuck that! I'm putting my spine back intact. I'm getting on here, doing what I love, and you know what? I won't be friends with many people." This time I won't be that nice to people. But folks like you, like that, you're one of the only ones out of all of the folks that I don't mess with no more, that I know when I talk to you, you were real with me. You didn't deny not talking to John and during those times.
Right.
And you were trying to be the middle ground person. And I say that to say this, is that we got a lot more ass to kick when it comes to being a voice and putting visuals together and doing different things. And we'll talk more about it behind the scenes, because I got some very good ideas. And I know
you got a great heart, T. And I mean that there's that rap song where you, at the end of your song, you're like, what do you say? Like, if you're feeling this way and nobody listens to you, you got nowhere to go, you come to me.
Right.
You know, like, you're reaching out to help somebody that can't find a single person to talk to. You're there for that. And I see your heart in that. And I think, I mean, I always love, like that person called in earlier. Was that Nancy Grace, or was it one before it where she was saying, oh wait, let me start. Sorry.
We had Doug. No, we had Doug, and then it was Nancy.
But they were saying that they'll be working, and they just got you on in the background. And yeah, man, your show is something that you can just put on in the background, listen to, and you take calls from everybody. That's why I always thought it was great. You're not sifting out like, hey, do you agree with me before you call in? Okay. No, you take all calls. You listen to all people. And like you say, you give a voice to the community.
That's what
you know what?
like doing, man.
I better jump off. My wife called me, and she's going to wonder, like, why did you not answer the phone? What's going on?
Hey, if you need to call, you got the link. You can come back. You know?
Okay. Yeah, if I can get back on, I will. If people want me to, I know I can run my mouth.
Hey,
too much.
man, we don't. Guess what? This is my show. If people don't like it, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. I bring up who I want, when I want, and not to say that to disrespect people, but I'm saying in general.
Right.
You know,
but it's great. It is great to talk to you again, because I really miss this. I mean, there are very fond memories of the times we were like talking and
Jeff,
going on for hours and hours and hours.
I say this sincerely. We got more ass to kick in the true crime genre. Once this, I mean, and we can even get started on that now, but what I'm saying is, once this trial's over, because I know that your heart is super into the Idaho 4 case, and anything that you look at outside of that may, I know you probably look at it for a second, then you're right back to Idaho. So it's like,
it is hard to get into other cases. I guess something about the cases got to like pull me in, but exactly. Like even the Sebastian case, like you were describing, I think you described it perfectly. There's so many people that are just, it's about other stuff and not the kid that's missing. And that's just like, I totally lost interest in that because of that kind of stuff.
Right.
I was like, you know what? I feel bad for you, Sebastian, but
dude, look at
I can't get involved with all that crap.
Did you see all the creators in that case that were trying to bury me, that quickly threw me under the bus when I was exposing the fact that Seth Rogers is a fucking clown, and that he's straight up, they were trying to run a narrative on me and my channel and all this weird shit. I'm the one who cut ties with them. I could have ate them up and been a culture vulture all day long, right? But what happened was, when I shit canned them and seen the red flags, people who claimed that they were my friend immediately started stroking them off so they can get money from people, because it's the father of Sebastian. And it wasn't about being loyal to who has been their friends or anything along that manner. It was more of, you know what? Let me use this guy. T-REV got rid of him. Now I can use him and make good money on my channel. It's like, I'm the one who's seen through his bullshit. He's the one who asked me to buy him a gun and all this weird stuff. Like, screw the drama. I say that to say this. Like, if I move away from someone, it's for a reason. I don't want people trying to control the narrative like him and Tony were trying to do on my channel. It just, the characters that are in the Sebastian Rogers story are a bunch of fucking weirdos that want to pounce on a creator. And I'm not just saying me. I'm talking about, I seen them do it to other people too. They want to talk about creators, but they couldn't help a fucking fly off the ground. And that's a fact. They can't make a difference in the world or impact lives. So what they try to do, Jeff, is they try to throw, you know, targets and darts at you because it makes them feel like a better person because they could tear someone down. And those are just type people that can't look themselves in the mirror. So at that point, you just got to say, hey, you can win that battle and continue on with your mission and not pay attention to it. I let it pull me out of my mission. I let it, because I, for some reason, was getting, you know, my heart was so into the Sebastian Rogers case, and it still is. But I just noticed that the people that are covering that case are complete fucking grifters that are looking for any opportunity that they can to make any dollar amount. They don't care what they got to do to get it. They're going to do it. If it's getting on the knees and sucking a saucy, excuse my language, they would do it. You know what I mean? Like it's what it's about. Like, these people don't cover this shit because they love it, Jeff. These people cover it because they want to get as much money as they can to, and I get it. People need to pay their bills, etc. But for me, I always run on passion. This shit is passion to me. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If I'm covering something, it's because I love it. It's because my heart's in it. It's because I want to see the full resolution. I want to help in any possible way I can. I want to donate to the families if they have organizations. I want to do shit, get out here with the community and be an impact, not just somebody who sits behind the fucking screen, starting BS behind the scenes with all these different creators. That's not what it's about. It's about making a difference, leaving an impact on people, promoting people to think freely. That's what it's about to be. And it's what it's always been about. And that shit will never change. I don't care who says they believe me, who doesn't. You don't got to believe me. I know me. I know what's going on. I know what I want. And it's as simple as that. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be in your face. And I'm going to make you pay by watching me do what I love. I'm not going to make you pay by me talking shit to you. And I don't mean make you pay as in pay me money. Make you pay as in all that bullshit that you're saying about me doesn't mean nothing. I'm unfazed and I'm still moving forward. And that's what it's always about, man. But you probably on the phone with your wife, huh, Jeff? Let me hear you.
How do you know? How do you know? Should I put my wife on speakerphone so you can hear her?
Tell her.
Say hi. Say hi, mi amor.
Hi, how are you?
I am doing good. About yourself, man?
Oh, you know what? She's not going to be able to hear you because I got
headphones
on.
You know what? Tell her I said hey. Send her my love.
T-REV sends his love. Says hey. But yeah, let me jump off of your T-REV unless you let me stay on longer.
I'm gonna be on for a while, bro. What? I got about 10 hours.
You going 10 hours?
Old me. I'm feeling like the marathon me. I've already been on for 11 hours. This is the second round right now.
You just did 11 hours? When? Yesterday?
11 hours and 59 minutes, and I'm on again. We're rocking out all night. What are we talking about? I'm turning.
All right, honey. T-REV says I have to stay on for 12 hours. Is that okay? Can I stay on for 12 hours, honey?
No, you.
No.
Hey, I gotta at least get half. Tell her
Be a dead man.
No.
Oh, don't say that. She said I'll be a dead man.
Yeah,
you're talking true crime. Don't be saying
her
that.
I at least need a 6. You know, I at least need a 6-hour shift. You know.
6 hours? Yeah, I'm punching in. What time did I punch in? Let me see.
I'm playing, brother. Hey, you do what you got to do. You got the link. You can join whenever you want. I'll open up the lines, take calls, watch some videos.
Yeah. Let me jump down and give people a little rest from
brother.
me.
God bless
All right.
you.
Thanks, T-REV. Great to talk.
I'll text you, brother. Shout out to Jeff for joining us. Shout out to Jeff. I'll open the lines back up. What are we talking about? Move this over here. And you know, me and him didn't see eye to eye a lot of times. And I won't let, I personally brought that dude on here. I know Detective John called during Idaho 4 and stuff like that, but Jeff was put in the middle because Jeff was friends with both of us. And, I had seen DJ's true colors and cut ties with him. Again, I don't wish bad on DJ whatsoever. I don't care. Even all the bullshit that he said about me and all the narratives that he tried to spread with other people, you know what it is, what it is. I know what I got going on. You know, I know what I'm working on. I don't need their acceptance. And I definitely don't give a fuck about a narrative that they're going to spread about me. Because again, that's not what we're here for. One, and two, I know my truth. Right? It is crazy when things get like that. And I feel bad for you guys, the viewers who have to see this shit. One, two, it gets annoying. And you know, it sometimes will make you want to leave this platform or just go away from this platform for a while. I guarantee a lot of you in here maybe shut your phone or just have to get away from YouTube for a little bit. That's how I felt the last 6 or 7 months. And anyone who knows me, anybody who's been here or been a member here knows that that's normally not me. I don't do that. I don't usually shut down and get off the platform and not talk about cases. And if something is wrong, you can obviously tell. I was getting up here pretending like I was okay. And that's not okay because it takes away from the things that we're talking about, the, you know, the substance, the material, the message. It takes away from all of that. And I don't want that. You guys don't deserve that as viewers, of people who support me, who come here to get my energy, hear from me, hear me speak, and also throw your input in here. You don't come here to see me mope, be depressed, or none of that. And I don't ever want to give you guys that ever. When I'm here, I want to give you this energy, the energy that is always sparked within inside of me. I don't want to give you the half-ass me, the me that can't focus, the me that's not able to really look at this because I don't give a F about this, you know? Well, so salute to the real ones that are here, present day. I appreciate you guys. You've rolled with me. People talking about Rev, your numbers, you're losing numbers. I was at like 73,000, went down to 68,000. With the motherfucking doodah day. Who gives a shit? Those people that ain't here, that's on them. You know what I mean? I don't care. I'm not about to go and cry in the corner about losing 6,000 subscribers that decided to believe some friggin' coward who made up some bullshit ass lie about me with this phone call, weird shit. You know, like I'm not about to go cry, get bent out of shape, and keep over explaining myself, because those people will be seen in the court of law for the things that they've lied on me about, and that'll be handled that way. But never again am I going to let people come in between, cause drama in the Rev Gang family, and let things get to where they were. Because when have I did that? And anybody who knows me in here for the last 2.5 years that you've been following me, when do I really let people get under my skin? Why did I start letting that happen now? Why did I let that bother me so much that I was willing to walk away from YouTube, willing to stop going live, doing what I love, willing to just, you know, give up everything, especially in a great time of my life where DNA test was done. I found out I got custody of my son. He's here with me right now. He's in the other room. I'm working on trying to get something going with my daughter as far as custody. I've grown into a better person. And a lot of it has to do with a lot of you that followed me and supported the channel and always supported the channel. The motivation, the messages, the emails, even though there was a lot of negative ones, there was a lot of positive ones of people reaching out, words of encouragement. And you guys know who you are. Thank you for, again, sticking by my side, being here with me every single step of the way, and putting up with that moment where I was gone for 6-7 months and I came back. And I tried, you know, when I would come back, I would try to put that front on as if I was okay, but I really wasn't okay. And that's the truth. I really wasn't okay. I would come back and say, yeah, I'm about to be back on and we're rocking and we're doing great and I'm doing great. And then we're about to me, I got up here because I felt like I was letting a lot of you down. And I wanted to play it off like I was okay, but I really wasn't okay. As soon as I got offline, I went back. I was in bed again for days and then wake up like, I'm not going live. I don't feel like it. And it wasn't more because I didn't want to be live. It was because I was heartbroken over the things that were being thrown around on my name and the way that they were being twisted around and manipulated into the minds of others. And people were going and believing it. And you know what? If you're one of those that believe it, then you. Get off my page. I don't care. I don't need to break down shit for anybody. But I do want to thank those real ones that had the decency to come to me and ask questions and have a conversation with me like a human being, rather than to just insinuate and go off some goofy ass demonic dude who creates AI screenshots of people and videos of other people and just does weird stuff for attention. So I do appreciate that. And that's the reason why I had got rid of that person. And that's why they went to the length that they went through. That person's been trolling this show for a long time. I can't help that this person is obsessed with me and wants to troll and do all this dumb shit. You know, it is what it is. But back to Bryan Kohberger. Where you at, Potts? We can argue. I got some things I want to talk to you about. Where you at, Potts? I'll pick your brain right now on this case. You know? Oh, well, we're ignoring the haters. We're past that. I'll talk about and go on my little rant here and there, but we're way past that. I promise you. I promise you. Thank you, Shelly, for the 21 months. And Courtney, I was just reading your message. Courtney says, T-REV, so many of us love you. Ignore the haters. It's all about that. It's all about paying attention to the love, the people who love you and are there and are here for the content, not drama. Because it seems like this world feeds off drama present day. And it seems that drama sells to all these people. And they're willing to jump ship and be weirdos for that. And this doesn't make sense to me. And I don't care. I'm not going to get up here and kiss feet and come back to my channel. If you unsubscribe, good. There ain't nothing that I can do about it. I'm just going to keep on being me and continue to do what I love. And either people are going to be here and rock with me or they're not. It just is what it is. I don't care if there's 4 people in here right now. I'd be same energy, same conversation, saying the same exact things that I'm saying right now. It just doesn't matter because I don't care. I don't look at those numbers. I'm not looking at the amount of viewers in my live stream hovering over it like a friggin' fiend. I don't care about that. I'm here for the content that I want to talk about in this case. If anybody wants to come up on stream or call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. We want to hear from you. If you've been trying to get through and for some reason you're not, text me. I'll give you a call back. Who wants to chime in? What's your thoughts? Present day with Bryan Kohberger, do you believe that he will be exonerated, that he will be found not guilty? Or do you believe that they're just grasping at straws and it's a bunch of bullshit? And we've been having this conversation for a while, but I do know it's turning up. What was it? 2 days ago, they're literally just having conversation. I think it was a court date. Let me look at it. What was it? I remember something that came out and somebody asked me that day, Rev, are you going to cover it? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to get to it. You're damn right I'm going to get to it. I knew it was the 2-year anniversary and then the stuff about the evidence. That's what I do know. But thank you also, Courtney, for supporting the channel. Shout out to you. You didn't have to write that for me to read it. I'm going to say that every time. But thank you, though, for showing love and support here with the Rev Game family and myself and believing in me. Thank you. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. Here it is. Amen. Yeah, I got you. Potts, I got you. Potts, email me real quick at let's see. Email me at which one is this? Hold on, let me switch it real quick. Matter of fact, you ain't got an email, Jack. I'm gonna drop it for you right now. You ready? Here it is. This is the link for anybody that wants to join. I will take calls too. You can also leave a message and I can play that also. You get 3 minutes on a voice message if for some reason I miss it. Tina, thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate it. I feel like you've been here longer than that though. But definitely thank you for 9 months is a long time to me. 9 months is a very long time to me. One second. Let me make sure. I thought I'm missing something that I wanted to talk about when it comes to this. So it says what? As of November 2024, there have been significant developments in the case against Bryan Kohberger, who was accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students. Yes, we know that in 2022. So the death penalty consideration, which they kind of talked about in the video that I played, on November 20th of 2024, Judge Stephen Hippler ruled that the death penalty remains a possible sentence if Kohberger is convicted. The defense had argued that capital punishment is outdated and violates international treaties, but the judge was not persuaded. Now, it also says the trial has been moved from Moscow, Idaho to Boise, approximately 300 miles away, due to concerns about finding an impartial jury. And jury selection is scheduled to begin on July 30th of 2025, and with the trial commencing on August 11th of 2025. So coming up, summer 2025. Woo! That's right around the corner, y'all. The families, now it says victims' families are seeking support. The families of some of the victims are raising funds to attend the trial in Boise. Fundraisers have been set up to cover travel, accommodation, lost wages, and new trial location possesses logistical challenges for them. What can we do to help? I'm curious about that. Is there anything that we could do? Where is this GoFundMe? Where can we try to help? You know, again, anything. A penny's good. If you got a penny and you can donate it to them to help them get to this trial. I mean, damn, I feel bad that they would even have to miss it, you know? So now we have potential, you know, victims' families members that can't even make it to the trial because of where it's at. Hopefully we can find a link or something and maybe help them out a little bit. I'd love to make a donation myself to them and help. That's crazy. I imagine missing a trial like that where your kid was stolen from you, killed, absolutely murdered. What's going on, Miss Potts?
Hello, how are you?
I am good. Glad to have you up, my friend. The defense guru is in the building.
I am not a guru, but thank you.
I'm joking. I say that respectfully because you do bring up good points. You don't bring up bullshit. You bring up good points, and it may be bullshit to other people, but it's stuff that would be asked in a courtroom. And respectfully, that's exactly what it is.
True.
You know?
Yeah.
So I do appreciate the knowledge that you have, the knack for looking through papers and really digging down to, you know, different definitions of what it could possibly mean, what they're talking about, what it like. I want to talk to you first right now about the exculpatory evidence, right? Remember, you used to have arguments with people about that on this panel, but now it's just me and you. And I personally want to hear what your thoughts are on that exculpatory evidence. Will we hear about it during this trial in August of 2025? Are we going to hear a lot about that? What do you think?
I think it's all going to depend, to be honest with you. By the way, I'm glad you're back. I didn't realize you had a lot of shit going on. Missed all that. So I'm glad that you're back and you're well.
I got custody of my boy.
That makes me happy.
You know? So, you know, my boys.
I was wondering where you went.
I was going through some stuff, more of mentally with people on the internet, right? Like people were going wild. They were going wild on me, and people always went wild on me, right? And I woke up the other day, like 2 weeks ago, and I'm like, why did I lose my backbone? And one, I'm not speaking for myself. Two, I'm letting people walk all over me. And three, I'm just letting it happen by not avoiding to go on YouTube and do what I love. I'm letting a lot of people down right now. Myself, the Rev gang, people who enjoy the passion and content that I bring to the channel, and everybody else and I appreciate people like you and others who take part in what I do here, because you're part of what makes it great.
Shit, are you kidding, dude? I saw you were live. I thought you were live, and I was like, oh my God, where has he been?
Hey, I haven't been. Well, I've been on the last 6-7 days, maybe 40 hours, and today I did 11 hours watching the. I've been watching the Melody Forest trial. I don't know if you're familiar with that case, but really binging it and taking in that information and soaking it in and look at I got her look. I think she might not be guilty, like they found her guilty. I think she really might be innocent so far. I haven't seen anything that sticks out.
No shit, huh?
Think about this. This dude, her son got on the stand, and the guy was talking to him about his police call, how he called the police about him in the burn pile. But he said they called me and told me. What do you mean they called you and told you? You found your dad's dead body. Why would they call you? You know, like, do the police have telekinesis? And they can just, see that you found the body and now they're calling you? Because that's how he said it. They and I are two different things. Then his friend, he said his friend left bullets over there, right? 38 caliber bullets. They're in a drawer. That's the type of bullet that dad was shot with in the rib cage twice. Well, he immediately was talking about his friend and then changed it to, well, I put him there. And he didn't mean to say he put him there, though. So you could tell he didn't have his story right and it was scripted. And I'm like, damn, are we going to see this in the
Oh, wait. So he's saying he put bullets there? Like he placed bullets in the scene, you mean?
Like right into the barn where because he lived in the apartment above, right? And he lived on the farm in that apartment. Down below was the side-by-side and the tractor. And they're trying to say that Melody, 5'3", 5'4", 125 pounds, moved this 300 body 70 to 80 yards away from the house and put him in the burn pit and killed him. But yet all the family was in town. Everybody was there to have a gathering. Obviously, it's July 4th. You know what goes on then. And mom of 39 years just decides to kill dad right when everybody's in town. Like, I'm having a hard time buying the story one and the testimony from Scott.
No
shit. Bad. I think we might have an innocent woman going to prison right now. Possibly, if she's not innocent. You said what?
I said, no shit, huh?
I really think
she's innocent.
I think she might be innocent. And I'm not the one to be throwing shit out there like that all the time. But I took my time to really listen to the evidence and listen to what they were talking about. And it does make me look at all these cases even differently. It makes me look at, Bryan being tried differently. And I'm not taking the dude's side. I'm not taking anyone's side, but I am looking at things in a non-biased mind state to where I really want to make sure that the person who really did it is being the one punished, not the people who want it to be. You know what I mean? We want the person that did it to be punished. We don't ever want to just push it on anyone. And me going over that case has kind of really pushed my mindset into the defense aspect because I'm seeing so many holes in that trial.
You're seeing how easily it could happen to someone?
Yes, ma'am. 100%. That's a fact. I'd be lying if I said no. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, see, that's kind of why. So, like, even though back in the day, everybody was like, oh, you just fucking bootlick for the defense, right? No, I don't. I think it's imperative that
I used to be one that
remember that.
I'm not gonna lie. I used to say things like that.
I know.
Hey, licking on the damn,
It's cool though. Like, I never took it personally.
I've Annie, seriously, I've literally, after looking at this trial over here, where everybody is the popular opinion is Melody did it, she's evil looking, she's this. I said, screw that. I'm not gonna take in and get close. I'm gonna look at this case as if I was a juror and tell you exactly what I think. And that's the whole angle I've taken this whole time watching that. And I easily see how people can manipulate, like, confirmation bias completely, that whole entire trial. Confirmation bias. Nothing else.
Right.
They didn't test blood at the scene on the tractor. They didn't test blood on the side-by-side. They didn't test blood in the house. It's like, what the hell are y'all even collecting this shit for and showing it to the jurors if you didn't test it, for Christ's sakes? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Confirmation bias and people hopping on board and saying that this woman did this crime. I truly believe that she's either completely innocent or maybe she had someone do it at the most. But I just not
or like had some help or something.
Right. I'm not seeing it. They're saying that this woman's OCD, but yet there's spots of blood on the ground that are like ketchup. So you're going to tell me that this woman's OCD, cleans this house, been there for 39 years, she keeps it spotless, and now all of a sudden she forgets to clean up a ketchup like
a ketchup-sized spot of blood.
It just seems like somebody who would kill him, that because they're saying it happened in the house. It seems like somebody who would kill him, and then they would be worried about who would walk in and catch them standing there cleaning if they did clean it up.
Or maybe they just saw it as like the prime opportunity to do it is when everybody's there, because then you have this plethora of people to choose from rather than only one or two people being there.
Right.
Like a big party going on, it's probably a lot easier to kill someone, and then, oh my God, all of a sudden this person's dead and there's, 10 people. Who do you look at? Could have been anybody.
I know people want to dive into the
okay. So I know we want to dive.
I want to do it. I'm more than ready, and
I'm ready
to step back from this because my heart has always been wrapped up in this case. You know that. I thought, and I still kind of do think that Bryan did this. I do. But at the same time,
not gonna lie to you, I promise you. So that's the thing, right? Everybody thinks that I think he's innocent.
Right.
I don't have an opinion. I don't know if he did it or he didn't. I have no idea. Right. Not the point. It doesn't matter if I think he's guilty or innocent at all. The point is, can the fucking state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it? That's the point.
I gotta rock with you on that, Annie, just for the simple fact that this case I'm watching right now in Atlanta is, again, they might have got this guilty verdict wrong on Melody, and there's people that are going to disagree with me, but I literally watched a man on the stand that had 38 caliber bullets, which was the kind that was in his ribs, a gun missing, and it all be within the vicinity of this barn that this guy's in, but they found her guilty without a reasonable doubt. Like, no way. Right now, as I'm sitting about to watch day 7 of this trial, I got her not guilty right now, in case they show me some concrete evidence, because they haven't shown me jack shit. So I hope is that going to be the case here with Kohberger? Is that what's going to happen with Kohberger? And it could. I always said I leave shit open in my mind, but now it's even more open because I see.
Oh, he absolutely could be involved, but I've always said it from the beginning. The fact that we knew early on that there were 3 to 4 other male DNA located at the crime scene. I've always said that if he did do it, the fact of the matter is he shouldn't be the only one who's charged, because it would appear that your 3 to other 4 DNA at the crime scene, which is exculpatory, by the way, and not included in any version of the probable cause affidavit that we have.
Right.
Okay. So that to me just indicates multiple perps. And in my opinion, it is not justice if only one person's going to jail and there are 3 to 4 others out there involved that are getting away. That's not justice. And I don't support that.
I don't either. We want everybody who had a hand in it to be punished for it. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's the same way that I'm thinking in the case that I was just watching the trial on, and that I'm still watching the trial on. It was, damn, like, I truly feel like someone who had a hand in this man's murder, who they were using for money. They used them for money. If you don't know the case, they were, all the kids were daddy's credit card. And Scott, a week before, his dad was saying, bring me the credit card now. Things are going to change. You're going to have to work a job. Then a week later, he's found dead during July or around July 4th, when family's supposed to be there. And now everybody's easily pointing the finger at Melody. But yet he had problems with spending his money or his dad's money off the credit card. And, again, it just, in his testimony, it just didn't seem right. It seemed like someone who allegedly is lying. And that's my personal opinion. And I think, again, somebody either, one, is getting off from committing this murder, or 2, she's innocent and there is somebody who committed this murder out there.
Right.
It's crazy.
Well, I just want to, real quickly too, I just want to address a couple things. So there's someone in the comments, she asked, Just Debbie, she says, didn't Bryan ask if anyone else has been arrested? I just want to let you know, it is in the new documents, in these new motions that have been filed.
Oh, it is?
That the alleged statement made from Bryan regarding, it's redacted, but we can only assume it has to do with, was anyone else arrested? The defense team is saying that because PSP and the FBI had no body cams on when they raided the house and took Mr. Kohberger into custody.
Right.
There is absolutely zero evidence whatsoever that he was any of the claims media has made that he was, allegedly doing all of these things in the middle of the night and asking if anyone else was arrested. None of that's true. Or if it is true, it doesn't matter because the FBI and the Pennsylvania State Police didn't wear body cams when they conducted their 1 a.m. raid.
Right. That's crazy.
So that's something else that we found out from these new documents as well. Is so for weeks prior to the raid on December 30th, they already had Mr. Kohberger under surveillance. He had been under surveillance since December 16th when he arrived in PA. They observed him walking into a CVS on December 16th. They observed him repeatedly jogging around his parents' gated community. They observed him driving all over Monroe County. And rather than apprehending him at any of those times during the day, during normal hours, during, normal business hours, they waited until 1 a.m. and they conducted a no-knock raid, and they held the entire family at gunpoint. They were questioned. He was zip tied. He was not Mirandized. He was questioned, even though he was zip tied and not Mirandized.
Right.
And the only video that they have, I believe, is from transport, and that's it. No other video has been turned over in discovery.
It should be
so if they have it, it hasn't been turned over to the defense, is the point I'm getting at.
I got you. Okay, so maybe they're using it in a sense, or something's going on with it.
No, their discovery deadline was on November 14th, I think. Everybody's deadline was November 14th.
And did we? Okay, so I got a question now because, again, I have missed a lot of maybe sprinkles of information that came out. Were they ever able to pinpoint that unknown DNA profile that was at the scene? Remember, you got Kohberger, you got this, but what's this other DNA? So, is there a match?
From a lot of what the documents state regarding the other profiles, the problem is, so with these other profiles, we have a problem. The problem is that according to the discovery that the DNA experts in this case have seen and have signed sworn declarations to, is that 3 to 4 other profiles were identified as male and uploaded to CODIS. Bill Thompson, at one of the last hearings with John Judge regarding the DNA and the IgG, it's when we learned about the 3 other DNA in open court, remember? Ann Taylor is the one who kind of dropped the bomb about the other DNA, not Bryan's, in the house. And Bill said that those profiles were ineligible for CODIS.
I feel like it would be obvious that there would be other DNA in the house, though, just because there were so many people in and out. Did they?
Right, but the problem is where the DNA was located. Yeah, it's not DNA that was located just randomly in the house. This is DNA. It is located in close proximity to where the deceased were located.
And if they were murdered on their bed, it could have been from them having consensual relations with somebody prior to this.
It could also be like someone's DNA on their clothes. It could be someone's blood, someone's hair. It could be someone's skin cells.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I think because they're college kids, there's probably 100 different DNAs.
Okay, but if there's 100 different DNAs, then we have a problem.
But there's only
because they're not talking about 100 DNAs.
Yeah, I know.
They're talking about very specific DNA.
Yeah,
that was found at the crime scene by forensics. This isn't DNA found by the defense, and they're like, "Oh, see, woohoo! It's the golden egg."
Yeah, but it's almost like, of course, they're gonna find other DNA, even if it's in close proximity to the crime scene. It's because if it's on their bed, that's pretty obvious. Anywhere in a house where people are in and out of, you're gonna find other DNA. But I think his DNA being the only one on the sheet is the most important.
Well, the problem with the sheet, though, is that it's a movable object with touch DNA.
Yeah, so if anybody else touched it, wouldn't it be there?
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. So like I happen to go to, you know, places like Dick's and stuff like that a lot. I like my guns. So my DNA is left on multiple weapons every time I walk into a Dick's and I'm checking out some guns or I'm checking out some knives.
I feel like that DNA leaves a trail. I don't mean to cut you, Annie, but I'm just saying this. Tell me if you agree or not. I feel like that DNA being being not found anybody to it, it's gonna leave doubt in jurors' minds. You hear that shit.
Right, but the problem with the DNA is that the state will not produce the chain of custody for the IgG, how the DNA was identified. Okay. Right. So the point I'm getting at is that in one of the declarations from Bicca Barlow, so Bicca Barlow is one of the DNA experts in this case.
I need to catch up on those papers.
In her declaration, and this was a while back, she specifically was stating that it was critical for the defense to know what matches were produced on the tree that were relatives in the area at the time of the crime. So this is in her declaration. And I think that's important because it has been said, and it's been out there for a while, that Bryan did his own DNA upload at some point. Okay.
23.
So, yeah, if he has his own DNA uploaded into a database, you have the state claiming they matched him through DNA, and he is telling the defense here, you can have access to everything that I was given for my results. It would appear, in my opinion, that the defense very early on wanted that IgG for comparison purposes to Bryan's own DNA that he did. They would have access to his account. They would have access to what his profile produced for matches for ancestry for him.
And they're
feel
saying
me?
that he illegally.
You feel where I'm going?
No, I feel where you're going 100%. And they're also saying that, correct me if I'm wrong, that they have legally obtained this sample, or not sample, but
they unconstitutionally used his genetic information, is what it says. So the wording is very important because they're not saying that they used his DNA to match him. They are saying that they used his genetic information. That's different. So if he uploaded DNA to, say, a database that opts out of sharing with law enforcement, and then they backdoored it, pretended as though they were the user to match him, they can't say that because he opted out. So even with the law enforcement kit or whatever, they're not going to share if he's opted out. They have to find another way to match it. And in these documents, the defense is stating very clearly that the IgG is the origin. It's not the trash DNA. It's not the sheath DNA. Nothing. It's the IgG is the origin, and they reverse engineered the case and focused on Kohberger. That is what these documents are alleging.
I heard that they used the DNA from a family member to lead to Bryan, and then they got his DNA from, like, legally from the garbage.
Well, that's what they claim, but that's according to what the defense is alleging. The defense is saying, nope, that's not what they did at all. Not the trash DNA, not daddy's DNA, not the sheath DNA. None of these things are what got them to Bryan. The IgG is the origin.
Yeah, and it's also tricky too because once, like, his family's DNA is in that business's, like, system, they're able to do whatever they want with that DNA. So, like, I don't know if it would be considered unconstitutional because technically that company owns that DNA.
Not if you opt out of sharing with law enforcement.
But his family members probably didn't.
No, I understand that, but they're not claiming, listen, this is the problem. They're not claiming that they used dad's IgG tree to get to Bryan. They are claiming that they stole dad's trash and matched him to daddy. Do you understand? They matched the sheath DNA, allegedly. They're saying that this DNA belonged to the biological
but
father.
how did they know to go to the dad to get the DNA in the first place?
Hold up. So they're saying now that the
Listen, this is what I'm saying. So originally the IgG, all had to do with it was determined the probability. Remember the 5.37 octillion, okay?
I do remember that.
So we have this probability, allegedly, that the DNA from the trash was his dad's. When they ran it with the DNA from the sheet, with their little IgG or whatever they did, it came back that the dad is the biological father of the DNA from the sheet. But then you have his defense DNA expert coming back saying, well, we need to know all the other relative matches that you had in the area. So it would be, it's pretty apparent to me, in my opinion anyway, this is fully my opinion based on what I'm reading, what I'm seeing in these documents, what the defense is alleging. They knew very early on that whatever the state was claiming with this DNA and how they matched him is likely impossible. You know, and how whatever they were claiming how they got to him is not how they actually did it. And, you know, so.
And I'm looking at it.
I don't know.
So we got, in this case, we got the DNA, obviously, the knife sheath DNA. Investigators discovered male DNA on a knife sheath at the crime scene, which was later matched to Kohberger through a cheek swab. The defense argues that this genetic information was illegally gathered by law enforcement, citing potential violations of the Fourth Amendment right. And they're also saying on the digital and electronic data, cell phone records, and the prosecution has utilized Kohberger's cell phone data to place him near the crime scene at relevant times. The defense contends that warrants used to obtain these records lacked probable cause and therefore are invalid, and it was illegal. They're also saying online accounts, data from Kohberger's Amazon, Google, Apple, iCloud, AT&T accounts have been scrutinized. The defense challenges that the legality of the search warrants used to access this information, they're arguing that it violated privacy laws and that they broke those laws. Also, they're talking about the physical evidence, vehicle search, evidence obtained from Kohberger's white Hyundai Elantra is under dispute. The defense claims that the search warrant for that was invalid due to a lack of probable cause. They're also talking about their arrest conduct, the statements made during the arrest. The defense alleges that Kohberger arrest at his parents' home in Pennsylvania, law enforcement officers did not properly advise him of his rights. They argued that any statements made during this time should be suppressed. So those are challenges that they're facing kind of within right now. And they're talking about in a court, and I don't blame them for this. We're talking about somebody who's going to face the death penalty where we could kill them. We need to make sure that if we're going to convict somebody, that the evidence is there to prove without a shadow of a doubt that this is the guy that solely committed this murder. Now, if there is somebody else involved, they need to be brought to justice too. And I agree with that 100%. But I feel like Kohberger would have squealed if there was already. If he's in it and he did it, right, he squeals on the person who's with them. Look at half of these people out here. They're telling on everything. They get caught, they're telling for some type of deal. But there's chances that he couldn't be too at the same time, you know? So
it sounds like he made a statement during arrest that they don't want it to be out there, but it also sounds like they were wearing body camera then, so there should be footage of him being Mirandaized.
Right. And I appreciate you joining us, by the way, Naomi. I meant to say hi and welcome.
Hi. Yes, no, I love that I got to just dive right in because Miss Potts is very like informational, like informal in the chat.
Absolutely.
Stuff too, so it's perfect.
Well, I will tell you, they definitely don't have body cams of him. They don't have, if they wore body cams when they conducted the raid on the house, that footage was not turned over to the defense in discovery.
And I find that so hard to believe in such a high profile case that they would not have body cams on during the...
You would think, I know, but it's Pennsylvania though. So Pennsylvania is pretty well known for not yeah, I mean, good luck if you think, even if they wear them, good luck getting them. Even if you try to FOIA them, it's a time. But I do want to say though about the comment that was up earlier, that trash on the road is public property. This is something that the defense team themselves are arguing. Bryan's parents lived in a private gated community. They have a trash ordinance that requires, they have very specific requirements in that neighborhood for the trash collection and pickup. You are not allowed to put your cans out until the morning of pickup. Okay. Other than that, they have to be secured somewhere because of the bears and everything that are up there and the wildlife and animals. Okay.
Right.
So and the defense is even arguing that in their motions that no, the trash that you claim that you collected that had dad's DNA that you matched, they're saying that none of that was the origin. They are saying none of that, not the trash collected, not the sheath, none of it was the origin. IgG is the origin. His genetic information is the origin.
How would they know where to look at first if they didn't get it from the sheath or anything? Why would it just like why?
I know, pretty wild, right?
Much love, my friend. Good night to you. Hey,
I think I just find it very interesting because you asked me about exculpatory stuff, right?
Yeah.
Remember back in the day, we tried to have conversations about this, and I'm like, this is just what jurors, right?
Right.
So I think this is why we have the Franks. The Franks motion has been filed because that is specifically what a Franks motion is for. It is when the affiant has either intentionally.
It was deeper with you. Like we would go back and forth a little bit, and I want to say this. Now that I have sat back and actually watched a few trials since the last time I talked to you, I can tell you this right now without a shadow of a doubt that my mind is thinking a lot differently in every case that I cover, because there's a lot of stuff that's being withheld from us that we're not hearing. And it's hard to judge certain things if you're not watching a trial. Now, there's some cases, there's pretty cut and dry cases, and then you have cases that are far from cut and dry, that are leaning on very little shit evidence. Like, for instance, why people brought up the touch DNA. Yeah, oh, who cares? It was touch DNA, blah, blah, blah. But it is made a big deal in a courtroom, touch DNA. They like to throw that shit out. And I'm just saying, there's things that I've caught on to since my last conversations with you. That's why I was like, damn, come up, Potts, because I can have.
See, the problem is that when you have officers, and I've been saying this from the beginning, and a lot of people got mad at me because they thought that I was just like being a jerk to police, and I'm not. Like I am in support of police officers and law enforcement who uphold their oath, is how I look at it, right? So when you have officers, lead investigators in a case, and detectives going to magistrates, and they are withholding, they are not only, we're talking about intentionally and with reckless disregard for the truth, omitting exculpatory information and evidence. That is exactly what a Franks motion is for. And there's a bar for Franks. You have to have proof of that. It's not just the defense can go make a wild accusation of Franks and have nothing to back it up.
I think it's hard because in this case, like, he is almost a PhD in serial killing. Like, he basically studied that his whole adult life.
They all are if they have a PhD in criminology, I guess.
But like not every your average criminal is not going to be as intelligent and prepared for a crime as Bryan Kohberger would be. So it might be why the prosecution is probably playing a little dirty or playing their cards close to their chest. But I also think that with him being so educated, like most of the detectives and all the other people working on the team, like they probably don't even have a bachelor's degree. You know what I mean? Like they get their experience from being in the field, and he has studied how to murder and how to get away with murder, people who've gotten away with murder, people who've gotten arrested for his whole adult life. So it's like he's operating at another level. If it's him, I would expect him to be throwing all of these motions and having planned 10 steps ahead and might have already plot this out. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like we're dealing with someone who is above average.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're on par there with, definitely that.
I disagree entirely, but I fully respect your opinion.
Yeah, for sure. And I appreciate that. And that's what it's about. We should be able to talk and I respectfully disagree with you. You respectfully disagree with me, and not treat you like shit or a different person because of that. And I feel like that goes on a lot in this community, and we kind of need to, be responsible and take care of that and try to fix that in a way, because I see a lot of you criticized in chats and people criticized in general because they have a different opinion than someone else. And I get that we want to see justice be taken out on somebody for the death of somebody who was brutally murdered, and let alone 4 people.
Yeah.
But we also have to make sure that our justice system is achieving at the level they say they need to achieve at, and that's giving someone a fair trial. And if someone's not getting a fair trial, you don't know what's going on with this person on the stand. You don't know if they really did commit this. If I see evidence like blood at the scene, DNA there, not just a little speck of touch DNA like in here, I need to see a little bit more that ties in Kohberger than just that.
See, this is the problem too. Like, when you look at that, I'm sure we all know the stand probable cause affidavit. It depends which version you pick of it. Okay.
Right.
Washington, Idaho, PA. Okay. Pick whichever version you want.
Yes, ma'am.
The problem with these affidavits is that they claim, especially in the Pennsylvania one, that there are videos of this alleged vehicle in front of the King Road house. Okay. Well, if they exist, they have not been produced by the state. And Payne testified to this in the last hearing, one of the last hearings in front of John Judge. Corporal Payne and Cy Ray were there.
Yeah, for him to pull this off, he definitely wouldn't have had to have been doing some sort of stakeouts on the house for a while, I feel like. Like, if he's actually guilty, he must have been around the house multiple times on multiple different occasions.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. The problem is, are they actually going to be able to prove that? Because it's looking like the data, okay, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to this last hearing with the cell phone expert, the CSLI expert, Cy Ray, and Corporal Brett Payne, okay? But Ann Taylor questioned Payne first and then brought the expert up second. Anyone who has not seen that, I would recommend you go listen and absorb what's being said, because what's being said is that the cell phone information that was produced by CAST for Bryan Kohberger, as far as Cy Ray can tell, is exculpatory to the defendant. And unless the state produces more, he has no other choice than to say that it actually helps the defense and not the state.
Annie, I want to know what the hell this exculpatory evidence was. It's always intrigued me, and not us knowing not exactly what it is. We know who.
I mean, I can tell you right off the top of my head what some of it is.
Drop me something, because
these are the things. So these are the things that, if I believe that if they were included in the probable cause affidavit for arrest for Bryan Kohberger to the magistrate, if Corporal Brett Payne told the magistrate that there were 3 other DNA at the crime scene still unidentified,
right,
that there was another witness who made numerous exculpatory statements to law enforcement, and that when police arrived, there were already numerous other people at the scene and on the 911 call contaminating the crime scene. If the magistrate knew that, I have a feeling the magistrate would have said, "I'm not going to sign your warrant." That's just my opinion now.
That's an actual hell of a, I didn't expect you to say that.
Those are all exculpatory things that were left out of any version of the PCA that you pick from any state.
We kind of learned about those people being on the scene on the Dateline to be honest with you. If you look past all the other noise about the victims and really pay attention to what they were saying about getting the call that morning and showing up, there we kind of hear some of that firsthand information. So that's a good point I think you brought up.
And one of the case, so the reason why I wanted to call in was because in Canada we had this case called the Brentwood Five, and it was like a house party going on with a bunch of young adults and teens, and a kid had some sort of psychotic break, and he went into the house and murdered 5 people in a matter of like 30 seconds with a knife. So it always reminds me of that case because he was actually caught like on the scene, and it just shows how possible it really is to do so much damage within 30 seconds. 2 of the people were sleeping, a couple of the people were awake. I don't remember the exact
But do
details,
you think that that's what happened here? You think Bryan was on drugs and flipped out and stabbed everybody?
No, I don't think it was a psychotic break, but I know that it's possible for somebody to do it in such a quick time because of that case.
Well, that's what I thought too. Remember, I don't know if T-REV remembers this, but like literally we're talking maybe 2 weeks after this crime happened, I called in and him and I had a conversation, and I had told him that in my opinion, this was, I initially thought this was some kind of serious like frat or hazing, something gone horribly wrong, or someone very skilled.
I do remember.
If it is a single person, they're incredibly skilled. They would have to be like fucking John Wick.
I remember you
pull
saying
it off in the time frame that this was pulled off.
Yeah, like Kill Bill level.
Well, right. I mean, like if you take away that knife sheath, touch DNA, what is there? What is there? Let's take it away right now off the table. They never found that. They never found it. Is Bryan Kohberger in jail right now?
Probably not. No.
Or are they still looking for this killer at this point? Because it seems like the touch DNA is what led them to him, right? So here we go. Now we have to have that fully explained. Was it a knife?
See, the state says that the touch DNA is what led them to Bryan, but his defense is claiming that that's not what actually led them to Bryan. They're saying it was his genetic information. They're not saying his DNA profile. The wording is key. Wording, the legalese and the speak, how they write is very important. So in a lot of these filings, these motions to suppress, the defense repeatedly states how the only connection of Kohberger to this crime that the state has produced is a similar looking vehicle that he drives and his bushy eyebrows. And that's like a quote in these filings. So they're not even saying that the DNA, the IgG, or any of that connects him. Like they're not even acknowledging it. So it's very interesting to see how it's written, when you actually read through these documents and see some of the things that are written.
Yeah, that stick out to me with the whole bushy eyebrows thing. I mean, I don't understand why they even would reiterate that, or okay, she said it or whatever, and you use the victim statement or a witness's statement, whatever. But just to use only that is like, oh yeah, bushy eyebrows.
It's interesting too because the document that they talk about his eyebrows, but there's one in particular where it says like in talking about his eyebrows, how the bushy eyebrow thing, that's not even something that was identified by like the surviving witness who allegedly made the statement about the bushy eyebrows. It was police who identified him by his bushy eyebrows and his similar vehicle. So it makes me wonder if like Dylan was even given a lineup. Like, was she ever even shown his photo or anything?
Well, I speculated that maybe she or Dylan picked him out. I speculate that. I could be absolutely wrong because we're talking about somebody who is now sitting in prison fighting for their life. So I'm expecting more than anything that we've seen in paperwork. I'm trusting the state that they have this right and that they have the evidence to convict this guy. And again, I said it at the beginning of this live, and I'll say it again. I do believe that Kohberger is that guy, but I'm also not looking at this shit narrow-minded.
The problem that I have with it, see, this is where I'm conflicted, because if he is the guy,
right,
I don't understand why these over 100 agents across multiple law enforcement agencies would need to repeatedly, what appears to be, violate almost every oath that they take and withhold information that they know. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, maybe we don't know, but I promise you the defense knows. Because if those DNA were uploaded to CODIS, even if the state says, we can't give them to you because we don't have them, we can't give you something that doesn't exist.
Right.
Fact check. CODIS stores the profile forever. And unless you have a court order, you're going to have a hard time getting your profile out of CODIS once it's uploaded. So,
8 months ago, Annie, I'd probably talked over you and stopped your statement right there. But I will say this as a person that has now sat back and took the time to really dig into trials and to look at these cases from a different angle and not just connect to the victims like I usually do, because I'm always going to connect to the victims. But at the same time, it is important to understand that these people who are going up against murder and the evidence is shabby, anybody anyways deserves a fair trial. But there is a such thing as corruption and things where people, or confirmation bias, for instance, like the Melody trial that I've been watching taught me so much. And I feel like it helped me mature in a stance of justice and the law and what people are up against. They're up against manipulative people in court and they're going off a lot of hearsay these days in court, and they're convicting a lot of people off of this hearsay in court. And I feel like it's absolutely wrong, especially in the stance of Melody Walker Ferris, who had, again, her whole entire family or kids pointing the finger at her about marital affairs that they had, and dad had them too. But at the same time, like 2 or 3 of the kids are pointing the finger at her saying she did it, and they're deadlocked, and all of a sudden they're not deadlocked. There's barely any evidence. They didn't test the blood on the tractor. They didn't test the blood on the side-by-side. They didn't do several things. And that case, Annie, made me want to say, I want to go fight for people who I believe are innocent. I want to say, fuck audio production, excuse my language, because I'm doing college courses for that now on my, off time, or, certain hours of the week that I do this. I'll work on my craft there. But I feel like canceling that and really going into law school after seeing this particular, I don't know what I watched, but the demonstration that was done in court and the way the judge was, Andy, can you believe that they had a juror who worked at the fire station around people who had worked the scene in 2018 when this had happened? So now you have a juror who's getting firsthand information from people who worked this fucking scene. Excuse my language, but that irritates me for the person who was expected or allegedly getting a fair trial. That's not fair. I wouldn't want to convict you with that type of person hearing that information. I wouldn't want to do that to anybody in chat. Point blank, period. It's
that's like a totally tainted juror. 100%, Alina. Tainted. That's a tainted juror. 100%.
So, what do you think about this? This is what I thought when I looked. I'm like, okay, hold up. The defense is going to let this slide because you know what? They'll get a second gamble at it on an appeal, 100%.
Oh, for sure, yeah. They're just getting everything on the record right now, in my opinion, because they're going to appeal the fuck out of this.
That's what I'm thinking with it too, with Melody Walker Forrest. But I say that on this case, to bring it into the case that we're talking about now, which is Bryan Kohberger, is there going to be things like that that are willing to sway and mess with my mind? And it happens so easily in that trial. It can happen here. Again, I do believe Kohberger is the guy, because why would they be so, adamant about these certain things that the guy is sitting in there now, right? He's sitting in there. They're saying he did this. The death penalty's on the table. So they must have some astounding evidence that should
I hope so.
you, Annie, be deniable about, like, damn, or not deny it, but be like, damn, yeah, he did it.
Oh, for sure. I hope they do. I really do. Like, I know a lot of people think that I hope and pray for everybody involved. That includes the families. That includes Kohberger, his parents, right? Everybody who this has touched in some way, because it is what it is, right? There's a lot of people affected by this. And if they can produce, listen to me, I promise you, if they can produce beyond a shadow of a doubt, this motherfucker did it, I have no problem saying, kill him.
Absolutely.
Go ahead. Let him choose how he wants to die. If he wants to die by firing squad, lethal injection, whatever he wants, let him pick. You know?
Right. It's about getting it right.
Right. But it's about getting it right. If we find out that the exculpatory information or evidence that was withheld in this case has to do with other perpetrators who were his accomplices or something like that, that's where the problem comes in, because that's not justice. And I think that's where maybe a lot of people misread me. It has to be done correctly.
I understand you more than you think now, because in Melody Walker Forrest's case,
it has to be done correctly.
And he failed a lie detector test, Andy. He failed a lie detector test about killing his father, allegedly. But they didn't bring it up. They talked about it, right? But then he started saying so many things, and I heard the lies as he said them. Like he said, they called me and told me, not I called them and they told me. Just the way that he worded those things, and there was 38 cal bullets in the drawer. So again, in this trial, I say that to say this, in this trial with Kohberger, things can come up like that would mess with me if I was a juror and put me in the wrong way. Okay, now we got another perpetrator that's withholding things that could clear this.
Right. Well, that's kind of what I've been trying to point out, is that there's a lot in this case that the defense is going to have a field day with. And it's because of that. Remember from jump, what did I tell you about this?
I gotta apologize. Before you go into this, I gotta apologize to you, because I've always mistakenly seen that, like, or the things that maybe you brought up as, oh, she's just a BK.
You thought I was being a troll and shit. I wasn't. I was literally being like, no, I'm reading this shit.
I do apologize though, because I felt like you
were
treated as in you were glazing Bryan Kohberger, and it's not about glazing Bryan Kohberger. It could have been any case. It don't matter whose name it was. You would be bringing up the same thing in that. So I do understand it. Some people don't want to hear it. I was one of those ones at one point. I didn't want to hear it, but now here I am, willing to have that conversation, willing to look down there without, attaching my feelings to who those victims are, because I've learned everything I could possibly learn about those victims. And
I remember like the first time me and you talked, when that probable cause affidavit came out, and I was like, we got some fucking problems, bro. And everybody was like, no, you're wrong. And I'm like, this entire,
it's true.
I said it then. This entire fucking PCA looks like nothing but Frank's material, in my opinion. The entirety of this PCA is Frank's material.
Right. And I was guilty of that too, but we have to at some point really look at the information inside the court papers, instead of people being lazy and not looking at it and just going, yeah, he's the guy. Because that's what's going on. People aren't reading things. They're not studying things. I used to be one of those half-ass readers. Now I have to look at everything full, all the way through.
Well, see, that's the thing though. I'm not even going to claim that I know everything. I ask for a lot of help. If there's something that I don't understand that is in a document, I will go look it up and try to have an understanding of it. And it's something that has always irked me from the beginning.
Right.
There are problems. We've had problems from the beginning. And I was saying this as someone who was not picking a side. I was pointing out the problems that were going to come up later.
Other people did it too, but I feel like those people are heavily, we got to stop that stigma of people being criticized for bringing up the things that could potentially be problems, because again,
and it wasn't just me. There were tons of us who were trying to say, like, we got problems, sleuthy goosey. She got so much shit.
Yeah.
She was bang on. She was telling us then. We were all kind of saying,
and
because
shit, I'd be like, yeah, all these Bryan Kohberger fans, but in reality, it's not Bryan Kohberger fans. It's people who.
Well, it just has to do with the process, right? So we could recognize very early that a lot of the things that were being claimed and that were being done are going to be, unfortunately, used further down the road by the defense to say, we've got a problem here with this investigation. It's a weak investigation. It's a weak case.
Yeah,
and look at that. Boom. Here we are. Here we are.
I'm frustrated. Like, I'm frustrated for the victims, just knowing that they were killed in that house on a night where, you know, say me and you go out, get a drink, we come home, we're chilling, you go to sleep in your room, I'm sleeping here, and next thing you know, we're stabbed to death. It's that gruesomeness and losing people that I've lost in my life before. I think that's why I relate so much with
it hits emotionally. Yeah.
But again, watching the trials that I've been watching and really honing in on details into them has opened up a new realm for me as somebody who watches these cases. Of course, I'm always going to look into the victims, but when it comes to it, full circle, covering a case from start to finish, you have to look at everything. You got to watch the trial. You got to hear all the information. You got to go through every single documentation. I don't care if half of it means bullshit. If you don't look through it, you're not going to understand what's going on. You're not going to understand anything. You're just going to get up there and be cheering. Yeah, I hope they find them guilty. And you don't want to be that person. I've seen people on Melody's trial in the comments cheering, she looks like evil. She didn't cry one time in the whole trial. We're on day 6 right now. I've seen her cry 3 times already.
They were saying the same shit about Reed too.
And the people are literally commenting in the comments that haven't even took 3 to 5 minutes out of their day to go through and watch and dig to the information. They're just making a blind comment. She's evil. She needs to burn in hell. She's evil. She's guilty. She did it. Look at her. She's not even crying. Like, what are you talking about? I've watched her cry 3 times already, and we're only on day 6. Like, what? Like, people, and the comment had like 100 likes on it. I'm like, wow, these people definitely did not watch the friggin' trial. Not one bit. They're just making blind statements about a person and saying they look guilty, or she has no emotion, or I've seen tears flying out this woman's eye already. Again,
yeah,
26. Seen it already 3 times.
Like, I mean, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I personally try to stay neutral. In my opinion, right now, currently, if I had to say, like, guilty, not guilty, with what's been presented, here's the problem too. The defense is filing everything public. The state is filing everything sealed. We're not getting a lot of motions from the state that are like unsealed, right? So, you know, the way I look at it is, if he did do it, I don't understand why they had to backdoor everything and reverse engineer the case to prove it, right? And I think they're going to have to explain that. And they're going to have to have a really good explanation, because what the defense is alleging here is that they basically didn't really conduct an investigation. IGG is the origin. And then you have your phone warrant, trap and trace, and they follow him to. So it's kind of like, I don't know. It's going to be very interesting to see exactly what comes out here, because I think a lot of people think that, oh, the defense is just throwing. I've heard they're throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Well, possibly if they're going with a motive that he was stalking, etc., that they should have no problem showing us that on his devices that he was following them so frequently, he was on their pages so frequently, and not only that, they should be able to corroborate some video evidence, like they've said to have possibly have, and they're able to see this, that, and the third. Well, show us maybe.
Here's the thing, if Payne says that he saw numerous videos of suspect vehicle 1 in front of the King Road residence, That's in his probable cause affidavit for arrest. And that video doesn't exist.
I'm sorry, Potts. I'm stuck on the numberings of the vehicles. That confuses me still to this day, and it's going to confuse me until
I just think it's not confusing. I just think because we have to, and people are not going to like what I'm going to say.
Or was there a Kopaka? Is that
I don't know, but the probable cause affidavit is it's such a problem. It's such a problem to the point that the state has deemed it irrelevant at this point. And I think it's been deemed irrelevant because it's basically Frank's material. It's everything that's going to be used in the Frank's hearing should it be granted. I truly believe this wholeheartedly because they have an incredible argument for Frank's here. If you pick any version of the probable cause affidavit, Idaho, Washington, or PA, you will not find anywhere included in any of them mention of the 3 to 4 other DNA. Bethany's exculpatory statements, numerous, by the way, that are on video and recorded.
Right.
That the defense is aware of. None of it. Payne, Blaker, Don Daniels, none of these people told the court any of this exculpatory information. They didn't tell the court that his cell phone data supported that he was not in Moscow at the time of the murders. And Payne alleges the reason for this is because criminals turn their phones off before they commit a crime.
Right.
Well, if that's true, based on Payne's training and experience, he should have immediately been suspicious of the 2 phones in the home that appear to stop being utilized right at approximately the same time.
Yeah, but I mean, that statement's bullshit, though, because I've seen so many cases where
it's not.
They don't. No, I mean,
you're
like
conducting a quadruple homicide investigation.
Like these people in the hood. I've been watching a lot of like poverty crime channels and different things that are going on. And it's going to be another subject that I touch on because right now in America, and I'm sure maybe you've heard or seen around, we have 13, 14, 15-year-old kids that are carrying big ass guns in the streets right now, killing each other in Chicago, Philly, Dallas. I've been studying it so deeply the last 7 months. Like I've just been so into like looking at this, like, damn, these kids really need a role model. They need to, for a lot of people, like, and it starts with us as the public to stop glorifying some of this hip hop of where these people are really killing and they're rapping about it. And it's being put out to the youth. And a lot of the youth is following that. And this new trend now is slide on your ops and kill them and smoke them. And it's really happening. And I've seen it. I can literally call it out bit by bit because they do the murder. They get online. They talk about it. The evidence is online in front of their faces. And they're not, these officers, they're there to just make a paycheck. They're not there to get into the community and try to help change. They're not there for none of that. They're there to put that uniform on, clock in and clock out. Then you got some that are there for the right reasons, but the reason why these inner cities are failing is because these officers are scared to get out there and work on, hands-on with them because they're scared they're going to get shot.
But the problem is that even if you go look now, if you go to the original press release, it's still on the Moscow Police Department's website. The original lead investigator was Tyson Barrett. It was said to turn over all tips and leads to the lead investigator, Tyson Barrett. Same day, Payne, Barrett is no longer lead on the case, and we have Payne and Blaker. Okay?
Right.
So the point that I'm getting at here is that when it comes to your officers in this case, they are conducting a quadruple homicide, and he is claiming, okay, that based on his training and experience, criminals will often turn their phones off before they commit a crime in an effort to avoid detection. So, in my opinion,
it's the idiots that
as an investigator, prior to you doing a cell tower dump and you have no idea whose phone is off, whose phone is on, or what, okay? I don't understand how it wouldn't be suspicious to you that there are 2 phones in the home once you get these records back that appear to go off within just a couple of minutes of each other. But yet this other person's phone, just because it wasn't in your tower dump, that's suspicious.
So I remember this, and it's kind of on topic with what you're talking about a little bit. We're talking about phones. They're saying, do you remember, was it Steve G that came out, or somebody came out and said that Kohberger had allegedly connected to this Wi-Fi? But like, where is the proof that that was his device that matches his model number of his phone? Like, I mean, that's a broad statement to put out in public to people who could be potential jurors.
I mean, I took it when his defense said that there is no connection from Bryan to any of these victims. That's what they meant. Because if there was any evidence in the discovery that showed that he'd been to the home hitting on the fucking Wi-Fi, the defense would know that, and they wouldn't claim there's no connection. A lot of people think the defense can just lie. They can just get up and lie. That's not how it works.
Right.
Everybody has a duty of candor to the court. Both sides have a duty of candor to the court. They can't just get up and fucking lie. But the problem is, as well, even though all parties have a duty of candor to the court, it would appear, based on what the defense is alleging in this case, the very specific lead investigator, a few of them anyway, you have very few, just a handful of officers in this case, may have, in fact, allegedly, according to the defense, absolutely violated not only Bryan Kohberger's rights, but their oaths. So,
what else did I have? I had something on my mind when it came to.
And like, do you notice how people will say, well, what does it matter if they got him?
Yes.
And I think it's lost on people that the reason it matters is because if law enforcement doesn't have to follow the law, why should anybody else?
Well, they're
the ones who take the oath to abide by and enforce.
What about shit like this, though?
And the laws of it.
I'm gonna throw something at you. It's a little different, but it's on par, and it could add up to kind of the same thing you were just touching on, which is, in that case, I will always refer back because I've seen some shit in that case. It is bad. The fact that they had a woman that worked only a few crime scenes, and she was supposed to be supervised and worked with by somebody that, you know, needed to watch over her because obviously she was still training. She didn't meet the hours. Well, on this case, he said, I don't micromanage my employees, and sent her off by herself, and shit wasn't tested. Stuff wasn't sent off correctly. And here we are convicting this woman of murdering her husband and moving him to a burn pile, 125 pounds, 300 pounds. I'm just not seeing that for her by herself anyways. But to convict her with all these different weird scenarios in the case, including what I just told you about a person that is authority of this scene. This is a high profile murder. We're talking about a prominent attorney who was murdered. And we have someone working the scene so inexperienced that the boss that's supposed to be supervising her let her go work off by herself in such a high profile crime. I know you got to get out there and learn, but damn, if you're supposed to make sure that the job is getting done correctly, why would you send her off on her own? That's not right whatsoever. You're supposed to follow protocol, correct?
Agree. Yes. See, remember? So you remember like 2 years ago, that's what I was screaming. They didn't follow fucking protocol. This is not standard protocol. And everybody was like, you're crazy. I'm like, I'm not.
Well, I wanted to, you know, I ain't even gonna lie. At that point, I was hard headed because it's like I just want justice for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Ethan, and that's what I was headed on. And or they got him. He's got to face his effing day, and he's got his touch DNA, and of course, I know a lot of people.
Like, I promise you, I want them to get the right person every time, and I want them to do it the correct way so that it's never questioned whether or not they got the right guy. That's the point. That's what we paid them to do. We pay them to make sure they 1,000,000% have the right person and can prove it no matter what.
And that's why I'm a physical evidence person when it comes to the DNA. Like, but is that just it? This touch DNA? There's not. Is there any blood? When you're stabbing someone like this, especially 4 people, the chances of you cutting yourself, you think, would be pretty high. Is there blood in that house of Bryan Kohberger? Because I'd expect to see at least some blood, or again, blood from those defense wounds. And anything else that can connect them. Like, for instance, we heard from Jennifer Coffindaffer. I don't know if this is the truth or not. I just know I take in information and I'll relay that information. Do I believe it 100%? Absolutely not. But she talked about the ID allegedly connecting to someone at this house. Well, I'm hoping we see that, because that was put on mainstream media out to thousands of people. And now thousands of people believe that he really did have an ID. So if it's false, now you see the doubt that's put out there, or the thought that's put out there about these IDs when nobody came out. I didn't see a guest come on the show that said, I'm Bryan Kohberger's sister. He had an ID.
And it sucks too when you hear people in the mainstream media, and I'm not knocking them, but what I'm saying is that unfortunately, because of
media, I'm knocking them.
Well, no, I guess what I'm saying is because they definitely have what they call anonymous sources, right? And they don't want to disclose their source. So for me, I just take it with a grain of salt, because if it's an anonymous source, well, then I mean, I don't know what else to say, right? Like, if it's not from law enforcement, it's not in black and white, I can't read it, I can't see it with my own 2 eyes. Like, it would appear to be a lot of the unnamed sources in this case were spreading a lot of misinformation and disinformation to media and YouTubers.
I didn't look at that. I didn't look at it like that a while back, but now I see it for what it was. It definitely was stuff that should have never been talked about.
I'm going to give you a perfect example of misinformation that was spread far and wide across YouTube creators, and it was that fucking Garrett discovery. That Garrett discovery was shared with everyone and anyone who would cover it. And now we find out with these document drops that the emails that the FBI was getting subpoenas for Bryan Kohberger, Garrett had neither of them. Garrett had neither of them. Nothing in that Garrett discovery is relevant. They didn't even have Bryan's correct fucking emails, at least not the ones that the goddamn feds were monitoring anyway and looking for information from. So, let's just be clear about that. The Garrett discovery it was spread far and wide, and they didn't even have the right emails.
I'm telling you this right now, Annie, I feel they have the right person, because they're so adamant about certain things. They're adamant about certain things. So
they ruined his fucking life. They better have the right person.
Yeah, right. He's been sitting for a minute. And again, I'm thinking in my mind, they have everything they need to nail this guy, or else why would they be doubling down like they are? Why would they have tore the house down? Why would they have did this? And I've always thought that he is the guy, but again, when you watch a trial, and I'm encouraging every viewer out there, even the folks that think it's him, I'm one of those. Keep an open mind to what we're being told by these prosecutors and what evidence they found. And we need to pay attention to those interrogations and the things that were said, because those are things that we really didn't get to hear. We're hearing things like bushy eyebrows. We're hearing things like, those type of terms being thrown around. And I don't know. It leaves a lot of conversation. I've seen a lot of people argue over it. And I've seen a lot of people go, he looks guilty. Well, guilty don't look away. And the evidence should always lead the way. Simple as that.
And that's the thing too. I promise you, over these last 2 years, I have gone back and forth with myself in my own brain, if he did do it, because I'm the kind of person, me, I'm at both sides, and I'm I want to know, if he did do it, how did this motherfucker do it? And I'm over here fighting with my own brain how he did it. And every time I think of something as to, oh, okay, maybe it was this, maybe it was that. No, then his defense team comes back and debunks what I'm thinking, because they're nope, actually that didn't happen and we can prove it. And I'm well, what the fuck is happening then?
Like I said, I'm expecting blood on the ground or something that matches to Kohberger in there, and something that is irrefusable and just says, okay, yeah, this is the guy. There's blood there from and it matches up with fighting with and stabbing somebody. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Right.
I'm looking for stuff like that because it's gonna be hard to really. I don't know. Yeah, you got to touch DNA, and you never know the impact that that'll do on the juror if they do allow it in. But if they don't, what do they have that the people are going to look and say, hey, yeah, this is the guy? And our peers, I'm talking about our peers when I say they, what are these jurors going to say? We want them to get it right. We want it to be the right person, but we also don't want it to be the wrong person. I personally think that Bryan Kohberger committed these murders. I believe that he's going to go down. I believe that he's going to be found guilty. And I believe that we're all going to be stunned when we watch this trial and the information comes out. But if I'm wrong, and I can be wrong, I absolutely can be wrong. I've been wrong before. And, but I do ask people, use an open mind and don't be so quick to bash people like Eddie and call her Bryan Kohberger, D Rider, or anything like that.
No, definitely not.
Before I didn't, honestly, I didn't understand a lot of the points that you were bringing up from a standpoint that you were bringing them up in. I was thinking, oh, man, she just likes Kohberger, likes that. And that's ain't on me for assuming that, right? Ain't on me for assuming that, because in reality, you did have some legitimate questions. And I overlook some things sometimes when it comes to being a voice and trying to get these victims or just wanting justice for these victims. Yeah. It really can consume you, and it really fires people up. I know people in the comments. I can see them right now. I've known some that got pissed off because of how much justice they want for.
I truly hope they can prove it. I really do. Like I know a lot of people probably think I'm not being sincere about that, but I truly hope they can prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt, because if they can't, and if it leaves any room for the potential, not only him walking, but if it leaves any kind of open-ended where it leaves the entire world who's watching basically questioning, wait a minute, how many people were actually involved? Who do you get what I'm saying? Like, we're going to be back to square one.
Because there can be other people involved, and people don't close your mind, because there could be. And the fact that, a lot of people would snitch, that doesn't mean that he's not going to go fight the trial himself. Personally, in the DC Mansion murders, Darren was found guilty by himself, but I truly believe he had help. And there's even professionals that work the case that say the same thing. I'll go to the grave believing he had help. So,
there's this case that I want to bring up to you, right? It's the case of Lucas Anderson. And Lucas Anderson's DNA ended up at a crime scene, a homicide scene. And he was like literally falsely, accused and stuff. Long story short, come to find out, the reason that Lucas Anderson's touch transfer DNA ended up at this crime scene is because he was treated by an EMT earlier in the night. That EMT then went to that other homicide scene, transferred Lucas Anderson's DNA to the homicide scene. He had actually never been in the house at all. That's the problem with transfer and touch DNA, because your DNA can end up on objects and in places that you've never been to ever.
This is crazy.
And that is why it's such a problem.
Tell me if this is the story. In December of 2012, a homeless man named Lucas Anderson was charged with the murder of, what is it, Ravish?
Yes.
Kamara, a Silicon Valley multimillionaire, based on DNA evidence. The charge carried a possible death sentence, but Anderson was not guilty. He had a rock-solid alibi, drunk, and nearly comatose. Anderson had been hospitalized and under constant medical supervision. The night of the murder in November, now it says later his legal team learned his DNA made its way to the crime scene by the way of the paramedics who had arrived at Humra's residence. Now it says they had treated Anderson early on in the same day, inadvertently planting the evidence at the crime scene more than 3 hours later. The case presented in February at the annual American Academy of Forensic Sciences meeting in Las Vegas provides one of the few definitive examples of a DNA transfer implicating an innocent person and illustrates a growing opinion that the criminal justice system reliance on DNA evidence, often treated as this definitely adds my mind. Wow, this adding a little bit there with the touch DNA. Now we can.
Well, the reason I wanted you to look at this is because it just presents in a very plausible scenario as to how someone's DNA can end up somewhere they've never been on an object they've never touched. And it's interesting, it's a paramedic who happened to transfer that DNA. Now, what if, just hypothetically, a paramedic, say Bryan was treated earlier in the day for something that no one knows anything about. We have no idea. There was an unconscious person at some point somewhere, correct? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm being a smartass. You know, I'm playing devil's advocate here. But the point I'm getting at is that it is a plausible way. What if somehow if Bryan was treated somewhere earlier in the day and then an EMT who treated him was at the scene? I'm just saying. Or what if Bryan knows the EMT, was hanging out with the EMT, they've hung out together or something? I have no idea.
I mean, some people don't.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I get it.
I'm throwing it out there. It's just a plausible way that your DNA could end up somewhere you've never been.
Now that we know that shit didn't flake off the officer, or anything, I don't know. Who knows, Bryan? We don't know what he was doing days prior, or who he worked with, or who was he around? Was he around anybody that was at this house? Did he miraculously drive through here? Again, I'm looking for his license plate to be read in that area near the time of the murders. I'm looking for maybe some blood or hair of his or something.
That's what I'm hoping for.
In the house, that's what I'm hoping. I mean, that shuts down everything else. Okay, we question that, but okay.
Never mind just the little bit of like transfer DNA on the sheet, right? On the movable object. I need like his hairs. Okay. I need his skin cells under a victim's fingers who maybe scratched him, something like that.
And I've always said that to you. If there's skin under the hands, what would you say? You would say,
if they actually have him on video, like walking up the driveway or some shit. Yes, give me that. Because that's what's needed, in my opinion, for a case like this. You need direct, not circumstantial, direct evidence.
I'm wrong all the time. I don't know what you talk about. Sonny talk about you're never wrong. You're never wrong. Boy,
I'm always wrong. So literally take nothing I say. Go read the documents yourself. Form your own opinion. Do not listen to anything I say.
I got my thoughts, but I advise people to do the same thing that I've done. Go, and if you're feeling some type of way about, especially this trial with Idaho 4, it was good for me to step away and do other cases, but also study a little bit more into not just the case per se of where it happens, but also study the resolution a little bit more. Study where the trials come into play, because we hear all these things, but never want to go peek at the trial where everything is presented the exact way that, they're trying to present it the exact way, the detectives, that they're doing the best that they can to tell this story. And you're going to hear the most shit that you ever heard about it that day, or that day, them days of the trial, whether it's 21, 180, like the YSL trial. I watched that. I literally watched, and I think that still is a great defense attorney. By the way, I'd hire that guy in a second. That dude,
I didn't catch the whole thing, but I did see some of it. Yep.
He's good. He went to jail for his client. He got his client off of a murder charge. This guy was literally on Instagram talking to his buddies about the murder that he had them commit and do things like, what? That dude got a guy off that really committed murder, in my opinion, allegedly. Young Thug, I believe he said it. I'm going to believe your words when you are setting people up to be murdered. I'm going to believe your words But you know what? The prosecution dropped the ball on that case. And you know who the real losers are? Donovan Thomas's mom and parents or family in general. The victims, those are the people that have to suffer now because the prosecution screwed up so bad that now he's free. Now he's out there again. So how the do they let somebody slip by when they're talking about the murders and murder for hire and literally talking in gang slang, admitting to these things on a social platform, but yet get to walk outside of the prison gates and are free right now and could do it again.
It's wild, man.
It just blows my mind. And again, it's opened my mind to a whole different area. Especially, again, I'll say it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. From now on, from the day forward when I started seeing the fucked up shit in this trial that I've been watching, it was like watching OJ all over again, but different, like a whole different style.
But the opposite.
Yeah, but present time, like I'm seeing these people who I can read, right? I'm reading these people. The only person that came off genuine to me was Amanda, which was Melody's daughter. She's the only one that when she got on the stand, if my dad was brutally murdered and I had to get up here and testify and talk, I would be a fucking wreck. And when she got up there, she wasn't acting. She was really a wreck. You could tell this, her losing her dad bothered her and she had a heart. And it wasn't a forced testimony. It was a natural testimony. And that was the only one out of all of them that had a natural testimony to me. And it seems so genuine and real, heartfelt. She wasn't trying to be
sad though.
Yeah, it is sad. It's 100% sad because all the three other kids are pinning it on mom, and Scott's story just doesn't make sense. And again, I feel like there's an innocent woman in prison, and that shit made me want to be or to go to law school and try to defend if she's in jail.
Right.
I'm serious as hell. I'm not even joking. It made me want to go to law school and fight for this woman because of what I seen happen on that camera in the courtroom. I was blown away when they let him say, they called me and told me, I put the bullets here. Like just the words that he moved around, and they didn't question it. There was no objection. A lot of hearsay that they're like going in the trial. Like when the hell in America do we convict people off hearsay and, shit can evidence that you didn't even test, but you want to present it to the jury.
Right.
So you want to show the jury all this blood that you're claiming you found, but yet your ass didn't swab it and you didn't send it to a lab. So what are you showing it and presenting it to them for?
Wow.
It just bothered me. It really made me want to go to law school. And
that's wild.
Like right now I'm going to college.
I'm surprised it was even allowed in if it was never tested or nothing was done with it.
I'm telling you, I'm questioning to quit audio production in college right now that I'm in, the audio production
and go to law
because of that shit. It revved me up and put a beam under me like no other. Seriously.
Yeah, because it does something to you when you actually, sometimes it takes that, right? You seeing, wait a minute, holy shit, like you recognize something's wrong. And
Absolutely.
like, that's how a lot of people feel about this one, right? Something's wrong. And if,
me, Annie,
I don't know what it is, but something's off.
I'm telling you, my soul is screaming it. And I said, God, come pick me up right now. Someone else is involved in this shit. If somebody else is not involved in this, come pick me up off of this earth. Put me out my misery. I'm good at reading energy, and I've seen a decent amount of trials, but I've never seen some manipulative ass people up on the stand like I've been with the last couple nights and saying lies, and they're sitting there letting them. It's weird. And he felt, again, a lie detector test is admissible or not admissible in court or whatever, right? But he did fail that. There was 38 bullets in his drawer. There was things that are adding up and pointing towards him. And with that,
right,
I gotta not
circumstantial. Right. That's circumstantial. Right.
Right. Exactly. And he's got motive. He's arguing with his dad a week before. They're talking about his dad saying, "Bring me the credit card now, and you need to stop spending recklessly."
Oh shit, they're arguing about money too. That's the thing that'll make people pop off real quick.
Motive City, right?
Motive City is right.
Like he could easily have did that.
Insurance policy, life insurance, and money.
He had $2 million. He had $2 million life insurance, and so they're saying that mom committed it, but in reality, mom's going to get 50 of what they get when they divorce anyway. So she already is used to living with this man for 39 years. When the family comes in town, now all of a sudden, mom's ready to carry out this killer plan of shooting dad in his ribs twice and pushing him into a burn pile or dragging him there. It looks way too sloppy. It looks like a man did it because they're saying this woman's OCD. The blood spots weren't cleaned up. There was blood on her shoe, but they're saying the blood isn't. They didn't connect it to anywhere. So I'm like,
I'm OCD, and I promise there's definitely not going to be large spots of blood just left laying on my floor ever for any reason.
If there was blood on her shoes, it could have been from when he shot her. And she just didn't know. Walked in the house. I'm walking in my house.
None of it was ever tested, right?
Right. I mean, that's how I'm looking at it.
Is that what you said? They didn't test any of it.
Yeah, they did. It was something. Whose goal was it? I forget what it was. It wasn't his though. And the blood on the shoe, the blood on the stairs. The defense attorney's in there asking him, and he's going, well, why didn't you?
But like, did they ever test her for like gunshot residue on her hands, her
clothes? She didn't have gunshot residue. She didn't have citronella. When the forensic investigator came on the scene, he said he smelled a heavy scent of citronella by the fire. They checked her hands for what do they call it? Repellents, etc. Yeah. She didn't have any of that. Nothing on her, not whatsoever. Then she was out. She got arrested for murder. Then was out on bond for $200,000. So their case had to be weak as shit. They're going off circumstantial hearsay, and every single testimony that I'm watching is nothing but hearsay. They're not showing me evidence. The only evidence that they showed me was blood in the house, and literally 90% of the shit they didn't even test.
Wow.
So it's like, it's smoke screens. They're expecting us to take the word of these children.
Actual evidence.
Right.
Well, but what's the actual evidence that the prosecution in the case is presenting to put her as the shooter and the person putting him in the burn pile? What's the physical evidence that ties her to the crime that the state is alleging?
I'm not seeing it. I'm serious as hell too. I'm not seeing it. Anybody here that knows the Melody Walker Ferris trial, what did it? Because I'm on day 6. I'm watching it. I'm going to be watching it all the way through to day 21. Caught it late.
I'm always interested to see what the physical evidence is that they claim they have, right? Because that's most important. That's how you tie someone to a crime, the physical evidence,
I just didn't see much physical evidence. They're going off of hearsay of her lover, Rusty, who said that she said he was in the
it's just circumstantial.
But they can't show me shit. They can't show me her saying he's in the burn pile. I killed him. They can't show me that. And they haven't showed me nothing to convict her whatsoever. If I'm a juror, I'm right now. I already got the doubt planted in my head based off of Scott's testimony and Chris. They already got me saying, nope, not guilty, because their shit doesn't make sense. You got neighbors attesting that he was leaving and coming back and going back and forth from the property. And you got, weird witnesses that never even should be witnesses. Like, you went to hang out with your friend at this house, whippy fucking doodah day. There's no time of death, so it doesn't matter. They don't even know the time of death, so they can't. Why are you trying to show that he somewhat had an alibi? You don't even know when the dude died, so him going to his friends shouldn't even matter. You don't know the time of death, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
right, exactly, right, yeah.
And then you got to burn a fire. Who fed the fire? Who sat there and burned this fire for hours? Because you can't cremate nobody up in no burn pit, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, who fed the fire until when the police got there?
You definitely would have had to. Yeah, you would have had to keep feeding the fire, and
they literally, it was 200 degrees. The officer said I would, I was going to put on my fire boots, but I waited 2 hours. And that's when he left that woman inside who was still needed to be supervised when she was working. And he left her unsupervised inside to collect evidence. Like, people think that they could just, when you're playing with somebody's freedom, you those little mistakes right there may get a whole case thrown out. I'm surprised that didn't happen here. I'm surprised they even found her guilty. It blows my mind, and I'm not understanding it. It's making me want to go to law school and fight for people that I truly believe are innocent.
Right.
Seriously, to make sure they get a fair trial.
Yeah. See, and it's crazy because, like, as much as I would love to be fighting for, doesn't matter, people who are innocent, even those people who really enjoy prosecution, right? They want to go after criminals and stuff. I'm not either. I want to just be the person that literally we have to hold law enforcement's feet to the fire. I'm sorry. The investigations have to be done by protocol. They have to be done above board. It has to be done legitimately, because it can't be that we have these numerous cases where it would appear that law enforcement either did not conduct a proper investigation, or there is alleged cover-ups and things like that.
Right.
So that, in my opinion, we just can't have that. It can't be situations like Sandra Birchmore. Okay.
Is Sonny saying she admitted to it to Rusty before before he was even reported missing? Where? Because I've yet to see it on a piece of paper. That's hearsay from him. I don't believe him. You want me to believe all these manipulating ass people out here and go off the limb of their word? They're all pointing the finger at this woman, saying she committed this crime. So because people want to point the finger in her direction, I need to go and believe Rusty told Rusty he was in the burn pile. Well, where is it? Why did he re-swallow that statement? He might have said that, yeah. But why did he re-swallow that statement and back up on it? You know what I mean? So again, to me, that's thrown out once he swallows his statement and says, no, never mind, you didn't say that. Like, I'm done. I can't believe him now. Now I can't believe you. Because now you're fucking around on the stand and you're playing games with the woman who is up here fighting for her life for murder, and you want me to convict her when you can't even tell me with a straight face that she told you about this burn pile, but yet you take the statement back? Oh, hell no. I can't convict her with that. I need evidence that shows me she committed this murder. You know what I mean? It's not gonna, like, kids on the stand who all use daddy for money. When they needed daddy's credit card, it was okay. Dad, can I get credit
See,
card?
I need like full 100% chain of custody. I can see it with my own 2 eyeballs that at no point ever was any of the evidence. Do you get what I'm saying? I need it to be A through Z, because when you're looking at something like this, especially where someone's fighting for their life, right? When you're looking at something like that, you should be able to go from A to Z with nothing missing in between. And if you can't go from A to Z with it, and you have things missing in between, that's when you start to get into an area of a person who could have committed it may get away with it, or this person actually didn't do it, ends up being able to like exonerate themselves or whatever the case may be. And then that means the actual perp or perps is still out there. So I feel like it's a no-win, right? It's a double-edged sword no matter what, is kind of how I look at it. So I'm really hoping that all of the, if they can actually show full physical, I need physical evidence.
Physical evidence, not
please show physical evidence, and like that seals it, that there is no question. But everything that I am reading in everything that has come out recently, and what the defense is privy to, that we are not, and their experts are privy to that we are not, and the things that they are saying is that his only connection is the bushy eyebrows and the similar vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even have this alleged video of the car in front of King Road that they claim they had when they arrested him.
What the hell do they? My thing is this, and I'm always going to ask this until we're watching that trial and we're learning about new evidence. What the hell? How would anybody be arrested right now without this touch DNA? And you know what I mean? Like what would
right? And furthermore, where is the evidence that you claimed you had when you arrested him?
And you know what I now realize too is that a lot of when a lot of you brought up this evidence of touch DNA, I wasn't really thinking of it from an aspect of, I'm like, it's DNA. Come on, that guy did it. But at the same time, like when you look at these stories and you see that touch DNA can be transferred from so many people and put onto these items, yeah, it does make you say, damn, I need some more evidence than this touch DNA.
Listen, the problem is that the thing, okay, there is statements included in the probable cause affidavit used for arrest. Those statements include videos of his vehicle in front of the King Road residence. They claim they have numerous videos of his vehicle, suspect vehicle 1, in and around the King Road area. The problem that we have is that Payne's already testified. He didn't see those videos. And furthermore, the defense is alleging those videos don't exist. If they do, they are not in discovery. So the only videos they have of his car, allegedly, starts in Pullman. They don't have videos of his car in Moscow, allegedly, according to what's been turned over to the defense.
So allegedly they don't have video footage, because if you look back at that what was the PCA affidavit, that had a lot in there, more than what we're used to seeing at other affidavits. But they did mention coming from Pullman, they had those cameras, but do they have any there by this resident? Good question. Or by this residence?
No,
do they have
that's what I'm saying. So like they have footage allegedly.
Because that could be something they're holding out on, right? Well, then, I mean, we'll see that. That's the type of shit I'm looking for. Do they have him walking like you said earlier? Do they have his license plate in that area at the time, or driving right down that street? Do they have something like that? Again, blood evidence in the house. Did he drop?
If they do, it has not been turned over because their deadline was November 14th, and as far as what the defense has as of right now and what's in these filings, no, the videos of what is allegedly Bryan's vehicle don't start till Pullman. Nothing from King Road.
Michelle said there are recorded calls between her. Oh, okay, yeah, you're talking about recorded calls between her and Rusty coming up, that she talks about him being in a fire that they play. Well, let me tell you this right now, Michelle. If I hear her talking about a fire on a phone in her own words, then I gotta believe what she's telling me.
So like Heather makes a really good comment here, right? Because this is a fact. They collected from 79 businesses and 10 private residences. So in total, if you collected 79 business videos and 10 private residents, there should be 89 videos in discovery that they collected in and around the King Road neighborhood, out from Pullman into Moscow, and then, backwards, right? They're trying to collect everything. They said they allegedly did basically all of Moscow. They canvassed all of Moscow, basically. So there should be 89 videos that is in the defense's possession. There should be Red Star Coffee. There should be Wasson Carey Construction. And in both of those instances, even Corporal Payne says that even though the documents read that those videos should exist and should be with the evidence custodian at Moscow PD, he doesn't Those don't exist. The defense doesn't have them. Ann Taylor was asking him in the hearing, where are these videos? And he says, I have to direct you back to the evidence custodian. Yes, Heather, thank you. Mundy's machine is another one. So there are these multiple videos that they alleged they had of the vehicle, but yet they don't have them. And even the lead detective on the stand who ran this case, allegedly, he doesn't even, I don't know. I didn't even see them. She asked him straight up, so you didn't see any videos? And he said, no, not for Moscow.
I wonder if Kaylee fought back, because they said she was in a position where she was sitting up. Did he go there to, or whoever, right? Did they go there to with the intention of, you know,
good point.
Into sexual assault? Was that the intention, or was this really a crime to the sense where, again, maybe he wanted him and went up there and got rejected right away, and then just wilded the out while trying to molest or R-word whoever? But is that what it was? Was it a sexually motivated crime? Do they have, you know, something? But
I don't think it was
8 minutes.
I don't think it was.
How quick is it going to be? 8 to 10 minutes. You're in there. You killed 4 people. I guarantee that 8 minutes you spend a majority of the time killing. You know, and not that, but I'm sure was he there for a sexual reason? Is what I don't know. But I'm thinking that in my head, this had to be something sexual, and when he went there, he just wild out, and whatever happened. We don't know, but that's why it's important to pay attention to every bit of the trial to get that information, because they're going to tell you what pretty much they think happened, and I want to see if everything adds up. The evidence, does it lead to exactly what they're telling us? I'm going to be looking for those things and those rumors that we heard about IDs floating around. I'm going to be looking to see if, you know, potentially there is DNA from the victims inside of this vehicle, which they're saying it's not, right?
I'm just confused where the evidence is that you used to arrest him and how you haven't produced it 2 years later.
Right. Yeah.
That's my issue, right? Now, I understand they just had their, you know, deadline or whatever.
Where it's gagged out.
But we're talking about information that was included to a magistrate to obtain not only an arrest warrant, but they're using that PC affidavit to obtain back-to-back AT&T warrants that are in conjunction with a trap and trace and permission to use a cell site simulator device. So you're going, and mind you, the problem is too, is we're finding out in these new filings that when they're applying for the pen trap and trace warrant attached to the AT&T warrant that they did back to back twice.
Right.
Yeah, they already knew where he was. They knew where his phone was. They knew where he was. They knew where his car was. They've been watching him in Pennsylvania since December 16th, going into a CVS. So they did not need to do that stuff. They didn't need to do a no-knock raid. They didn't need the pen trap and trace.
Annie, you know what? I kind of gotta agree with Courtney on here. Well, it's just a question she's asking, but I mean, maybe he was identified by either Dylan or Bethany, and that's something that is going to be major in the case that they talk about.
I hope so.
But are they able to break it down? Are they able to, because you know how the defense is with eyewitness accounts like that. They can defend, a good defense attorney can fight.
Well, the problem is I guess what we're looking at here is, does Bethany's statements, numerous exculpatory statements to law enforcement, is that going to impeach the testimony of Dylan? If they occur, if testimony occurs, would Bethany's numerous exculpatory statements to law enforcement impeach Dylan's statements if Dylan has to testify? I think they would.
remember, she's seen a naked man, at least according to what was it, Daily Mail's post, and that floated around.
Well, that's what I mean. I know what the rumors were. We really have no idea. I just know that the criminal forensic investigator for the defense was able to locate not only audio but video of and written numerous statements, not one, numerous exculpatory statements that were made to law enforcement by Bethany. I don't know what those are, but that is what this criminal investigator alleges he found. And, you know, so that's very interesting.
There's a lot of interesting factors.
And I think that if that's true, Bethany's information and or testimony would impeach Dylan's, and it would also impeach the PCA.
You know what blew me the hell away? You know what blew me the hell? You know about Lake and Riley?
A little bit.
Well,
hang on 1 second. Jeff's asking me a question.
Go ahead,
Are what Ann's words? Sorry, I could see him in the chat. Which words are you asking me are Ann's words, Jeff? Sorry. Which part?
BK, I like this judge way better. The reason why I was saying what I was saying is that Lake and Riley happened way after Idaho 4, and now look, trial already happened too. What the hell is going on in the Kohberger trial? Why is it taking so long for this to go down? I know, you know, some cases don't get tried till 6, 7, 8, 9 years down the line. I've seen it happen, but like that shit happened quick with Lake and Riley. She was just murdered not too long ago, and now literally her killer was just in court, had a full-blown trial within like 3-4 days. Over. It's insane, like how fast some of these, you know, some of these cases move in a court of law in different states. Here it's in Idaho. It seems like what do they do? They have their chips together? Do they have?
Well, I think it has to do with because originally we were supposed to have prelim, then they went to the secret grand jury. Because they went to secret grand jury, after that was, you know, it kind of like stops the clock on what would have been. We should have had. I mean, we technically, if I remember correctly, should have already had prelim or some kind of trial. I want to say it was summer. Was it summer last year, I think, or something? But everything got messed up.
Somebody said Lake and Riley investigation was very good. Do we think that they did a subpar ass job here with the Idaho 4? The investigating and
I mean, I hope they didn't do a subpar job, considering ISP was there immediately, and so was the FBI. So
I was just asking D because she said she goes, you know,
I saw that. Yeah, I know, right?
My thing is, and I know she watched the trial, so I could see why she's saying that. But I'm thinking in my head, are we thinking that there was a subpar, you know, performance here with these people from Idaho? But then there's so many different states involved in this particular case that it does make it more unique when you have different agencies involved and everybody's passing around information and doing different search warrants. And now you got Pennsylvania, and now you got Idaho, now you got Washington, and you know, there's a lot going on. So I get it, and that's probably what it's, you know, what it is. But they're also sifting through information, looking for things to challenge, finding what holes they can find, getting everything together, what can be said, what cannot be said. But damn, it just seems like I feel like I've been waiting forever for this trial to come, and now finally August 25th. I think they're picking the jurors in what, July? I don't know if did I read that wrong.
Did you happen to see one of the last hearings with Dr. Brian Edelman? He was the guy doing the survey for the defense. That this is how they were able to determine that the jury pool in Moscow and Leyte was tainted and it needed to be moved. Right?
I didn't hear that. You're breaking that to me right now.
Yeah. So I think it was at that hearing, Bill Thompson states very clearly that the stalking is not true, that it is not true that Bryan Kohberger stalked any of the victims.
Interesting. So they're saying that whole angle was false?
if you go, yeah, if you listen to the hearing with I think it's Brian Edelman. Maybe, yeah, I'm not confusing the names. It's Brian Edelman. He did the Heather probably knows the damn hearing date.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't see
in that hearing, yeah, Bill Thompson accuses him of sharing something in the survey that wasn't true. And that thing that wasn't true was that Kohberger stalked one of the victims. And Thompson says that in court. Where did he go? Oh no. No. There he is.
You know, got booted out my own shit.
I was like, oh no.
No, it's all good. I got booted out. I don't know what was happening. I was just in the middle about to speak, and it literally just booted me out. But oh well, we're back. What were you saying? I didn't hear that information that you were just talking about. I know that for a fact because I had
a basic, like, long story short, was the whole reason that the case got moved is because sometime back the defense hired a survey expert to conduct like an anonymous survey of Latah County residents to determine bias. And it was determined that they were incredibly biased. Case closed, case gets moved.
Boise, correct?
Yeah, now they're in Boise.
What do you think about that?
Well, the reason that I was telling you, though, about this Edelman survey is because it's that hearing where Bill Thompson accuses Edelman of including in one of the questions on the survey whether the person had read, seen, or heard that Kohberger stalked one or more of the victims.
That's crazy.
Bill was wicked pissed about this question because Bill said, and you knew that that was not true. And the expert is like, well, I didn't want to say that. But I mean, yeah, now that you've said it. So that's where we learned that even the whole alleged stalking, it is the state prosecutor in this case who's saying that's not true. And he said it in an open hearing in court.
That's crazy. And I didn't hear that. I'm going to definitely have to go back and see that because that's important. If said, I would like to see what both sides talk about.
It was wild
with that. That's crazy. That's crazy. I got to check that out for sure. And you said that was on the last one?
No, it was like one of the last hearings before John Judge, before the case was moved. You can look up the, it's Heather. She probably put the date in your chat, Heather Fitzgerald. She knows the date of the hearings and all that shit.
Not a mod in the channel. We'll get everything straightened out. I'm definitely going to be adding new mods and stuff in here too. And it's been a great conversation today. I enjoy conversations like that. I could sit here for 20 hours straight and do this. No question.
It's pretty funny. I had the day off today. And
you know what I mean?
I came home, I was relaxing, and I was like, oh my God, he's alive. I'm like, I have not seen him in forever.
Well, plus, I was like, you know, dealing with these trolly, goofy people that were coming, that like it turned into more than just internet. These people were coming by my house, making threats and just really stalking and innocence. And people like, oh, he's bullshitting about, like, nah. Like,
thank you, Heather.
You know, like people were disturbing my peace and messing with me so much.
That's wild. Yeah, that's fucked up.
I let it bother me though, right? But at the same time, this time I worked on my craft. I got custody of my kid. I got the DNA test that I needed to always get taken care of. And I was able to better myself and fix things in my life and take time off to focus on those. But I was fucked up, like depressed wise, with the people that were talking crazy and saying these lies about me. Oh, there's screenshots of him. He was talking to Smokey. He had this person call into the show. First of all, I've never had nobody call into my show and act shit. And if somebody emailed me from a fake email and gave me a number and said that they were the friend of somebody else, that's on them. That's not on me. Tons of people hit me up all the time and want to be contacted. And I'm sure there's thousands of Rev Gang members that can tell you, or just subscribers in general that have called in and talked to me before. Ain't shit scripted. There is no, hold up, let me pause. Hey, go in here and act like you're, I don't do none of that. That's right. Just not, what the stuff that we cover on here is not a game. There's no time for silly ass little jokes like that to make someone call in and make people believe that they were a family member of somebody. There's no time for that shit. This is a field of where you're talking about people's loved ones who are now either passed or going to pass. So to think,
yeah, and I've always been very skeptical too, especially on YouTube, of like, you know, people calling in to like true crime lives claiming they know a victim or a family member of a victim or whatever. And really, you don't really have a true way to vet it unless you could like physically FaceTime that person in real life on site, prove, you know.
50-50 grain of salt. I don't,
yeah,
I'm gonna leave it with a grain of salt. Anybody who, and I said that about the same person. And you know what? I was watching these idiots run and be like, yeah, he faked the person where people were calling him Kohberger. I'm like, you totally ignored the part where I worked with Hidden True Crime and their team to find out who that guy was, went through hundreds of thousands of phone numbers to find his number, hand it to her and work with her. Hidden True Crime. The video is online right now. She says it in the damn video that I worked with her to find out who this person was, because I genuinely did not. And I'm talking about Idaho 4 right now. The caller that called in and people thought was Kohberger. I genuinely wanted to know if it was Kohberger, and if it wasn't Kohberger, I wanted to get down to the bottom of it, because why? You got 4 families out there that think they could possibly be listening to somebody playing games that possibly killed their children. So, you know, that's why I went above and beyond and gave the number to Hidden True Crime. And thank God, Hidden True Crime, her and her husband, were able to get down to the bottom of it. And I was sitting here watching these people, like, I know what the truth is, right? They're over here telling people, T-REV had this people call in and pretend to be this person and that person. What? Like, you, that's funny. Like, you're painting a weird narrative about me. Now you're going to have to swallow your words, because the people who were putting this defamation on my name, I'm going to sue them.
I don't know, Angelica. Sorry, I'm listening to you, but I just saw her comment. I don't think it was the prosecution that hired Edelman. I'm pretty sure it was the defense that hired Edelman.
Defense attorney. How about that? I'm definitely suing about 5 creators.
I mean, listen, if the people who truly went out of their way to go real life and try to actually, that to me is like crazy. I'm sure there's laws against that. You know, where you live, you can't do that. I know telecommunications harassment and stuff like that is, you know, you can't do that. You just can't do it.
And not only that, the defamation cases are strong. Like, these people took a lie and twisted it so many different ways and put it out to people and had people on board with it, to the point where they're coming by and giving me testimonies and telling me I need to go live and explain myself and blah, blah. You know what I said? I said, fuck you, and got off YouTube. I'm not coming. I'll come on when I'm ready. I don't come on when anybody tells me to do shit. I come on when I'm ready. And if y'all want to believe a bunch of goofies, I don't need to talk to you anyways. Because
I'm honestly glad I missed the whole thing, because I just assumed you had to go deal with life and you'd be back when you were done.
You know what? You know, I was dealing with life. I just had got my children back into my life. And who would I be to fully focus on drama that people are creating around my name to sprinkle all over the place to get people to hate on me? Who would I be to my children if I took that time away from them and focused on that during a time like that? Like, I needed to focus on my kids, obviously, and building a relationship and talking to them and really getting, you know, things taken care of on that end. And I did that. And I felt whole with it. That during that time, these people were fucking harassing me, calling my girl's phone number, her dad's phone number, blowing my family up, making threats to, I'm dead serious. I got all the receipts for it too. My dad can come on here and attest to it. Her dad can come on here and attest to it. These people got all of our family's phone numbers and were calling them and harassing them, saying T-REV knows what he did. Like, literally, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, people are literally claiming that during Madeline Soto that I had Smoke call into me and pretend to be a predator's friend. No, that's not how it happened. He sent me an email He wanted to fake being somebody else, I guess, in his right mind, which is why when he came here and visited, that this is going to make sense. He emailed me from a fake email. He sent me a fake phone number. He claimed that he was a friend of Stephen Stearns. So I gave that phone number a call, did the phone call, etc. And I didn't know it was him because, first of all, Smoke hasn't been in my life in 2.5 years up to that point, right? So the guy,
I don't even know who that is, but I believe you.
Clown. You don't want to know who he is.
Oh.
Clown, demonic, the pathetic piece of shit is what he really is. But you know, when people have helped you in your life, he was one of those dudes that helped me with the lowest time of my life. When I was in prison, he helped me. So I felt like, damn, this was a friend that was there for me at one point. I got rid of him because of the bullshit that he does, the trolling shit that he does. But yet, you know, I like to give people second chances. And it's kind of like what I said to Jeff today, which Jeff has always been real with me, but there's been decisions he's made where we ain't seen eye to eye. Long story short, he is the biggest troll in the world. This dude came over here when he visited me after doing all this bullshit and had Christopher Proudfoot in his phone number. And I'm talking about like YouTube accounts. And when I seen this, I had to cut ties. He had Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, the name of victims as YouTube accounts. And I was looking over his shoulder and seeing this shit. And I'm like, looking at this dude's pretending to be Christopher Proudfoot. He's pretending to be Katie. He's pretending to be Sebastian. He's pretending to be these victims. Oh, hell nah. As soon as he left that night, it was curtains. I stopped talking to him. And then he had built up some narrative to put out to the people like, T-REV had me fake this phone call and had me do this. Yeah, okay. You know what you did, bro. But I wouldn't go to that length to, you know, explain myself. Like now I don't mind talking about it because I'm over it. But I seen so many people believe this bullshit where this dude creates AI screenshots. He's known for this shit. He's known for creating fake receipts and doing all this weird shit. And
oh, I'm so glad that I miss all of that. That makes me so happy that I miss all of it.
Well, I got slandered a big time over it. And
I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad I missed all of it.
It put me in a depressive state to where I was literally, Annie, I was hanging this shit up. And I love this.
That's awful, though. No, that's awful. Especially people like coming into your real life and stuff. That's ridiculous. For real. You should get a lawyer if you can. That's not even right. That's harassment.
Well, yeah, I mean, and just Debbie, it's not about explaining myself or anything. It's more of the fact that I felt so betrayed and hurt, which is why I wasn't on YouTube, which is why I wasn't live, and which is why I didn't have the energy that you know, that you guys are normally seeing from me when I come on here. And that's why you didn't see that, because I was hurting still. And I'm seeing these people who were going around saying these crazy things about me and believing some weird friggin' weirdo who, yes, I did bring him around, and that's on me. But at the same time, I do believe in people and second chances and change. And when he was like, yeah, I found God and I'm doing this, the reason I got rid of him in the first place was because the first time around, he said he knew how to send people demons on the internet when we were doing a spirit box. And I said, nah, you can't fucking do this with me. If you know how to send people, nah, get the fuck out of here. And I stopped talking to him, right? Like I completely stopped talking to him when he said that. This was years before that. So to know, you know, that he came around and I could still see that he was on that trolling bullshit when he came here and visited in my face. Like he didn't visit on the stream.
I know what you mean. No, in real life, right?
Yeah. So when I seen that, the Christopher Proudfoot account, he was in Dolly's live stream showing me him commenting from fake accounts and was laughing about it. And I looked at him like,
see, I just don't even know how people have like all that time for that. A. B, why you would want to, or what the motivation is. Unless it's like monetary gain of some kind. But I don't know. That's just,
I don't know. It's sad though. It's sad though when you see that somebody you believe changed and a friend that you want to help build their YouTube channel. You see, I kind of started to believe maybe he really did love this shit like he claimed he never did. And I was like, you know what? He helped me in the lowest time of my life. So I'd love to help him. I'd love to help him grow his channel. If this is what he wants to do, he wants to be a voice, I'm behind it. Because you know what? He was there for me when my family wasn't there for me when I was, you know, in jail. going through some shit, facing some time. He was there for me. He was the only one there for me. So I wanted to return a favor. And so, you know, I'm doing good. I've made major changes in my life, right? I'm thriving. And this person that I had a problem with came around, and I wanted to help the man. You know, like I really wanted to help him because he helped me. And anybody should feel like that about a friend that's helped them from anything. You could be at the bottom with no money, no nothing, and that friend made sure you had food. That friend made sure that you were taken care of. And he did do that for me as a friend. But he always trolled and stretched things. And the lying and trolling and all that fake shit, I just could never get with that, you know?
Shit, I don't even have time for that. I get 1 day off a week, and, you know.
That's why you won't see me with friends up here anymore like that. You know, I love having debates with you. I love having Jeff up. I love having even other people, newer people that want to come up and talk. But never again will I ever slip back into the pattern of having these cornballs from the past come out of nowhere and take things and twist up exactly my vision and everything that I've built and worked so hard on all these years. You know, people always hit me up, ask me, "Shay, be your fucking self. That's how you grow." I can't tell you how to grow. You got to grow yourself. Just like I had to learn how to grow on social media. I didn't grow because I got up here asking for donations. I grew because people seen the passion and the fire burning. That's it, you know?
And it was a lot of it too was like, I know when I first started talking to you, it was a very open conversation. People could just, I don't even consider it debating. I feel like it's just having conversation with someone. It's not hate, and it's never ever meant to be. Like, even I hope that even if you for whatever reason ever took it that way, that's not what it is. I just consider it spirited debate, spirited banter amongst friends, right? Like we should be able to go back and forth, and I can be a snarky bitch. And do you get what I'm saying? And like, it's fine. It's cool.
It happens. But at the end of the day, we should be able to say, "Hey, friend, I hope you have a beautiful night."
Absolutely. It's never ever personal. I just enjoy having conversation with people who are willing to have the conversation rather than block it out.
And I'm glad you said that, because people can't have a conversation. We live in a day and age where there's more people that cannot have conversations than can. And we need to break that. We need to, everybody of all thoughts should be able to sit in one chat room, in one room. It doesn't matter where we're at, should be able to have level-headed conversations without breaking the barrier of trying to, oh, now I got a vendetta against this bitch or this dude or this, that. And that's what it always turns to. And it's like, why? Because they don't have the same belief as you, that they got to be treated different and treated like an outcast. We need to change that, because that's what is going on in our country, and it's happened every single day, over and over and over again. And people are being bullied because of it. You know what I mean? Seriously.
Yeah, I do. I just want us to be able, I want everybody to be able to get along. Not going to lie, though, they're just, you know, they're just some people that it really doesn't, you know, doesn't matter. They're probably never going to like you, and that's totally fine, right? Like, you could be.
What did I always say, Andy? I would always say, you know, you got to have the bones for this shit when you come up and you're on social media or you're doing YouTube. You need to have the bones. You got to be able
You got to have a tough skin.
And I folded to my own word during that whole situation, because at that time I've never seen, it was thousands of people coming for my head off the strength of believing what someone else presented to them. And it just baffled me at the wording, the things that, like, I hope you fucking die. And I was just reading so much. You can ask Delana if she's in here right now. I had to give Delana full control of my YouTube because I couldn't read it. I said, I got to put this down.
That's crazy.
This is making me super depressed. I'm seeing people that I truly love and care about that been here for 20 plus months telling me they wish I died and blah, you know, off of the limb of somebody else's word without even coming to me and asking me as a man. And that right there bothered me so much to where I almost literally quit YouTubing. And I'm so glad that I had a wake-up call a few weeks back, because really, I'm working a full-time job right now. Like, I'm doing a lot of different shit. Like, before I wasn't. I was on here all day long and grinding and really doing what I love, but I felt out of love with seeing these fake people in my face and knowing the things that they said by the thousands. So it was like, you know, it bothered me when I came back. It would remind me every time.
No, you should be back, because listen, even when you weren't doing nothing Kohberger, nothing Idaho 4, you were doing covering, you know, I remember the Pennsylvania guy that was on the run.
Cavalcante.
Okay, yep. You know, you were always really good at bringing like the live breaking stuff when things like that were happening, right? And I feel like that's your niche, and everybody got to, there was nobody at a bias at that point. We're just all watching it together as it happens.
You're right.
You know?
You're right. You're right.
So I'm glad you decided to come back. I hope you keep doing stuff like that.
Oh man, I'm like, dude, what the was I saying? Talking about quitting and deleting channels and this, like am I fucking stupid? I love this. Like, I miss this genuinely. I love it. I can sit in front of the camera for 24 hours straight, 100, because that's how much I love it. If the conversation is going, I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. But I have to feel that fire. I can't get on half-ass, or when I'm feeling, you know, attacked or feeling a certain way. And the only reason I even felt attacked is because I let those people get into the space of my mind when I should have did what I always did, and that was ignore and move forward. And you close your eyes to that bullshit because it doesn't exist. There's always going to be haters. You pay attention to that, you'll become, you know, you'll get angry.
Well, let's remember too, like, not being mean. I don't want anybody in chat to take this the wrong way, but it's the internet.
It's a fact. That's a fact.
It's the internet.
And it can get to you. It got to me, the person that's always preaching to you, Rev Gang, to the subscribers, everyone in here. Hey, look, you want to be a YouTuber? You got to have tough skin. You got to have that. I folded to my own words. I did. I folded to my own words. I'm not scared to admit that. You got to be able to admit things and look at it differently so you can fix it next time you feel that way. Because it put me down for 6-7 months.
Yeah.
It made me put on a, you know, I tried to come on Annie and say to everybody, I'm okay. And I wasn't. I was laying in that pillow. I was, you know, crying. I'm not even gonna lie. I was crying.
Oh, see, no, hell no. See, like, I have to give you some of my like energy. I'll send it in a crystal your way or something. No, when somebody comes and makes fun of you, that's when you, you know, you come back with the snark. I mean, I'm just saying, you come back and you bullshit on it. I don't know. That's what I do. Like, I'm going to snark the fuck out of you. It is what it is. That's what I consider. I think it's fun. You don't think it's fun?
No, it is. It is. For sure. I can't believe I
like sometimes it's just a good way to deal with when people, right? Because I don't know, like, I don't know about you. I'm older. I think I'm what's called a boomer, maybe not, but I come from the days of like where you know, Facebook, people would come to like your only public post on your page so they could just come comment away. You know, I come from those days. So there's really nothing anybody on the internet could say to me that's going to make me stop talking, I guess you could say, right? I'm not going to give up any of my fundamental rights because someone on the interwebs doesn't like what I say.
Right. And that's the same. So, and you know, I've never pretended to get up here in front of Rap Gang and pretend that I'm a perfect person. I always talk about my trials and tribulations and waking up and trying to become ways to be a better person and dealing with things from my past. I've never claimed to be a perfect person, but one thing I am is a big-hearted person, and I care about others. And I truly stand on wanting justice for others. Like I always said, it's not a facade. You cannot pretend this shit. I mean, you can, but for the people who are pretending, you can easily see that. You can see the grifters from the folks with a heart that care. Now people are like, oh, Rev, you're a grifter because your shit's monetized. Yeah, it's monetized. So who cares?
I have a heart to a point.
I worked my ass off on this. And if people want to show me love, then they will. And if they don't, they won't. But I put in the work and time, and people have noticed that. And again, like you said, the niche being on.
I'm telling you, dude, like one of my favorite things was when you would go live with some kind of breaking news, choppers up in the air. They're going to fucking rip they're going to fucking rip somebody out of the woods or something like that. That's the funnest thing, that's
right. I wanted, and I said that to say this, that I wanted to apologize to all the people, the core fans, the real ones, because the real ones stand out to me more than ever now than they ever have. And I do appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart for even putting up through my little depression stage that I went in, because we've been at it for 2 years straight. No breaks, no stopping. I mean, maybe 2 weeks at a time at best, one time. So that whole entire 2 years to 2.5 years, I took a 2 to 3 week break at best. And this time it was 6-7 months, and people were like, Rev, I'm worried about you. Rev.
Yeah, but good for you though, dude. Like if you needed to do it, fuck everything else. You did it, right? And like now you're better focused, and you'll be able to.
That's how bad it was. That's how bad the attacks were, and how much it really hurt me. I started to think about suicide, and I say that to say this, that I got myself together and said, Trev, you're being a fucking idiot. Why are you thinking like this? I'm like, because in my head, I was thinking, I busted my ass to build this, and people are making a mockery out of phone calls.
Right.
I've cried on the phone with people and related with these people because, like I didn't know. I never knew that was going to happen. I never knew that I was going to fully, fall completely in love. Like I already knew that I had a passion for it, but I'm completely in love with this shit. I live and breathe it. I wake up, I'm checking on updates. I'm curious about stories. I read all different types of stories. I talk to people about these stories on the ground. I'm out here with the people in the trenches that are getting this information and passing this information around.
Yeah, chit-chatting with like friends in real life and stuff about it. Yeah.
Right. Like this isn't something that I get on here and it's like, yo, let me see how much I can get on YouTube today and see how much money I can make.
No, yeah.
It's not that to me, because again, I know what it's like to have money. So, you know what I mean? Like what the fuck do I need money from doing this? I get on here because I truly love it, and I can debate it all night long, and I truly do feel for victims, but also a newer side's coming on to me where now I'm also deeper into the trial and the details of all the evidence, and not just, trying to run one way, because I do side with the victims and I always will, but we have to have fair judgment also.
Yeah. And when you're looking at court cases, especially trials, sad to say, if you are going to be a neutral party observing, you have to be, unless you are just dead set on making up your mind before you've heard all of the evidence. Right. Like if that's, that's your choice, that's fine. That's people's choice. But if you want to really, truly be a neutral party and just watch and see and watch it through fully, unfortunately, you have to leave your emotion out of it.
Right. Yeah. And that's a great point, because again, in order to thrive here in the United States, jury-wise, and people get fair trials, that's how it has to be. It has to be.
It really does. Like the emotional aspect, as much as people would say I'm going to say the emotional aspect doesn't matter. And I don't want people to say that, to think that, take it the wrong way. When I say that, I mean, when it comes to convicting someone, it's like the facts that matter. Yeah, I'm not going to make up my mind based on like the emotion of something. It has to be, you need the proof.
A year ago, I'd be bickering with you right now. Like, no,
right. But you get what I'm saying, though. That would be like thinking. That would be like thinking that you solved a case based on your own gut feeling.
Exactly, and it doesn't work that
way, right? Like
if we worked off our gut feelings, that I mean, everything would be perfect.
Right.
You know?
So sometimes, your gut's wrong. Usually your gut's wrong. Point that I'm getting at is that if you really want to cover trials and cover court cases, the whole neutrality thing is super important. There really can't be an emotional aspect of it because it's just supposed to be fact-based.
Absolutely. And that's part of what we do. We cover the ground of it, and some people will walk away from, they'll get arrested, and then some people won't look back at the trial of a case they covered. But we do develop opinions, but at the same time, we do need to look at all evidence and the things that said person, said suspect is going up against. Is this really the person? Is it not? Because there is innocent people being convicted all the time. Am I saying that Kohberger is innocent? Absolutely not. I believe 100% it's him, allegedly. But my mind can be swayed with the way the evidence is presented, the way that they grab the evidence, testimony from people who live there. Bethany could get up there and say something that just knocks me off my chair. And I'm like, what the? Wow, if we knew this.
I think it's going to be interesting to find out, if a Frank's hearing is granted, because they did put in a whole bunch, I think it was 12 motions to strike the death penalty and the aggravators that go with it. And Judge Hippler denied all 12. But I have not checked the cases of interest website tonight yet, but they were, I believe, waiting on a decision for the motions to, there was a bunch of motions to suppress that went in. But the Frank's motion was filed. It was filed under seal, and I know we're waiting for a decision on that. So if he grants a Frank's motion and the defense is able to prove to the magistrate that there is very pertinent exculpatory evidence and information that was left out intentionally and with reckless disregard for the truth, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. And another thing too, and it's a good point. I know you bring this up all the time, but I kind of want to touch up on it, is the vehicle surveillance that they talk about. They have this surveillance footage showing a white Hyundai Elantra, right? Repeatedly circling the victim's home. Well, we need a license plate number on that so we can identify, is there a person that looks like Bryan Kohberger that gets out that vehicle captured on camera? Right. You say they're circling, and we've seen leaked little videos here and there, but can we prove, or can something show us that it is him? Is there a license plate capture and that would make this change significantly, especially if he's if he's driving around at the time of the murders, or rather right around the time of the murders, like they say here. What I'm looking at, investigators traced Kohberger's ownership of a similar vehicle, which was registered in Pennsylvania, but located near the crime scene in Moscow, Idaho.
That's what I'm saying. I understand this is what the investigators allege, but when you go and you read these motions to suppress, you get a much bigger picture of what's being said here. And it's very, very incriminating for law enforcement if even 30% of it's true. Do you understand what I'm saying?
For sure.
The fact of the matter is that these motions to suppress, they can't just be making outlandish claims. There has to be factual basis for the claims.
Or match up to the evidence.
Because they're going in front of a judge and they're swearing to them. They're swearing under oath that these statements are factual and true. So, I mean, it's my opinion. They likely have some kind of, I would say, solid basis for their Franks. It's just a matter of whether or not Hippler grants it.
Yeah. And again, I just, what I was just seeing the other day that reminded me of this case immediately? I seen that, I don't know if it was 23 or Me or another group. It was a DNA collecting group they were hacked, and all these people's information is out there.
Oh, I did see that actually.
I
thought I saw one too of a DNA company that just all of a sudden shut its doors and took off with everyone's samples.
That's crazy to me. Like, we all have to be careful of what businesses we associate with and trust, especially with stuff like that that can violate us. That's a violation like hell if you're trusting into this group and now the information gets hacked and your DNA or whatever is out there for people to go and look at. Like, now your privacy is all ruined. I don't know. It's crazy. I was like, well, how the hell did this happen? Why don't these people keep this shit in a secure area where hackers can't get to it? But it's like, we're in a day and age, what can't hackers get to? You know what they did to me, Annie? They hacked my YouTube and literally changed their bank account information to mine, or to their account. So they were getting my YouTube direct deposits.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who it did it so I could take them to court too. Because that's what happened. I got my YouTube hacked during all this.
Holy shit.
Both of them. I lost both of my YouTube channels for a
wow.
while, right? I couldn't get on. I couldn't do nothing. But when I did get it back, it was hooked to a whole different bank account, routing number. And I made the report, but I haven't heard anything back about whose bank account it was and why.
That's ridiculous.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah. You got to set up that like 2-step authentication stuff.
I did. As soon as I got my account back, I set up everything's 2-authentic or 2FA. Everything's.
What does that say?
What
I can't read that. What is that? Hang on.
Do you think that what the defense is claiming was admitted? Was
the cast info? It could be. I mean, it could be. Maybe the cast was omitted. I'm not sure. They seem to be alleging a lot of things were not included that should have been. So,
Jeff, I like that we the public.
I don't know. Pretty crazy. But you know how much I enjoy talking to you. But I'm gonna get scooching out of here.
You're good. I appreciate you joining me. It was a great conversation. I feel like we had a very good conversation today, and I appreciate you being part of that. Shout out to you, Miss Potts.
Thank you.
Having you around, and I'm not missing a minute of this trial. I'll stay up 2 days in a row and watch day 1 and 2 before I sleep. That's how.
Listen, I'm just glad to see you back. I'll keep my eye out now that I know that you're back.
Well, I appreciate it. I know some people were probably like, damn, this dude ain't been live in a long time. The last 7 days, I've been back on my old self, like as far as timing and just that fire being there underneath. Like, I can't come on here without a fire lit. If the fire ain't lit, then you won't see me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to give you guys 20%, 30%, 45%, shit, not even 90%. I want to give you 100% when I come on. So it's just not fair to the viewers, the supporters, the people who are here to really talk and pick brains. It's not fair if I'm up here like, yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, what are we talking about?
Well, that's why I tried to tell you in chat. I was like, don't worry, T-REV. I will never kiss your ass. You don't have to worry about that.
And I think people think they get that misconception about me too. It's like they think that people should kiss my ass. I don't give a fuck who you fuck with. You could be my worst enemy. As long as you are neutral and respectful to me, I don't give a
right.
shit.
See, I'm proof. You can use this as proof that you don't need people to kiss your ass. That's not what because you and I can disagree. We can have a conversation. You don't need me to kiss your ass for me to be up here for us to have a conversation.
Absolutely. And I do understand you more now from that aspect. Like I told you, of going back, watching these trials over the last few months that I've really been watching. I was like, damn, having this conversation with you and seeing you today, I was like, damn, it's pretty ironic.
Yeah, shit. And listen, I'm telling you, later on, like when you're chilling in your spare time, just go read some of these documents and think about the case that you're interested now in, that you're watching now, and then be like, if this was in this case, how would I feel about it? If this was my case, how would I feel about it?
That's how I looked exactly at this Melody Walker Ferris trial. Was like, damn, what if this was you on there, or CKI on there, or misbehaving? Would I let this fly? No, I wouldn't let any of this fly. I don't give a if it was worth against my worst enemy. I can't.
We gotta hold them accountable, buddy. It has to be done the right way and above board.
There is innocent people in prison right now. What about the woman?
Later. Listen, I know. I gotta go though. I gotta go.
I'll talk to you about it later. It's crazy though. This woman.
Catch you later. Bye, chat.
No doubt, Miss Potts. Shout out to Miss Potts. Appreciate her coming by. We're still in this bitch though. I got plenty of time. What are we talking about? I'm here all night long. I'm in your face. What's going on? You said I'm still here. I feel you though, T-REV. People can change. You can totally go to law school. I already wanted to be a PI. And studying kids' cases for 5 years, 30 credits away from my associates. Congratulations to you on that. I did want to back out of audio production. I'm still thinking about it after watching the trial that I've been watching. Like, I've really been thinking about it. And it's just for the simple fact that I think that that woman possibly could be not guilty, or at the very least had help and the jurors got it wrong. There was just so much BS in that. But what's going on, Holly? Welcome back to Kohberger and back to what I want to speak about on the case with Kohberger. I really think that Kohberger is the dude. I personally do. I really think that. But again, if evidence comes out and all they got is touch DNA, but they can't link anything else, we got him driving around the building. Okay, well, where's the license plate to show that that was him? Okay, maybe they use phone records to try to match it up to that time. I don't know. I'm just looking for more concrete evidence, like blood, blood of his in the house from maybe where he cut his hand on the K-bar. If that even happened, that's 4 people. You're more than likely to cut yourself with this K-bar, right? Or hurt yourself with some type of wound, especially if you got a fight. Now, if you got somebody being having defensive wounds and giving you a little fight, that's more of a chance that you're going to cut yourself. So again, do any of the victims have Bryan Kohberger's skin under their fingernails? It's a possibility with something like this. When you stab one person, what's the chances of that person next to you waking up like, what the, you know what I mean? Somebody screaming, getting stabbed, one person might wake up, right? So what was the chances of them waking up and grabbing him by the face, the neck, the arm, and really scraping into his skin and getting it in their fingernails? I think the chances are high, and that's what I'm looking for. You said, T-REV, you really need to catch up on the hearings, especially April and May 2024. We can watch those this week. We can dive into all of those. We can dive into all of them. I do need to catch up. You're absolutely right about that. Not only do I need to catch up, but I need to really go through this paperwork and start reading it again. I made it through a chunk of it a while ago, but I know since then there's been a shit ton that's dropped. So it's going to be important to look at it. Some of it gets boring, but it is worth looking at. And it is worth looking up the stuff that I don't understand. I've always did that too. You said I ended up enjoying that lady. I don't know what she had to say, but she's passionate and sounded very knowledgeable. She would be a good defense lawyer to have on her side. I mean, damn, not that long ago, Cassie, I was saying like, damn, you're a fucking BK lover to her. That's why I was telling her sorry for, my way of thinking at that time. It was like, damn, you're a fucking BK lover. You just want to see BK be free. Nah, he did this shit because in my opinion, when you have DNA, which, yes, I get it, it's touch, but at the same time, they're doubling down on it. They're going through with the death penalty. They must have something else other than this touch DNA, because touch DNA is touchy in court, right? But something just telling me they're going for that death penalty. What concrete evidence do they have? Is it fingernails? His skin under victim's fingernails? Is it him breaking into the house and his face caught on camera? What is it that the prosecution has? And they're so, on the money about getting a death penalty sentence convict or him being convicted and getting hit with the death penalty? What are the chances of that? That's what I ask myself when it comes to this case. And I think they really do have something. I've heard all different types of rumors, just the same rumors you've heard, firsthand information, talking to Jennifer Coffin-Daffer, which works with, or, you know, on mainstream media. She shared with me herself that, again, somebody called from Bryan's side and said that he had an ID that was connected to this location. Again, do I fully believe it? Absolutely not. But I'm going to be looking for that in the trial. I can't just believe Jennifer Coffin-Daffer because she's Jennifer Coffin-Daffer and she told me that an ID was found at that location. I can't fully 100% believe that. I don't give a shit. That's hearsay to me. That's hearsay. I need to see that proof on paper. And that's no disrespect to Jennifer Coffin-Daffer, but that's just second, third, fourth, fifth hand information that some people choose to believe, but I'm choosing not to believe it until I see it on paper. And they told the world that. They talked about it on friggin' the national news. So I do see why people were like, wow, these people are biased. This is a weird way to do work. I get it, you know? I definitely get it now. Like, I definitely understand more than what I did a year ago when I was covering this case, 2 years ago when I was covering this case. I don't know, I just feel so bad for Ethan and Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie. I feel so bad for them because truly, what did they endure during their last moments, right? We know that they were out. We seen them at a food truck, what, an hour, some change prior to that, right? And then literally a couple hours, they're dead and brutally murdered in a place where you would think it's your haven. That's where you go and get down and hang out and go to sleep, and you don't think about the boogeyman coming in and shoving a knife in you. And I just connect with that so much because I've lost friends. I've lost people that I love to violence. So to think about what they endured in those last moments is absolutely, it just fucks with my mind. And it always will in any case that I cover or follow. Like, damn, I hope she didn't suffer. I hope he didn't suffer. Was somebody else involved? Why is there 2 roommates there? Why are they texting each other? I start asking these questions, right? I always do. I'm asking these questions like, damn, did they know something? Was somebody dating him? And like, what's going on? There's more to this story than any of us has ever heard. Mark my words right now that when the trial comes, we're going to hear some shit that we ain't heard. And it might blow your mind. So prepare yourself for that. Straight up, prepare yourself for that. So T-REV, go for it, bro. As listening to you make the content so interesting, you have a gift. G, appreciate you, God manners. I'm working on the craft. I still work on my craft to this day with scripts, documentaries, scripts to the documentaries, and information that I research and cover. I try to accurately gather as much as the most accurate information that I can get, put a visual with it, deliver it to you guys like the one I dropped yesterday. You know, I tried to gather the most accurate information. I threw in the speculation part, which people obviously knew it was speculation, but I went and gathered that most accurate information about the murder and then dove into a lot of the thoughts and talks around the case. And I like, you always want to have those facts first, and then you can jump into the speculation and what happened with this person failing this lie detector test and what stood out to you. You touch up on that all after you get those facts out, because it's important to always go off that. You said us military does not allow the use, touch of DNA. And by the way, you can call in if you want, 219-885-9693. Again, 219-885-9693. I'm picking up the phone right now. And if somebody calls in or you want to hop up on, you're more than welcome to come up. You are more than welcome to come up. Let me pull this up. Let me grab it. It's Doug from Tennessee. Shout out to my guy. I see 437 sent from heaven hit me up. I see 954 that was in the door. They were trying to get some stuff off their chest. I see you. 580, 423. We got seen some people calling here. Like, why does it ring? Turn the ringer on. That is my wife. Did you know that Nancy Grace is my newfound wife? Just playing. You can hear my son? He's in there on the game getting hyped as shit. Oh, man. How long we been on today? 17 hours? I'm just getting cooked up. I'm just getting started. Heather, the U.S. military doesn't accept touch DNA in retaliation, or in relation to what? You said the perp, in my opinion, had to have a lot of energy to do that without being scared. Seeing there was 4 people who died, why leave a witness? I like that point. Did he see her, or was it just her seeing him, or did they both look at each other? Because I almost feel like if he would have made eye contact with her, she might have been dead. She might have lost her life right there. I mean, he already killed 4. Now you see someone else, a witness now? I think he kills her if he sees her. Just my personal opinion, and I could absolutely be wrong. And I'm talking about Dylan, this whole face-to-face shit. I do feel like if he seen her, he would have eliminated her also. He's already eliminated the 4. Was Xana dumping this Jack-in-the-Box food that she ordered allegedly? And he ran into her in the kitchen as she was throwing trash away, right? Is that what happened? He just chased her down and boom, boom, boom. And now here's Ethan. Ethan's, what the fuck is going on? And boom, boom, boom. Now Ethan's done. So there's 4 people right there. Is that the way it played out? Again, 219-885-9693. If you do call, which for some reason just showed me someone called, but then didn't ring at all. Text me, say, call me, and I got you. Just text 219-885-9693 and say, text me. I'm trying to call, but you don't see it. And I will call you. 11 Summer Moon. I seen your message you just sent. It says, oh, it's about this case number here. Okay, I got you. Christopher. Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm going to check that out. Don't worry. We'll definitely be checking that out. You said, I'm also going to send this to your email, Joshua. Oh, so we got a missing child here? Is that what this is? Thank you for sending me this. Joshua Al Latif Jr., age 6. Missing from Ohio. He's 4 foot, 44 pounds. His hair is black. Clothing, tan shirt, tan pants, black New Balance shoes, and a jacket. Joshua Al Latif Jr., 6 years old, is missing from Westchester Township, Ohio. And he was last seen near his home on the Wintry Drive on November, what does that say? On November 20th of 2024 at 5:30 p.m. Joshua is a child with autism who is nonverbal and may not respond when his name is called. He was last wearing, again, a tan shirt, tan pants, black New Balance shoes, and a jacket. Joshua loves water and parks, and officials are actively searching the area with the help of volunteers and first responders. And if you have any information, please contact the Westchester Township Police Department at 513-777-2231. Again, if you know any information about Joshua Al Latif Jr., give Westchester Township Police Department a call at 513-777-2231. Wow, what's going on with these kids going missing? Autistic kids. It's like the year of where autistic kids are going missing a lot. So sad. So sad. I mean, you had Madeline Soto this year, Sebastian Rogers, Elijah Few, Audrey Cunningham. Was that 2023 or 2020? I can't remember. It just seems like yesterday to me. So much, man. So many of these kids being failed out here. And people wonder why people are fired the hell up and want change and want to expose these struggling families that pretend everything's okay when everything's really not okay. And these kids are getting their ass beat or being abused, and it's just being hidden away, and they're living through torture. And people wonder why people like me want to get up and speak to these kids who've lived in certain situations, and to kind of just give them motivation to speak up if they're in a situation like that, so they can get out of that situation, because it does cause a lot of trauma for a child. It does. And they carry that shit around forever. And if you've been through it, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. That trauma never disappears. We learn to cope. We learn to do certain things, but we don't want these children living in these situations with their parents where they're not gave a fuck about. They don't have any direction. They're being taught by their brothers to carry guns. Their dad's in prison, or maybe mom's in prison and dad's in prison, and you live with grandma. There's got to be something. There's got to be some better structure in America. Kids are being failed every day. What's going on? Mike D in the building. Nice to see you, my friend. Long time no see. Yeah, I knew you were going to swing by on this Idaho 4. I already knew it. We're going to be covering this for the next few days. Anybody who wants to come up is more than welcome to come up on stream with me right now. We can talk about whatever. I'm down. Hold on. I got to sift through this real quick.
Oh my God! Shut up,
bitch.
Oh my God!
You are fake news.
Okay. We're good. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate it. I'm doing the business. What's going on, Angela? Welcome. You see Talina. Shout out to Talina. Jenny, nice to see you, my friend. I heard about Leilani Simon getting sentenced today. And personally, it's cool, right? But why does she have a chance at parole? That's the part I don't like. But other than that, it's justice. But the fact that she could even go sit in front of a parole board makes me sick. That's what makes me sick. Kathy B says he's guilty as fuck. Hey, Trev, in the game. What's going on, Kathy? Nice to see you, my friend. Always a familiar face with you too. Say he's guilty as fuck. Damn. She ain't playing no games.
Damn! Oh my God! Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
You ever seen a guilty face? Ask my wife. She'll tell you about my life. Oh, Bryan Kohberger. I definitely think this dude did it. I'm not even going to hold you. I've yet to see all the evidence, and I still believe that he did it. Just from my personal paranormal connection and the answers that I've gotten in those sessions. It's just, I've never had things of that magnitude lie to me or steer me wrong. And I truly believe, I don't care if anybody looks at me like I'm crazy. And it's like, yeah, this guy, he got on the fucking spirit box and they answered Bryan on November 21st. This guy's cuckoo. Unsubscribe and let's get the fuck up on out of here. This guy's crazy. Nah, for real. Go watch that live stream. I promise you this. After this trial, years down the line, that session that I did will be talked about. Mark my words. I had Gary Galka look at it and he was blown the fuck away. We're talking about a paranormal professional. A paranormal professional that does this shit for a living. One, he creates these devices. He's the #1 paranormal instrument. What do they call it? Inventor. Again, Gary Galka. If you know him, you know him. If you don't, you don't. But you'll see. Years down the line, it's going to be talked about and looked at. Mark my words. Because what came through that day, I never expected that to come through. And guess what? I didn't hear it that day either. I only heard it when I reviewed it with Idaho 4. When I reviewed it, because I didn't have it coming through Bluetooth speakers or anything like that. So it wasn't super clear to the point where I could hear it in my ear. When I went back and reviewed it, it was crazy. I know CKI was there. I believe, I know Delana was there. And nobody really heard it at the time. Not one person in chat. If you go back and read live chat during that stream, nobody caught it. Not one person caught it. But I said, what is the name of the person responsible? Bryan. You know what? I got more trust in spirits than I do our own living people around us. I'm not even joking. Like, literally never expected that. What is the name of the person responsible on November 25th? Or I'm sorry, 21st? Was it 21st or 25th? 23rd, one of those dates. It's a live stream that's still on my main channel right now. You can go and play it like it was yesterday. Within the first 15 to 20 minutes, I asked, which one of the Idaho 4 victims are here with me today? Kaylee. Just like that. I'm like, what the? You can't program this type of shit to come out of the SB7. And I know there's some people out there like, this dude's cuckoo. You're talking to demons. You're talking to demons, T-REV. Well, guess what? I don't give a shit what you think. I love you. I respect your opinion, but I don't care. It's a true passion of mine. Where does our energy go when we pass away? Does it, does it stay around? Does it move on? Does it depend how you go? Yeah, they say in the Bible, it says, don't talk to, the dead, etc. But I'm sorry. It's fascinating to me. And I don't believe in that. I'm not over here trying to summon Al-Kababa or freaking Saddam Hussein to come and, come back to life. I'm studying something because I have a gift. One, my energy, something about my energy and the way that I'm able to connect with the other side is something that I would never let go of. I don't care. And sometimes the gift makes me sick. And I mean sick in a way of where my energy's overused, or maybe I didn't properly close out a session. And thank you, Leslie and Billy. I appreciate the support and love to the channel. I see you. But sometimes I won't close out a session, and I do feel the after effects from that, believe it or not. So it's something that you gotta practice, and you gotta protect yourself majorly. And people are not playing games when they say that they can suck your energy away and really use it. Personal opinion. I'll get off that topic because it's making me want to go over there. But that, I will never forget that live stream. That was one of the most absolute insane experiences that I've had, jumping into the Idaho 4 case, going in like I did with the SB. Now, I've seen people get on live streams and be like, yeah, are you like that guy T-REV that opens up that spirit box and asks the questions and blah, 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 blah. But yet, when you go and listen to the responses that I've gotten, you can't say shit because, one, you can't program shit into it, and two, you can't control what's coming out. And the fact that there is direct responses answering, like, again, what is the name of the person responsible? The male, when I'm saying responsible, says Bryan, and then when I stop, the female goes, Bryan. November 21st, before Bryan was known as a suspect. It blows my mind now, and it's going to always blow my mind. And when I had Gary Galka go over it, he was like, wow, I truly believe they were there with you. And when I heard that from Gary, I kind of hit, I was like, damn. He's like, I truly believe they were there with you. He goes, I've listened to a few of your sessions, and the way that these spirits interact with you is different than what I've heard from other people. He said, you truly got a gift. And he ended up gifting me some equipment, right? On the house. I was like, how much? He was like, nah, free. Just give me your address. So shout out to Gary Galka for, looking out, sending free equipment. And I wouldn't say coaching me, but mentoring me in a sense. I do appreciate him mentoring me, especially in something so delicate like paranormal. I mean, this guy's daughter died in a car crash at 17 years old. She was going to college. She had very good grades, and it crushed him as a man. But instead of letting it defeat him and ruin his life, he ended up inventing paranormal equipment in her name, in her memory, and her honor, and contacting her. And I just see the good-hearted people. I like good-hearted people. If you're a good-hearted person, I want to be around you. Simple as that. You know what I mean? Hey, let me read some of these comments. He said, just wanted to come in, say hello, and like the stream. Hey, Trev, Moz, and chat. Thank you, Darlene. We appreciate you. Long time no see. Actually, I seen you the other day online. But nice to see you, my friend. I'm glad you came by just to say what's up. You said, I completely agree, T-REV, and I saw that. It's old, so some people weren't here at the time. I think I had like maybe 8,000 subscribers, or maybe even 10,000 at that time. It was a very low amount that I had. Nothing had really went up yet for me. You said, just wanted to clarify on the other 3 DNA, if they were not or DNA samples, law enforcement would not have uploaded them to CODIS. Law enforcement clearly believed it was suspect DNA. That's imperative and exculpatory. I'm going to be looking for this in that trial. I'm telling you, I feel like we're going to hear the word exculpatory during it. Let me know what you think, though. Do you think we're going to hear about exculpatory evidence during the trial, or do you think that will be settled and agreed not to talk about? I'll be looking for that. He said, yeah, those SB sessions were wild. I love them. I mean, the chat's still there, so it'll show the people who were in there. Lotus says, I was brand new to Spirit Box sessions until I joined the second channel. I've heard the Spirit say T-REV's name so many times. I'm a believer now. I mean, you got to look up the piece of equipment I'm using too for those that question it or are skeptics in any way. Look it up. It's called the SB7 Pro. You can't program responses into there. It's just impossible. You can't do that. But what you can do is run it in reverse, run it forward, change the speed. It has settings on it, etc. And either you have the energy for it or you don't. You can't just magically say, yeah, I want to become a Spirit Box specialist today. It don't just work that way. If you don't have the energy for it, then you're going to always not have the energy for it. You either got the gift or you don't. You can't just create yourself the gift. It's not like a sport where you can get good at it. Again, you have it or you don't. You said, T-REV, yes, you always got headaches and others, but you are correct. You do need to do it properly with experience and need to take care of yourself, but also those listening or around. And I'm glad you focused and touched up on what I was just talking about, because it is important to close the sessions out. CKI, you know that these energies can attach to you, and you never know if there is a spirit or angry entity nearby. Like this house that I'm sitting in right now, haunted. And when I say haunted, this bad boy is haunted. I was in the bathroom a few weeks ago, and I literally watched a shampoo bottle move 12 inches in front of my face while I was staring at it. And then after I got out the shower, I'm freaking out. I'm like, what the was that? Like, this is crazy. This is some poltergeist shit. I peek into the closet because I feel like I'm being watched. And I watch a book bag get dragged from the side of the room all the way to the middle. And I just freaked out. I immediately cleared the house, Palo Santo, blessed the property, and was just looking for a priest to come out here and bless the house because this entity is so angry, right? That's why we hooked up cameras. I want to capture it on the camera. They keep unlocking the door and leaving the door open with the lock sticking out of it. That's how bad it's gotten. And if anybody has any type of experience on how I can get rid of a spirit like that is opening doors, now opening my door and leaving the lock open as if I shut the door and didn't lock it, or thought I shut it and locked it, when I know for a fact someone like me with PTSD is making sure that fucking door is locked every single time. I don't play around with locked doors. I just don't. When I say lock your doors, I'm being serious. I lock the shit out of my doors just from situations I've been in. You know, the home invasions that I was involved in as a kid and guns being put in. Yeah, I lock doors. That's just my thing. That is just my thing, you know? Burn White Sage. I am looking for some people with experience. I need to get a hold of a priest in Tennessee. If you know a priest in Tennessee, send them my way. This place is absolutely haunted out the ass, to the point where it turned into poltergeist activity. And it is creepy at times. But, you know, I'm so used to paranormal that I don't get scared like that. I was just taken. My heart was pounding when that shit happened. You know, when I seen this shampoo bottle move, because I was just like, really? This thing just literally moved a foot, you know? And I remember a session I was doing not too long ago, and it came through Matty Mo. And then the guitar started playing. Doom, 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 doom. And it happened while I was here, and it happened live on stream. It said Matty Mo, which I thought was crazy. Like, Matty Mo, huh? Unique, insane. You said same. Double Glock, double locks, always. I have sage right here in the bag. I like using Palo Santo because I'm Indian. You said, oh, well, you know, trust me, there is nothing like spirits in action. Nope, definitely not. I followed Zach Baggins. I've been following him since I was 13. You said, I think it's clear. I think it's clear the other profiles were suspect. That's why they use CODIS. Why bother with CODIS if not? What's up, baby? The keys? You need the damn keys. Where did the think you're going? That is my wow. Be careful.
Hey, buddy,
Let me know you made it. That is my wow. Say it. No. You said defense will definitely bring up the other DNA samples. The prosecution will likely put as much focus on it as possible by the trial. Make sure nobody called. Did I miss you? I sure did miss somebody. So thank you so much for sharing that. I'm very worried about the little guy. Finding him depends solely on a very extensive search because if they call his name, he can't reply. I'm also worried that because he's autistic and dark skinned and a dark skinned child that he won't get the coverage and attention he deserves. Our world today is so sad. So thank you. I will make sure I share it on Facebook and pass the word around on that. And I'll take a look at it later too when I'm off here and it has my full attention. But thank you for sharing that with me. I've seen that in the text message. Who we got here? Okay, I see we got one right here. Let's go ahead and give the call. I see you, call. Here we go. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I seen you called. What's going on?
Let me turn this down right quick. Let me pause it. Oh my goodness. Nope. It's so excited right now. Yeah, I wanted to call and just talk about this Kohberger thing.
Right. So where you at with it? Where's your mindset with Kohberger as it says?
I think he's guilty, but I also think that with some of the things that I've heard tonight with as far as DNA, touch DNA, all that stuff, I mean, in a way, you could go either way if you look at what's going on and everything. But then we also don't know what the prosecution has to bring out at trial because they're not going to tell anybody about that.
Right.
They need to protect the integrity of the case. So I don't know. I believe that he did this, but in my head, I'm also like, what psycho has 12 minutes or under to unalive 4 people.
Right.
So I just think it's a kind of messed up situation. And I hope and pray that the prosecution has all their ducks in a row, that they've done all the maximum testing that they can do.
Right.
We all know in this last trial with that lady Ferris, that was horrible. She should have never been found guilty. That was the whole setup, I believe. Something's going on. Something's going on in that family. So, but as far as Bryan Kohberger goes, I hope and pray he gets a death penalty. I'm gonna be real. I don't never wish anybody death, but at the same time, there are just some people that just don't deserve to breathe the same.
I just lean more towards of it being him, just for the simple fact of everything that we've seen. The guy owns a white Elantra. We see what appears to look like a white Elantra circling around like a shark. We hear about these phone pangs, And I want to see to its accuracy how these phone pings are. That's why I say my mind's open for this evidence, but I still, you know, seeing these different things is what made me believe that he is the right person, or you're on track with finding the people who were involved, because they named this vehicle number 1. I don't give a shit what anybody says. If it was just a sole suspect, would you say vehicle number 1 or vehicle number 2? You know what I mean? Like, that's just weird to me, especially if you. So there's something going on that we don't know about, and I feel like that's going to come out. But I could be wrong, and it's okay if I am wrong. But again, vehicle number 1, and people say, well, you're looking too much over that. What do you mean? Like, why would they say that?
It's those little things that a lot of people don't look at that we may look
Right.
at. And you know, so I get it. Absolutely, I get it. And but there's just like you said, there's just everything that we see now, and you know what happened. I guess, you know, the car, the different pings, this and that. You know, I honestly believe, because he was doing criminal stuff and, you know, criminal justice classes or whatever he was doing, I honestly believe that he really is that big of a narcissist that he can think that he can get away with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I heard about, you know, I don't know what the truth is behind this. Also, like, after the murders, the students are like saying that he was different. I don't know if that's just something that these people are adding, or is it the truth? What, you know, like, why did the confidence was different is what they were saying. I forget the exact wording to the magnitude, but
arrogance maybe.
right. I'm not sure what it is, but where did that get insinuated from, and how long have you been in the class with them to say his mood is completely changed after the murders?
Exactly. My thoughts exactly, to be honest. I mean, I just don't know. And then there's like, I go back to her friend, what was it, Dylan?
So you had, okay, so we have Bethany and Dylan, who are friends. You know, they know they're obviously roommates, etc. Dylan's right there on the, I believe it's the second floor with Xana and Ethan, and Bethany's on the bottom floor. And allegedly they were texting each other during the murders too. So that added a whole different scenario for me as someone taking in this information. Like, why were they texting during the murders? But yes, it is hearsay. It's hearsay until I start seeing those messages and what were they saying? Right?
Right. And it's just messed up. This is just so messed up. Like, when I first heard about this case, my jaw hit the floor. I'm like, what the? We can't even send our kids to college without all types of bad stuff happening. I mean, shit, even we can't even send our kids to, you know, elementary school.
Right.
And nowadays, you know, it's a sad world that we live in. And I think it's just a messed up situation. And I really hope and pray that they do have all their shit in a row, ready to go, and can actually have all that evidence to just nail him, you know?
I have a question for you here. And what is your answer on this, or what is your thoughts? Let's say, and I'm going based off of what Sonny just said in chat. Sonny said they violated Bryan's constitutional rights. We'll say they did violate his constitutional rights, but at the end of the day, he is the perpetrator. What kind of dilemma is that there, and what can the state do? That's actually a good point you bring up, Sonny, because if that's true and they have evidence that he is the guy, but yet they violated his constitutional rights, does that sweep off the death penalty and just put him in for life? What would that do to a case like Idaho 4? That's what I'm thinking about. If they did violate it, you know? If they did, because that's a lot of people that the defense is claiming that. But let's say that they have, you know, the evidence to, let's say they have his blood in the house. Right.
They can't just put that shit in the air.
Well, let's just say his blood's in the house from the stabbing, because he struggled with one of them, and you know, he's bleeding a little bit now. They got his DNA off the ground. I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying, let's say that is, but yet they did violate his constitutional rights. What do they do from there? Does the case get thrown out, or does, you know what I mean? Like, what happened? Is there a penalty for that?
I guess it would kind of all depend on like the whole situation that we don't see yet. We don't see any body cam stuff. We don't see any of that yet. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you really can't, in your mind, yeah, of course you can. But I just don't know. I don't think they're going to throw this out. Like, I really honestly don't. This is too big of a high profile case.
Right.
And
for sure.
The prosecutors would be ridiculously stupid if they did that, because, you know, but it's just so much that we don't know that I can't take it. I think that they just need to hurry up, and he needs to stop calling all these damn hearings, because he's an idiot.
Well, it sounds like they got a bunch of evidence, though. Usually in cases where they got a shit ton of evidence, that they just, you know, it's like constantly, or a continuance, or this is coming up because they're gathering this, or they got this expert working on that, or, you know, there's always tons of shit going on. And then here you got the house that it happened at, his apartment, his parents. He's allegedly separating trash over here. He's got his computer at his residence. So there is 3 different jurisdictions sort of involved in all this, with a FBI looking over it, right? So there's a lot going on.
It is. There's a lot going on. And like you said, or like I said before, and you said, we don't know everything, and they're not going to come out and tell us until trial starts, because they have to protect the integrity of the case. This is too big of a case to do any fuck up. Excuse my language, but seriously, it is way too of an important case to do some shit like that. And if they did violate his rights, they have got to be the stupidest law enforcement people I've ever known. Then
that'll blow me away if, say, they did,
me too.
they violated his rights, but yet there's some evidence there to point and say, damn, like, the guy's blood, he did it, right? What happens there if there is some type of technicality like that, but they do have evidence also at the same point? What do they do with that? What can you
take the death penalty off? Like you said, take the death penalty off the table and offer him life without parole. That's going to be his best bet to keep his ass off that penalty. Off that road. But at the same time, I honestly don't know. It could go either way, and they could be forced to throw out the case. But I don't know. If his constitutional rights were, violated, great, take the death penalty off, whatever. But do not throw this shit out the window.
Right. I'm just praying. I'm praying they get the justice they deserve, because
they deserve justice. They were such beautiful, beautiful kids. Oh my God.
Nobody's perfect, but damn, they didn't deserve to get absolutely butchered and slaughtered in that house the way that they did.
And that's just, it just makes me worry for my 2 kids. My girl's 16, so she's actually starting to do college classes while she's in high school right now, and plus she's in all honor classes. So she, that's my smart girl. But that doesn't mean that if she goes off to college and some wacko like Kohberger comes in and whatever, and it's just sad. It's just a sad situation all the way around, and I just feel for the parents of those beautiful children that they had, and I couldn't imagine. I just could not imagine.
Ms. Potts said, if your arrest warrant was obtained under false pretenses because you lied to a magistrate to give the appearance of probable cause, what happens to your case and what came after the arrest? I do that. See, I like the critical thinking.
I like Ms. Potts.
I like the critical thinking. I like the critical thinking, because these are things that may come up.
Right.
And that's reality. Some people that don't, I don't know. I don't know. There's people out there that haven't watched trials. So they hear the information and then they bounce on to the next story and the next live. And then,
I research that shit. Don't worry me.
Right. I've been so consumed with the Idaho 4 case that literally I forced myself to read papers because of wanting to know the information that lies beneath that paper. I want to see what they're saying. But again, I've always thought it was him, and I still think it's him now. And I think he's going to get his boots smoked all over that courtroom August 25th, all the way up to the end of that trial. I think it's going to be found that he is the sole perpetrator that murdered Maddie, Xana, Kaylee, and Ethan. I do firmly believe that. But again, I'm going to always say it. My mind is open for things to change in that courtroom. because Melody Walker Ferris that case is crazy as hell.
Man, they should have had, they could have called that mistrial. They could have called that immediately. But like you said, they're probably waiting for some crazy game plan for an appeal, you know, and I get that, because then if they do that and all this, and then they go over everything that happened, right, that was an injustice and, you know, in the court case, and how they could have called a mistrial, and how things were going left somewhere along the lines. And those two boys that were tested, those two are as guilty as can get in some way, shape, or form. So I just feel for her, because regardless of how people think she looks, yes, she has that, you know, RBF. I get it, you know, but it doesn't make you a killer,
right?
You know, and then wait a minute, you're going to invite all your children, all your, you know, grandbabies, the whole family to be together, but you're going to kill your husband in the midst of all of this in front of your grandchild?
Right.
I don't think so.
So what do you think that any of the information that they're throwing out there saying that, oh, she, you know, Bethany has evidence that could have our clients exonerated, I'm just like thinking, damn, then why didn't it happen? What's your thoughts on that? Do you remember that, the whole exculpatory?
I do remember that. I do. I think that's a bunch of bullshit on the defensive side.
Right.
You know, I think that they're going to try everything and anything on the defensive side to get this kid off. And it's like, how do you go home and sleep at night with yourself, you know? But at the same time, criminal justice is criminal justice, you know? So, but I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't heard too much about Bethany as much as I have Dylan. Now, I was under the impression that Dylan walked out of the room and she's the one that saw Bryan. Is that correct? Is that correct? Right. T?
Yeah, I figured it out.
Oh, okay, there it is.
That was someone at the damn door.
Oh, Lord.
I swore I heard somebody knocking. That's why I went and I jumped up quick as hell.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, is somebody at the door? Nobody's at the door. Dogs barking. I heard boom, 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 but don't see Jack, nothing.
I'm telling you, got something attached to you, homie. I'm telling you what. Like,
Now, you know what? The other day, I yelled at it. I yelled at whatever it is. I said, get the fuck away from me. You're not allowed to use my energy. You're not allowed to harm my family. This is the house of God. And ever since then, it stopped messing with me.
oh, thank God. Like, my son, he's sitting right here. Say hi, Noah. Hi, T-REV.
Hey, buddy. I heard a lot about you.
Yep, because I brag about you all the time.
Shout out to him.
He really loves your music, man. He really, and let me tell you, he can rap. I hear him in there ripping it up.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? I'm going to sneak a video one day, because he don't want me to record him, you know, which I won't, but I'll go record him for you and send you that clip, because you would just die. He is really good, and he's very musical, very into music. So I think he's very in tune with music. He's also very in tune with the other side, as well as you and I are.
Well, tell him he's got to, you know, when he gets to doing this thing in the studio, he can get a collab from me for free. I'll get on a track with him and throw him a little something, you know.
You just see him right now. He's so sweet.
Shout out to him. I appreciate it. Tell him, you know, stay in school. Stay in school. Listen to your mom and reach for your dreams.
Yep. There you go.
Yes.
I will say, I asked the question before you went answer for it. I said, was it Dylan? Because I'm not looking at chat or anything. If anybody answers me, I'm sorry. Wasn't Dylan the one that opened her door and saw Bryan Kohberger?
Yes. Second floor, right by the stairwell. They're saying that, I don't know if they're saying that she peeked out or she fully stepped out. You know, that hasn't been quite,
because I'm thinking,
you know,
in my mind, like, did she
stamped.
not see her? Maybe she did peek out. I don't think that she walked out of her room like they're speculating, and she stood out in her doorway. I don't believe that.
Right.
I believe she peeked out, because you got me messed up. I ain't walking out there either. So I'm going to be peeking too. So she probably peeked and saw
Bing bang.
And probably didn't know what to think. I don't know. I mean, we'll never know.
Emotional damage.
I just hope that, the families get justice. They get justice because this.
That's right.
Bad.
She opened her door 4 times. I did see that. She allegedly fell asleep, and I don't know. I feel like we're gonna hear something totally different when she gets up on the stand. And what about Bethany seeing a naked man running from the house? Like, did he take his clothes off and was running naked out there? Like, what is really going on over there?
She's tripping, and maybe she had too much to drink that night. Because, first of all, why would he strip his clothes off right then and there for a possibility of someone seeing him running across there naked? No. He's not going to be all dressed up in his gear like some SEAL Team 6 and run up in there and then tear all his clothes off after he leaves.
Am I the only person that remembers this gun that they talked about that they found in Pennsylvania?
No. Oh my God, I didn't hear this.
Nobody's no. Well, I swear I thought they found a gun in his vehicle. Correct me if I'm wrong in this chat right now. Strike me down, and if I'm wrong, let's get it right. I swear that they found a gun on Bryan, in Bryan's possession vehicle, something. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Come on.
Oh wait, you are right. But was it in his car or was it in? Did they find it in the Elantra, or did they find it in his apartment or his mom and dad's house in his room or something? I don't remember.
I believe it. I thought it was in his vehicle. I swear it was in his vehicle. And I don't want to get wrong and put out misinformation. So go look at the Pennsylvania. And I say this to everybody in chat, people that are listening. If you're confused, go and look, because I'm about to go look myself at those court papers or, the papers from Pennsylvania. And I swear it says in there that he had a gun. I forget the kind of gun it was, but yes.
Yeah, I don't remember what they said the gun was, but I do remember the gun. I do remember that. Now, in my mind, I don't remember where they found it, but I do know that there was some gun that was linked to him in some way.
Yeah, shout out to your boy, man. That does warm my heart to hear people like, and hopefully, your boy continues to follow people who aren't having a negative influence, because that's another problem with the youth today. Like, a lot of their role models are people like Little Dirk, who are out here having people murdered and killed, and that's what scares me for the youth and our ancestors before we leave, because it's being glorified at a high level right now, and people are being bullied when they stand against it, and it's absolutely ass backwards in our country. And it makes me worry about the children coming up in our era right now, because these role models are telling them how to kill people and rap about it on music rather than,
they think that shit's cute. It's not cute.
It's weird.
I mean, it is weird. And hip hop has changed so drastically over the years. Like, Noah likes the older hip hop like I do. He's into that. So he's not so much into the new stuff. Now, there's a couple that he likes, but, I look at these kids and their music and I'm like, how do y'all listen to this? Like, let me turn y'all real stuff. But, they just, I don't know. I worry for everyone's children nowadays and just the thought of.
I said the other day when I was live, I was like, man, I see the way my son is. I see the way my daughter is. It's up to me to lead them to victory. And if I don't lead them to victory, then I failed. And I have to put them on the right path. When I see that they have no direction, it's up to me to put them in direction and to put them in position to win and teach them what I can teach them. I say, I tell my son all the time, I'm like, you don't want to be like I was, where, I had these problems that I didn't face and was scared to face. Like, I was like, telling him about different things, credit. He was like, what's credit? And I'm like, credit is something that you need to know about. Boy, you're 15, about to turn 16 years old. I need to prepare you for everything,
Because they don't teach, when I was in high school, they did teach like how to do your checkbook, how to do taxes, blah, blah, blah. And so it's like, with the way the curriculum has changed over the years, I feel bad for these kids. They struggle because it was so much easier when we went to school, and even though we were probably like, man, at school, this is so hard, blah, blah. But think about it, like, it's just like how we were in school and what we were dealing with, as opposed to the kids nowadays. It's still an issue with the bullying that's going on, with the nonsense, you know? And it's just, this whole world is so messed up. I don't even know which way is up or down.
Gotcha, bitch.
You know, missing kids. This ain't right. Sebastian needs to be found. That's all I know. I'm worried about that kid. That's one kid that sticks between him and Summer Wells.
That case has been turned into a money grab case where people are covering it. When they want to make some money, they'll go and cover that, and they will follow these goofballs and clang on the nuts of people who are clearly sus as hell. And all they're doing it is to fill their bucket up with the change that they can generate from it. And I'm calling it as I see it. Yeah, I see people that they claim they're covering it off passion, but they get there, they sit there still as hell, talking about the same thing for friggin' 100 days straight. They can't have an intelligent conversation. It was, well, what do you think? You know, it's constantly some dumb stuff like that. But that's why I have my own channel, to where I cover what I want to cover and talk about what I want to cover, rather than to look at this bullshit. I know people watch who they watch. Salute to you guys, to whoever you support. That I'll never tell you who to support, who not to support. I know what I'm here for. I just know what I'm seeing too in the community when it comes to people covering Sebastian. It turned into a complete money grab, and people are like, "Yo, if I want my rent paid this month, I'm gonna cover Sebastian Robert."
Exactly. And you know, when all this stuff was going on YouTube about, all you and whatever, man, I went to war for you. I would call into those lives, yes, I would. And I would just be like, look here, if you haven't seen proof, how can you say that that's true? You don't know shit. You just know what you see on YouTube.
Right.
You know exactly. What I mean? And people want to believe, what the next one says. And
yeah, absolutely. It's a thing.
Be your own person. Come up with your own thoughts and process those thoughts for yourself. Don't that's why I always tell my kids, never be a follower. You're always a leader, never a follower. And if you gotta go alone at it, mommy will be right there to hold y'all's hand, because you won't go at it alone, I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
But you won't go through life with some fake people either, because your mama here can weed those out really quickly for you.
So I want to hear. I'm gonna give me a quick summary and break it down real quick before I move on to the next caller. Why do you think, and what do you think his motive was in this case? If you believe it's truly Kohberger, what was his motive to go and do what he did? What are your thoughts there? What's your opinion?
I believe that he had an obsession with one of the girls, the one that was not living there, but the other one that was living there, I can't remember her name. Was that Maddie that was living?
Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan.
Okay. So he had to have had an obsession, either with one of them or both of them, because they were always together, from my understanding. So, and do you remember the food truck video and that weird guy just standing off in the back in a hooded sweatshirt? Do you remember that?
I do. I remember all of that, for sure.
Okay. So, just I think that he is guilty. I think that he had an obsession with the two girls, or one of the girls, or both.
Goodbye, Heather. Appreciate you, my friend.
What's the other two that were downstairs? I cannot forget. I'm so bad with names.
So you have, all right, again, it's Bethany. You got Bethany Funk. You got Dylan Mortensen. You got Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xander Kernodle, Ethan Shape. Those are the names.
Ethan, there you go. Those two, I think, were just collateral damage, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I don't think that he expected any of that to go down. But he had to save himself, basically from getting identified. But then again, I also don't think that he knew those two girls were in there, because I believe that they will become collateral damage as well. So it was better for them to hide, but they should have came out at least an hour later, why they waited or whatever. I'm not sure if he left or whatever, but we know that he left. And they didn't know, but they could have stayed there and it just pisses me off. I just want to know what was going through their heads. You can never judge someone on the decisions that they make without knowing why. Why did they make that decision,
Right.
So we'll never understand anyone truly and fully, and that is why I'm glad that I have the gift of being a empath, but I'm a different type of empath. So it's wild to me how I am and what I can see, and a lot of people don't see what I see, which is a good thing because I like my originals,
Right.
So I don't know. I just honestly, like I said, I just think this whole Kohberger case, we're not going to know nothing about nothing until we go to trial. Once that happens, then that's when everything's going to come out, I'm sure. But,
Right. All the hearsay, all the testimony, all the people that, we've heard about that we haven't heard anything from. We've heard crumbs like eyebrows and bushy eyebrows. And, we've heard the outside stories. We've heard the narratives be built by others and not from the people who were on the scene. And that's where the disconnect comes into play. Angela, I appreciate you calling in. Shout out to your son.
Hope we have a good night and everybody in chat does too.
Thank you, buddy. You're sweet. You're sweet, buddy. I appreciate you. You're sweet, man. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. God bless both of you. Angela, thank you for being a voice here. And obviously,
absolutely, always. I'm on your side and I got you.
And shout out to your boy. Tell him he has a CD coming soon. As soon as I can get it over to him, I got him.
All right, sounds
okay.
Good. Thank you so much.
No doubt. Love you guys and lock your doors. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Really, really good phone call. I like that. Her son was cute. He's funny too. But shout out to her. I appreciate her calling up and really speaking her mind and just having a genuine conversation. At least for her. You could be on with me, but you're not. 954. You could be in the door, but you're not. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts, opinions on this case? We've talked about this shit for years, but it's coming down to the nitty gritty. We're getting close to trial time. Yeah, it's still months out, but we're getting close, and it's coming. It's coming. So you said I've always wished I would have went to law school. Please go. Melody Walker Ferris. That case made me want to. It has me questioning dropping out of audio production. I love music. I love editing audio and putting things together. And it's got me wanting to possibly drop out of that to be a lawyer, to fight for people I think that's innocent. And it really changed my mindset on cases and the way that I look at them. I don't know. Either you have that case or you don't, right? Like either a case is going to do that to you or it's not. It's as simple as that. T-REV, do you? Hell yeah, we're streaming every single bit of it, my friend. I promise. We're streaming every bit of the Idaho 4 trial. We won't miss a beat. We will watch every single nook and cranny of the Idaho 4 trial. And even after the streams during the day, we'll have an hour to a 2 hour, after stream where we get together, take phone calls, and really hear what people are thinking and feeling. And we'll start running the timer like 3, 4, maybe even 5 minutes to hear what each person thinks about what happened that day, like daily recaps, because I know we're gonna have a lot on our mind when we hear the shit that we hear. You say Kaylee and Ethan were not supposed to be there, and maybe that was a speed bump that they ran into. Lotus says, T-REV, your energy is amazing tonight. Great chat as always. I really appreciate the space you've created. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that, Lotus. Thank you for the kind words. I sound like a damn broken record right now. Yeah. So again, I do want to go over this because I think it's important to go over. Bryan Kohberger, his defense team is actively challenging the DNA evidence presented by the prosecution, particularly the touch DNA found on the knife sheath at the crime scene, and their key arguments include questioning the legitimacy of the DNA collection methods. The defense contends that the DNA evidence was illegally gathered by law enforcement, potentially violating Kohberger's Fourth Amendment rights. They're making this claim, and that's a big claim. Number two, they're challenging the reliability of genetic genealogy. They're saying the defense has expressed concerns about the use of genetic genealogy, a method that traces DNA through family lines to identify suspects, and they argue that this technique may not be sufficiently reliable for criminal investigations. That's one of the arguments on the defense. Also, suggesting possible evidence contamination or planting. In court filings, the defense has implied that the DNA on the knife sheath could have been planted or contaminated given the extensive involvement of law enforcement and multiple laboratories in the investigation. So you have that factor. Then we got highlighting the absence of victims, DNA in Kohberger's possession. The defense points out that no DNA from the victims was found in Kohberger's car, apartment, or office, suggesting a lack of direct evidence linking him to the crime scene. So those are several factors that I'm sure we're going to hear about. With them saying that, is that a big enough statement to say, hey, without that touch DNA, he wouldn't be here? And you know what? This touch DNA doesn't mean jack shit to us because we're going to get it thrown out or whatever happens. I don't know. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. So you're welcome, by the way, Angela. I appreciate you. Thank you, my friend. And shout out to your boy, too. You guys are a sweet family. Thank you for supporting me, and I really appreciate that, for real. It warmed my heart to hear, hey, like, the love that he was showing, and I do appreciate the support from your boy and him. And that makes me realize that I need to tighten up sometimes on here, because I know a lot of you have kids, grandkids, etc., and they don't need to be hearing fuck shit, cussing all the time and stuff like that. So that's part of the reason why I like to watch my mouth a lot, even though lately I've been cussing like a sailor, but you know how I am. I can dumb it down for sure. You said, I know from being a law student I know that I would not have such evidence from touch DNA or a car that would connect me to the crimes. Trust me, it's just something that happens, or it just isn't something that happens. Mighty Smith says, thanks, Trev, for answering my earlier question about the DNA. I forget exactly what your direct question was, Mighty Smith. I forget what that was. It's been such a minute. 219-885-9693. Anybody else that wants to call in, you're more than welcome to call in. Again, 219-885-9693. You can call in, or I can drop a link and you can come up. Either or. It's up to you. I don't even know how long I've been live right now. I ain't paying attention to the time. I don't give a shit. I'm chilling. I'm having a great conversation with you guys here tonight about Kohberger. It's been so long since I've covered anything Kohberger or Idaho 4. I think the last time I really was in it deep was when they were demolishing the house. And that kind of really pissed me off when they demolished the house. I think I stopped shortly after they demolished the house. I just wasn't a fan of them knocking this house down before the trial. I get it. They got sound. It's just as good. Blah, 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 blah. Is it just as good? Because I don't think anything is going to be as close to the real. But hey, it's done. It's over with. And I hope they got what they need to bury the person they're claiming did this, which a lot of us believe he did it. But I hope that they have enough to get that done without the house. Now that you made the decision to plow that bad boy into the dirt. It definitely ticked me off. You said chilling like a villain. I'm sick of this keeps me company. Or I'm sick, so this keeps me company. Thank you, T-REV. Appreciate you, CKI. CKI. The FB Live. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call me up here. We want to talk It's Papa Sal and the Rev Gang family coming to you, brought to you by the Idaho 4 massacre this fucking prick, Bryan Christopher Kohberger. Did these disgusting things to these young kids. He's a fucking prick, and I'd put him 6 feet under the dirt, you know? Papa Sal coming in from New York, hot on my West Virginian bike. No, I'm just playing. No way the jury could have possibly walked through the house to see the crime scene better. I know they could have. That's for sure. These fucking pricks, these cock-sucking pricks did this to Madison, did it to Kaylee. I mean, Kohberger can fry and fucking piss. He can rot. He's a piece of shit. And he wouldn't last in New York, you know? Again, if you're here for the Rev Gang family, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel for all great content. Sometimes things can get out of hand, we know. But I truly love my Rev Gang family. Hold on, that's the Papa Sal boys, man. You gotta be able to break that shit down. Mighty Smith, you're welcome. You said you just explained the DNA perfectly, Trev. You're the man. Thank you. Well, I like to do research too, you know. I may not know certain things off the top of the dome, but I'll research it and find an answer. You can bet your butt that. You said they should not have demolished the house. I think they messed up doing that, but who am I? I'm just a person with an opinion, and I think it is messed up. And some people don't think it's messed up, and some people do think it's messed up, and I get it. I respect both sides, but I just don't feel that it helped them. If anything, it's going to screw you over. You got one shot at this, and if this somehow, in some way, the prosecution messes this up and they drop the ball and he's found not guilty, knock on wood. I just have to knock on wood for real. Now the house is gone and you're at ground zero with 0 leads. Just imagine that. That's the part that hurts. That's the part that doesn't make sense. That's the part that messes with my mind and makes me think, like, damn, what if they fail? What if they fail this chance of, you know, allegedly getting the right person and it ends up not being? You know, like it just that bothers me, man. That truly does bother me. Everybody that goes up against our justice system, yes, they deserve a fair trial. We don't want to pin anyone. But again, if they fuck this up because they tore the house down, I think a lot of us will be on their ass like wet grass. Diane says, thank you for this live. I've missed these. We're all invested in this case. So true. I'm telling you, I could sit here for hours. Done it all the time. Do it again. I could sit here and talk about this case until the trial comes. That's how invested I've been in it. And the fact that we're here tonight, like it feels like I've been live for maybe an hour. I'm ready to talk more. And I don't see nobody that wants to talk about it. Everybody's done talking about it. I'm not done. I'm not done whatsoever. Let's keep going. Hold on. Seen this already. Next. What are they going to use? Faro scanners? So let's go to this real quick. 1 second. Yes, the lines are open. 219-885-9693. I don't see anyone that called in. I don't get why it's not. It's not on Do Not Disturb. So if someone did call in, I don't see it. And if you want me to call you back, just hit a text message, say, call me. I'll see it right away. I got it open right now. So I'm going to see it if anything comes through. The secret there, the secret door. It's okay, Just Jen, you're here now. that's Jeff. There's my buddy.
T-REV.
Damn, you know, you had to. I had read that in chat before I seen you down there. That's how locked in I am. Glad to have you back up here. Did you hear what they just said right here?
Wait, no, I think I might have missed it. What'd you say?
Talking about he was zip tied at his hands and surrounded by police at gunpoint. It was kind of what Miss Potts touched up on when she was on here. You know?
Yeah, I sure hope they got, you know, body cam of all that. I can't imagine that they would be surveilling him for that long, because they were surveilling him, I think. I read that they started surveilling him like on, well, I don't know if it's when they started, but it was like December 28th. They were surveilling him, because the other night we were talking about when did they observe the trash and putting the trash in the neighbors. And the thing that I saw said that like December 28th, they were surveilling him. He was arrested December 30th. So, I mean, if that's all there was just 2 nights, I bet there was more. But I'm thinking 2 nights, you can probably learn a lot about somebody's actions, you know.
Why is it does another thing that just has me hammered on it being him is that he's separating his friggin' trash and putting it in the neighbor's garbage can at his parents. Like, what, bro?
Right.
Like,
and
what?
I don't buy that. I don't buy that. That's they got a recycling or trash. What's like? How do they always say it? It's like there's all kinds of strict rules about their trash and how they. I don't know. I'm just saying, if I went and put trash in my neighbor's trash can and he saw me do it, he's like, what evidence are you trying to get rid of, dude? What's going on? What are you trying to pin on me? It sounds very suspicious. And it's just another item in the list of things that seem very suspicious.
There's so
my
many
personal
things.
Opinion.
There's so many things here. And again,
but now somebody did say once that they thought, well, could it be that when they came into the kitchen and he's separating leafy green stuff in little bags? I mean, could that be like marijuana or something? So it's like, well, you know what? What the heck? That's not like a completely outlandish theory.
Miss Potts says it was well
trash
documented.
Ordinance, that's what it is.
Well, she said it was well documented. There is a very strict trash. Yeah, the ordinance that you were just talking about in the gated community.
What would that mean though? That means that your trash is about to go over the top of your trash can, so you got too much. You've got to shave it off about an inch. Take that inch of trash and put it in your neighbor's trash that is down 2 inches from the top of the can. Something like that. I don't get it.
Ordinance. I need to look up a definition of strict trash ordinance. Seriously, strict trash ordinance. I want to know what the hell that.
So Ms. Potts is saying,
I see it right here. It says It says this, Jeff. It says a strict trash ordinance refers to municipal regulations that impose stringent requirements on waste management practices to maintain public health, safety, and environmental standards. These ordinances often include mandatory recycling and compositing. It says some cities require residents and businesses to separate recyclables and obviously compostables. I get that. From general waste. For instance, San Francisco mandatory recycling and compositing ordinance mandates such separation to reduce landfill use. Then you got specific trash container usage, which we know about that. You have they put New York City in that. Certain states dictate the type of containers for waste disposal. New York City, for example, has introduced official lidded rolling bins for residential buildings to minimize rodent infestations and improve street cleanliness. Then you have regulated trash collection times. Ordinances may specify when trash can be placed at the curb and when containers must be retrieved post-collection. In Springfield, Tennessee, it's a violation to leave trash carts at the curb outside of designated times. Then you got a penalty for non-compliance. So I see where we're going with this here. So there's strict ordinance. There's a strict.
And maybe is there something that says you got to be putting your trash and separating it like middle of the night? Is that one of the things too?
Is there a
thing?
Rule
is I lived in a
no.
I'm just
and get rid of it. Put it in a different trash can that doesn't tie to your DNA.
I mean, I live in a gated community. We got a green trash can for recyclables. We got a black trash can for trash, and we got another trash can.
Bitch.
The brown, they're supposed to be brown, but they didn't have one. I have a black one with a sticker on it for yard waste. So Mondays is yard waste and recycling. Tuesday pickup is regular trash. But talking to some people that are even on the board of this area here, they're like, you know what? That we really feel that trash, it doesn't matter if you put the recycling in the regular trash, it's kind of all going to the same place. I don't want to believe that, to be honest, because I still put my recycling in the right can. But I don't understand why. Now, is there like a little stipulation at the bottom of the rules that says, and if your name starts with a B, you can have none of your DNA in any of the trash cans? It's like, you imagine if that was true. It's like, how am I going to possibly do that? How am I going to keep my DNA? My dad's name is Michael, so he can have his DNA in the trash can, but I can't. I'm not going to have any of mine in there.
Hey, what's his defense going to be? My dad's the person? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand what the defense here is going to be for this trial. They're saying that things were illegally obtained. If that's the case, would they stop them from even using that in the court of law if it was illegal, from even being in front of a juror? Think about that.
Yeah.
It kind of leaves that element out there that they may, if things were done illegally in a certain point, some people get exonerated for shit like that. Cases get dropped. So would they, I don't know, would they not have that be talked about at the trial in front of the jurors, since if something was done illegally? Or would they oversee that if there was evidence that really plants him, that's a bad word to use, but really stamps him as being at that residence that night, or I'm sorry, that morning during the hours of the murders? What would go down in a situation like that? Is that take the death penalty off the table? Does that possibly set him free? What is it? Like, I'm curious about that. I don't know if I've ever seen it in a trial before where it was like, okay, they did an illegal investigation, and the defense was able to prove they did an illegal investigation, but yet that person still was guilty because their blood or skin was under fingernails. What would happen in a dilemma like that? I'm curious. I hope we don't see nothing absolutely insane like what I'm talking about. But,
right.
You never know what's going to happen.
I think what's interesting is that I get the sense sometimes that people are comfortable with like, oh, yeah, it sounds like he's the one who did it. But you know what? They broke one little rule, so you got to let him go. And I'm fine with it. I'm cool. That's cool. I like to speculate on the case as if like, okay, I know mistakes can be made. If there's something that's totally egregious and they've have just stomped all over his rights, that's one thing. But if they made a mistake, like that officer went into the house with his left foot first instead of his right foot, so therefore you can't use anything that he saw that day. That's the kind of stuff that just makes me like nutty. It's like, oh, come on.
You said 843. Anybody who wants to join us is more than welcome to come up here and join the conversation and talk with us and debate about this case. Obviously, a lot of us are still head over heels on this case when it comes to it. And who wouldn't be? If you followed this from the beginning, this case grabbed you by the heart because we think about, what if that was us? Or what if that was our family member that was going to college and they were better in their life, and all of a sudden they were viciously murdered inside of their home in their beds, so viciously like this. I think that's why it grabbed at a lot of our hearts. And then the mysteriousness behind who did it. And, hearing about that. Oh, you're good. Hearing about the corner club and hearing about these other places that they were that night. And I mean, when I say they, I'm talking about Dylan, Bethany, Ethan, Xana. We hear about Ethan and Xana being at some type of party, Sigma Chi, I forget exactly, detail for detail. And that's for me to go back on and, lay that down in the docuseries that I'm making on this story that I've just followed so extensively for a while. I just got out of the loop and really stopped looking at them. It's basically like a pissing match in court between the prosecution and the defense right now. That's why I said, damn, I'm waiting for the trial. But the 2-year anniversary came up. People were reminding me of that in Discord. And I was like, man, we really need to go live. We really need to go talk about this. I know that there's a lot of people on my channel that subscribe just because of the Idaho 4 case. I'd be doing myself a disservice and the people who subscribed and been members since Idaho 4 if I didn't cover it. And obviously I want to cover it because it struck that weird string in my heart. And weird, I say weird because the circumstances surrounding it, the people who were being blamed, the people who we thought possibly did it, and then seeing someone be arrested almost a month and some change later was just like, whoa. I think it took a lot of us by surprise. It wasn't who we expected. The things that we heard, the vehicle, so being somebody from Washington State University, there was just so much floating around. And if you would have been there to see what I seen, you'd be like, what the, like just the amount of people that picked up the phone to call in and talk about the case. Absolutely astronomical. I haven't seen nothing like that since. And even when I covered Cavalcante, I didn't open up the line. So there was no lines being open. It was just me covering a live manhunt. And there was a lot of people in there. Well, I think we had 24,000 people in the live at once, or almost 24,000 at like literally 3:30 in the morning, 2 in the morning. So, but again, that we weren't taking phone calls. I haven't seen anything like Idaho 4 phone call wise, and people that were just so intrigued about the case and really wanted to know what happened to them. I mean, I had people sending me videos of dude standing on the roof popping beers, and I know you probably remember that, Jeff, where they were on that vehicle, or I'm sorry, on that house. Jack, was it Jack Showalter? I can't remember which Jack, but at the house, they were on there, they were drinking, and we kept looking at that white vehicle that kept coming into frame and just trying to make the most out of everything that we seen. I remember those days. I won't never forget those days. That day, those days I was waking up like, what the hell is next in this case? What's next? What is it going to be? Like, what's the next thing that we're going to see? Then a picture comes out with allegedly Jack Showalter. Was it Jack Showalter? I hope I'm getting the name right. Was at the corner club in a picture, and we're literally taking bets on stream like, nah, that's not him. Oh yeah, that is not. I'm like, nah, that's not him. I bet my channel. Like that's how deep it was. We were getting in on it. You said we have restrictions on our garbage regulations on distance from road, and you said what? From road and weight limit. Also, when it can go to the road and how long it can be there before and after pickup. Damn, that's some strict regulations. Like I know people that leave their shit laying on the side of the road for 5 days sometimes. You know what I mean? At a time, they're leaving it there laying 3 to 5 to 2. You just don't get fined. But some places you hear about these strict garbage rules, and I've never lived in one of them states or a town where they had strict ass rules and they were just enforcing them. Greg McNeely says, Von Orchid? I don't know if I said that right. Fingerprint of the fingerprint. He said, Kamar. Oh, okay. On the case, trace, transfer DNA found under RIP fingernails from a shared ambulance. Huh. Is that the case that Miss Potts brought up earlier on stream? If I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. What's going on, Heidi? Nice to see you, my friend. Glad to come by. Anybody, again, if you want to join us on stream and talk, call, or if you want to call in, you're more than welcome. I'm dropping the link in chat. All I ask is people to be respectful. Don't talk over no one. If you want to come up and debate with us and talk Idaho 4, I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear your angles. I know some people are just shot out with this case, but I had my shot out time with this case where I wasn't even really batting an eye at this case until I heard the word trial. And now, you know, people talking about the 2-year, it was the 2-year anniversary that really amped everything back up for me to want to come on live with you guys and talk about this case again and start adding it back into the conversation at least 2-3 times a week, because we need to prepare for this trial. August is really not that far away. It really isn't, in my opinion. That shit flies. I see you, Pisces. 1 second. It won't let me add you, though. It says they will need to connect their mic in before you can add them to the stream. Okay. I'm just waiting for her to connect that, and I'll add you. White trucks, Just Jen. I remember that. Where is my friend Terry Papp? Terry Papp is another person who called in during the Idaho 4 trial. Listen to me. Idaho 4, when they were missing, and we were covering it live. She was another one that she called in, had me looking at all different types of trucks. That's why I make jokes with her every time I talk to her. You know what I'm talking about?
The trucks?
Terry Papp. Terry Papp, there is her name in chat. Her and her husband from Jersey, right? She would always call and say, that truck, that white truck. Like they literally had me looking at a video at the what is it? What was the food truck, right? She's like, look in the mirror. I swear, you see the white truck go through the reflection. Look at it. Boy, I was looking at that shit she had me looking at that for hours, trying to figure out what I was seeing. You say keep covering this case? Most definitely, Diane. Most definitely. Never really was ever going to stop covering this case. This case is always going to be that case that has that special place in my heart. One, same with Kylie Rodney. But when we covered Idaho 4, I was just covering cases like I cover cases. I wasn't expecting y'all to break Google and be so, passionate about justice for them and finding out who did this. I wasn't expecting that, but it happened.
T-REV, do you remember when they announced that they arrested somebody for like the first half hour or so? They were talking about the wrong guy, right? Remember the 2
people, right? One dude from Pennsylvania. I can't remember his name, but I know exactly.
Yeah, we were.
JLR made a video.
Somewhere I got photos on the screenshots of the Facebook page of that person.
I said the name on stream. My stream is still up to this day. And I was like, yeah, here's the guys right here. And it wasn't them. And I had to go back and correct it. JLR put up a video and it was like this one dude from Pennsylvania. I can't remember what state it was, but either way, he was like, yeah, they're saying this is the guy that got arrested. And this is
I wonder how that happened. How did that guy get pulled into the mess?
I don't know. That's a good question, but I do remember that. It rings a bell right away when you say that, because I just can't remember the name though. What the hell was the dude's name? Dylan? I think his name was Dylan. Seriously,
that might be right.
I think his name was Dylan. I just can't remember the last name. He was arrested for like stealing, or I forget exactly what it was to the point, but I thought it was like stealing and something else. But there was 2 people that they were saying was arrested for the case.
It's amazing too, because we were looking at like all the posts on his Facebook page, and it's amazing how like you start to read into everything said on a comment when you're like looked at in a different light like that.
Diane, to answer your question, it's August 25th, 2025. The trial is set to take place. I'm pretty sure they're picking the juror in July. Let me go back and look. I thought I seen that earlier when I was reading, is that they were picking juror right here. Let me see. 22 key. Let's see that part. Okay, here it is right here. Jury selection is scheduled to begin on July 30th of 2025. Trial in the venue schedule. Again, the trial has been moved from Moscow, Idaho to Boise, Idaho, approximately 300 miles away, due to concerns about finding an impartial juror. Now it says jury selection is scheduled to begin on July 30th of 2025, with the trial commencing on August 11th of 2025, which we will be streaming it to its entirety. I don't care if it's 2 days, 20 days, 50 days, 180 days, everyday coverage of this trial in case I'm deathly ill and can't move my arms or something. Literally, like, we won't miss it. So August 11th, mark it in on the calendar for folks who want to watch this trial. We will be watching it here. And then again, we will have an after show where we take calls and talk to you guys, and maybe even do panel too. Because this case,
You don't
again,
go- you
I
don't
won't
fly
miss
to
it for the
Boise?
world. What's up, brother?
You don't want to fly to Boise and broadcast from outside the courthouse?
Would you be down to go for a day or two?
Oh man,
Sure,
wouldn't that
like
be
me and you
something?
go. I'll go with you.
That'd be pretty wild, wouldn't it?
We can plan a little trip out there and save for it. I mean, that's August. That's plenty of time to make that happen.
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm down. I'm so down. As long as we can get in there, we can do some reporting and see things. Like, yes, that would be for me like surreal. I feel like I
Yeah.
was in a dream there. You know?
Yeah, because all we see is things on screens. I mean, to be right there and in the place.
You said any news on this case? There's a few things. There's a few things being talked about. I'll tell you right now. 1 second. Let me get the most up to date for you. That way, you know what I'm talking
T-REV,
about.
I'm looking through my old screenshots around the date that he was arrested.
Mhm.
And I did find like the white Elantra that was by the school sitting on the curb. Remember the guy that blurred out?
Right.
Do you have any interest in seeing that, or maybe you don't want to show me
Yeah,
the address
absolutely.
of that? Okay.
Dude, I love seeing
Hold on.
everything. Everything.
Yeah,
Anything
this
involved.
takes me back when we're like looking at this stuff.
Here it is right here for you. You said, is there any update? And I'm going to read it to you. It says, Bryan Kohberger, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students in 2022, is going to face the death penalty if convicted. A judge has ruled. Kohberger's defense sought to remove the death penalty as a possible punishment, but Ada County Judge Stephen Hippler denied its request. The trial for Kohberger is set to begin August 11th. Now it says Kohberger, obviously we know he's charged with the murders. He's 29 and is charged in the deaths of the 4 Idaho students who were found stabbed to death. Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xander Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. It shocked the small town of Moscow. Obviously, we know that. We were shocked, and we aren't even in Moscow. So that's all I'm seeing right now. As far and other stuff about the only other newer stuff I've seen is that, which really isn't new because they've been fighting this shit for like a year, but Bryan Kohberger's defense team is actively challenging the DNA evidence presented by the prosecution, particularly the touch DNA found on the knife sheath at the crime scene. Their key arguments include questioning the legitimacy of DNA collection methods, which the defense contends that the DNA evidence was illegally gathered by law enforcement, potentially violating Kohberger's Fourth Amendment rights. Now, 2, challenging the reliability of genetic genealogy. I kind of just went over this before and read this, but since you're asking update, for an update, I'll give you that brief update. The defense has expressed concerns about the use of genetic genealogy, a method that traces DNA through family lines to identify suspects. They argue that this technique may not be sufficiently reliable for criminal investigations and suggesting possible evidence, contamination, or planting. In court filings, the defense has implied that the DNA on the knife sheath could have been planted or contaminated given the extensive involvement of law enforcement in multiple laboratories in the investigation. Now, also the last part here, highlighting the absence of victims' DNA, the absence of the DNA of the victims in Kohberger's possession. The defense points out that no DNA from the victims was found in Kohberger's car, apartment, or office, and that is suggesting that a lack of direct evidence is linking him to this crime. That's the things that are being talked about, that are being challenged in court before trial here. So, that's the best update I'll be able to give you. I know there's other little things that, I need to study and look at, but I see that that's some of the most talked about, and even including up to 2 days ago, they're fighting these things. But go ahead. Look, what were you saying, Jeff? Here we go. Boom.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. How could I forget it? You know what I mean? How could you forget something like that?
Yeah, we were taking that bolo to heart. We were on the lookout on Google Maps looking for anything and everything that was an Elantra.
You are not lying. And not only that, we would wake up the next day and there'd be this cilantro parked over here, this restaurant, and this one over there. And we were like, what the hell?
Right.
Yeah, that'd be constant links and things being sent in. You gotta check the cilantro. It's out there by Jack Showalter's dad's business. Oh my God. Like, it was crazy. The speculation was wild. What about the
realize
beer
how
on the
many
roof?
there are.
What about the beer on the roof, Jeff? Yeah, I have that video.
Oh, yeah,
somewhere.
remember that. Yeah, because that's going to be burned in your memory because you kept looping it and looping it and looping it.
Oh my goodness. I think I looped it for like 4 hours straight while I took like over 100 phone calls because it was the talk of the day. Like, people were really talking about this all day long and they didn't want to stop talking about it.
You know, the thing you were just talking about, I think you were kind of talking about, you know, like, is it possible to plant his DNA up? Now, let me ask you this. If you were to plant it, you got to plant it that morning after, right? You got to get that knife sheath under Maddie pretty quick, right? And then now what do? Do you, like, if it's two officers, as one officer says, okay, which DNA did you put on there? It's the bushy-eyed guy. Okay, good. And then they go and they talk to Dylan, and they ask if they can she can describe him, and she says he had bushy eyebrows, and they're like, yes. Oh my gosh, how lucky are we? You know, she said bushy eyebrows. She saw a bushy eyebrow guy. That's just so happens to be the DNA that we put in there was a bushy eyebrowed guy. I mean, it seems like I don't see that being able to happen. Unless I guess people are going to start to suggest that Dylan is like in on it.
You know what? It did blow me away. I watched the video and it was the first time I've ever heard of Jeff. I don't know if you know what video I'm talking about, but I think it was Kaylee's mom and Steve were explaining how she was found sitting up and in that
kind of
weird
scooched
position.
up into the corner.
That was the first time I had heard that. You know, I always thought in my head, damn, bro, they stabbed in their sleep. Was there this, that, and the third? But hearing that she tried to defend herself the way that they explained it, it was like super heartbreaking. Man, I cried with them. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. It actually was like, damn, like this young lady fought for her life or attempted to fight for her life and defend herself and had zero chance against this wielding K-bar knife swinging in her direction.
I think when you learn of somebody's the final resting place of their body, a resting position, I mean, nobody thinks like, well, where will my body be when I take my last breath? Where, you know, what's that going to be? It's really is hard to hear that.
It is, man. It'd be hard to hear that, especially family. Imagine the family that has to hear this stuff. The dad, the mom, sister, anyone who loves you got to hear these gruesome details and relive it in a courtroom. Got to relive all of it in a courtroom. And, you know, you have someone saying they're not guilty. So now you're just, you know, it probably really, really messes with a parent so bad. I can't imagine what any of them are going through all across the board. I'm not singling any parent out. I'm talking about every single parent, to Madison, to Xana, to Kaylee, to Ethan, even Todd. Like, Todd was fucked up over the loss of Xana, and he was just the coach. You know what I mean? And shout out to Todd. Shout out to Todd, because he's came on the platform and he's gave us firsthand information about things that he remembered about Xana as a victim and being able to really touch up on the type of person she was. Shout out to Todd for giving those exclusive interviews and hanging out with us and just really getting out here with us after, you know, being around her and coaching her. And I just thought it was a great thing to learn about the victims. A lot of people don't like doing that. They like to focus on the crime all the time. I like to focus on all the areas, but always keep remarking how important it is to, you know, acknowledge that these are people that should still be here right now.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And sure. I mean, I lost an uncle to suicide. It hurts just as much today as it did then. So I can imagine for them, this is an awful way to lose somebody, and it's just as fresh. You can see at the last interview of the Gonsalves. That's why I can't imagine. I hear people like, there's a lot of people that are against the family. No, you just went outside. What's up? Saying things like, you know, here they are. Christy is like, you know, trying to keep it together, cold from bursting out crying. and somebody said she looks like she's drunk. She sounds like she's drunk, and I'm like, oh my gosh! It's like, are you really saying this kind of thing to? This is like the victim's, the Kaylee's mother. I mean, it's still fresh. It's still like that question. Too soon? Yeah, too soon.
Welcome back, Brenda.
Good time. Come here.
It is crazy, man. I still get baffled by this case when I look at it. Like, damn, how did somebody have the balls to walk up in a whole ass house with this many cars out there? Like, how did somebody build up the courage to do that in case they really knew who was there, scoped the place out prior, and you know what I mean, kept tabs on everybody who came in and out and felt comfortable doing it then? But did they go in on a limb, or did they study who was there and then say, yeah, these people are fucking weak, I'm gonna go in here and do what I want? That I don't know, but I do question.
Do you think he went in? Do you think he observed Maddie going off to sleep? I don't know if you could see like her laying in bed from the back window, parked with your car back there, or standing in the back trees there. See her go to bed and think, okay, that's my only target. That's she's off to sleep. The way she was walking past the window before she went to sleep, she looked really drunk. She's got to be out by now. And then you go in. That's why, my theories, thoughts on where Kaylee was at that point has changed. I kind of do imagine that she could have been in the bed up against the wall next to Maddie. Right. And if they're under a blanket, I mean, I think that, the killer can use that blanket actually to kind of keep them where he needs them to be. And I don't see it taking very long for them, to be gone from this world. Or this planet anyway.
I do feel like they need to be a little more transparent with that information coming out, but then again, we're going to hear it all from start to finish in a trial, from what they want to display and what they agreed to talk about. The stuff they agreed not to talk about, okay, I get that, but the stuff that's going to be displayed to the jurors, I do feel like we all will be taken by surprise with certain things that we hear on these days as they continue to go on during the trial. I do feel like there will be testimony that blows us away of people who were there on the scene that morning, or, even Dylan's testimony to what she recalls after the fact of coming face to face with them. And just imagine hearing her talk about, open the door, he was right there, some bushy eyebrow. She might even have seen the color of his eyes and picked him out of a lineup, for all we know, for Christ's sakes.
Right.
I'm willing, like right now, I bet that she picked him out of a lineup. I'm betting that she picked him out of a lineup. And if she didn't, I'll be blown away. Bushy eyebrows, like, okay, y'all saved the goods for her picking him out of a lineup. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing that Dylan Mortensen picked Bryan Christopher Kohberger out of a photo lineup, and they were able to strengthen everything with that. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But I'm betting that she did.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about the possibility of this too? Like, say there is something damning like that. Prosecution knows about it. They've even given it to Ann. Is Ann going to go out into public and say, oh man, this piece of evidence right here looks bad for Bryan? Or is she going to say, I ain't going to even talk about that. Let's focus on the things we don't have, and let's say another request for discovery. Let me keep the eyes on the prosecution, making them look like they're not giving me stuff. It's almost like a little kid that knows that cookie jar is empty, but when company's over, he keeps coming down. He knows the cookie jar is empty, but he's like, Mom, can I have another cookie? She's like, I told you the cookie jar is empty. Yeah, right, sure it is. Then Mom looks like the a-hole. And the kid knows exactly what he's doing. So part of me wonders sometimes when Ann's asking for this discovery, she knows, she's been told that they don't have it yet. She's just going to ask again and ask again. But again, what's happening here sometimes too, I think it's pretty obvious. There are those that, like in a debate class, you're going to debate for Ann Taylor, you're going to debate against Ann Taylor. I happen to be against. I think Miss Potts, even though she doesn't say, she won't share an opinion on it, but it seems pretty clear I think leans a little towards, his innocence, and Ann is everything that Ann says is true and not to be questioned. You know, it's all there. That's
Well, I mean,
everything that we're
you
looking
did
to
hear her,
figure
though.
out is
You heard her,
Ann's,
right? You heard what she said?
I did. I gotta apologize because we were at a restaurant and I was watching the chat. My wife was loving that while we were at dinner, but I did have the sound turned down, so I didn't hear.
She said this. She said, you know, if there's something like, you know, fingernail skin, like his skin under fingernails, or a blood drop in the house of his, or something, like, then there's no denying that for anybody. And I get it. Picking things apart inside of not just the PCA, but every single document, looking at the documents is very important. The verbiage that they use, etc. This stuff is going out to the public, so she has studied a lot of those papers. And when you hear her talk about it, you know, there's things in there that I don't understand, that I got to go look up the definition and now try to understand what the definition of this is, because it doesn't make sense to me. And once I started looking up definitions to things to see what they really meant, because like I said, some of the verbiage, I didn't understand what the word meant. So I really had to do some deep research to find out the meaning of what they were really hinting at. You know, sometimes it takes that.
I'm no lawyer myself, so I will never claim to be an expert when it comes to the verbiage of the documents. But I know that every word of those documents is carefully crafted, and it's carefully crafted to leave the impression that you want to leave, the impression you want left, the way that you want people to look at it. Because then what happens is, like, you know, Anne leaves her documents, looks a certain way, prosecution comes back and then reacts to them, and then you're like, oh,
I found it right here.
It certainly is.
During the investigation into the November 20th, 2022 murders of 4 University of Idaho students, law enforcement conducted a search of Bryan Kohberger's family residence in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. This search executed on December 30th of 2022 led to the discovery of several items, including a Glock 22 Gen 5.40 caliber handgun, 3 empty Glock 40 caliber magazines, a Smith & Wesson pocket knife, and a separate knife of an unspecified make and model. So additionally, during the search of Kohberger's white Hyundai Elantra, authorities seized items such as shovel, gloves, and other materials. However, no firearms were reported as being found in the vehicle. It's important to note that while these items were recovered, their direct connection to the Idaho murders has not been conclusively established. The investigation is ongoing, and further forensic analysis is required to determine any potential links between the seized items and the crime. Now, we know about a lot of that, but the most important thing that I wanted to talk about out of all of that was this handgun, the handgun that was found. Was that handgun in the vehicle, and prior, did he move it into the house? Is it his? Does he own this gun, or was it always in Pennsylvania and he didn't have a gun? That would make a big of a difference when I think about the aspect and theory of, well, maybe he went in with a gun and subdued him with the gun, and then did what he wanted with the knife, did what he wanted to do with the knife without making that noise.
That would keep somebody. I mean, think of in Delphi. I mean, I think that you get 2 girls to walk down the hill from a bridge like that, and you get them to not yell and scream, and you get them to keep quiet, and 2 of them listen to you, because, I mean, that's an unfortunate thing. It's like, almost seems like if it was just one of them, maybe they would have just tried to make a run for it. But I think the 2 of the girls, neither one was going to leave the other. I mean, that's true friends. But I think I just picture a gun is what assists getting them to go down the hill quietly and to where, so.
I truly believe what Toy's saying too right here. I truly believe that, Jeff. I don't know if you're one of those believers that they definitely, I definitely do believe this. And I would be baffled if they only had the things that were sprinkled in the PCA and these other underlying documents. I'd be surprised if there wasn't any more than what they've said, because then they would really, really have a fight on their hands. But I truly believe the statement that Toy made here. State has much more than we know about. Now, I do believe he's guilty as can be, but it could easily change. But I do feel like they have that solid concrete evidence in there that they're not talking about. And that's why this case is being heavily gagged, so they have a non-biased trial. That's my personal opinion. That's my hunch. That's my gut. That's what it's telling me. It's telling me, hey, they have something so fucking concrete that would melt the minds of anyone who heard it. So they had to throw a gag order on this case. I don't know what else. Make it make sense. Just like the bullet between Richard Allen's, or just like the bullet between Abby and Libby. And people think that Richard Allen is innocent, but yet there was a bullet between the bodies and all this other shit. And you want me to believe that this guy is innocent? I'm gonna need video footage of him not being there and him working at a job that day and the next day. I'm gonna need to see that type of shit. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to see something where this guy is on video if I'm gonna say that Richard Allen is innocent. And I do respect everybody out there that says, hey, I think Richard Allen is innocent. But yeah, bullet between the bodies and a lot of weird coincidences, and people claim up and down that Richard Allen is innocent. We didn't even get to watch the damn trial, right? We didn't get to watch it, but I did look at the evidence and things that was presented, and I do feel like he is the guy. And in order for me to hop up off that one, I got to believe his words when he admits to this crime. They say he was mentally fucked up, excuse my language. That's what they try to say he was. But was he really losing his mind mentally? Or did he just say, fuck it, I'm going to confess to what I did? I'm going to believe your words. And not only am I going to believe your words, I'm going to believe the evidence too of your bullet laying between those girls. You know what I mean? I got to roll with it. You confess and there's a bullet. Oh yeah, that's him. Change my mind. Show me some video. Show me this guy was making this shit up, because I'm going to believe these people.
Don't you think
they tell me they committed a murder?
I often wonder if when he kind of went to them first to say, hey, I was out on the bridge that day, he even shared what he was wearing, which matches the bridge guy. Do you think that he kind of went there maybe to clear his conscience and he was ready to turn himself in? And as he started talking to them, he realized, wait, I'm right in front of them. They don't think it's me. It's like, maybe I've gotten away with this. Maybe I didn't need to come here and confess and clear my, maybe, okay, I'm done talking with him. I'm going to walk away and just forget about this and try to forget what I've done. Because I think, too, also his wife, didn't his wife tell him when he'd confess to her, she'd say, like, shut up, don't say that, don't say. If my spouse was trying to tell me that they did a murder,
right,
I'm only going to say shut up if I think we can get away with this. Just shut up.
Right.
But if I'm feeling like these two girls lost their lives, you think you really did this? I want to hear about it. Tell me what you did. Because I think it's more important to like, okay, you did it. You got to pay the consequences. It was an awful thing, but the truth will set you free, rather than shut up, we can get away with this. You know, that's what it seemed like to me.
Man, I gotta believe that he did it. I gotta believe it, man. I gotta go off of that bullet. The confession just adds a little bit more salt and pepper to it for me.
I mean, it's kind of like a printer. Like if you got an old printer and every time you print a page, it has like 3 little lines it scrapes on the left side consistently each time. It's kind of like what's going on with the bullet when you run it through when you go through the chamber, not through the chamber, but when you rack the gun, you know, it doesn't fire the bullet. That's what I mean. But it leaves those scrapes because it went through scrapes in the same spot each time. So you kind of, now I don't know how accurate the science is. I don't know how many scrapes there are. If they're like 3 scrapes and they're a certain distance away every single time, then I think it's safe to say, yeah, okay, that bullet went through Richard Allen's gun. How do you explain that?
I see there's 632 votes. I said, do you believe Bryan Kohberger is not guilty? You put, yes, I think he is, 30%. No, I do not, 50%. And I'm 50-50, Rev. No, not enough evidence, 20%. So I see people leaning more towards now 50%. No, I do not think he's not guilty. I mean,
Miss Potts was saying
almost split.
something.
It's almost split, man.
Miss Potts was saying something interesting. What's more concrete than a video of his car in front of the King Road residence? They claim they had it for arrest, and now don't. I don't remember them claiming they had it for the arrest. I'm not even sure if they. I mean, we don't know of any camera that captured the car in front of the house. I think we have the light bulb camera that captured the car going past, going through the intersection of King and Queen. And they probably have the car coming in. They probably have the car going out. I don't know. Unless also, we were looking at, I think we in 12 gauge, we're looking at it looking at the PCA, and it's worded in a way that maybe it wasn't like a camera that captured the car in front of the house, but maybe there is an eyewitness that saw the car in front of the house.
So my question to everybody in chat, Jeff, is do you think more than one person was involved in these horrific murders? I'm curious about where people lay with this question. Do a lot of people believe that someone else was involved in this crime, more than one person, to subdue, the victims at a certain point but again, if he snuck in, it's late at night, they're drunk, sleeping, or some people are sleeping, they're eating, they're either way, probably in a wasted mind state or high at some point, maybe, I mean high off like weed, smoking weed and drinking, right? We seen them obviously at the food truck. We seen Kaylee and Maddie at the food truck, and they were feeling pretty good, right? Like when you say that they look like they were feeling pretty good, Jeff?
Yeah, especially Maddie. I mean, maybe Kaylee, but
she could hold it better. I definitely felt like both of them were, but she could hold hers better, and Madison was really feeling it.
Yeah, one thing I think about with Maddie was like, how often do you see somebody her age without her cell phone at all? One time. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're having a good time. You don't even need your phone like most people look at every 25 seconds or so.
They had time to get rid of the drugs. I see that. And I think if that's the case, we'll hear more about drugs during the trial. If drugs are involved, you can bet your ass they will air that laundry out, because they had no problem doing that in the Melody trial. They had no problem airing out that the kids were using dad's credit cards all the time and getting cosigns from them for loans and constantly using them as a money racket. I'm telling you now, in a trial, usually laundry gets to flying. And I'm expecting to see some laundry fly here. Now, that could be something like Bethany or Dylan, some talk to Bryan before in the past, or he's been around. It could be anything like that, stuff that'll catch you off guard.
Yeah.
Not once has Kohberger said, what? I didn't do this. He wouldn't even enter a plea in court. That speaks volumes to me, says Shelley Stewart. Or Sturt. I hope I said that right. Is it Stewart or Sturt? That is a good point. He didn't even answer. Didn't the judge enter the plea for him, right? And he asked if somebody got, or somebody else get arrested? Like, what was up with that too? Ask it. Was that just to throw people off, or was that a genuine question? Did somebody else get arrested? We can't say. Right. Well,
I don't know where I don't know where the kitchen is on that house, and I don't know if they took him from the kitchen right straight out the door, so maybe he couldn't see the rest of the house. Didn't know if his dad was arrested in the other part of the house in the bedroom, or what that's all about. I don't know. Or let me ask you this: if he did it and he went to great preparation for the whole thing, planned it all out, do you go so far as to plan out what you'll say when you're arrested too? Do you go that far? So that should you get arrested, you know exactly what you're going to say. You're going to know that it's going to mess with people's minds. They're like, what did he mean by that?
I would judge that. You know how I would judge that, Jeff? I would judge that based off of the questionnaire that was put up. I would judge it off that. If he went as far as to think and write those questions for these ex-inmates about crimes, etc. I didn't forget about that. I'm not going to forget about that either. Does that mean he's a murderer? Absolutely not. But does it look strategic? Absolutely. It looks like
somebody answered. If somebody answered one of those questions and said, you know what, it really messed him up in court because I said, did you arrest anybody else? maybe that is a strategic move.
Send me your number, Lisa. I'll call you. It seems like you have something to say, and I don't want you to not be able to say it. So if you want, I could give you a call real quick, and you can get that off your chest. I'll put it on speaker. I know Jeff he should be able to hear you. He'll be coming right through the mic.
Yeah.
Send me your number.
Back. I got to dog out again.
You're good. You're good. Send it to this email. You said I love these long lives. This is how we usually roll. This is the normal me. This is what we usually do here. I usually will run for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours. If you know, you know. If you don't know, then you better get used to it. Because this is what we do. This is what I do. I'll be here for hours. People will go to sleep, come back like, Rev, you're still live? Yeah, I'm still live. I'm live, and I'm live and well, too.
Bing bang.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Emotional damage.
Oh, here's one of my favorite ones right here.
I'm here to tell you right now.
Hello, like this.
We don't care. Let me tell you. We don't care. Jerry.
You said I called you and messaged you my number. All right, let me look at this real quick, and we'll give you a call right now. How about that? Told you get used to it. I know you probably like, yeah, right. You said that before, the normal use bag, and then you disappeared again. Now that's when I was trying to put off the front that I was okay, and I wasn't. You're seeing a fully focused me that's back in my element. I adapted to everything. I went through some shit, but I'm back better than ever and ready to continue right where I left off at before all the bullshit happened in the Sebastian Rogers case. And that should tell you everything. Let me see. I see Diane. Diane, hi, this is Diane. Just wanted to support your channel. I'm shy, so I don't call much. Glad to see you are feeling like doing lives again. Thank you, Diane. It's not that I wasn't feeling like doing lives. I was just over the BS. But thank you for supporting me, and I appreciate your 22 months of commitment and being here. I did see your text message, so thank you, Diane, for the kind words, as always. What are you talking about? The cat? I just blew you up a little. Sorry, I was trying to get the right info for you. I got you. I'm trying to find what's her name's number? She said she's been trying to call, but I'm not seeing it. It's not fair to her. Is it 51? Hold up, tell me if it's 515. Yeah, right, Tracy? Hey, either you know or you know. If you know, you know. And if you don't and you're still questioning, I get it. Because I came back a few times and was like, yeah, I'm back. But I really wasn't. This time, yeah. Last time, no. I was just trying to show you guys that, hey, or give you the impression that I was okay when I wasn't. And that's okay. It's okay to not be okay. And when things happen like that, you need to take time out for yourself. Don't burn yourself out on doing things you don't want to do and stuff like that. You got to take time for yourself, your family, but most importantly, if you're in a funk or a depression, you got to do what you love to get out of that. And if you don't do what you love and avoid doing what you love, then it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And that's what happened. I let that happen, but again, I'm the only one that cannot let that happen again. You know what I mean? But shout out to all the real ones that have stood through thick and thin, no matter what. I know a lot of you are probably going crazy trying to find live streams to watch. I get it. I get it. You know, we were on this thing for hours. 515. Who is 515? I see that. I'm trying to get in. Who was it? So it wasn't you. You said all of these new documents address much of this. I'm gonna have to go over them. Thank you, Angela. So he studied killers, so he planned absolutely everything. I always thought he was in Kaylee's room waiting for them, so you thought that he was inside when they got home. Interesting. But what would explain that white vehicle going around? Even though we don't see a license plate, it does kind of look like a launcher, though. Kohberger says he didn't do this through PA lawyer. No, Kim, she was crazy. Yeah, right. Anybody who gives that chicks a microphone to speak about this case is losing their mind after the type of shit she tried to put out. Not once has Kohberger said, I didn't do this. I read that. That's actually a true statement. He stayed quiet. Lisa, did you email me your number? That's who I was looking for. I could just have people call me. No, just say, you could give me just say the area code. How about that? It could be 515. It could be 501. But I see 515 is Diane. 715. I know I see my homie 613-423-603. 731. So that's what I'm seeing right now. These YouTube streets are full of drama, unfortunately. So glad you're back, T-REV. Well, we're not going to be a part of that. We're not going to be a part of the drama. I can promise you that. I won't. I refuse to take part in it. Refuse to even keep acknowledging it. So screw that. Who wants to be a part of that BS? Stressful. Isn't drama stressful? We already are looking at people going through stress when you in the true crime genre, you're already watching and seeing people stressed.
Super stressed.
So why add in more fuel to the fire? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. And I see people out there, Jeff, they have big platforms and they really could make a difference, but instead they choose to dig into other people's personal lives and try to make people look bad all day long. You know, like that doesn't make sense to me when you could be using your platform to help a voice that's gone.
Right.
Erased. You could try to make a difference and help and get people to stand behind you in a movement of trying to fix things. I mean, are we ever going to be able to fully fix the crime in America? Absolutely not. But you can make a dent in the world if you get out there and start trying to make a change rather than trying to tear everybody around you down. You know?
Make that change.
Yeah, exactly. You got to. It's important. It's very important. Don't do it for everyone else. Do it for yourself.
Right.
He said, I don't think BK did this. I think he had a roomie, and the roomie did it. Let me check out. Let's see what Donnie was saying. 1 second. Here we go. Let me know if you hear this, right? Let me know if you hear this. Which means today. Okay, maybe she won't answer. I tried to give her a call back, you know? 219-885-9693. Why is it not coming through on my end? I see people calling, but it's not ringing. That's so weird. That's so weird. Oh well. This one. Damn, you said it was him. Fuck him. Oh no, T-REV. They were report. Oh damn, you going in? You still been making music, Jeff?
Yeah, you know, I just quit a band, and then I started into a new band with my stepsister as a singer. And so it's cool, man. Now I'm not the bass player anymore. Now I'm the lead guitarist. And the band I'm playing in right now, we were working on that song "Magic Man" by Heart. You know that one?
Yeah, of course. That's a classic.
Yeah. So that's one of the most challenging guitar parts, but I've almost got it all down. So it's pretty cool. I can't wait to try and play it live. We got a show like in January that we're it's like a 12-hour show, 12 to 12, 10 different bands. And yeah, it'll be kind of cool. You still rapping?
You know me. I'm already working on my 5th album right now.
You're writing a rap at the same time you're doing this live stream, aren't you?
Nah. I do that when I'm, I wouldn't even be able to focus. I definitely wouldn't be able to focus at all if I was doing that. But yes, I definitely still make music. I always have, man. That's therapy. Once you have something that's therapy that soothes your soul, I don't care. It doesn't matter what 1,000 and 1,000,000 people say. You're always going to turn to that therapy, and you're going to use that as therapy. I don't know about you as a musician, if music is therapy to you, but for me, it's the biggest therapy in my life.
Definitely.
So stopping is not an option. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a, you know, and I really respect, cause like what you do, see, I play guitar, so I'm not as focused on the lyrics, and it sucks because I miss out, I think, on the wisdom of a lot of songs. I've tried. I put a song on in my car. It's like, this time I'm going to listen to all the lyrics. And before you know it, I'm listening to the guitar part, trying to figure out what chord is that, what chord did it go to, and I'm missing the lyrics. And I hate it. I don't know if it's like an ADD kind of thing or what, but
could be.
So I respect anybody that's really all about every word of the lyrics.
Man, for me, it takes me 1-2 times. I write it, then it's hold on. I'm thinking in my head of a verse right now. What? Every day I wake up. I said every day just to go live, calling out for justice to the Lord. Lets us all thrive. We ain't here to play no games. I just came to make a little change. Sick of the laws of corruption in our country. Yeah, it's a fucking shame. How the innocent hurts and the guilty get the laugh from the prison. It's a curse. We all want to fix it, but we can't fix shit if you never hear what the hell we say first. Dedicated, never hesitating. Speak for many, no hesitation. Give a voice to so many people. If you hear the pain, you could never hate. You know what I mean? Like, you just, when you write it, you start to remember this stuff, and it imprints in your mind, especially when you're delivering it with so much energy and you mean what you're saying. It's just like so easy to bring it to fruition and deliver it to people.
Now, that was just completely fresh, what you did right there. You've never said those words before.
No, I've said that
just
before.
Came right out of you.
I've 100% said that before. No, that's not.
I was gonna say.
That's something that I wrote that I'll never have to look at that paper ever again.
I got you.
Because I remember everything word for word.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's a lot of words.
It's important. It's important to be able to, as a musician, it's important for you to, if you're going to write, you need to remember your material. And if you can't remember your material, then something's wrong with you, and you need to go back to the training field, and you need to get your mind right, because how the hell are you going to do a show if you can't remember your lyrics?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That's just how I look at it. But no, that wasn't a freestyle. Freestyle is easy to me, though. I could freestyle for 24 hours straight without stopping, easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
I imagine over time you get comfortable with knowing like basically how many syllables common words have, and you know what's going to fit, what's not going to fit, or if it's not going to fit, how much you got to speed up the sentence right to make it fit.
Yeah, you got to. Sometimes it depends, or you just completely take it out. And it's either got to be perfect or you don't put it there, because you don't want to be off beat. You know, you never want to be off beat with anything that you work on. I don't care what you are. If you're off beat, then you're just lazy. You know what I mean? Like, that's the truth. If you are willing to be okay with being off beat, then you are just so lazy to the point that you won't go back and rethink it.
Right. Well, we were having a conversation the other day because, you know, all the songs that we're playing are known songs. This is the first time I played in a band that's really playing songs that they play on the radio. Tom Petty, Heart, Fleetwood Mac, you know, these kind of songs. And I've always thought, like, if you're a guitarist and you're like one of those guitarists is like, I can just do my own version of it. I don't need to learn it the way it goes. I agree. That's kind of being lazy to me. It's like, why not learn what this master musician did? I mean, they did it. It's recorded for you to listen to forever. So why not?
Lisa, is that you, 515? No, you're good, Jeff. I'll consider you. Mm-hmm. Is that you, Lisa? I tell you, is that you, 515, or am I wrong? Let me know if I'm wrong, because I don't want to call the wrong number. Trevor definitely turned out a whole track on the spot live within an hour. Seen it with my I mean, I've been doing it for a long time. I recorded 2 whole albums live. Some people don't know that because they weren't following me at the time. But creating on the spot's always been my thing. So when people go, T-REV scripted calls for his show, boy, everything that I do is off the head, on the spot. Nothing is planned. I may be like, hey, if Jeff was backstage with me, I'd be like, yo, Jeff, when we go live, we're going to talk about these key points. That may be the most of what I say. I don't plan lives. I go live and it's a freestyle. Everything is a freestyle. I like to do shit off the heart, on the spot, And if it's not, then I don't want to do it. I don't like planning my shows. I don't. Topic wise, yeah, Idaho 4, Sebastian, whatever it is, that I do know. But as far as what I'm going to talk about, when I hit the intro and hit go live, I don't have planned content that I'm about to do, y'all. I'm literally thinking in my head, I'm going to do this. I'm going to say, I'm going to greet. I'm going to just go. And that's what I do right off the dome. There's no other way to do it. It's better if you do it fresh from the heart rather than some scripted bullshit where it sounds like I'm up here reading you a play-by-play booklet of what I wrote that I'm going to do on my live today. I don't think that that's authentic whatsoever. I think that's goofy, especially for live streams. Now, if you did a show that you edited, or you're doing a podcast with your buddy and all that, you guys edit it and don't do it live, that's a whole different story. But when you're doing your shit live, I feel like you don't need to script anything, and you need to run off of stuff that's coming out, involve your audience. It's the most important thing, is to involve your audience. If you don't involve your audience, then what the fuck are you even hitting the live button for? And why are you even going on there? What, to just blab your mouth so you can sit there and, for what? Like, what, are you having fun not talking to your audience?
I like what Lotus said. The fakery.
Lotus has been around for a minute. You said off the dome. Delane was funny. Talina says that's why you come off so genuine, because you are here. I appreciate it. Trust me, I ain't no damn. What is his name? Who's the guy that just was so perfect? That's not me. Far from perfect. I don't walk on water. That's for damn sure.
You're getting there.
We'll get there someday, man. You should stay true to what you feel and do. Jeff, you made me laugh. Man, T, if you could talk right, you said what? If I could talk right now, I would sit in the live with you and Jeff and talk about everything. Can't wait to jump in the live again with you. You're more than welcome to come up, man. What are you at work right now? It's all right, man. We invite machine operators up here to talk to us on the job.
The boss will understand.
I'm just playing, man.
Maybe he's the boss.
You never know. You never know, man. I truly enjoy these, though. I truly enjoy having panels. I truly enjoy having phone calls. I truly enjoy every aspect of what we do on here. I truly do. And if I don't enjoy it, then you can bet your ass I'll move on from it very fast.
So you've been on, let's see, how long you been on right now? 17 hours or something like that? No Papa Sal, like not even once? You didn't pop in? And
okay, so earlier I was on for 11 hours and 59 minutes, and now I don't even know how long I've been live now. So in the same amount of time I've been on for today, over 17, maybe 18 hours.
Wait, I can check on YouTube here.
Maybe 18 hours. That's about it.
Well, I'm seeing 8 hours and 41 minutes on my YouTube player.
Yeah, it is. Yep, you're right.
9.
You're right.
Oh, yeah, it's right there in the corner on StreamYard. Yep, 8:45.
I mean, I do this shit, though. Anybody who's been here for a while can vouch for me being live for a massive amount of hours and redoing it all over again, back to back to back to back to back. That's just been something that I've always done. It's been something that I've always done. You know that, Jeff. Shit, you were around. You probably went to sleep, woke up, and I was still here.
Yeah, still going strong. Like the what's the guy who used to do those telethons? Jerry Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Lewis telethons. They'd go like all weekend, and he'd no sleep. He'd just keep on going, keep on going. Every now and then go to the tote board, see how much money they raised, and then I wondered, like, would he take a little, like, 5-second nap right at that point while everybody's looking at the tote board? I think as a kid, I bet I tried to talk my mom. It's like, if he's staying up all night, why can't I stay up all night? I don't want to miss anything.
You definitely don't. I remember being that child.
Yeah, that was the coolest thing when you were a kid, that you could just stay up late. What hey, have you ever? I was just looking at some of my videos. I was trying to see if there's any that you maybe hadn't seen, or they came like after, like the early days. But did you ever see the video where I compared the 5 sounds of the car going around the Linda Lane camera. They're little snippets.
Oh,
It's
you're
almost
damn
like
right.
so you can channel surf. Did we do that?
I'm almost positive you did that.
It's
but
like one. It's like
again,
one. It's like
bring it up.
one right after the other. It's not like
Bring that bad boy up. Well, I don't remember, refresh my memory. I'm gonna play like I don't
let's
remember.
check it out.
Even though I
No,
do,
it's-
I want to see it again.
This is gonna be so. It is definitely something for your ears to check out.
I like that. Attention to detail.
Okay. Oh wait, that's not.
You know what I mean, pal? Shout out to Jeff in the building, you know. Papa Sal gives his Rev Gang family the love in the chat that they deserve, you know?
Forget about it.
Forget about it. You know?
Sal always like you to hit that. Get the F out of here.
Yeah, he likes that. He be like, then forget about it.
He's like, hit the button, T-Rev, hit the button.
Hey, Rev, forget about it, pal. You know what the fuck I mean? That person could never fuck with you in the right mind. He's a prick.
That's how he talks. Look, Lady P said, yes, I could attest to that. I've always enjoyed Trev's long lives. I appreciate it. Shit, Jeff's been a part of a few of them. He just don't remember it for some reason. I guess when you YouTube all the time, you start to lose track sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
Get a body.
So check this out. I'll pause it after. There's a couple things that happen in this video, but just check out these 5 passes and tell me. I mean, I did this just to see. It's like because it's hard to see the car in 4 of the 5 passes. So it's like, well, what's the next best thing you have? Well, the sound. Let's see if the sound is the same on all 5 passes. So
here, let's see that.
Here you go.
Let me hear it again.
You'll see the video too of each car.
Oh yeah.
It's pass 1.
Four, 5, 4, 7.
Yeah, so that was. Now I know in my headphones I think are a little high in bass, but there was.
I got it coming through the Adam audios too. And
they sounded. I mean, they sounded the same to me.
Bing bang.
Although I don't know if all cars are going to sound similar. Oh no! Well, actually, this is the other test. This is what's next in the video.
Shut up, bitch.
So.
I love the sound effects. Like, that shit just, you know, it adds a little chuckle in there, you know, like
emotional damage.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care. Jerry.
that shit's funny, man.
Go
awesome. Ahead, kick that. Hold on.
My grandson in the car when I was driving the kids home, and he was like, to hear a little kid say, "Emotional damage."
I know Low 12 likes that one. I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. We don't care. That shit is.
So this was an observation that I made from 1 a.m. to 4:20ish. There's only 7 cars visually seen in motion on the Linda Lane camera. Only 7. 5 of them are what I believe are the Elantras, right? That we just listened to. There's only 2 others that are in motion on the Linda Lane camera between 1 a.m. 4:20, and here's what they sound like. So maybe if you want, we can go back and listen to the other 5. But see if they sound different.
My own stream kicked me out.
So it's not a perfect science. It's kind of hard to. I mean, I don't feel like I really learned too much.
You know what we did learn
out
from
of
it,
this.
Jeff? Do you remember hearing what was it on the opposite side by the Banfield? What was that sound that we heard?
Oh yeah. The car horn, or the car alarm, the car lock. I think when he locks the door, it goes beep beep beep, like 3 beeps or something. I got that video too. I can show you that. Now check this one out. This was one, not many people agree with this, but I believe at 4:20 and 1 second, I hear what sounded like a trunk closing. Now, this friend of mine just happens to have a 2016 white Elantra. And so when I was over at his house, I was like, can I just record your trunk slamming? Just to compare it to what I hear on Linda Lane at 4:20 and 1 second. It's very faint. If you go to Linda Lane, you can easily miss it. It's a 4:20:01. But turn up your volume.
That he was putting, that was his trunk, and he was putting something in there.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I hear 4:20:01. I hear what I think is a trunk slam, and then 18 seconds after that, I hear what sounds like a car speeding away. So my conclusion was that he put something in the trunk, closed it, got in the car, and sped off.
Damn.
So here's a comparison of the trunk sound from Linda Lane and the trunk sound from my friend's trunk.
It does sound like a trunk, dude. Right? Play the original.
So you can see it's yeah, let me go back. You can see it's very, very similar sounding. Let me go back.
But that's a trunk. That's actually a good demonstration, because
when I first heard it, I thought it was a door closing. But then as I listened to it closer, it seems bigger. It seems like a bigger compartment, like a bigger thin metal door, like a trunk.
That sounds like a trunk for sure. It sounds damn near identical. Just that, you know, that other one seems to be closer.
But that wait, let me see that. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to promote
that
my
might be a trunk, y'all. You said what's Jeff's channel? Jeff's channel is Jeff. What is it now? Jeff. It used to be Jeff H. Right there.
That's
You can share it in chat too if you want, man. If it lets you. I don't care. Yeah. Go over there, subscribe to Jeff. And Jeff always has great input, video, visuals in the ear for this shit. There's no taking that away.
Here's the thing you're remembering. And see, I still got all the little, as seen on T-REV,
I've seen it.
Markings on them.
I seen it. I know. You came up with that idea.
Hey, is that beer? What's up? Is that beer in your hand?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Hey, is that beer? What's up? Is that beer in your hand?
Yeah, I'm 21.
I think that's when we were able to identify.
Is that beer? Is that beer in your hand?
Yeah, I'm 21.
What's going on, Rachel?
Yeah, you know what I thought? You know what I thought was really cool about this too is that
good breakdown, by the way.
Is it like it kind of confirms that we can probably trust the time on the Linda Lane footage? Because I mean, what are the chances that the clock on the Banfield cops body cam is like, wait, how much did I say it's off from? The two clocks are off by less than 1 second. I mean, so I'm assuming that both the Linda Lane cameras time is set probably off the internet, probably the same as the Banfield cops, probably exactly the same as my iPhone, you know. So that was just a little confirmation to me that that's okay. This is also confirms, yes, this is the same night. Because what if the Linda Lane camera was set with the wrong date, and we thought we were watching the night of the 13th, you know, or the morning of the 13th, technically.
And it's, you can tell it's in the same area. It kind of does stamp that footage for being legit. Like, honestly, that does it for me on at least that clip, right? Or I wouldn't say that clip, at least that one segment where you do hear it and you're able to identify those noises on both cameras. It's like, how the hell can you say, nah, this ain't it, in case it was tampered with. But at the same time, I do believe that that's legit footage.
Also, too, if you listen to the police car horn, that's an air horn. I guess it's probably run out of air by the last beep, so it's weaker. The very last beep is weak, and you hardly hear it on the Linda Lane, so it makes sense. That's putting out less volume for that last little beep, and it's consistent with what you hear on Linda Lane.
Hey, is that beer? Is that beer in your hand?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Hey, is that beer? Is that beer in your hand?
Yeah, I'm 21.
That's it.
Hey, is that beer? Is that beer in your hand?
Yeah, I'm 21.
What's that old song? Beep, 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 beep. His horn went beep, beep, beep.
Let me see if he was right when he said that. He said something about a kid's body was found. Was it this kid that I mentioned earlier that someone shared with me? Let's see. It says, body of, yeah, absolutely. You were absolutely correct about that. Body of missing Chester 6-year-old boy found. Wow, 33 minutes ago. Of the story I was talking about. It says the body of 6-year-old Joshua Al Latif Jr. was found around 9 p.m. tonight, Thursday, in a pond near the apartment building where he lived, according to Westchester officials. The child was reported missing after being last seen around 5:30 p.m. Wednesday near his home on Wintry Drive. He was described as 4 feet tall, weighing 44 pounds, and he was wearing a tan shirt, tan pants, black New Balance shoes, and a jacket. He was on the autism spectrum and nonverbal, police said. They said he was reported to like parks and water, and divers combed through 5 lakes Thursday morning at the lakefront apartment complex where Joshua Al Latif Jr. went missing and nothing was found, said Westchester Township Fire Chief Rick Prenz. Now, the property has a total of 8 lakes. Officials said the lakes are challenging to search because of the murky and muddy bottoms, and the water is dark. So that came to an end. So sad and tragic. A 6-year-old autistic boy found dead in the damn lake. That is super sad. I didn't see that. My bad, Lotus. I didn't see it whatsoever. But I did see, I'm pretty sure it was Got Manners. And they did find that body. R.I.P. that little boy. That's 6 years old. You got so much life ahead of you. Robbed, gone. I wonder what led to him being in that water. They say autistic people like water. That's what they say. What were you saying, Jeff?
Yeah. No, I was just saying hi to 12 Gauge. I saw he's in the chat there.
12 Gauge. He's got the 12 Gauge. Who's 12? Do I know 12 Gauge?
You know 12 Gauge. 12 Gauge has been around since the beginning of this case. And
was 12 Gauge original?
Yeah, me and 12 Gauge talk pretty much almost daily sometimes.
What's 12 Gauge?
He's a good guy.
What's the original name on 12 Gauge?
12 Gauge Phillips?
No, like before that. Before it, like I don't remember seeing the 12 Gauge name around. That's why I'm. Was he here? Was he in chats before when we were under a different name?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you've been around 12 Gauge since in the early days with T-REV, right? Yeah, you know what Leslie's talking about is that clip of Saeed on the band field with the beer? Is that actually Saeed is the guy in that little car horn clip, right? And there's a moment where Saeed says something, and some people, it's kind of like is the dress yellow or blue or gold or blue, or what do you hear? Some people hear something, some people hear another, but I think some people are hearing him say something about a noise, as if he asked the cop, "Did you hear that noise?" Do you know that clip at all?
No. Maybe I do, and I'm just having a brain fart.
Let me see if I can find it. And this, when you were talking about the Google Map stuff that I did, this is the clip that I thought you were talking about.
That is one of the ones I'm talking about. That's absolutely outstanding work. I think you did a great job on that with the model driving around here.
The little mini Elantra.
That's good. Trust me, that like really helped me envision, you know, him driving around the way that we were seeing it on camera. But you kind of filled in the blanks of when.
Yeah, because like in the early days, I didn't understand that Linda Lane came off a tape. I don't know if you can see my mouse. No, it's not coming through.
I thought I remember every name in here, right? But I don't remember 12 gauge for some reason.
Like Linda, you probably remember him if you see him. But if you in the beginning, I didn't realize that, you know, Linda Lane came up here, and then dead ended right here.
Mm.
And so Linda Lane does not connect with Queen Road, or it's not a way. You can't go past the murder house and end up on Linda Lane. You can see it. It's on the other side of the fence. But in the beginning, I didn't understand that. And to be honest with you, that's how I got in contact with Kane Francetic. I think that's how you pronounce his name. The owner of the Linda Lane camera.
Oh damn!
The landlord over there.
That's all. They're gonna be hitting them up now, Jeff. They're probably searching it. Oh, I didn't get my for an for So ask him.
What's that?
No, I said that. Now that you said his name, I said I bet people are looking him up.
Is it 12 gauge?
No, the dude that you were just talking about.
Oh, Kane. Yeah, well, most people know of Kane. I think Kane is also the guy who ran Gray Hughes off the property. I'm pretty sure that might be Kane. It's hard to tell. You ever saw that video? Yeah, this is a video I made, Heather, a long time ago of just the two, you know, the 405 pass and the 407 pass, just to kind of get an idea of like just a visual.
There was so much misinformation.
Go look at Gray Hughes' video doing the same kind of thing. Tell me what you think. I'm not going to.
I'd rather watch Jeff H than watch Gray Hughes.
I don't know.
Get that guy the fuck out of here. He's so ignorant to people. I don't understand. Like I just don't understand the pure ignorance of talking to the people who.
No, this is Miss Potts. This is
like shit.
This is to show that at 405 he doesn't go all the way around the Twinkies buildings. The two long buildings. But at 407, he does go by, he goes past, and this is what I propose, is that he's going, and he's driving much faster than the first four passes. Faster, meaning, I think, adrenaline. Faster, meaning, I've decided I'm going to go do this. And I think this at 407, this is when he's going in. And we've talked about it. We were talking about it on another show, estimating about maybe 409, he's going into the back door, perhaps. 409 in, 421 speeding off. That's the time frame that I look at.
Courtney, don't get me started on a friggin' Papa Rogers, because I truly believe that was Bryan Kohberger, and until I see something different and it doesn't come out in the trial, then I'll be like, oh, I was wrong. Allegedly, you know. But I truly still believe that was him. Until, you know, again, somebody can hack that account all they want and say, no, I'm the real Papa Rogers. I don't give a shit about none of that. I need to see it in paper that he wasn't, because it's damn crazy how he talked about the sheath, and, you know, it just was weird. Maybe it's a coincidence, you know? What's going on, Angela? Welcome. Angela in the building. Potts asked you a question. She said, where in the PCA does it say law enforcement believes the vehicle parked? Did you hear that, Jeffrey? She asked you a question. She said, where in the PCA does it say law enforcement believes the vehicle parked? That isn't a question, sir. That's a demand answer. We need it. We need to hear the tea, and we need to.
Sorry, I had my mic muted.
Oh, you're good. I'm asking you here. We need the question answered, sir.
I think, Miss Potts, are you asking because in the little visual demonstration I did, I showed him parking? I mean, that's called, that's the speculation part on my part.
Dave Caller was in. You see, people still believe that it's the Dave Caller. Listen, and people said, oh, I faked that call, and I faked and had somebody call in and do that. Bullshit. Go ask Hidden True Crime who absolutely did extensive deep diving into finding out who this person was. I gave her the number, and a few days later, she came back with answers, and we worked together to get down to the bottom of who that was, because I did not want those families going around thinking, damn, did this sicko really call into a fucking podcast and basically talk about the way, you know, break down these certain things about Sigma Chi and add this element to the case. Like, again, I wanted to get that shit cleared, and we did get it cleared. And the
well, Miss
fact
Potts, Miss Potts says, you see what Miss Potts' comment is that just popped up?
Yes.
The thing that would make me think of, though, is that, I mean, he's got to get out of his car at some point, and I assumed when he would do that, he would park it.
Thank you, Sadie. I see it. I see it. She said, no, Jeff, I'm asking because the PCA does not ever state that the vehicle parked at all. It is always moving, never parked.
Well, I don't know how he could possibly go in through the back door if he didn't park the car. Got to park the car at some point, right? Or did he just tuck and roll?
But I'll tell you what, the defense is definitely making some noise with some of the claims they're making, saying that, hey, there's no connection to these victims whatsoever. There's no blood of them in the vehicle. There's no hair follicles. There's no nothing that connects these victims to Kohberger in the vehicle, etc. So now, okay, all you're telling me is that, okay, we need some video evidence or something solidifying that that was him driving right there with his license plate around the time of the murder. That's what you're telling me? Okay, copy. That's all I got from that statement. It was that there's nothing that connects them there in the vehicle. Okay, you look through everything. Bravo. What else do they got?
You know what I mean, Bob? I need to know the damn answer. Captain Jenks, he says, the trunk slamming sound.
Law enforcement doesn't think he parked the car? I don't understand that, how he would park the car and go in the house without parking the car.
Mittens for Kittens says, sometimes I think the perp walked or ran to and from the scene. That's been
now. Can you infer this, like, based on the timestamps? The PCA says what time the car comes in, and then there's a chunk of time before the car speeds off at a high rate of speed, right?
Right.
Can you infer that in that time, all kinds of things could have happened, including the car's parked, he gets out, he goes through the back door, he goes upstairs, he comes back downstairs, walks through a blinding light, good vibes light, so he can't see Dylan. Dylan sees him very well because he's blinded lit.
You see this comment?
You know, what's that?
On the screen? Captain Jenks, he says, the trunk slamming sounds close, but the sound of the Elantra does not sound like an Elantra.
Man, you know, I was just looking on my hard drive too. I've got from a car dealer. This guy made a video of a 2015 Elantra, like going up to top speed. He basically had the camera pointed at the speedometer and the tachometer. I just saw it, and I know I probably can't find it. It's in my... I was just stepping through files, and I just saw it. That's what made me kind of think of that sound video that I did. But this Saeed thing, I'm still trying to find it. Leslie had mentioned the Saeed thing. I can't seem to locate. Leslie, if you know the timestamp on the Law and Crime copy of the... I had it written down somewhere, too, and I don't know where I put it.
What we at? No, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Dude, where the heck is it?
Pretty sure it was like right after they talked to Saeed about his ID on the phone.
Yeah, 112, me too, Cat. Welcome, Mittens. Welcome, Sadie. Everybody coming into the stream. We've been here for a while, just talking Idaho for digging back into it. As I've left off of it a long time ago, and we're just tired of this battle between the defense and prosecution. It's like, get to the trial already. But I get it. You want to have a fair trial for a person, you know, going against the death penalty. I understand that. and the defense is going to do their job and try to poke holes into everything. And I get that also. That's part of the justice system. That's almost part of all these cases, murder cases that you see. It just depends on what type of evidence they have against said suspect, etc. So it's still intriguing till this day about what they are going to nail Kohberger with. It is. Is it going to be that touch DNA? I don't know if I would bet my money on it. I feel like they're going to try to tear that. By the time they get around to that, they're going to rip holes all through that shit. And the jurors probably going to be doubting. So I hope they have other stuff to back up the punch. You know what I mean? I hope they do. I really do. I'm praying that they do. So Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, Xana get the justice they deserve. Justice is not the wrong person being locked up. It's the right person. And we hope the evidence leads us and puts an end to all this. And it'll never heal the hearts of these parents who lost their child. It never will. But at least there will be some sense of closure. And again, you'll never stop hurting. This incident that happened between them, this is one of the most gruesome, next to the DC Mansion murders, which I followed that like a crackhead. I was sitting on the couch 24/7 around the clock watching the DC Mansion murders. I believe it was 2015 when that happened. Did you ever hear that case, Jeff?
No, I didn't really follow that one, no.
Oh yeah, DC Mansion murders, a 12-year-old boy, the guy, his dad, his mom, and the maid were all held captive, tied into a chair, and the 12-year-old boy was burnt alive. They all got tortured and beat up, but this idiot decided to deep throat a Papa John's pizza or a Domino's pizza and left.
Oh yeah, I know the one you're talking about now.
Darren, I'm talking about Darren, right?
Yeah,
so
he has a big mansion he burned down, right?
Yeah, his big dumbass, which I'm glad he did that. I'm glad he was licking all over that damn Domino's crust that smoked his fucking boots. But I still, to this day, think somebody else was involved in this.
Was that in Maryland?
DC?
I think that was in Maryland. Oh, it was in DC. Okay.
It was in DC, and the dude dipped off in his Lamborghini and shit. But that case right there, just hearing that 12-year-old boy was burnt to death while tied to a chair. Can you imagine the torture that kid felt? That makes my stomach turn, man.
Yeah.
It really does. It's absolutely insane, the things that a lot of these demonic motherfuckers will do out here to children, to innocent people who are minding their fucking business, that become the target of some demonic idiot that feels like he's the judge and juror. And today he's taking out everything that he loves, which is pain on other people. He loves causing pain on other people. So today he decides to snatch up some innocent person, torture him, burned alive. Like, that's crazy. That reminds me of the case, another one that was in 2015, I believe, or 2016, where Quincy, I think his name was Quincy, but he got off, he beat the case. Like, he actually got away with murder. He set her on fire, allegedly, and burnt her alive in her own vehicle. Her name was Amber. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember her last name right now, but he literally threw gas. I believe it was gas or lighter fluid on her and lit her on fire while she was alive. That's in terrible. The car. Like, what? That's crazy.
Hey, Miss Potts is asking a question about the Instagram for. Now, do we know that he had an Instagram, and do we know it was deleted? It doesn't really matter to me, because I think, I mean, I believe Ann when she says there's no connection between him and the victims. I think the only connection is a nice dark parking lot for a creeper to sit in, and a big old bedroom window of Maddie's. Mm-hmm. That's all you need to get. You know, if he's, and who knows? I mean, if he likes to drive around at night. What kind of people like to drive around at night? Possibly creepers? Possibly people looking for a house to do something like this? And maybe this wasn't the only house that he considered.
Kohberger. Listen to me.
Kohberger?
Kohberger.
How many hours have you been going?
Yeah, he loved going on those long rides, according to the affidavit. I don't know if it was the affidavit or what we read, but what was it? The wording. I can't remember the exact wording, and it was worded weird. Like he loved going on long nighttime rides, and the shopping was great in Idaho. You know what I mean? It was stuff like that. It was kind of weird.
No, you might have me there, Miss Potts. She had blackout curtains, and I have blackout curtains, and I never open them. Wait, no, I do sometimes. I do open them. Oftentimes they're open.
Rogers.
So all they need to be open is once.
That boy Papa Rogers knew too much, in my opinion.
Do you think he knew too much, or do you think he was just really good guesses?
He was just so accurate about that sheath. Maybe he left the sheath behind, y'all. I don't know nothing about the murders, but maybe he left the sheath. Like, what? What are we talking about? What do you mean he left the sheath? You're sus. And in fact, if it was him, you best believe that it will be shown in court. Mark my words. If that was him, it'll be shown in court. 100%. 100%. Without a shadow of a doubt. If it was him. You know what I mean? If it definitely was Bryan Kohberger, you best believe they'll be singing Papa Rogers up in that bad boy. Well,
yeah, it would be nice to put that to rest, figure out who Papa Rogers was.
This is how it is, man. What did you say? You said you mean faceless, Miss Potts. I need to reread these motions. I don't remember seeing anything about BK's phone being on.
917. Okay.
Captain James said, yeah, the neighbor, I think, was like an ambassador in the DC event. And then that guy, Jordan, that dropped the money off at the DC Mansion murders was weird too. Why was he taking pictures with $40,000 that he was dropping off at the location? Because obviously they were being held against their will. But still, it was weird that he was snapping photos with the stacks of money like it was his to his girlfriend, showing it off. But yet burnt the 12-year-old boy and killed. I still believe that somebody else is involved in that to this day. And I'll go to the grave thinking that shit. I've always thought more than one was involved.
Did you ever look into the DC sniper?
Oh, absolutely. Case? I used to be obsessed with that, Jeff. I'd sit around the freaking couch all day long with my mom watching that shit. And I remember when
the woman that they the woman that they decided to go as the victim to go to take him to court over. I mean, she got shot at the Home Depot that I went to all the time. And I remember during that time, man, everybody they get in there because, they were picking off people at gas pumps or, the guy with a lawnmower in the front yard, person at a bus stop. Back in those days, man, I see people, they'd get out, put the gas pump in the car, and they go sit back in the car, like afraid that they were going to get shot. And
dude,
yeah,
mom wouldn't let me go nowhere. Like, she would keep me home from school sometimes during the time of the DC Mansion murder. She was like, I don't want you getting sniped in the head. My mom was scared to go to the damn gas stations. I remember those times. We were sitting there, and after each event or something would happen, we would sit there and binge it on the news. And I was just sitting there Indian style, quiet as can be, watching it like, what the fuck is going on? I was a kid trying to understand what the hell was happening. I'm hearing these innocent people are getting sniped. Out shopping and walking out, and next thing you know, they're getting it was pretty scary, actually. Scary times.
Yeah, they because what he did was they had the car parked on the opposite side of Route 50, and they shot across Route 50 from a school parking lot across Route 50 to the Home Depot parking lot, and shot that woman in the head. And then they took off. And the thing that's messed up, they probably might have caught him, maybe, but it was somebody, I think at the Home Depot or somebody nearby, that said they saw a white van speeding off. And from that moment, I mean, I remember driving around, I saw white vans being pulled over left and right. And, or maybe I wasn't driving around. I might have seen clips of that on the news. I'm trying to remember if I was even out that night. But they were going after the wrong vehicle. I mean, that was a dark blue Impala, Chevy Impala, that was the shooter, and they were stopping white vans. I mean, bad intel.
Some people, hold up, is that Amy Jo? I'm good. Shout out to you though. I appreciate you asking. Definitely better than last time. Well, 1,000 times better than the last time. I remember that. You said, wasn't he shooting out of the trunk? Or is that? No, he was definitely shooting out of the trunk.
Yeah, it's like
His
holding
ass
it,
was
holding
definitely
the
shooting
trunk.
out. Dude, that
That's
was
pretty. That's sick.
Dude, I was worried because my dad was working at the time that a lot of that was going on. He was working in and out of the Pentagon. So I was like, dang, I hope my dad doesn't get popped. Literally.
Oh man.
It was crazy times, bro. I'll never forget it because I was scared myself, being young and hearing that there's a sniper out there, you know, especially near me. I mean, DC is not that far from Virginia. It's like 4 hours, you know?
Hey, Leslie, what's the name of your video clip? Because I was looking at what I thought was the right.
The Banfield?
Banfield clip. Oh, wait, maybe I found the right one. Because you said the time code was 9:17. No, this can't be it. It's not even 2 minutes long. I'm looking at the wrong clip. Because at 9:17, 9:17, he's in the police car.
Dang. 9 hours? That's it? That's light. That's light. Jack's middle name is Roger. I remember that he wasn't shooting out of the trunk. Or is that a different? Okay, I've seen that. You said he's been out for a couple weeks. Devil on Banfield, she said. Leslie and Billy. Arlene, how you been on this week? Dang, seems like a lot of people think everyone else is guilty, but not Kohberger.
Devil on Banfield.
I think he's the right guy, but I'm not going to tell everybody else, hey, you should think he's not the right guy or you're banned. That's like corny. I think it's the right guy, though. I think that Bryan's the guy.
Now this clip looks like it's edited, Leslie. This isn't. They haven't manipulated the audio, isn't it? I feel better going after the original clip. Let me hear it.
Right, listening to the first one ever posted. Didn't he buy it off Amazon? I remember that receipt coming out fairly early. You know what I'm talking about? The receipt for the, what was it? It was the receipt for the K-Bar knife. I can't remember the name of that dude's channel right now off the top of my head, but he's one of the guys. I think it was Chasing Paper that's his name on Twitter, right? Chasing Paper, and he gets all of these documents. And I swear, January of 2023, he posted something along the lines of the Amazon receipt. It wasn't there long though. It was removed, and he was apologizing and saying things. But I do remember seeing a receipt for a K-Bar knife, and I was like, damn, how did this guy get this shit? Where did this come from? So that was pretty interesting. You said BK was obviously peeping and then made his move. You heard what Nancy said standing over there with that camera view. You could see all up in that house. Too bad the jurors won't ever be able to go stand there at night and just look. Sad place. Sad part. Sad trial. You said it's still up. Miss Potts says it's still up. Chatty Kit Kat says, does anyone know where Kaylee was living? Apartment before she took Maddie to show off her new car. Wasn't she in Texas, Chatty Kit Kat? I was under the impression that she was moving to Texas or had moved to Texas.
I think 2 days later, I think she was off to Texas, right? I think that was what it was.
That's what I thought.
Start a new job, internship job.
I could be wrong, but I swear that's what it was. So, yes, Austin, I believe you. Lisa says the DC shooters ended up at PA rest stop, father and son. I did watch multiple documentaries on that, so I
right, yeah, they were sleeping in a car, right, at a rest stop, and somebody turned them in.
They're crazy, man. Like, have you seen the documentaries on it? I've seen 2 of them, and they were absolutely insane. The stuff that he was able to get him to be on board with. Absolutely disturbing. That's like, yo, Jeff, I got a sniper. Hop in the trunk, brother. Let's go handle business. Let's take out. Right. Let's just shoot random people and ruin lives. Like what?
Yeah, you always hope like if a person's got a crazy idea, at least they have one friend that's like level-headed.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
Love these boys.
Damn!
I got to get some of these ones back. Which ones are the favorites? I know other people like the Bang Bong. This is one of my new favorites.
Shut up, bitch! Gotcha, bitch!
That one. I like this one too.
Dave Chappelle.
For the trial that I'm watching, I'm like, man, when I see these children up there testifying that their mother is the killer, all I can think of, damn, dad is in their grave yelling this.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth!
That's all I can think of. I'm like, dude, this dude's in his grave literally yelling, keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. Like, it seems that way. It's weird. Not the popular opinion, by the way. Not by a long shot. I need to get you to rip up some acoustic for me on this next album, Jeff. What's going on?
Yeah.
I
You need a
have to-
ripping guitar solo on something somewhere, I'm sure.
How far are you from Tennessee?
How far am I from Tennessee?
Yeah, like
from Nashville?
Yeah, Nashville.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm in Virginia.
Oh,
How
I
far is
know.
Virginia from? How far is Virginia from Tennessee?
From my stomping ground, shit to my dad, it's like 13 hours. But he's in
What
Virginia.
about? So you were worried about your dad during this time of the snipers. Was he also? Were you guys anywhere near here when 9/11 was happening?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I was Virginia Beach. Matter of fact, Norfolk and Virginia Beach, back and forth between there. I actually watched the buildings fall in my classroom. And I got a call in the class. Your dad's at the Pentagon, but he's okay. A plane hit, but he's okay. I'm like, damn, why would they tell me that?
Oh
I started
man, he was at the Pentagon.
My
Jeez.
dad was at the Pentagon when the accident and the plane had hit the Pentagon earlier, whatever. He was there. That's what I do know. And what's crazy about all of that, Jeff, is me. I'm a 9/11 baby. That's my birthday. I was born in room 9/11, weighed 9 pounds 11 ounces. Was born at 9/11 at night on 9/11.
No way.
And yeah, that's a fact.
Wow.
I mentioned weighed 9 pounds. Like I said, weighed 9 pounds 11 ounces. Was born in room 9/11. Was born at 9/11 at night on 9/11. You can't make this shit up. My dad will tell you. I'm gonna bring him up on here so he can tell you.
You look down in your pocket. You had $9.11 in your pocket at the time.
Exactly. I look at my clock all the time, and it's 9/11. But that's the true fact. I'm not making that up or exaggerating it. I'm gonna have my dad come on here and tell you guys that. Because
That's amazing. That's your birthday, 9/11?
Yeah, some people don't believe when I say that.
I didn't realize. Yeah, I know a bunch of people. I actually know my first wife. She's got a twin sister too, which think it makes it weird. So twins born on 9/11. And I used to work for a guy that's birthday was 9/11.
9/11.
But yeah, when on 9/11, the plane that hit the Pentagon flew right almost directly over my son's preschool playground, because I had dropped him off on it's on Columbia Pike. It's like Columbia Pike goes straight down the hill to Pentagon, and I had dropped my son off at preschool. I was in the car. I was listening to like all the talk about New York and the tower getting hit. And so I worked in Alexandria at the time. So I might have even driven down Columbia Pike, got on 395 with the Pentagon off to my left. Possibly. I'm not sure if that's the way I went to work that day. But when I got to work, I turned on the TV because I wanted to see all this stuff about the New York towers. I didn't see it. I was just hearing about it on the radio. It's an old Sony TV in our conference room. It's heating up slowly. And I see the word the Pentagon on the bottom of the screen. And I'm like, oh, crap. I mean, I work in TV, so I know it's like you put the wrong word on the screen, you get fired. It's like, dude, somebody put up the word Pentagon. That's a huge mistake. And then as the TV's heating up and I saw it, it's like, oh, crap, something's hit the Pentagon. And so I went back to his, long story short, because I've told this story a million times. I'll tell you the short version. But I called the school. They said, yeah, we're letting everybody tell the parents to come get their kids. This is going to be a crazy day. I came and got him. There was a woman there whose son went to Wakefield High School. Actually, that's where I went to high school. And but she didn't have a car, and she was trying to figure out how to go pick up her son. I said, I'll give you a ride. And so she's in the car. We're driving to the school. We're listening to it on the radio, and the radio announcer says, we believe it was an American Airlines plane that hit the Pentagon. And instantly, she's like in the passenger seat of the car. She said, "Oh, I know it was." She said, "I looked up. I was on the playground. I looked up and I saw the big red AA go right past us, off to the right."
Mm-hmm.
And then years later, I thought, let me check the flight path, like from the 9/11 Commission report against a map. And I overlaid it onto the map, and that flight path, that plane would have been exactly the way she described it. So I don't doubt her that she said she saw the plane. Basically, it's as if it was flying down Columbia Pike, which Columbia Pike goes straight into the Pentagon.
I've always been obsessed with 9/11, Jeff, to the point where I will dedicate a whole week of my life doing nothing but waking up daily, binge watching around the clock until I fall asleep, wake up and continue to do it. Like sit there and research every single 9/11 documentary, even watching them back as much as twice or 3 times and looking in the buildings. I was always fascinated with it for the simple fact that thousands lost their life on that day. And a lot of them, some of those people died heroes too, because they were trying to save people. And
right.
Man, it's always these type of stories that get to me when there's loss of life at a high amount, and it was at the hands of somebody else's destruction and plans. Right. It hits different. What's going on, baby? I will shortly. I'm good. I will, baby. I will. I will. That is my wife. Say it.
When you watch the 9/11 videos, is there part of you that feels like as you're watching before, don't you feel like it's almost like you got a time machine and you brought the people back to life, and it's like,
yeah,
and it's so sad to see it again. He's like this frame they're alive, a couple minutes later in this frame they're gone. It breaks my heart when anything that's like that.
Watching zebras, you think you're starting drama, man? Nobody cares about that shit.
Hey, do you want
to? We pray that he's doing well and that he, I heard what happened to his son. Prayers to that guy. I hope he's doing better. And I'm sorry that some people are miserable and can't pull their head out their ass and, be a human. But much love to you. I don't know. See, people like that. That's the people that you don't pay attention to. That shit like that, or they're like, of course, Jeff comes running back. What do you mean Jeff comes running back? I was the first one to talk about Jeff earlier when it came to this case. How could you not mention Jeff when it comes to Idaho 4, especially around here, at least on my channel? Jeff played a very heavy role in a lot of the visuals that were shown, ideas that were sent in. He input a lot into the conversation. As a lot of you did in chat also. It's something that you won't forget. You won't forget those people. And right. I don't care what you went through. And again, it's not like Jeff ever came and lied to me. Or, of course, at one point I felt like he was playing both sides with that Detective Flan situation, but that's childish bullshit that Jeff
right.
said.
Because the thing
fix this.
The thing is like, I always looked at it this way. You got a Rev gang, and sometimes in gangs you got your good people that are members of the gang and people that want to hurt the gang, so they're outside, right? And then even with Detective John, I felt like John had those that it's like what's that old expression? You're either with me or you're against me,
right? Yeah,
and exactly. Then here I am in the middle. I try to be a good Christian, and my directive is to get along with everybody.
And you told me that.
So I didn't. So it was hard for me, like you said. I think you describing it earlier today. You described it perfectly. I was like stuck in the middle, and I wasn't going to budge either. I was just going to be about as stubborn as you were and Detective John were in this situation. But I was stubborn in that you both were still going to remain my friends no matter what. And
I was stubborn for even communicating with you in the middle of that. I apologize for my part because I'm a grown ass man. I should know better than that. And again, you've done nothing but you say, hey, look, I think you guys should fix this. And I was telling you, no, fuck that. This is why I won't. And it was always, this is why I won't. This is why I won't. Instead of just letting it go and just letting life be life. It's okay. People are friends with these type of
right,
people.
right.
People are
and I was never gonna throw back at you anything because
right.
I understood the situation you must have been in. because you had a lot of people that were coming to you, I think, saying, "Oh, did you hear Jeff is still talking to Detective John? Jeff is still," and so it's like, well, you know, I can understand how it got out of control, and I'm glad that I never burned any bridges. I never burned any bridges.
I invited that man to come on the Netflix show that hit me up, right? I invited to bring him on with me, and but then I found out some things that I found out that he sent me a badge off another officer's desk, and you know, it was like manipulating me to tell these other people that it was kind of like if he was still active and this was his badge. And I was just upset at that deception. And that deception made me stop fucking with him completely. Because if you can send me a fake badge off of someone else's desk, then what else are you going to do, you know? Like what?
Well, so much of that whole situation got super duper ugly.
It did.
Even what's her name? Clue doxed him. But you know what's funny? She doxed him to try and hurt him, but the thing that she revealed was that yes, he was truly a police officer, because there was always question. There was always question about that.
Too. I mean, I got people coming by harassing me to this day because of these goofball ass mother effers. Dox me on live.
But I do think it's better. It's better today, I think.
Oh,
at least for now.
No, Jeff, 1,000 times better, because you want to know why it's 1,000 times better? Because I don't give a fuck no more. My spine is in place. Before I played, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not saying nothing to none of these people. And I let it bother me to a point where behind the scenes, I'm bothered. But when I get on here, I'm playing like I'm not. Fuck that. My spine came back intact. And it's, if you don't with me, then you hit the unsubscribe button. And I'm going to get on here and be me. It don't matter. When did I ever pay attention to the negative people, Jeff? Never. We always paid attention to the sweet people in chat that are here to partake in not just the content, but have a say so in what we're talking about, the conversation, having like a full table of people that can talk, respect each other, not, you know, be negative towards each other. In the fact that, again, I apologize for you even having to be in the middle of something that was already going sour. See, I remember you didn't even know. You didn't even know. You were clueless. You were
right.
Like,
I could just tell something was up between you two, and I was like, "What's going on?" I thought we were just starting to build something, the three of us, and like something's up between you two.
And it is what it is. You know, things happen for a reason, Jeff.
And I can't tell you how many times I was like, T-REV, just talk to him, just try and get Detective John, just talk to him. It's like,
hey, look, Jeff, things happen for a reason. And
yeah.
You know,
hey, we ended up where we are today right here, so I don't have any regrets of it. You know, it had some. It was like we went off road for a little bit. You know,
you go off road.
Now we're back on the pavement, so it's cool.
Shit, I was on a whole different case and literally mined somewhere totally different. You know, I had fully moved on and completely ignored that dude because I wasn't gonna sit there and fight with this dude.
You think? I mean, you think you guys could ever make up now?
I personally don't have a problem with the dude.
There you go. See,
I just had a problem with the deception about the badge, having me, you know what I mean? Because the guy, it all started when the guy said, "Oh, I bet $10,000 Detective John can't show me his badge," right? And he sent me that as a screenshot receipt to show to him. So I just felt so deceptive, or just so lied to. And you're supposed to be like, if that's the case, okay, if you're retired or if you were fired or whatever it is, just be honest and people will accept you for you. You don't gotta, you know, put on this tough guy act. I'm a fucking tough officer that's choking out these people to be accepted out here. All you gotta do is be yourself. People will accept you for being you, but people think that they have to go above and put on this hard, I'm gonna fuck it, you know what I mean? I'm like, fuck that, I like that guy. Right? They think that they got to put this act on for people to accept them, and I think that's what he was doing allegedly. I personally feel.
Hopefully there's some kind of explanation there, and it'd be cool to think that you guys could.
But I got no problem with
come together in a few. Because, like I said, I mean, I never stopped being friends with either of you, so
but I do have
care about both of you.
The only thing that I do have a problem with him with is, you know, bringing my children up on his platform when he don't know Adam from fucking Eve. That ain't his place to bring.
Yeah, I didn't agree with that. You know, and I mean,
letters. They don't know anything that went on. They didn't know that I needed a DNA test and these different things. Why are you bringing my children up on a platform who are still waiting to hear from me, who I've been trying to contact for a long time? Now that part, that was out of pocket. Like that was super up out of pocket. That's like me grabbing one of his sons and, you know, bringing them up and letting them bless the floor with accusations on him. Like, if you don't know the situation, then stay out of it, right? That's
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he wouldn't apologize for something like that today, hopefully. But yeah, I thought that was a little. Your dirty laundry didn't need to be spread out over YouTube like that. That could have been handled very differently.
My dirty laundry is told to my whole entire platform over 50 times out of my own mouth on live streams with over 3,000 people in them. Like it's not something that I hide from. Like it's not something that I'll ever hide from. Any negatives or anything that I'm going through, I'm not scared to talk about it. I'm not scared to mention it. I'm not scared to mention that I'm going through it. I don't know what to do. I'm frustrated. I'll get it off my chest. I'll always get it off my chest. I'll always put it out there because I used to harbor things inside and not say stuff. And the shit that does to a person, like me anyways, will unravel me in different ways if I'm just sitting on these negative thoughts. So my outlet is getting it out and talking about it and releasing it off my chest so that it's not there. And I feel like that's therapeutic for someone like me. It helps me, you know? I don't know about him. I wasn't really out to try to screw this guy over. I was just telling the truth about him sending me a fake ass badge from a Facebook page that was from the same town that he lived in, and he saved it, sent it to us, and I showed it like it was real when it wasn't even real. After I Google reverse image searched it, and it was a fake ass badge or it wasn't a fake badge. It was a real badge from a real officer there in Daytona, I believe. I mean, I still have the phone in the other room right now with the same pictures and text messages from there. It was just sad that he did that and deceptively lied about it.
If I'm ever talking to him, I haven't talked to him in a while, but if I ever do, I'll ask him about that badge and see what's up with. There's got to be an explanation for that. But I mean, it was determined he was an actual police officer. That's what Cluminati did the doxing.
I never doubted that. I've never doubted any of that.
The thing that's sad though is that I think the YouTube true crime streets needs a guy with that experience, with that insight, and it's a shame that it's kind of gone the way it is. Where, I mean, you got Daniel from Drunk Turkey Show. He's got some police experience. But, you know, I watch like shows like, I don't know if you watch Off the Cuff. I hope it's okay to mention those shows. Off the Cuff, that guy's a former New York police officer.
Hey, bro, you come over here, you better not mention Off the Cuff. You better not mention Detective John or you're out of here.
I don't care. People like who they like. They're going to watch who they want to watch. It is what it is.
That's cool, because I hate being on shows where it's like, oh, can I say that word? Can I say that word? I can't say that word. I can't talk about that person. I got to talk in code. Unalived.
You can say whatever you want. I don't care who it is. I don't care if I hate their guts. You can mention them. It doesn't matter. Like, I really don't. If I let talking about somebody else bother me, I'm not here to trash on anyone or anything. I was just explaining that incident and the problem that I had with him. And that was really it, lying about something like that when I was bringing him on a Netflix show. And, you know, I seen him as a friend at one point. I told him my weakness. Like, bro, I told him the shit with the kids. I told him my whole entire story, and he befriended me and twisted it and manipulated me. Now that's what bothered me on top of the bullshit. And then bringing the children up on the platform. That right there. That bothered me. Like, I tell you some real shit, and you twist and manipulate it and then put it out to an audience and twist my words and put them in a whole different direction and use them against me. And it hurt just because it's my children. If it wasn't them, then it wouldn't. I would have just rolled off of that. But, you know, that. Like, I mean, again, I'm gonna be honest with you, Jeff. I know God doesn't like people who hold grudges, and I'm not gonna be one of them that's gonna sit here and hold a grudge and say, "Man, I hope he burned. I hope he died." No, I'm not gonna be one of them. I wish him well. Prayers up to him for him and his
Remember, I used to drive people crazy by saying over and over again, it's like your enemy today can be your friend tomorrow. Leave the door open to that. I think it's even on my signature somewhere. I think I always like that. But who knows, man? Who knows which way it could go? I mean, I heard you the other day, praying during one of your lives. I was like, wow, that's cool hearing T-REV praying. And
I love praying.
I know, so that's I know you've been a spiritual guy for a long time, but
no, I'm more into it though. Honestly, I'm more into it this last year and a half than.
Yeah, so there's a change. Now, Detective John's been through a terrible loss, which still breaks my heart because I remember that night on his show, I prayed for his son. I prayed while his son was on the live with us, and his son reacted really amazingly to that prayer. Like, he said he saw stuff while I was praying. He said he saw chains being broken,
right.
And we discussed it. And then to hear what is, I don't know the details of what happened, but I just know. So who knows, man? You've been through stuff. He's been through stuff.
Hey, I'll tell you what, brother. I sleep good.
At one time, it was real good. So
before he did piss me off, but I sleep good at night. I don't care what there could be people having a live on my name right now. I don't give a shit. Do what you guys are gonna do. I'm sticking to my mission without these weird ass and what I mean, they're distractions. That's all they are. These are weird distractions from people who either hate something about their life or think that they're exposing something so bad about you that they're about to eat this cloud up off your ass and flip you for $1. I'm good on that. Have fun doing that shit on the side. I'm gonna continue to the mission that I've started, Jeff. When I started this, it was about making a difference. It was about trying to help families any way that I can, donate to a family any way that I can, give them a platform to be a voice for the voiceless. That's always been the goal. It's been nothing but that. I don't sit around here asking for donations. I don't ask people to, fill up my change jar. I don't ask for none of that.
Right.
I get up on here, I cover the things that I'm super passionate about, and people I think honestly that these people are so fucking jealous that I get natural support from just being myself, and that they're fucking pretending to be some type of journalist that they're not, that they're just they gotta hate on me. I don't know what else it is. I can't speak for them. But I've watched people who were my friends too, even after Detective John, do the same exact thing. Like with Seth Rogers, when that stuff happened and he asked me to buy him a staccato gun, and there was just constant back-to-back red flags, and I shit cam him and Tony crap shit. Him and Tony Mathis, I had to, get rid of them because they were trying to drive a narrative on my channel. And I said it live multiple times. I won't let you guys drive a narrative on my channel. I'm going to say what I speak. I'm here to help. Try to find Sebastian. I'm not here to be a part of the drama. I'm not here to defend Tony. I'm not here to defend Seth. I'm here to try to help find your son, find Sebastian. That's why I jumped into this case in the first place. And anything that I could do to help, what can I do? Can I donate to you? Can I put money into the GoFundMe? What can I do to help? That's what I built this platform off of. And that's why I opened up Voice for the Voiceless LLC, the nonprofit organization, to be able to build it to some point to where I'm able to bless families, the less fortunate, the people who are struggling from losing someone that meant so much to them. Not only were they the person who was their hero, but the person who paid the bills, etc. And now all of a sudden they were murdered. That's what I do this shit for. I do this to make an impact, and not just the community online on YouTube. I have bigger plans than that. I want to go speak to the youth nationwide, to adults nationwide, people who are going through certain things and they think their life's over because of a depression or even drug use or somebody murdered. It doesn't matter. Like, I want to speak to those people and be able to touch their soul and help them make a change, because if I can do it, anyone can. And that's just a fact. If I can make changes in life and do the things that I had set out in my dreams, then I know that anyone out there listening right now, or that will listen to me talk to them in the future, I'll be able to connect with them in some way and help someone. And that's always been the goal. If I can help one person, then my soul is soothed.
Pay it forward.
You know?
Yeah, you know what? Today I was looking through, a bunch of old still pictures, right? And I did see a bunch of that were there. I like to take screenshots a lot of times when I get when you would bring my comment up or just cool comments, I take screenshots. I couldn't help but notice that these screenshots I was looking at during one of your lives said you had 30,000 subscribers. And you're like at what, 68,000 now? So you more than doubled.
And I went down. I
Yeah.
was at 73. People
Wow.
put out this shit about fake phone calls, and then I set up a fake phone call, and I seen a bunch of people start unsubscribing. So,
Oh yeah, I hope I was out there supporting you, saying that sounds ridiculous.
Good. You know what?
I said, I know T-REV. That does not sound like T-REV
I came
at
to
all.
terms with everything.
No need.
I said, what the fuck am I doing trying to, or like, why am I, one, letting this bother me? Two, when in the last 2.5 years have I ever let the words of somebody else knock me so off of my throne or seat, whatever you want to call it, and have me just completely abandon my platform that I busted my ass for to build the reputation that it has? But these people were out here bad mouthing it. And I saved their videos. And yeah, I'm going to sue some of these people for defamation of character for calling me things like a predator and saying that I prey on kids. You call me a predator? Show me some fucking paperwork where I ever was a predator. I bet you can't. If you ain't lived that life, if you ain't been R-worded, which you know what I'm saying, molested by somebody before, tortured for years, don't speak that language in my direction. Period. If you ain't lived and been on the trenches with people who struggled, lost somebody, seen anybody lose their life to violence in front of you, or you've been a predator to somebody, they locked you in a room and tortured you, don't fucking speak on my name in that manner whatsoever.
Right.
Because predator, you can look up my name right now and my name ain't attached to no predator shit. Point blank, period. That's a jacket that nobody will put on me, and they will have to answer for that. They'll have to answer for these statements of talking about I'm a predator and some child rape or whatever they wanted to put out and say about me. That's crazy as hell to put out to an audience of 400 or 500 people. You know? That's like me saying, yeah, Jeff is a child rapist. You know what I mean? You'd be pretty pissed off too if I was pushing that to a large audience.
Right. Easy now. They can edit that out of this. Take that little clip.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna tell you this right now. They can say whatever they want. I don't care. It is what it is. But those people will pay. The people who were out there putting up fake. The only thing that's ever been right that you'll ever hear about me is, yeah, I do owe child support. I ain't no fucking perfect person. I am far from perfect. But one thing I am, and one thing I'll always do, is speak the truth on anything, and I'm not scared to talk about it. Whether it's addiction, whether it's, my flaws, it doesn't matter what it is. And at the end of the day, all we have is our word. And I'll be damned if I let people, a bunch of fake ass control or a bunch of fake ass cancel culture people force my hand to come out and speak about something that they want me to speak about. Yo, start unsubscribing. Get the hell up out of here. Because I am not about to pander to anyone. And it's just that. I'm not going to pander to anyone. The real ones know. I see the real ones. They know what's up. The people who have the capacity to come ask questions, Jeff, and say, hey, look, I heard out there you did some fake phone calls or had Smoke call in and do this. It was that easy to come and ask me a question, not insinuate and spread around to thousands of others that I was exploiting Madeline Soto when that was far from the truth. Never happened. When it comes to this true crime shit, this is serious stuff. You don't play games like that. You don't make things up. This ain't a planned show like you see on the TV screen with Jerry Springer and all that. This ain't that. You're dealing with hearts of people, families that lost people in the most tragic way in their whole entire life. And you think that we're going to come up here and play a fucking game with, I don't care if it's a child, I don't care if it's an adult. A lost person is a lost person. A murdered person is a murdered person. They lost their life tragically. You don't play games with that. You can make little jokes on your lives talking about other stuff with your people, but when it comes to covering these cases, there's no joke about someone who endured trauma and lost their life during that. And that I wouldn't stand and let people put that on my name. And they will have to answer to me in a court of law for that shit, on that defamation that they were spilling on my name. Because the only thing that they've ever said that was true is that T-REV owes child support. That's a fact. I do owe child support. I've never said I didn't.
Right.
I also got custody of my son right now. So what are we talking about? And I'm working on getting custody of my daughter. So what are we really talking about? Why people are more worried
Which
about
I think is awesome.
You're fixing shit.
Awesome.
Yeah? I'm over here fixing the stuff that I've always wanted to fix. I'm over here getting the answers I've always wanted to get. And it's because of the Walking family, to be honest with you. A lot of y'all have motivated me to not just settle for making things better for the now. I'm looking at trying to set my kids up with a future and point them in the right direction. Unlike, I didn't have that guidance when I was younger. My dad was always out of town. My mom was on drugs. I didn't have somebody to say, hey, you're fucking up right now, or you're doing this right now, or you're doing that. I've been on my own since I was 13. So the fact that I can make a difference and break that curse in the family and, you know, help my daughter and my son, now that I've got the answers that I needed to get to send them off in the right direction. You know, 14 and 15 years old, they're right around the corner from being 18, 19, 20, you know?
Right. Yeah, these are important years to be around for them. I just had, I was teaching my daughter to drive the other day, and we got into a deep talk that I didn't expect, and she actually thanked me for being around all those years. It's my stepdaughter, so you know I'm not her real dad, but it was kind of cool. She thanked me for being around and said it probably made a big difference in her life, that, you know, because her dad's not really, you know, that involved, but I've been there for, you know, since elementary school to,
shout out
you know,
to you,
now
Jeff.
she's driving. You know, it's kind of weird too, because, you know, we don't hug a lot, but as we were getting ready to go into the house, I just reached up and I gave her a big hug. She's kind of stood there like a frozen statue from like, what are you doing? And I said, I appreciate all you said. That really meant a lot to me. And
I'm glad you did that, man. That's actually pretty cool. And that's kind of how I started off as an 18-year-old. I was a father to 2 kids that weren't mine, right? When I turned 18, I remember getting with her, and she already had 2 kids, and immediately I was being called dad within like a month and a half. And I was like, wow, you know, it hit different. Then when I see my son be born, it was like, oh, I'm changing my life. I'm getting up out the streets. I'm putting these guns down. I'm done slinging drugs. I'm done doing this. And then I had a few mishaps, right, where I had fell back, but nothing like before he was born. Like when my son was born, it changed my whole entire life. And people look at it like, yo, they hear T-REV's a deadbeat. No, I'm not. I could show you pictures right now when I was there from, you know, the time he was born all the way up to 6 years old when they removed me off the lease and illegally got me pushed up out that bad boy. You know what I mean? And then after that, I ended up going into the war or like the mental war, because I couldn't take it no more. Every time I closed my eyes, Jeff, I would see my son and my daughter in my head. And it fucked with me so bad because I was so used to being there with them every day for 6 years straight that it made me not want to be here no more. So I had to, instead of doing something stupid, I walked into the hospital and said, hey, look, this is what I'm feeling. I keep seeing this. Can you please help me? And I went in and did that instead of doing the other way around, like a lot of people, cowards do. They end it all. And I don't want to be that coward. I got to be a leader. So, but at the same time, I'm not scared to walk forward and say, hey, I need help.
Right.
I'm not. I'll do it any day of the week. I don't care what I'm going through. I'm going to say, hey, I need help. Or I feel this way. Sometimes I'll shell off from the rest of the world and hold in certain problems, right? And not say nothing. But I noticed how destructive that is to yourself as a person. And it can really rip you down.
Yeah, we're designed to need help sometimes. I mean, like, especially when we're young and born, we need help out of the womb. We need help learning to walk. There comes more times later in life too. You need more help, and yeah, it's nothing. It's noble.
I see a lot of legit. I see a lot of legit and loyal folks in here that, you know, because people think that I don't have eyeballs and that I don't see. Like, I can literally see. And
hey, T-REV, I'll be right back.
You're good, brother.
Hear you. I can still hear you, but I'll be right back.
You're good. You're good. Take your time. I'm just saying, some people, you know, I don't know. They get up on YouTube and look at screens and think people are just perfect. Like, I don't understand that part. I really don't, because I've never claimed to be perfect, or I don't walk on. I did tons of wrong things in many situations, just as any other human has. I don't walk on water, but I stand on my passion and I stand on what I believe in. I'm sure every single one of us make mistakes every single friggin' day, but it's about how can you better yourself? How can you help your family? When you become an adult and you have children that are now 14, 15, you got to start worrying about their future. You got to start worrying about what direction you want to put them in. What kind of example do you want to set for them? Because if you ain't doing for yourself, how you going to set an example for them? That's really how I look at it. My son's tall as hell too. He's taller than me. I'm looking up at my son like, damn, big show. You know what I'm serious. He's tall, man. He's like 6 foot almost. Right?
They call you Shorty. What's up, Shorty?
I'm 5'6". I'm looking up at this boy like, yeah, I brought you in this world. I'll take you out, boy. Yeah. What'd you say to me, little man? Nah, you know. I lost a lot of weight too, Jeff, through that little depression I went through. Did you know that when I got off here, I was like 210 pounds. I weigh like 154 right now.
Wow.
I
That's
lost
a lot.
I was depressed and just staying in bed and not eating, and I was going through it in my own self. I wasn't saying anything to anyone about it. I was just going through it. And Michaela would be like, go live. And I was like, man, fuck going live. I don't want to go and see these bunch of fake ass motherfuckers that claim they love you and blah, blah, blah. I was mad for real. I said, right. I'm good. I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to go. And, I would, again, lay there, roll back and forth, think about all this, think about all the good memories, but then see the bad, see all these people who were their supporters one day, and now all of a sudden they think they're fucking YouTube stars and they're trashing me in the most worst way ever. I'm like, damn, dude, this is crazy. So again, pay attention to your circle before they hurt you. And always mess with people, always work with people who have the ambition and hunger that you have. Don't let goofies around you.
It's like that movie. You remember that movie Wreck-It Ralph? The second one, I think, when he walked into that room and he saw all those negative social media comments about him, and it was just one after another after another. It just like tore him down, and that stuff's painful. It's painful to see, especially when it's coming from people that you thought were your friends.
I tried to play off that I was okay to y'all, Courtney, Monarch, anyone else who watched. I tried to, I'm back, y'all. I'm gonna be on tonight, tomorrow, the next day, the day. I tried to play it off like I was fine. I wasn't fine, but it's okay. Yeah. Like I should have been.
Keep a list of phone numbers to call, man. Yeah, put me on that list. You can call me anytime. If you ever going through something like that again, call me. Like the end of that song. What's that rap song that you got that you say at the end of it? You say like, if you ain't got nobody to talk to,
that's Deep Depression.
Here I am.
That's Deep Depression Part 1, and I'm pretty sure I say it on Deep Depression Part 2. And you're right. I should have picked up the phone and talked to anyone I know that supported or showed love or loves me in general. And I should have came to even Rep Game members who are here that I know truly support and love me to death. I could have opened up to any one of them and they would have listened to me. But
I know it's hard though when you got like, say, let me see, I got 70,000 people I could contact. Who should I
punish myself? Like I just, I don't want you guys to hear me complaining every time you friggin' see me. Like, who the hell wants to be around someone who always is, yeah, well, I got to there earlier today and all of a sudden this, you know what I mean? Nobody wants to hear a bunch of bullshit all day long about you not being able to get over certain things. So I'm definitely, I just didn't want to put that in people's ears. I don't want to come and put that in people's ears.
I can relate to that. There've been times where like a party or event that I didn't go to because I was like, nobody wants to hear my, like I'm feeling down on myself. I remember I missed like a really big party I really should have gone to.
I believe I
just stayed home and I played Halo for like 10 hours and then went to bed.
You see what Monarch just said? I respect T doing the spirit box, but sometimes they can bring out bad spirit. I believe that happened and that the spirit and the entity in this house was weighing on my depression and mental health. And I'm not saying that as an excuse. I'm saying that because I'm being dead ass serious. Monarch. I honestly, when I read that, that just gave me chills, by the way. That gave me chills, by the way, because that's kind of what happened. Like there was a negative entity here feasting on my depression. And it literally, like I literally was having these like stages of temper. Not like where I'm punching shit or nothing like that, but just frustration and sadness that I just could not get out of. I could not get out of it. And on top of that, I'm having a poltergeist type haunting where shampoo bottles are moving afoot and book bags are getting dragged to the middle of the floor. Stuff in the closet's moving around on its own. And, I knew that it was a spirit or something, right? I had to cleanse this whole entire place out. And I don't know if what's his name brought something here or what happened, but it didn't start happening until after what's his name came and visited here. After he left, it was like a dark stain in here. And it just didn't go away until recently when I snapped. I said, get the fuck away from me. You can't use my energy. You can't do. I went off. And ever since then, they ain't tried to come near me. I'm serious too. I didn't try to come near me. None of that. Like I've been just back to myself ever since I snapped. And
you got to be careful with that stuff.
Absolutely.
I had an experience with a Ouija board that was just pretty lets me know this something's out there, and it's sometimes it's not a nice thing.
I appreciate all the kind words. I see you guys. I remember Lo was around too, and Lo's another person where people got in between drama and running their mouth on here, and it's like, what's going on? We work. Yeah, all of us would work so much better if we all worked together to fight the main problem, to make the change. But instead, this is what our government wants. They want us to hate each other. They want us to be at war with each other. If we're not at war with each other, then people aren't dying. Or it's crazy the fact that a lot of us fall for this bullshit, and we just go against each other and hate on each other and try to rip each other down. I just refuse to be a part of that. I refuse to be a part of that. I used to be there.
I like the great philosopher Rodney King said, "Can't we all just get along?" Right? Seems simple.
Well, sometimes you can try. There's a certain people you can't, and it is what it is. Don't look that direction. Keep working on yourself. You can't fix other people all the time. You can't, you can't fix the world, but what you can control is what you do.
Have you ever messed with a Ouija board?
Fuck no, and I never would either.
Yeah.
Excuse my language, but you couldn't pay me enough. PKC or Miss Go Lightly could come in here right now and say, "Hey, Brad, I'll pay you $1.5 million if you play on the Ouija board for 5 minutes." I'll turn that shit down right now. People will be like, "Well, oh my God, he didn't pick it up for $1.5 million?" Hell no. Because I know the demons that come with that shit. And people be like, "Oh, well, the spirit box is the same thing." Hell no, it ain't. Hell no, it ain't. I've seen it. I've been around it. I've never played it, but I've been around it, and I see where those people are right now. My mom, drug addict, current day. My brother, overdosed multiple times, heroin addict. I've seen the type of demons they got on their backs, and I ain't fitting to join them either. So you could, there ain't enough money in the world that would make me play on a Ouija board.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, the one time I did it, it was we were maybe 13, 14, something like that. We were young, but it was 4 of us. And one of the things that I remember is we each had 2 hands on it, or maybe it was 1 hand each. But that we asked the little thing, "How fast can you go around in a circle?" All of a sudden, it started going around and around real fast.
Oh my
and
God.
it's got 3 little legs, right? And one of the legs fell off right on my side of the board, and it was just hanging off, so the thing stopped. So I took one hand off and lifted up the little foot to put it back on the board, and the thing just took off with my other hand still on it. Continued going in a fast circle. And it's just the kind of thing, it's like, you can tell nobody is doing this. None of the 4 of us. It was just so smooth and moving in such a circle that it's like, I mean, I still kind of keep in touch with my friend that, you know, one of my best friends. And when we talk about it, it's like, yeah, there's still today, no doubt was somebody you know, one of us doing it, trying to fool the others. But he asked the dumbest question you could ever ask a Ouija board. He asked it how old he'll be when he dies. That was a dumb question to ask a Ouija board because it said 42, and I'm telling you, I'm sure that year that full year. Now he's past it, so it lied, but that whole year that he was 42, I'm sure was like hell. Like you're thinking, like, could that thing be right? It's like, whoa, almost stepped out into traffic, almost got hit by a car or something. You know, could that thing be right? So yeah, when he on his 43rd birthday, I was happy.
You coming, Joe? Jack? What were you doing? I said I'm still doing a full-blown paranormal show on my paranormal channel, like where I go to documented haunted locations. It's just a gift I've always had, is to be able to communicate with the deceased on the other side. No matter where I'm at, it don't matter. People go, well, you have to be in the location to do it. No, the hell you don't, and I got proof you don't.
I gotta get my son's mom in touch with you. Remember the one I told you? She's a twin sister, born on 9/11. Also born on 9/11.
Yeah.
Her and her sister have a paranormal YouTube channel, and they go into these haunted houses with spirit boxes and with a couple cameras set up, and they talk to the, you know, say, "Are you here?" You know, it's wild. Dang, I can't remember the name of their channel. They just started recently. They've got a couple videos up. I'll get you their info.
It's crazy, Captain James. I just don't. I'm not a firm believer in messing around with the Ouija board that summons straight up demons. Like I said, I've heard people say the spirit box does the same thing. I've been on the spirit box for years and years and years and years and years, and they never seen what the Ouija board has done to some of the people I know in my life. So, and you gotta have, even with spirit box, you can make big mistakes, and if you don't close your session out, and there's tons of different things that come with it.
Right? Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, if you don't close it, you kind of like leaving the door open, right?
Oh my goodness, man! You know how many times I've did that and felt like shit for days because of my energy being drained, and just feel. And I even felt presence of spirits. But here is haunted shit. This house that I'm sitting in, this room, I had to clear whatever was in that closet out of here because every time that I was in the studio, I kept feeling like you need to get out, like backed in the corner. And you just know, like I knew something was here with me. I could feel it. I could feel their eyes on me or whatever it was. I had to clear this place. I had to literally look up different seances, like and prayers, to get rid of whatever energy was in here. And people have died in this house. There's people that died on this land. This is a sacred area. There's a lot of, it has a lot of history. So it's not like where I was. Nobody ever died. Where I was at in Indiana, nobody ever died in that place. Here, there's been death. And I mean, even across the street in the basement, I think it was 2 or 3 people burned to death in the basement across the street. And I'm pretty sure they come across and try to speak. Spirits try to contact me all the time. But Caleb will feel them come up like, what the hell is that? Oh, they heard it just pushed over. I'm like,
you know, another thing that Ouija board did, and like I said, I've talked to my friend about it. He remembers it exactly the same way. But so it's the 4 of us in a basement, just an unfinished basement, concrete floor, 4 of us sitting there. The only thing in that room was a wooden chair. And we asked the Ouija board, can you move that chair? And it said, not now. And then later we noticed the chair was on the other side of the room. Now, there's an explanation for it, though, because we were the older kids. There were some younger kids that came down at one moment, and they were running around in a circle around us. And us older kids were like, get out of here. This is not for kids. And then they went up. So I assume logic would say one of those kids moved the chair. But who knows? Who's to say something didn't say, you know, hey, kid, move that chair. I just told them I would move the chair later. You know, that kind of thing. I don't know.
Remember, man, demons work on their time. They don't work on any demand, or spirits, demons, they don't work on the demand. Seriously, they especially demons, they work on their time and they'll feast on you. They'll feast on you emotionally. And I'm telling you, it's real. People don't believe it. It's real. Those demons will literally feast on your most weakest part of your heart. Anything that gets to you, they will continue to get at you that way. Right, and either you're going to do something to change it, or you're gonna keep going in the downward spiral. It's that simple. There's no in between. It's real as shit.
I remember when we first started talking to the Ouija board and asking it questions, we kind of started to realize that all the questions we were asking, at least one of us knew the answer. So that's when we started trying to come up with questions that were more like where none of us knew the answer to see. But I can't remember of anything that it seemed to be. I mean, that seemed to be a thing. It's like, okay, could answer if somebody knew the answer already.
Man, bro, I've been live for 21 hours today. That's crazy.
T-REV, I did find my my son's mom's or my ex-wife's paranormal channel. Is it okay if I put it in here?
Yeah.
For you and for anybody else.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go check it out. They've only they've got
drop it in private chat back here too.
Oh, okay, they've got like 17 videos up so far.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Do they go to actual haunted places?
Yeah, so they go like I heard them. They were talking to, remember what's her Strange Suspicion? Remember you know them? She actually, my ex-wife came up on there and was talking to them. So she mentioned C.J. Faison. Is that C.J. Faison Farm? I guess it's a haunted farm. Strange Suspicion recognized the name right away. So I'm not into paranormal that much, so I didn't know what they were talking about. But apparently this is a and they go into like a place called Penhurst Asylum.
Yes,
so
Penhurst,
they go into
Ghost Adventures went there, and I'm pretty familiar with the area because I've watched that episode multiple times. Because that's actually one place that I want to go next to Axpeliska Murder House.
Yeah, so they've got like a 35-minute video where they set up cameras and did stuff inside of Penhurst. They actually title it "Scary Penhurst." Dude,
that
Asylum.
place is haunted as hell.
Yeah,
it is. It's super haunted, and I'm telling you, one of the main places I want to go to is the Axpeliska Murder House, because when Ghost Adventures was there, they got an EVP that said, "I killed 6 kids." Like that. And he did. The person did kill 6 kids and the 2 adults. So 2 of them were neighbors that were over there staying the night with their friends, and the rest was the family. This person axed every single one of them with an axe in cold blood and killed these kids. And it took the Titanic off the front page back in the day. I've done a lot of research on it. I even got a little docuseries I've been working on with that I'm gonna put on the Paranormal channel, because it fascinates me that they had people that admitted to the crime, etc. And I'm talking Axpeliska Murder House, and they didn't get arrested. In fact, the jurors didn't believe him, and he got off on it. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. But 6 kids, Jeff. They went to church. This person waited in the attic for him, came out and axed them all in their head.
Oh my gosh.
Little ass kids, man. Little kids. Like 7, 8, 12. It's crazy. You know? Good night to you too, Dietrich. Nice to see you, by the way. Long time no see. Glad to see you here. Just says, well, good night. Have to sleep. But good seeing you, Trev. Stay protected. God is what we need to keep up safe from this evil. I agree. That's a fact. I appreciate you joining us here tonight, Dietrich. Nice to see you, like I said before. And thank you for coming by. And obviously, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate you. You know what I mean?
Now, sitting here with Jeff, he should make a song with that acoustic guitar, you know?
We definitely gotta turn the tides a little bit. You know, like I feel like a couple months ago we didn't see, or there was like this animosity there that should have never been there with the there was a lot of work we had planned to do, me and you. I know you remember. We've talked about a lot of stuff. Yeah. And I still want to continue that. Like there's no I don't see why we couldn't. I feel like we could do it. We could continue it and continue to make a difference, continue to help, continue to bring the visuals alive, etc. I've been learning in audio production a lot about not just Adobe, but also Pro Tools and audio editing. You know, a lot like that. I mean, I'm already self-trained with it, but learning how to do things properly is something totally different. Because when you're self-trained, it might not be the proper way, but you know your sound. Everything that I do, I mix and master my own music, or it could be the vocals on my documentary. I do it all myself. So when I'm learning from the big dogs, which where I go right now, or the audio production program I'm in, they are actually working with people from Atlantic Records. And if you make it through the 4-year course, there's a job waiting for you after. I don't think I would take that job, but yes, there is a job that you will get. And you get to work hands-on again with Atlantic Record execs who donate their time to work with young adults that want to learn music and or want to become something as far as like an engineer or an artist or whatever. And they do devote their time free to work with those adults. And that's why I chose what I chose. But after watching this trial though, like I've honestly contemplated backing out and doing law. I did. I contemplated backing out and like just doing law. So I was like, after seeing that case, the case with Melody and the kids and everybody on the stand and just the fuckery I seen in that trial, I was like, damn, man, this makes me want to try to go fight for innocent people, or people I believe that are innocent, that are being ganged up on and lied on and manipulated by other people, especially with shit that doesn't add up. Did you find it?
Right.
Okay. What do you mean there's something on the porch? Let me see. Hold up.
We need the theme music for, was it Jeopardy? Like do 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 do. T-REV will be back after this message. It's good to see everybody here in chat, and so good to see T-REV. This is really really awesome. I don't know how anybody does a 10.5 hour live stream so far. I would have gotten up out of the chair the way he did and dropped dead.
I feel bad for a motherfucker that trespasses over here. Talking about a loud bang. I feel bad for somebody who trespasses. Leave me the hell alone. I don't bother no one.
You got click, click, boom.
Click, click, you're damn right. Click, click, boom, quicker than you better pick up a broom after, because I'm not playing no games. You come here where my child is, you will pay. I don't bother nobody, Jeff. I'm not over here threatening people and saying, oh, I'm going to go pull up on you and whip your ass. You come into my space where my child is, it's over. It's curtains. Hang it up.
It's on.
It's on like Donkey Kong. Don't bring shit around don't do nothing in front of my child. None of that. I don't bother you. Don't bother me. Keep your shit up on the internet. That's great.
Look at that nice thing Lotus said. You said a nice comment from Lotus. That's nice. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Radio voice. I've heard a lot of people said that. I've seen a lot of people say that in the past.
I don't think I have a great voice. I mean, when I try to do a voiceover for like a video or something, I do actually make it sound different than it just when I'm talking. But a lot of people do compliment me on my voice. I appreciate that. It might be the microphone. This is like a $1,000 microphone that came from a job I used to work at.
Thank you, Jack. You guys gonna make me go get him and make him come in here and be the podcaster. Little Austin Jr. He's a big boy. He's a big boy for sure.
Open panel and phone calls. What's your thoughts on Bryan Kohberger and the Idaho 4?
Well, Tom, let me tell you what. I got something to say about Kohberger. He's a fucking prick, Jeff. You know? He's a fucking prick. He talks, he does all these weird things in his classroom. He was acting different after the mad ass. He's a fucking cocksucker. Okay? It's Papa Sal. Make sure you guys hit the like button as you're coming in. Smash the thumbs up bell and all that good fucking shit for T-REV, you know? I'm fucking me. I'm not changing for no one. I cuss every other sentence. And my name is Papa Sal. You understand me? Jeff, what are you laughing at, you fucking prick? No.
I do. Right, that's what he would say.
That's what he said. He would say that straight
Yeah.
up. You laughing at, you fucking prick.
He always reminded me of like Louis from that show Taxi, you know, just
I love that guy, man. I don't care. He could hate me to death right now, and I still love him to death.
I still got like I got those screen grabs that I took from. Remember, he was on the Golden Girls as an Elvis impersonator. I still got those still pictures of that. I'm not quite sure which one is him again. I might have to figure that out again. I didn't.
He's just Papa Sal's one of those guys you just can't help but love him.
Yeah.
Pause. Not that. I'm just saying you can't help but love him. Like literally, because he's a good-hearted dude. Like people take the cussing and like, get this fucking guy off of here. Nah, like if you take time to get to know who Papa Sal is, that dude's got a good heart. He's got a very good heart, and he cares about people, a lot of people. He doesn't just care about one favorite this. He listens to everybody. He talks to everybody, and he treats you like a human until you don't treat him like a human.
That was always one of my favorite parts of the show when he'd call in. That was a highlight, definitely.
Yeah, man, it's you know, like I said, Papa Sal's a very good dude. I don't care. He could be out there saying shit about me right now, and I wouldn't give a shit. I love that guy. I love that guy. Miss that guy. I wish him well. Again, miss the hell out of him. I know he used to be very sick a lot though, and that kind of worries me. I hope he's not going through like a sick spell or something. I'm gonna have to go through my phone and really message him and be like, man, are you all right? I just want to know you're okay. Because that guy is like I said, he's a good guy. I could never just sit here and trash him. I've been mad at him before for certain things, right? But nothing that's like, it's petty. It's petty. That guy's a good-hearted dude, and he loves people. And those are my type of people. The people who are just, you know, welcoming to everyone and doesn't treat anyone different. He's one of them. You know?
Right.
Telling you. He's one
you
of
know
them.
what? I found the still picture from Golden Girls with Papa Sal in it.
That's
would
funny.
you know him to know which one he is?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me see. Let me put this up and see if you.
How could you forget a face like that?
Well, I just couldn't remember which Elvis impersonator was him. I know Quentin Tarantino is the one in the back middle. This is.
Oh, I see him right
this
here.
Is which one's him?
I see a
Light
couple
blue?
of Papa Sal's in there. Yeah, him for sure, 100%. That's him. If I gotta go with one on that screen right now, that's him.
Maybe by putting this up, maybe he'll see it and he'll like call in to correct us. Like, no, that ain't me. It's the other one. You prick.
You fucking prick. I am the guy in the black that looks like fucking Elvis. How dare you point out that prick in the blue?
Yeah,
He
this
looks
one
like he's got sugar in
definitely. Quentin Tarantino is right there. Played a cameo in that. Right there.
Papa Sal be like,
that guy looks like he's got fucking sugar in his tank. You gonna say I look like that prick?
That would be.
That looks like him right there.
Oh yeah, to me it does.
My memory was telling me that he was in the light blue. I wish I'd have written it down, but I think that was it.
Chatty Kit Kat, you've been around. You know the Papa Sal era. Shout out to Chatty Kit Kat. She's been around for a while. Same with Low 12. Same with a lot of everyone that I see in here. Maybe a few.
I had a feeling if I searched for the word Papa, it would be there on my hard drive.
Man, he's like I said, man, that's a good ass dude. And same with Granny too. Shout out to Granny. I know I talked to her a few days, maybe during the Jake Paul fight. You probably don't know what I'm talking about. Her name's I Gotta Know, but great person. Another great-hearted.
Oh, I just saw a comment from Granny. A real nice comment, right? Granny
No.
No.
There's a couple Grannies in chat. I see that, but her name's I Gotta Know. But we call her Granny in Discord because she's always she's always like, here's the keys. I'm going to bed at like 8 o'clock at night. And we're like, what's going on?
you're going to bed all fucking ready.
She's like, don't crash the car. It'd be like, that was her routine every night. Shout out to her. Miss her too. Very good person. I know she's been busy though, like on her political shit and watching with Trump. And, you know, we all have lives. But, you know, I miss my people. I'll tell you that much. Same with Terry Papp. Where's Terry Papp at? Miss you, my friend. Love you. Love you did that. You know? Terry Papp's another one of the ones that was around during Idaho 4. And just I got to know who these people are. And they're good-hearted people outside of YouTube. Like, they would give you the shirt off their damn back. And those are my type of people. You know what I mean? That's what the world needs. The world needs more love instead of all the hatred and this person versus that person or us versus them.
That's for sure. You know, there's actually, not to be like a Bible thumper or anything, but there's a Bible verse that I always like that says, if you to do everything that you do with love, and if you don't do it with love, then to God you're just a worthless clanging cymbal. I think that's how it's roughly worded.
I'm gonna check on him tonight, Kara. I remember Kara too. You got a familiar face. I swear you probably changed your name, but you seem familiar. Is Papa Sal okay? I hope he is. Now I got to check on him just because enough people asked, is he okay? I would assume he was. Last time I heard from him was right before I stopped going live all the time. I was on some shit just popped off with Seth. I cut it off with Seth and stopped messing with him. And Papa Sal came on us. He went on. I'll never forget. He said,
"You're gonna let this fat fucking prick get you out of your character and who you are? Don't let this fucking prick steer you like this. That fat mother."
Like, he was going off. I was like, oh shit. Papa Sal really was letting it go. Boy, he was not playing. He no holds barred. I was like, damn. You know. He called up and I immediately, I'll never forget it because I immediately just started smiling. Like, damn, I miss this guy, man. He's like a father. He's like a grandfather. A father, grandfather, however you want to put it. He's like that. And he just gives you those vibes. And again, I do hope he's okay. Maybe he sees this, maybe he doesn't. I'm going to hit him up, though. I got a number for him. I don't know if it's the same number, but I'm going to message it and say, hey, bro, miss you. I hope you're okay. At least let me know you're alive.
Love you, pal.
You know? You said Sal don't play. He grew up in the Bronx. That's a fact. Sal definitely never played. He's serious about a lot of shit that he's saying, too. That's the thing. Got the biggest heart, though. Jennifer, thank you. I appreciate you for the 15 months and the commitment to the Rep Gang family. Thank you so much for sticking out through my bullshit of being absent, not being on YouTube. I appreciate you rocking with me the whole entire time and being here now that I'm back and feeling well. So I appreciate you, Jennifer. Thank you so much for that loyalty. She says, T-REV and Rep Gang, missed everyone. Definitely a yes on you. And Jeff doing a jam stream. I'm down. That definitely soothes the soul. Music always soothes the soul for me. Always love the comment. Those are encouragement.
You still close your show with the Rev Gang Strong song?
You damn right. I close it with everything. Glad to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Death Valley. Hell yeah.
That was one of those songs, like, you'd play it and then probably like 4 hours later it's still stuck in my head, right?
I got my shit is it's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game. This shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick it up brains. You give up a little info that can steal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash shit. They touch kids, but the judge gives an ass kiss. And you expect us to want to roll with that shit? He touch a kid that gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a teen, sneaking in the family, then killing a teen. I said, now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell. Come on now, Dub. You know I do this shit. You know what I do.
That's right. That's right.
I do this shit in my sleep. I make music all the time, man. I need to start making it all the time again. I haven't made something that I truly want to. I started getting the beats ready for my next album, and I'm working on that. That's therapy to me, though. This what I'm making on that. So when I share it, you'll hear it. But I'll probably record a few of those live. And I like recording songs live. I don't know what it is, but I do like getting down live and showing people the process of, when you're in your creative bag. So for instance, like I made My Piece live. What was it? My Piece. And I made that. I was really going through deep depression, heavy. And I was on with the Rev Gang at this time. And every single hater that had shit to say, I put my aggression in that song. Like at the beginning. I don't even know if you heard it. I don't know if you heard My Piece or not. Did
I don't know if I know that. Do you recognize the one that's in that I got backstage on there? That's.
Let me see.
That's the one that sticks in my head for like days after I hear it.
Oh, this one right here. I'll show you which one I'm talking about because I made this one. I was frustrated. I remember I was super frustrated when I made this shit, but I own it. Like all the shit is mine. It's original. I own the beat. I own exclusively. Like I make sure that what I get is exclusively mine and not somebody else's. That way, when I make music, it's timeless music. And it's a piece of art that I could say, hey, I truly own this art. Where's this at? Where's it at? Where to find it? Maybe you'll know as soon as you hear it. Maybe you won't. Let's see. Where the hell is it hiding at? Right here.
Yeah. Man, I've been waking up these last couple days and just not feeling like myself. Feeling deep down with this depression in my mental health. I know we all feel that way. I've talked to a lot of people in the Rev Gang, and I know they feel like that too. And that's why a lot of us relate. We felt that pain. We wake up every day and stand up for those who feel it also. This is more than a movement. I really love this shit. I put my heart and soul into it too. Look, man, let's get to it. Wake up every day, going through depression. Learned another lesson as I count my blessings. Rise above the pain, make a new impression. Backs turn on me for the fame, casting shadows of doubt. Every time that you speak on my name, but that will be a stepping stone for the clout of the fame. When the truth comes to light, the face will burn out in the shame. I'll keep rising above while they stay stuck in the game. Turning every light of fuel for my flame. Never flaunting my wealth, but still played in the game. Boy, gave from my heart just to get stabbed in my back. Now I'm treated like an enemy, cause loyalty they lack. Jealous of my rise, envious of my path. While they plot and scheme, I keep my goals intact. The envy fuels my drive, ignites my inner wrath. Facing all lies, I'll never let them pass. Bringing light to the lost, the ones we need to find. Families torn apart, left broken behind. Just them felon kids who vanish in the night. We keep raising our voice until we make it right. Voice of the voiceless, echoes in the dark, shining through the shadows, igniting every spark. Together we'll stand strong, never back down. Fighting for justice, till the lost is found. Hands throw the shade, they try to drag me down, but I rise above the lies and wear my strength like a crown. The waves feel my fire, but can't dim my glow. Every step I take forward leaves them stuck at the dope. Innocent lives lost, kids gone without a trace. We fight for justice every day to bring light to the case. Too many tears shed, too many hearts torn apart. And we won't rest till we bring peace to every heart. You don't need anyone to pave your way. You've got the strength to rise and slay. Let's do it. Remember, success is in your hands, and the love from your true ones is all you need to stand. That's a fact. When the world tries to bring you down, just look around and wear your crown. You've got the fire, the drive, the spark to light up your night. Look, stay ahead of the fate. Keep your balance up straight. Don't let a sucker in your circle that just turns to a snake. I remember you were here but couldn't look me in the face. If you want what I got, you gotta really feel the pain, boy. It takes commitment. You really gotta love what you're pitching. This ain't a job to me. I wake up and really clip this. I feel the pain from these victims. That's why I stay to myself, cause all they want is your wealth. They see you getting money, then they start to want it themselves. That's not what it's about. You're thinking of clout.
Missions making a change for the families losing their mouth. I used to be the person with no voice It was like I said, it was like I was silenced from the start, really with no choice. And if I could go back, I would hug my mom and help everyone off drugs so nothing would go wrong. We were failed by the system. Voices never mentioned. People doing dope, dying in my kitchen. CPS at the door because somebody called the system. What you know about felon with a family with no vision. Grew up in the hood, never knew what love was. Always waiting for my dad by the window like a bus. I evolved into me and found out what love was. I ain't letting off the brakes until God picks me up. Well, I was going off on that shit. I was eating that shit.
That's awesome, T-REV. Now that's you recorded that yourself? That's a one-man recording, mix, performance, engineer, mix.
All of it. Every single bit of it.
It sounds damn good, man.
You know, like you could probably hear the that's me doing that. Like I don't know. That's my signature on the track.
But I love all the voices you're doing too at the same time that are layered and stuff, man. That's my favorite part of it.
Well,
and the words, of course.
You know where that came from is like once you get used to doing this music shit, you begin to master it, right? In a sense, like I've been in the studio with some greats, somebody who was very, very, very talented that just blew my mind when I was in the studio with them. So I've learned from some people who are really good at the craft, and I've, always learned from them, but also I use what works for me also. So I'll add a little bit of this, sprinkle a little bit of that. But when it comes to getting in the studio, I could write a verse in 5 minutes. It doesn't matter. It comes out like a typewriter, and there's never a time where I sit down and I'm like, damn, I can't write right now. I can always write 24/7. I mean, I just finished writing my book. I'm going to be dropping my book soon. It's like 10 chapters. It's about, everything from the beginning journey all the way up to YouTube and even through some of the struggles after that. So I can't wait to drop that because I put a lot of time into that book. I put a lot of time into it. Crazy.
That'll be on my shelf.
It's good. I want to get a hard copy of it. I was going to release it as an ebook, but I do want to get hard copies too and drop it just for those people who, maybe need encouragement or want to be like, damn, how do you wake up every day and do this? Or how do you do that? Like every answer is in there for you. Do what you love.
Can you play a minute of that other song of yours I got backstage?
Which one?
I think it's a Rev Gang Strong.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was right about.
Did you make that video?
Yeah, the video.
Yeah. You see it? I guess you play it from your end, right? Or do it?
Let me see. I got you.
I shared it, but I don't know if it's.
You're talking about. I just was looking right at it.
That's like the first frame of it with the bars. Yeah. Yeah, that takes me back.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it came with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me.
No, to give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. No, and up for the families that took a loss. It's something that we find important. Rev gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my time, my job. Well, I'm telling you, boy, that shit's easy. Easy performances. Like it's nothing. Like it's sleeping. I can get out of bed and start doing it at a high level. Like music is therapy to me. So it's like having a conversation with you, but putting my conversation on the beat. You know what I mean? That's what that shit is to me. It's poetry. And of course I could do it in different ways. And I'll never stop making music. I don't give a what nobody says. People be like, T-REV does true crime so he can promote his fucking music. I'm like, well, you must care to fucking sit there and listen to what I gotta say then. You're more worried about me, like, get off my nuts, you know? I don't care. That's my therapy. You want to try to put down my therapy? It'll never work. I love music so much. I could never drop music because the opinions of others be like, yeah, you shouldn't be making me like nobody. You could say, Jeff could go, yeah, I just don't think you should be making music right now. Or I don't think maybe you should look at something else. It's therapy. Not that you would say that, because I know you wouldn't. But in general, it's therapy to me. Right. So there's not a dollar sign that you could put on what I feel when I make a song. There's no dollar sign that anyone could put what it feels like when you get into the studio and you're so locked in on everything. Like for the instance, the album that I dropped, that I have hard copy sitting right next to me right now, Voice for the Voiceless. This album right here, God was with me on every single fucking song that I've made on this bad boy. And it's in every single, the songs speak for themselves. The messages, the mission, just, the transformation, the change. Again, when I made that album, God was with me every step of the way. And not only was he with me, I was just able to get out my message at such a high level, and it felt better than any other time. When it was like that one time that felt the best, that was what I felt on this one. Like, right. This is meant to be this, and the message is this, and it's impacting. And that's just what it was. It didn't change.
Right. You got to get a sense that you're not making it alone. You got a guiding hand on you.
Love it, man. Damn, 11 hours? Damn, I've really been live for 22 hours? Damn. This is crazy.
I better get off to bed pretty soon. Here.
Hold up.
I did hold up.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
I gotta
get out myself. But hey, I'll go live again. I'll take an hour break and come right back on this. Nobody can outstream me. There's not one streamer out here that can keep up with me when it comes to streaming and keeping the high level of energy the whole entire time. Not one of them. And I don't know who, because I don't pay attention to you could mention them right now and I wouldn't know who they are. But I don't know.
You ever fall asleep while the stream is going though? You ever fall asleep and wake up?
But with this type of energy that I'm on now, with the things that I've been paying attention to, there's no way I'm not falling asleep on stream. I could run this shit 40 hours straight and not bat an eye. I'll get up to go piss, get back, and come right back over here. And Kohberger was running. Like, I'm not. It doesn't stop when the fire's burning. You get what I'm saying? Like when the fire's burning, it's on like Donkey Kong, and you can't.
What do I feel like if
being outdone? Huh?
Yeah. Why do I feel like if you did fall asleep, you would snore, and the snoring would have a beat, and
for sure, you never know.
You'd rap snore.
You never know. It'd be something. It'd be something for sure. But I definitely could run right now for 40 hours, guarantee it. Yeah, guarantee it. I've already been on 21, 22.
Hey, do you want to hear this? This is this clip I found that Leslie was talking about from Banfield.
Run
it. The Banfield cops. Here's let me put it up here. The thing to listen for is what Saeed says. Wait, sorry.
Saeed.
Here we go. Yeah, so Saeed is. Saeed is. So the police officer there on the Banfield says, we got to wait to hear back from dispatch. So dispatch is the word you're listening for. It's what is said after dispatch. And I'm not even going to like set your mind towards anything. I'm just going to want you to hear it and see what you think, because people hear different things. So
run it. Let's hear it. Oh, here it is, right here. Boom. I'm saying run it, and I didn't even add it. Second channel is I'm down.
All right, so let's see.
Down.
Okay, so it's on the loop.
So if that comes back good, yeah, you're free to go. Are these your boys?
No, I don't know them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just hang on, my man. Yeah, let wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
All right, no worries.
You guys taking off on me? So if that comes back.
Damn.
Sorry, I had muted. Do you want to hear did you hear what he said after the word dispatch?
It sounds
Or
like
do you want to hear it
yeah.
again?
Yeah, run it again real quick. What am I listening for again?
Okay. Yeah, so listen to what the other guy says right after the cop says dispatch.
Mm-hmm.
Back good. Yeah, you're free to go. Are these your boys?
No, I don't know them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just hang on, my man. Yeah, let wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
All right, no worries.
You guys taking off on me?
Mm.
So if that comes back good.
So what did you hear him say?
Oh, no.
You can play it again. I can shorten this loop. Let me make it.
Where part is it towards the end? Because I'm a little confused.
Yeah, it's kind of towards the end, but let me shorten this loop so it doesn't have to loop so much. Let me see if 5 seconds is enough.
Yeah, let wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
All right, no worries.
You guys taking off on me? Yeah, let wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
All right, no worries.
You guys taking off on me? Yeah, let wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
All right, no worries.
You guys taking off on me? Yeah, let wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
All right, no worries.
You guys taking off on me?
What do you?
That's all I'm hearing is white noise. Something. I don't know what the hell that is. Jennifer said, hear a noise if it comes back in. White noise. I don't know what the hell I'm hearing. I do hear something going on.
I'm just curious if anybody hears the same thing that I'm hearing. But I don't want to give it away, and I don't want to taint, influence.
No, don't.
Leslie, what do you hear, Leslie?
No, Jeff, I know how you're looking at that, but you know what? It actually guides people sometimes, and they're listening for that. And when they know what they're listening for, they're able to identify it right away. But you know what I mean? If you're like, tell me what you hear, and you're not hearing it, and then you point it out, you know what I mean? You kick us with the wisdom and tell us, we might pick up on it that next time.
Well, let's play it a couple times, and then I'll tell you what I hear. So that way, if anybody that hears, because there are some people that definitely hear something else and they agree. So I don't want to be like I don't want them to be able to say, oh, well, you told them what to hear. So here you go.
Yeah, let wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
All right, no worries.
You guys taking off on me?
White noise.
Yeah, let wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
All right, no worries.
You guys taking off on me? Yeah, let wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
All right, no worries.
You guys taking off on me?
That noise.
So you wanna hear what I hear? So I hear him say, "Yeah, all right, no worries." Which, here's the thing: if that's what he's saying, it makes total sense with what the cop just said to him, right? So it fits logically. But some people hear him asking the cop, "Did you hear that noise?"
Mm-hmm.
As if maybe the noise is important to the murder case, and maybe as if perhaps, I guess what the implication could be is that the cop is ignoring or knows about the murder and is ignores the question. I think that's kind of what the implication are. But let me play it again, see if you hear him.
Some people are confused. They're like, who are we listening to? I'm pretty sure that's Banfield audio.
Yeah, it's right after the word. Yeah, this is one of the Banfield cops. He's just finished talking with Saeed, the guy who had the beers, but he was old enough to have them. He's on the Banfield.
That noise.
This guy right here with the beer.
Slow it down. Hey, Jeff, you know what? That's a good idea. Berica, I actually think that's a good idea. You could put it on 0.75 or even 0.50 around that time. We may be able to even make it out more.
Oh, the speed?
Yeah.
Let me let it play a couple times now that you know what I've heard. It's regular speed, and then I'll play it slow. But so right after the cop says the word dispatch, then I hear Saeed say, "Yeah, all right, no worries." Okay.
Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me? Yeah, wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me? Yeah, wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me?
Yeah, I'm hearing white noise.
Yeah, like you say, if the cop says, "All right, we got to wait for dispatch to come back," and I say, "Yeah, all right, no worries." Yeah, all right, no worries, no problem, officer. Is basically, I think what
It
what I'm
sounds like
getting
a
is trying to say.
demonic voice. Bye bye.
I mean, yeah, he's talking with a little bit of that. You know, he's got Papa Sal. You know,
take your
like the little. It's like he didn't bring in enough oxygen to make the words like, yeah, all right, no worries.
It sounds demonic and disgusting.
He's trying to be cool. He's trying to be cool with the cop. You know, the cop is letting him go while he's got beers there. He's probably like, the real him is probably like, oh my gosh, am I in trouble? You know, but he's like, yeah, all right, no worries.
I'm like, what the hell?
All right, speed.
Because you got a noise. What's that noise?
Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me?
That noise.
Yeah, wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me?
You don't hear no worries?
Yeah, wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me?
Yeah, you know what? You may be right about that.
Wait till dispatch comes back.
Yeah,
No
I mean, I think that's all he's saying. Yeah, all right, no worries.
Yeah,
no worries. I'll wait.
No worries. No worries.
I got headphones on too. I don't know if anybody else got headphones on, but it
does
sounds pretty
sound
clear to me.
It sounds demonic though. I'm just saying. Like, I've heard some nasty, disgusting, demonic voices in my time, and that sounds just like one.
Those aren't beer
like some
cans
seance
holding.
shit.
It's like a Ouija board beer cans.
It sounds like some seance type shit.
You guys taking off on me?
I'll come get it, baby.
Yeah, wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good. No worries.
Wait, let me make it 9:22.
Almost 11 hours. Well, we've been live for 21 hours. Sorry.
You guys taking off on me?
It
says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me?
I'll come get it.
It says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me?
Okay, thank you. Well, I will say, I think it sounds like you're saying white noise to me, but I see what you're saying too, Jeff.
Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me? Wait till dispatch comes.
What?
Put it back at the regular speed. Whoop. That's subtitles.
Oh, brother, this guy
back and says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me? Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me?
Shut up,
Wait till
bitch.
dispatch comes back and says you're good. No worries. You guys taking off on me? Wait till.
Hold up.
Yeah, I mean,
wait a minute.
I'm here to tell you,
You
right
got-
now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
I love that one, man. We do care, actually. That's bullshit, but that's funny as hell. I love my sound
I
effects.
can't remember
You know,
what's the old one. Oh my God, that one.
Oh yeah,
that one.
yeah. Hold on.
There it is. Yeah, earlier today when I had you on my phone, I was in a store and you played that, and I had the volume up. Everybody looked over at me.
Dude, I love it. I always love
my
that
God.
one. I gotta add a few more though. What do we got?
Emotional damage.
That one. Oh, brother.
This guy stinks.
I love that one too. What else? What's the new ones we got?
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
You are fake news.
Gotcha, bitch.
I love the Dave Chappelle, man. This one. Love that one. You remember that from that Blue Streak? You ever seen Blue Streak? Love that movie.
No, I haven't. Is
I
it funny?
love that movie. Yeah, Blue Streak is it's a classic
in
with
that?
Martin Lawrence. Martin Lawrence.
Oh, maybe I have.
Dude, it's
He was
so
a cop,
friggin'
or-
funny. They walk in and Rather Vegas dressed up as like some slow guy dancing around and shit. I know if people have seen Blue Streak. I got the fart noise covered for you. No, but seriously though, Blue Streak is with Martin Lawrence and I'm pretty sure Dave Chappelle. Who else
Dave
was-
Chappelle's in it too?
It's
Oh, okay.
funny as hell. I love that. I used to watch it on repeat when I was young. I would
I'll
watch
check it out. I
over and
probably
over.
have seen it, just forgot.
I love that movie. It's so damn funny. Like I talk about a kid watching that, Shallow Hal, Big Daddy, Those were my favorites back then. Waterboy, what boy, you're fire. What else was it? Billy Madison. What today, Junior? Remember that shit with old Adam Sandler's classic, man.
What's a movie with the guy that says, "My name Jeff"? Do you know that one?
What movie is that?
What movie is that? My name Jeff.
I don't know. That's not ringing a bell to me.
Some other YouTubers used to make fun of me with that.
Thank you,
that line
Shannon.
for that movie.
I appreciate it. Well,
Hey, T-REV, let's try this. You be the cop. You say, "Wait till dispatch comes back."
I do like comedies, but I do like also. What's it? Wait till dispatch comes back.
Yeah, say, "Wait till dispatch comes back," and I'll respond to you.
In what kind of voice?
The same as the cop. Is the cop from the Banfield. We're just trying to simulate it. Like, you be the cop and I'll be Saeed.
Play it again.
Say, wait till dispatch comes back.
Wait till hold on. Wait till dispatch comes back, you filthy fucking prick.
Yeah, all right, no worries.
I'm trying. Yeah, all right.
No worries.
Yeah, but he's like, no worries.
Yeah, because you got to think about what Saeed asked first. First, he said, "Am I free to leave?" And he said, "No, let's wait till dispatch comes back." He's like, "Yeah, all right, no worries."
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my thought on it. Anyway,
Maybe
I can take that sound and run it through Adobe Premiere and improve upon it. That's straight off the video.
You better keep my wife's name out your mouth. You know who's that impression of? If you talk about my wife, you talk about my fucking family, Seth, I am going to come up here and defend my wife. That is my fucking wife, Seth. No, yeah, that's Christopher Proudfoot. It's so funny. I remember when that came out, he's like, "That is my wife." And he was just like so aggressive with the women on stream. What did he call them? Web sluts? I don't give a fuck. Web sluts. I'm like, dude, this dude is wild. He's wilding out. He don't care. And it's making him look bad to the public. The public eyes looking at him like, damn, what did you do to Sebastian? Right? That's how I'm speaking for people because that's exactly what they were looking like. What the fuck? This guy is like unhinged, you know? And I have heard them. I've heard some things. I've been close and connected with people who are still working the case right now, and I do know that Katie and Chris were cleared from everything that I was able to gather from a very, very, very reliable source. So I know a lot of people think that they are connected in some way, but from a very reliable source, I heard they were cleared, and I was like, damn, well, kind of blew me away. But because I used to be one of those people that thought that, and that's kind of like with Jack, etc. But with this case, there has been no resolution. This 15-year-old boy is still missing. In Idaho 4, you have an arrest, you got a suspect, you got all different types of shit. In this case, all you have is a parent that wants to grift and use money off the community and get everything that they can out of people. Then you have another one that doesn't, that picks and chooses where they go and talk, and it's all goofy. I don't get it. If you truly want to find this boy, everybody would come together and just work and push to find him. It wouldn't be so complicated that people create drama within a YouTube community or a TikTok community, whatever, even just social media in general. Like, use it for what it is. People want to help that are on there. A lot of people aren't here for bullshit, especially in this genre. Maybe in certain parts of hip hop genres and other different communities, but you know, I know they got a little trauma section over there, and then you know, you got a group of serious people that really care about the cases and really care about the feelings of the parents or the feelings of the child. Their feelings are for the child, so they're trying to relate with mom, stepdad, and dad in a way. But if they see bullshit, they'll call it, and they've called it from the start with all of them. They called it with the start from all of them. I've tried my hardest to
You feel like they were really trying to find Sebastian? Or had they given up on that and they're trying to find something else?
I'd be wrong if I spoke for Chris and Katie because I don't know their reasoning behind why they didn't show up to any of the visuals or anything like that. Maybe it was because Seth was there and they just can't stand him that much. But to be honest with you, I think that these people really do know, like somebody close knows where he's at. Because there was a vehicle that was on that street that night, right? And it's an unaccounted vehicle that was in the area right around the time Sebastian's outside or goes missing. So now you have this vehicle that won't come forward. So obviously that's just telling me, okay, he was in this vehicle. And that's that. He was in that vehicle, the vehicle that's unaccounted for, that the FBI and these folks speak about. He was in this vehicle then. That's how I'm looking at it. Some people seem to think that, oh, she's in the retention pond still. He died, he drowned, they didn't look in it. Well, from what I heard, they dug that shit out and looked all up through it. So no, he's not in there. I truly hope he's alive somewhere and well and eating good. I hope he.
Do you think with his
with like, I really do. I hope somebody didn't.
What's his condition that he's got? He's
autism. I mean, but
his autism. Now, do you think with his autism, do you think it'd be the kind of situation like where because of his autism, if he was in the custody of somebody that's kidnapped him, I mean, he might just go along with it and not really put up a fight about it. Might he's like, this is my new normal, or what do you think? Do you think he would put up a fight and try to get away? Or
some of the smartest people are autistic or got Asperger's, and some of the people that I've met, like super smart, and they tell me like, Asperger's or autistic. I'm like, damn, you're very smart. You're a very smart person. People have this perception of they hear autism and automatically think the R word or they're dumb or something. That's what people think, and it's not that whatsoever. These are very gifted individuals that are just different. They're different than you. They just have something called autism, and either it's high or it's low.
In that case, the one thing that I always wondered about is that, they had that video from the house on the corner, right? The end of the block, the stop sign.
Right.
Why did they not release that video unaltered? They have the video, but there's like they zoom into it. They've done things to it. If they would have released that unaltered, I mean, I think there would have been many of us that could have analyzed the video. Because if it's not moving,
seen a whole different object that nobody ever caught, and I guarantee nobody still talks about it to this day. If you zoom in on the left side of the video, you'll see another object in the video, rather than everything that you're seeing and your eyes are looking at. And I've not seen one person pull it up. I haven't. But I was able to see it when I zoomed in. I was like, damn, that's another object over there in the corner. Is that a person?
But there's so much that could be done with it if it wasn't moving. A stationary camera on a building like that, when you have it not moving, you can, like, I don't know if you ever saw the difference mode video that I did. With difference mode is pretty cool. You can actually set the video to difference mode when a camera is locked down, not moving, and then set it in a difference mode so that anything that moves in the picture is kind of lit up and you see it. Your attention is drawn to it. But you can't do that when they've got the camera zooming in. It just kills the ability to even do that. So
I mean, you're taking frames. It's just the quality shittier and shittier as you keep going. You know what I mean? It is. As you keep manipulating the footage, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. It's like,
wait, let me show you. Look,
a needle in a haystack, man. It's messing with something that's not bringing them back. Like, yeah, we hope there's a big break in there and you see it, but I feel like if it was there, law enforcement would have seen it.
Hey, can I show you just like the first minute of this video?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it explains. I did an explanation of what difference mode is, how it works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, show me.
And then I applied it to the. So in Adobe Premiere Pro, there's a cool thing called blend mode. You can find this also in Photoshop and also After Effects. The blend mode I'm going to show you here is called difference mode. Here's how it works. If you take a still picture of a scene and then combine it with the moving picture of the scene, and you put the still picture set to difference mode, when you overlay them, anything that's moving or different between the two images is clearly visible, as you can see.
Right.
Here's another example using a parking garage. You can see that when combined in difference mode, the only thing you see is the moving cars. I thought it would be interesting to apply this blend mode to the Linda Lane footage, making it a little easier to see the moment anything moves in the frame. Here we go. All right, so then it's, let me just go to a spot where you can see something moving. Really.
I must see a lot of people that can relate with that.
So for most of the video, I mean, there's just nothing to see because there's nothing moving. Oh, here's something. But like the moment in the video, I wish I knew the time codes, but like when the cat is going through the scene, you just see, all you see is the cat.
I got you, Courtney. I'll check it out. Nice to see you, Kelly. Misbehaving in the building. Mittens for kittens. See y'all guys here. I appreciate you. Brenda, Lotus, Honeybee, Delana, Angela. This is dozing off over there. Shout out to y'all.
Like here's the last pass of the Elantra, so you can see how you can see it.
Chatty Kit Kat, the old crew. Feels like old times in this bad boy tonight.
It does.
I love you guys, pal. You know, the Rev Gang family has made me feel like a whole rounded person again, you know? You know what I mean, pal? Some people just don't understand. They don't know what this shit feels like until they get out here and feel it for themselves. You know? You know what I mean, Jeffy Pooh?
I got you, Papa. I just always loved the way he would exit and he'd want you to hit the button and say, play the sound. Get the F out of here.
Get the f out of here. He definitely made you hit that. Damn, 11, 22, almost 23 hours. That's crazy. What are we talking about? Does it feel like old times in here yet? Does it feel like old times in here yet? Because damn, I've been on for 22 hours straight, damn near, with an hour break. That's it. That's it, y'all. Other than that.
But do you see with this difference mode how this could have been utilized in Sebastian Rogers if they'd have just provided like the original camera not moving?
Mm-hmm.
You know, all you have to do is you just need one frame where there's nothing moving in this, and then you make a still picture of it, combine it. You know.
I'll tell you what. What's today, by the way? Thursday? What is it? Wednesday? Thursday? What's today? Oh, look at this. We need to get back on this tomorrow.
Friday.
Or Friday, actually.
Yeah.
We need to get back. Yeah, we need to get back to this tomorrow. Come back on it and talk more, because there's a lot more to talk about. I know that there's a lot of other people that have stuff to say. We'll do maybe we'll do an open panel tomorrow or just phone calls. I don't know. But I've been feeling it for the shit. It's Friday now.
Oh wait, we're going into Friday. I thought we were going into Saturday. This is
well, I know if it hits 12 hours, right, it won't upload this video. And I want people to be able to watch and listen to the debates going on, because I feel like this was a great live. We've had great discussions. You know what I mean? Like there's been a lot. And for me, I feel like since the last time that I covered Idaho 4, I've had time to grow and mature, like as far as my thoughts, not just with cases, but with the way that I look at cases and evidence, etc., when it comes to trials. And I won't miss a beat on this trial for the simple fact that we were here to see this through. We were live on the air every single day. I devoted so many hours to this shit. There's no way that I could go without watching the trial live, you know? But
yeah.
We'll get it, man. I appreciate you joining me here tonight. I'm gonna get off.
Yeah, appreciate it, T-REV. Thanks for having me. This is great.
I probably get off and go talk to my, friends, my non-existent friends when I get back on my second channel. They speak to me through devices and stuff like that, but that's a whole different topic. shout out to the folks that like it. If you do, if you don't, hey, you know, I'll be over there talking to my friends that are invisible. You know
if
what
it
I mean?
makes you feel better, I could talk to you like every second or two. And,
she said,
make a sense.
She said, guys, 11 hours. You must be 22 hours. This is double. I literally got off for an hour. I was on for 11 hours and 59 minutes earlier, and now we've been on for 11 hours and 15 minutes now. You know?
You got to call Guinness Book before you go to bed.
I'm serious. I could do this for 40 hours right now. Easily.
Yeah.
Easily. I need some people's brains to pick, and I'll be here for 40 hours. Best believe.
I feel like I can only be a guest on people's live streams. I don't know that I could run my own. Of course, I've never tried, so
they can't hang with me when I'm on my shit, bro. Like they just can't stream with me. I'll outstream the best people who, and what I mean by best is the people who fight in insomnia. I can outdo it. Trust me. This is what I do. This is what I'm made to do. This is what I love doing. There's a difference. I'm not forcing myself to be here. I'm here because I love and enjoy every moment of it. And not only do I enjoy it, I come up with different ideas and things to use. Because now with the Voice for the Voiceless LLC, and Jeff, this is my vision for the Voice for the Voiceless LLC, is to be able to use the nonprofit to be able to help families in need, emergencies. You know, that's what I'm making it for. Whether it's a reward for their missing loved one, meaning somebody can put up like if I had 5,000 in my nonprofit organization bank account, then I could put that towards this maybe 5 to 18-year-old, 17-year-old that's missing. And now he has a reward because nobody was paying attention to him before, but I'd be able to help. That's the whole entire goal to me when I look at the bigger picture with that nonprofit when I made it. It's all about exactly how it sounds and just being able to help people. Just being able to help people, man. Like nothing soothes the soul more than helping people. To me. I get it. I get enjoyment. See, you see that smile you got in that picture? I get enjoyment of seeing people smile at the things that, you know, whether it's making their day better or whatever. It could be Dan giving you a fucking cookie and you know what I mean? You're happy because you got that cookie, you know? I'm just saying.
Go out and make a smile.
That's what it's about. I mean, you can't wake up every day and fucking prick. You know, you can't wake up every day like that, man. That ain't the way to live. But I appreciate you, Jeff.
Well, hey, man, have sweet dreams, T-REV. I'll see you real soon, man.
I'll text you. I'll hit you up soon.
Sounds good, man.
God bless you, brother. Thank you. Shout out to Jeff for joining us here tonight. It was a great show. This feels like old times to me, and that's what it's supposed to be. And if it ain't like that, then you should not be here. You know? I'm over here looking like the fucking Blue Goblin. No, I'm playing. You know what time it is, though. I do appreciate everybody that came by, called in, people in the comments, low 12, everybody bringing good conversation here to the table. Delana, misbehaving. I seen you've been here the whole time. Honeybee, Monarch, Talina, all of you a lot of you have great things to say too. And I'm not just talking about with the case, I'm talking about in general. And those are my type of people, nice people. Lift up other people around you, not put them down because they have a different thought or different opinion than you. So shout out to y'all, all the free thinkers. Brenda, thank you. Rachel Smith, thank you. I'm not even joking when I say this, and some people are probably gonna be like, he's full of shit. That motherfucker ain't going live on the second channel. That's just getting off. He's going to eat and he's going to bed. I'm going to bed. And then you'll wake up and I'll be on for like 8 hours. What was the name of the person? And you'll be like, what? This dude's really alive still. Like, what the fuck is going on? He's crazy. He's got to be on drugs. Did you see him? He's on drugs, y'all. That guy is on drugs. He's been live for 33 hours straight, looking like the damn goldfish in a fucking ocean with them wide ass eyes. What is he on? Meth? You know, people saying stupid shit like that. Nah, we run on pure passion, and that is just me. And if you don't like it, then you don't gotta be here.
Shut up, bitch!
No, but shout out to y'all, man. We gotta trigger this. Let's run this. What are we on? I still got a little bit of time, right? I need to cue the damn music because I turned this joint into a club at the end of my lives. Last night I was getting it in, and then I seen somebody like, "Yo, do you have any music videos?" I was, "Yeah, I do." Then I'll just be here forever, right? But I'm a dedicate this one. I gotta play this one. Where's it at? I gotta play this hater song for the people real quick. The haters, man. The haters. Where's it at? 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. See, I ain't never rapped on an Eminem beat before. Let's see how this goes. Yeah. Man, this next take, really probably gonna get hate. From the second you see it and wanna press play, about to stick it to motherfuckers like flex tape. I've been doing this shit for a couple decades. Homie, I know what to be the best takes. No one escapes, I don't stress fakes, and my chest aches from holding my breath and not say it was so my mind. You pest snakes, it'd be checkmate. When you rookies figure out you really just a pawn in the game. You thought you were ill, but it was all in your brain. Too sick in the head for trying to call you your flame. Y'all just say a bunch of bullshit, then you claim you talking to pain. I wonder why it's making my ears hurt. Little crybabies, I bet your tears jerk. You better be better than me if you wanna make your careers work. Otherwise, you bitches are getting out back. Some survive, but you can forget about that. Motherfucker dying, you will get a little bounce back. You gonna lie, but you better sit it down flat. And I stand on that shit, I ain't kidding now, Jack. Fuck what you think when you don't know shit about rats. People mind and everybody be flipping out, man. Oops, how? I already did it, wow, damn. Some people are upset, I don't give a fuck yet. But you ain't the wave, nah, you pussies are just wet. That it was cut sweat, we gotta do something about these rappers. I quit leaving them unchecked, you suspect. But you never been a person of interest, cause you ain't interesting, you're just suspicious. And if you happen to have heard some remixes, don't act like I wasn't the first one that did this. Just cause your miserable urges are vicious and you realize you live a worthless existence, don't mean you gotta go and stick your little fucking nose. It's all up in my personal business. Damn. Run out of fuel. I won't. What the fuck y'all gon' do when I don't? Now that it's been battle to the metal and running over you suckers since day one. So whenever somebody got something to say, no wonder that they run. Cause you know that you're gonna be done when the day come. The fuck up my face bomb, get lost, bitch. I got a long list of people who make my blood bubble like long hits. But instead of won't smoke, they just talk shit and throw in directs. You think y'all split? Look at y'all pissed. Because every single one of you were fans once and then you all switch. But I think it over really but it caused this. Cause you wanted a feature when I said nah, bitch. So fool, stop it, I'm coming through. Watch that I got fuel like me, crooked and loose. Logic like it's a cruise topic, don't be confused by it. If you want me to guess you up for the you got it. High flow like this when he too solid, I'm so raw. You try to even your puke vomit. It'd be worth it if you were making a huge profit. And I do promise you're gonna lose on it. So if you wanted to just compare me to amp, but don't compare me to amp, compare me to slam. Cause on me I can really be just as evil as scary as him. To blame everything I do, I'm on a nefarious swim. But you compare it again to be hilarious then. I won't. What the fuck y'all gon' do when I don't? Run out of fuel. It must just suck to be you. Yeah, the real days. Just to give you something else to say about me. Bitch.
Haters, they love that. Here we go.
Yeah. You ever been to that stage in your life where it's like something's gotta change for the better? Cause that depression's killing you. I don't think you wanna know what I'm feeling in my heart. Every day I open up, it feels like I'm looking in the dark. I've been stuck here my whole life. You don't know how it feels to be missing meals. Cause every day you wake up, you're addicted to pills. Cause everybody's on your ass like a motherfucking drill. I'm starting to get pissed cause my life's shit. Doctor said the word cancer. They run around giving me answers. I'm just reaching out in a stage of depression. Will my life make a change? This shit ain't a game. My mom's been on drugs and it drives me insane. I seen more shit as a kid like murder and it really affected the fuck out my brain. How can I change when everybody really goes around straight acting the same, claiming they love you, but they don't love shit. I never had a family, I never felt what love is. Half my heart wants to quit, the other side wants to bitch. I just wanna make a changes. You don't need help, I'm just asking, I'm sick.
I'm looking for change. I'm searching for change. I'm looking for change. I just want change.
All I really want is change. Depression is take me another lane. And then my mind's clogged up like really broke and drained. Please help, I just need a little bit to change. And when I come back, I promise I'll make them feel the flame. I am damaged by my past in the dark, being locked up in a room like jail straight from the start. Being raped, watching people die really ruined my heart. So if there's really change, I think it's time to fucking start. Cause let's be honest, my mental can't handle a lot. That's why I'm so broken like glass from a parking lot. I have a lot of faith, then the next day, really not. I believe in myself, but depression is gonna really harm.
I'm looking for change. I'm searching for change. I'm looking for change. I just want
Get up when I leave a coach. I'm like a storm when I spin the wind. Hold on. That's off the second album. What are we talking about? Oh, so I've been doing this shit. Fuck every single hater. I hope you hit your head and wake up.
A lot of people try to come and put a stop to me, but I've been running through these beats kinda like a Rocky scene. When I take over, they'll probably say it's a robbery. I'm sick of all these actors that lacking, living in mockery. I came up out the jungle, in and out of the poverty, training like Miyagi to make it out this economy. And my whole life, I've been trying to change. It's been a long time coming, cause I'm sick of the pain. Waking up with no food and no water to bathe. I had to shower at the neighbors for a whole year straight. What you know about looking at your mom in the face, snorting lines of meth instead of paying the rent, now it's late. I used to wake up every morning to a fiend in the house. Then one day I packed my bags and moved straight out of town. Cause I'm the soldier with the drills, I stay laying it down. Send them through them cold chills like a draft in your house. Let's go. I'm in the field, I'm a sergeant with the drills. When I get up on the mic, they know I leave a cold chill. I'm like a storm when I spin the windmill. I'ma take off to the top, you try to stop me, yo, that can't be. I'm in the field, I'm a sergeant with the drills. When I get up on the mic, they know I leave a cold chill. I'm like a storm when I spin the windmill. I'ma take off to the top, you try to stop me, you'll be reaching for the top. Going through the struggle like I have as a kid is the reason why I get emotional when using my pen. I just wanna make it out and make a life for my kids and get married and just have a family, cause my heart's full of sin. I done did a lot of dirt, robbing grown adults since I was 13, taking stacks of money and disappearing within the streets. Going crazy back in heat, grab a pan, I'm cooking beef. I'm glad I left town, cause if I didn't, it was murder scenes. I was young and very toxic as a little teen, carrying around dope, selling it to a couple fiends. People coming to my window at night, phone ringing off the Richter for a ball of some white. I used to be that hustler, making moves on a bike. If anybody looked wrong, I was ready to fight. Don't get it twisted, cause I changed it, now I'm living my life. I'm the sergeant with the drill, sending chills to the mic, let's go. I'm in the field, I'm a sergeant with the drills. When I get up on the mic, they know I leave a cold chill. I'm like a storm when I spin the windmill. I'ma take off to the top, you try to stop me, yo, that can't be. I'm in the field, I'm a sergeant with the drills. When I get up on the mic, they know I leave a cold chill. I'm like a storm when I spin the windmill. I'ma take off to the top, you try to stop me, yo, I'm reaching for the top.
Man, you gotta reach, without looking at the haters. You cannot be a look. Here's another unreleased point. We jump into them people. You like that lyrical rap? Come on, dude. Talk therapy, baby.
I'm the coldest in this country rap. Asking for my autograph, I put it on a starter cap. Hate to get to falling back, but sick of all the line rats. People say they got you back until it's time to pay them back. Then they toss it in your face, acting like the shit a race. Fuck a target on your back, I'ma put it in your face. Then pull the trigger, this pen like a pistol, I don't think you wanna meet her. I'm too cold with the rock, why they put me on the bench? Because I speak my mind and I don't suck dick, that's a trip. I can't blow up unless I rap politics, that's a bitch. That's the type of shit I move on, all about my business like I got a suit on. But I don't owe boots and some cutoffs, that's what I do to you every time that you move wrong. Bitch,
I'm too on. I ain't got no time, bitch. Sick of hearing excuses and talking all that nonsense about what you can't do. You wouldn't last 2 seconds in these old boots, that's true. All I do is speak facts. Every time I touch mics, tell my ass to relax. Tell me I can't reach that. I'll go past that just to show you who you fucking with. Rev.
Look, I've been handing out these starter caps. I had to take them back and put them on the bench cause they can't swing the bat. What the fuck, they be striking out. And I hate that. It's time to talk your sense and you ain't never made that. You ain't never made no sense. You wanna pass me a track, I'll murder it and hand it back with actual facts. That's real dudes shit. Acting shady out here scratching they backs. Cause evident money's the reason you actually rap. That's why I hate you. You underestimated what I gave you. Play around with a monster, now you smash like a grapefruit. Try to play with the flow, you getting flamed up. I'm known to put a flame to the grill like George Foreman does. I'm getting agitated, a little bit aggravated with these fabricated whack-ass rappers procrastinating. You're outdated and thinking you're the king of this hip-hop. I'm in the studio, victory stomping and flip-flops. Victory stomping. I got the passion in my blood. You swing from Donald Trump's dick like CNN does. You were claiming you was really with the thugs when you were a politician. Now let's not switch it up, blood. They rotated, I elevated and vacated. Build a fabricated circle full of fucking fake haters. Let me elaborate it, I'm tired of fabrication. You put rappers on the bench, now they suffer from constipation. Pussy, I gotta charge it to the game. R.I.P. Pat, stay about to light the fucking flame. We can battle in the ring or you can take the fuck away. You remind me of Whack 100 using hip-hop as the game. Using hip-hop as the game.
Told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They ain't actors, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Dear mama, you're all that I got. I know life was messed up and went left with my pops. I was out there running the block, drugs in my sock. After I got raped, I blamed you and my pops. I was mad at life, I hated myself. I thought if I could blame y'all, it would fix itself. But I was wrong, and I can admit that there is nothing worse than waking up every day not knowing your worth. Mama, no matter what you did to me, I just wanna say I love you. I'll make you proud with victory. I stand tall every day and look these kids in the face. Growing up like I did, that's why I wanna make a change. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be who I am. So this song is for you, mama. You gotta know that you're special. I miss you so much. If you need me, I'll come to your rescue. Mama, I remember just the other day, you would tuck me in the bed and tell me everything's okay. You would tell me nothing's ever gonna happen, but these people kept coming around. It was like the devil watching us collapsing. I just had to forget it, but just know you're forgiven. We get stuck in the system. Mom, get out that prison, cause you're better than that. I'll carry us on our back and pull us out of that trap. Dear mama, I love you.
I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They ain't actors, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Mama, I know you lived through the trauma, and I ain't trying to bring it up to start no drama. I just want you to know that I'ma glow in your memory, cause you were the best. I have your soul. Don't ever let no man tell you what the f to do. Don't ever let no man put his hands all over you. I don't wanna see you get ain't hurt anymore. You've been to hell and back, mom, it's time to open them doors. It's 2024, I'm here to turn the page. Voice for the voiceless, the year we make a change. Tired of the deaths in our country. People acting funny, switching over money. Materialism, people lack substance. Haters everywhere, the devil's getting comfy. Your mama, spread your wings, you're free now. Love you, I will always forgive you, no matter the troubles.
Dear mama, I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Here it is, man. Let's get it started. She said it's starting to feel like home again. I love that. I love that, because it is. It really is. It's been feeling like that for me for days, but I'm glad you're starting to feel it, my friend, because it's real. It's raw, and it's authentic. Let's go ahead and run the next one.
Yeah, look. You ever had something that meant so much to you, meant so much, you never wanted to let it go? Never. Yeah. Me and you mean forever. I don't ever wanna lose you, cause you mean so much to me. I said you reached into my soul and you covered up that hole. I never knew that you were meant for me. It's like you took what was broken, you put it back together. No more living in misery. When we talked the first night, you made me lose my mind, and now I'm thinking about forever together. You and I wanna hold you in my arms till you take your last breath. Even when we go to heaven, we'll be together in death. Yo, lately I've been waking up with you on my mind. A day without you would feel like the day I'm gonna die. See, you're always on my mind, and I'll never tell a lie. I just wanna share my life with you until the day I die. Even when we're in the sky, we'll be shining so bright that we're lighting up the sky. And we're touching other lives. See, with you I feel alive. Girl, I'll never make you cry. Ever since I met you, baby, you've been opening my eyes. Seeing you with other guys would make me lose my fucking mind. You make me feel like I'm the greatest, even got me feeling shy, cause I never used to smile, and now I do it all the time. I had a lot of lonely nights, but my soul is shining bright. Since you walked into my life, you made me a better guy. I don't think about different women, I think about you and I. Me and you mean forever. I don't ever wanna lose you, cause you mean so much to me. I said you reached into my soul and you covered up that hole. I never knew that you were meant for me. It's like you took what was broken, you put it back together. No more living in misery. When we talked the first night, you made me lose my mind, and now I'm thinking about forever together. You and I wanna hold you in my arms till you take your last breath. Even when we go to heaven, we'll be together in death.
Yeah. Let's go to the next one, man. Unreleased. I gotta play this. So y'all ready? Third verse, I am. Get it.
I used to sleep next to a window. I heard them shots busting. 2 years later, I was out there having ops running. 3 years later, I'm in this booth. I think I got something. Most you rappers speaking fairy tales, so just stop bluffing. I seen the hate up in their eyes when I started doing better. It's so easy just to see that y'all done fucking grew bitter. Fuck the other side, let it rain, you shoulda knew better. Climbing to the top, man, y'all gon' see me in your newsletter. They burn all the bridges, and that's why you never visit. We kill off the competition, set fire to all the ridges. Now they looking so vicious, cause we got this from the trenches. My intent is so malicious, so if you want it, you can get it. I'm the hottest out my city, man, these rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary. I'm the hottest out my city, man, these rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary.
30 shots in the glizzy,
just in case one of the ops is out here plotting to get me. You know they love you just as long as you can spot them a 50, and they hate it when they see you sitting on top of your pennies, because they count what's in your pockets like you gotta be kidding. They couldn't walk up in your shoes but try to ride in your Bentley, you fucking asshole. That's why your life is probably shitty. I feel like Batman in Gotham when he's watching the city, and I don't need a sidekick unless you robbing them with me. Me and my girl Bonnie and Clyde, Bobby and Whitney. Just because I Mr. Claus, I climb in your chimney. Merry Christmas, motherfucker, I ain't trying to be friendly.
I'm the hottest down my city, man, these rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary. I'm the hottest down my city, man, these rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary.
Watch how you approaching me, this bitch pinnacles to me. I let the Glock pop at your neck, here hold these rosaries. Dog, I'm nastier than I ever was supposed to be. According to the haters, had to bag them like the groceries. Open up your eyes and you'll realize that you notice me. I've been on the grind and I ain't stopping till I'm overseas. This my profession, I do it all with aggression. When I speak on the mic, I'm saying it with my chest, bitch. Yeah, I'm standing on my own 10, rocking back and forth in my city to the cold wind. Bear in mind I gotta eat cause I was chosen. I'm hungrier than you, it really shows in my emotions.
The hottest down my city, man, these rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary. I'm the hottest down my city, man, these rappers can't come close to me. Just
ooh, I'm feeling the love in here, boy. Look at all the wonderful love, the wonderful people, the caring people who care about others. Something that makes me want to get right back on Hit Go Live and continue to go. Because you just can't stop when the love is flowing, y'all. You just got to keep on going. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, pow.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Blood. I wanted to change, I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with the hatred, they think that I rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rev gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn insane.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look,
I can't even hear this.
It's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same. Losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. Give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss. And you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a teen. And now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell. At least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it, I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not trying to be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
I can have you back, love. Listen, don't look, don't hold grudges towards anybody. But truly, if this is how I look at it, I don't hold grudges towards anybody. And shout out to Lo and a lot of the familiar faces I've been seeing tonight. I appreciate you guys truly from the bottom of my heart. I hold no grudges towards anybody. So I want those people who may have came back to the channel and they're here, don't feel that way. You're not an outcast. Yes, things happen, but I don't hold grudges towards anybody. I love people. I don't want to argue with people. I don't control people. I just love good-hearted people. Simple as that. Of course, we all hate two-faced fuckery bullshit, but authentic is authentic. Being real is real. I appreciate all of you. That's a fact. The most genuine ones that you know who you are. We gotta make this one. Only time will tell. But I already know where we're headed. Right back to the
all the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on the page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent, in your honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the roaring train. Carrying the hopes on this long and winter terrain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same. Let's
sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Just turn on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing our part. Heart to heart, we heal, we mend. And this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend. In the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse hope strength from my spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I sleep when it is.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Divine spirit of love and light. In this hour of need, guide America right. Shine your grace on every child, every soul. Mend our hearts, make our nation whole.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Love that joint, man. I love that. I love that song off the new album. This was off the third album. Let me hear that. We ain't gonna kill the mood like that. No way. No friggin' way. What do we got? 10 minutes? We got 10 minutes. Let me see. What do we got on the menu here? 10 minutes. Damn, this is all. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lotus.
what I do. I keep this motherfucker lit. Grab a beer, play some music, start a fire in the pit. There ain't nothing you can tell me, cause I came to run this shit. Let's go. That fire in the pit, I roll a blunt up in this bitch. Pass me a beer, cause I'm about to take a sip. Crack that top, we about to get lit. When I hit the back roads, wheels spinning on the whip. Gonna turn the heat up when I'm playing in the six. Throw a party, turn up, rap gang, cause I'm quick. I'm riding to the creek with a squad that is ready for the action like a motherfucking pool on the fit. Chillin' with the buds, living life in the lights. If you roll a blunt, don't roll it too tight. So you stay fucked up, always ready for a fight. But keep to ourselves, stay drinking to the night. This is what I do, I stay living out my life. And I write what I feel and record what I write. I keep myself hungry, turning up on the mic. I came to run this shit, got a problem, let's fight. We be revving up, you ain't really with the shit. It's got the game coming deep, smoke coming out the whip. Bluntly, high slow, feel like you're falling off the cliff. City boy, country roads, tires spinning while I drip. I'm a city boy, I've been playing in the sticks. Turning up is what I do, I keep this motherfucker lit. Grab a beer, play some music, start a fire in the pit. There ain't nothing you can tell me, cause I came to run this shit. Let's go. You know I came to run it, face looking funny, eyes all red like I'm cutting up an onion. If you wanna come to the party, bring beer, if not, stay home if you ain't pitching in the money. We ain't playing no games or running up on the lane. I be turning the fuck up, back roads in the race. I'm gonna take off quick and I ain't pumping no brakes. I leave this tire smoke behind me, make you crash in the lake. Get back to the spot, hit the ball till you drop. Pass around the blunt, take a couple shots. Sit by the fire, throw wood, get it hot, cook chicken, real dogs till your body says stop. Wake up in the morning, everybody dips out. This is how you do it when you're living in the South. When we get together, homie, we be turning up loud. If you need a ride home, I'll take you to your house.
Yo, this is what I remember when I made this. Shit, it applies to the day too.
I don't hang the fuck around, yo. None of y'all are down, yo. Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face, see the ass, yo. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. You stay in your lane, and I'ma stay in mine. I'm out here getting to this paper like the New York Times. A lot of people wanna see me take a fall, but I done rose above it all. Middle finger to them loud. Fuck 'em. They need a couple blessings, so I'll teach them a lesson. Benji behind the keys in the street, you're a peasant. And I just use what God gave me, I love what he left me. I feel the passion in my soul, but y'all wish that it left me. But I don't give a fuck about you little punks, cause all you do is run around and wait for me to pop up. And you blood around your mouth, but who's the one that's on my page? All you suckers really do is try to bring around the hate, that's why I lock you at the gate. Separate all the snakes and throw them all in the pit and watch them burn with the fakes. I sat back for a couple of months just to see who was real. Now I know all the runts. Let's go. Fuck around, yo. None of y'all are down, yo. Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face, see the ass, yo. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. I don't hang the fuck around, yo. None of y'all are down, yo. Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face, see the ass, yo. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. I go to bat when it comes to my kin. I had your back, you left me hanging like a fucked up friend. Now I'm focused on myself, I never folded on the shelf. And I ain't never giving up, that's what I always told myself. Stay working on my health, one step at a time. I got goals and I'ma reaching for the cost of the grind. I don't care what it costs. Best believe I raised the bar for myself. I'm in a different weight class, fuck everyone else. Fuck all of them. Where were you when I was struggling like last week? Where were you at? Couldn't post no new music for like 12 weeks. Now it's like, yo, I learned one lesson. There's a ton of sheep people out for themselves, so I just let them be. I had to learn a lesson to understand what I had this whole time. I had this music shit here in the bag. People hitting me up like, Trev, I'm glad you're back. I never disappeared, homie, I was just leaning back. I don't hang the fuck around, yo. None of y'all are down, yo. Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face, see the ass, yo. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. I don't hang the fuck around, yo. Let me fuck around, y'all. Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face, see the ass, yo. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that, dawg.